The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 270 to Chapter 338. Wha? The sudden change caused all the young girls present to reveal expressions of shock. Mr. Shuren. Marika, in particular, could not help but exclaim when she saw the sudden turn of events. Like a sharp spear, Tear's hand pierced through Sean's shoulder, bringing with it a gush of fresh blood. Shuren only felt a sharp pain, causing him to groan. He loosened his grip and subconsciously kicked Tear's shoulder. Bam! With a muffled sound, Tear was sent flying by a powerful force and rolled away. Sean immediately knelt on one knee on the ground. There was a bloody hole in his shoulder, which was constantly bleeding. Tear! Lumia wailed at Tear, who had been sent flying by the kick. Mr. Shuren! Mr. Shuren! Marika looked at the bleeding Shuren helplessly as if she was about to cry. She could not keep up with the situation at all. Vivian, on the other hand, raised her shield and shielded Shuren, Lumia, and Marika behind her. All of you, get back. A rare look of anxiety appeared on Vivian's face. However, no one had realized what had happened, so how could they follow Vivian's instructions? Sean, in particular, felt the sharp pain in his shoulder, and was somewhat in disbelief. This feeling of disbelief wasn't only because Tear had actually attacked him, but also because his resistance skill had actually been broken. Tear, you, Shuren looked in Tear's direction, but he could not say a word. That was because the scene that appeared before his eyes was too unimaginable. Tear, who had been sent flying by Sean's subconscious kick, was like a puppet being pulled by an invisible string. She was twisting and twisting in a way that defied the structure of a human's body as she slowly stood up. Rumble, the air around Tear trembled crazily, stirring up waves of surging magic power. Everyone could see that the seemingly solid magic power was gradually flowing toward Tear and entering her body. No. It should be said that the energy was flowing into the horn on Tear's head, with the horn as the center. Under such circumstances, a terrifying aura gradually surged out of Tear's body. This aura was not at all weaker than the aura that Shuren had released when he rushed here. Arg! In the next second, Tear opened her scarlet eyes, raised her horn that was flashing with red light, and let out a terrifying roar. The roar stirred up waves of air and sound waves, causing the dust around Tear to be blown away. It was like a sandstorm that swept through the entire area. Ah! Lumia and Marika could not help but scream. Ugh! Vivian, on the other hand, stood in front of everyone, blocking the shockwave and the dust. Sean also raised a hand and put it in front of him to protect himself. However, Shuren's eyes were full of shock when he looked at Tear. Under the effect of the skill, Identify, Shuren could clearly see it. Tear's level was climbing at an alarming rate. LV 70, LV 75, LV 80, LV 85, soon, Tear's level rose to above 90. And it was still climbing. How could this be? Shuren was stunned. However, it was obvious that no one would answer his question. Arg! Tear was like a ferocious ghost crawling out of hell, roaring crazily, and with a terrifying aura, she dashed toward them. Her speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. Vivian held her breath, gritted her teeth, and prepared to block Tear's charge. However, someone was faster than her. Swoosh! A petite figure appeared in front of Vivian and Tear in an instant, as if she'd teleported there in the blink of an eye. Bang! Amidst the roar, a shockwave shook the air, stirring up another wave of dust and airwaves. Arg! Tear roared violently. She didn't know when she waved her hand, but it was held tightly by another hand. This power, AIE stood in front of Vivian and took on Tear's attack. She felt the strength of Tear's attack, and a look of surprise appeared on her young face. Arg! Tear, however, seemed to be enraged. With red eyes, she held, raised her other hand, and attacked. Bang! The roar sounded again. This time, the airwaves and dust were even bigger, instantly covering the whole area. AIE flapped her wings and flew out of the dust. Tear also dashed out, as if she was a prey, and launched a fierce attack. Interesting. AIE looked at Tear, whose aura was getting more and more terrifying, and a rare smile appeared on her face. That smile was quite ferocious. And so, the two young girls met in midair. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a series of explosions suddenly sounded, telling the others how terrifying the battle between the two girls was. Tear kept chasing after Aie, her hands alternating between claws and fists, bombarding her. Every claw of hers could cut through the airwaves and cut through the rocks. Every punch of hers could shatter the earth and shatter the stone walls. That shocking destructive power caused the entire canyon to shake. It was constantly being destroyed, causing sand and stones to fly into the air and the earth to shake. Such power was not inferior to the young demon that Xian and Rosie had encountered before. In fact, it might even be stronger. In the face of such violence, Aie remained calm from beginning to end. One of her hands was still hugging the pillow, and she only used one hand to fight. The little hand didn't seem to carry any aura, but it was able to accurately slap away Tear's claw fists again and again. At first glance, it seemed that Aie had only slapped away a soft hand, but when that hand landed in the surroundings and caused a terrifying explosion, the rocks, the earth, and the mountain walls were all shattered. Only then did people clearly realize how inconceivable Aie's strength was to slap away that hand. Of course, compared to Aie's ability to deal with Tear's ability to fight Aie head-on was more shocking. That child, Vivian, looked at Aie, who had easily blocked Tear's fierce attacks, and the look in her eyes changed completely. So powerful, Lumia and Marika were completely dumbfounded. Xian wanted to stand up, but his injured shoulder stopped him. Celestial breath. Without hesitation, Xian used the miraculous recovery method, allowing the starlight to descend and merge into his body, quickly healing the injury on his shoulder. Xian's movements naturally woke up the people who were watching in a daze. Mr. Xian. Are you all right? Marika asked hurriedly. I'm fine. Xian shook his head and shrugged his shoulders. He stood up and looked at Vivian. Seeing that Xian was fine, Vivian's expression relaxed a lot, but she was still worried. What the hell is going on? Xian asked in a deep voice. Vivian smiled bitterly. Boom. As the entire canyon shook, sand and dust exploded in the field like an explosion. Xian and the rest had raised their hands to block the oncoming airwaves and dust for the umpteenth time. Looking at the two girls who were fighting more and more intensely in the field, there was a faint trace of anxiety on their faces. Sister Vivian, what happened to Tear? How did she become so terrifying? Lumia and Marika couldn't hold themselves back any longer, and both of them turned to Vivian with anxious expressions. Xian stared at Vivian, hoping that she could give him an answer. Vivian's expression was as bitter as ever. Then, Vivian gave an answer. That's Tear's unique skill. Vivian said in a hoarse voice. Unique skill? Lumia and Marika were astonished. Even Xian thought that he had heard it wrong, let alone Lumia and Marika. Did you say that she has a unique skill? Xian retorted, that's not right. Didn't Tear say that she doesn't have a unique skill? When they first came to the royal capital and met Rosie, Tear had said that compared to Her Royal Highness, she had many disadvantages. Firstly, Tear didn't have Rosie's talent. Secondly, Tear didn't have a unique skill. Xian hadn't forgotten what she had said. However, that's not a lie. Vivian said in a deep voice, as you can see, Tear's unique skill isn't something that can be used casually. As she said this, Vivian looked at Tear, who was attacking Aie fiercely and blasting rocks, and pointed at the horn on Tear's forehead. See that horn? That's the embodiment of Tear's unique skill. What did that mean? It was simple. Tear has had that horn on her head since she was born. Because of that horn, Tear was once regarded as a monster and even as a demon or a monster. It wasn't until later that the Albeck family confirmed that the horn was actually the embodiment of Tear's unique skill. That horn appeared because Tear is using her unique skill, Tear said. This wasn't something unbelievable. In this world, due to unique skills, there were indeed some people who were different from others. For example, some people were born with a poisonous hand, and anyone touched by that hand would be poisoned. This was the physical characteristic of that person's unique skill. Another example was that some people's unique skill could allow them to grow an extra pair of arms. With 4 arms, they could launch twice the attacks of an ordinary person and use them more flexibly. Unique skills were the most unimaginable abilities in the world. Anything could happen, and any effect could appear. Such was Ter's case. When Ter uses her unique skill, that horn will grow out and continuously absorb the mana in the air around her, transforming it into power to strengthen herself. When Ter uses her unique skill, the horn will grow and continuously absorb the mana in the surrounding atmosphere, transforming it into strength. The more mana the horn absorbs, the more power Ter will gain. According to the theory, as long as the mana doesn't dry up, Ter's power will continue to increase. There will be no limit, and it won't burden his body. This was because Ter absorbed mana through the horn and transformed it into strength. Through the horn's transformation, the strength would be completely absorbed by her and wouldn't cause any problems to her body. That was why this unique skill was so terrifying. As long as there was enough mana in the surroundings, the user could constantly become stronger. There was no limit and there would be no pause. After the Albeck family found out about this, they regarded Ter as one of the strongest humans in the future, comparable to Her Highness Rosie Lusty. They had high hopes for her. Vivian said with a gloomy expression. It wasn't until later that people realized that with the activation of this unique skill, although Ter could become stronger without limit, at the same time, her spirit would also become more and more violent and dangerous. In the end, she would completely lose her rationality and become a monster that only knew how to destroy and fight. Because of this, Ter had killed several people before she could even walk. Even Ter's family had been seriously injured many times because of this, and the Albeck family was almost in chaos. If it wasn't for the fact that the Albeck family was the strongest knight family, that Ali Dia was already very powerful at that time, and that Ter's grandfather was a level 95 super strong person at that time, the Albeck family might have been destroyed. However, at that time, the head of the Albeck family, who was also Ter's grandfather, was seriously injured by Ter when she went on a rampage. In the end, he was forced to retire and died in just a few years. Lucia and Marika couldn't help but cover their mouths when they heard the secret that Vivian revealed. Even Sharon held his breath slightly. There was no other way. What did this mean? It meant that Ter had killed her grandfather with her own hands and caused his death. From then on, the Albeck family realized how dangerous Ter was and no longer allowed her to activate her unique skill. They even blocked the news to the outside world, so that everyone would think that Ter didn't have a unique skill and only had some talent. This was what Vivian said. It was also because of this that Ter never said that she had a unique skill, nor did she use it. Once that unique skill was activated, Ter would no longer be Ter. It was said that because of this, Ter was regarded as a monster by her family. Not only did her parents never get close to her, they even thought that she might go berserk when she was disobedient, so they often locked her in an underground cell. Outsiders also thought that Ter was a child who was not favored by the Albeck family. They thought that she didn't have the talent to become the pillar of the Albeck family and become the future heir of the Albeck family. Thus, they had always looked down on and even ignored Ter. In other words, Ter had been alone since she was young and had never received love from anyone. It was only after she met Rosie, Lily, and Vivian that the situation somewhat improved. But then, something big happened to Ter, which caused her to lose her mother and hate her father. She alienated Rosie and almost alienated Lily and Vivian. This young girl had spent her entire life in loneliness, darkness, and coldness. How could this be? This is too. Lucia's eyes began to tear up, and Marika was even more emotional. And Sharon finally understood why this young girl had always been so quiet, and why she had always been so independent and desperately pursued power. All of this was because she had a past that she couldn't bear to look back on. Vivian bit her lip. Now, Ter has once again used her sealed unique skill and entered a berserk state. I'm afraid it won't be easy for her to recover. Hearing this, Sharon spoke. There's no way to stop that unique skill? Sharon questioned. There's a way. Vivian's eyelids drooped as she spoke. There's only one way. And that was, cut off that horn. Chop off that horn. Hearing Vivian's words, Lumia and Marika couldn't help but look in Ter's direction. There, Ter was roaring violently, and the mana swirling around her had reached a terrifying scale, causing the horn on her head to become redder, and her power to become more and more terrifying. Sharon could already see a trace of seriousness in Ai's eyes, who had been playing it down. This meant that if this continued, even AI wouldn't be able to easily deal with Tear's attacks. Under such circumstances, do I still have to deal with Tear's violent attacks while aiming to chop off that horn? Shuren didn't think that it was something that could be done easily. Apart from that, that horn had already absorbed so much mana that it had probably become rather hard. If he wanted to chop it off, a half-baked attack wouldn't be able to do it. But, I can only do it. Without any hesitation, Shuren rushed into the earth-shaking battlefield like a gust of wind, and dashed in Tear's direction. Shuren! Mr. Shuren! Vivian, Marika, and Lumia exclaimed one after another. Aie, who was fighting with Tear, had a glint in her eyes. She curled her lips, and said in a somewhat bored and thought-provoking manner. Looks like I'll have to replace her next. With that, Aie flapped her dragon wings slightly, and she retreated like a stream of light, instantly putting some distance between her and Tear. Roar! Tear immediately roared and prepared to chase after her. However, at this moment, a figure had already swept in front of her, blocking her way. Yo, still throwing a tantrum? Shuren appeared in front of Tear, grinning at her. Stop fooling around. It's time to go home and take a bath, lass. When Shuren's playful voice entered Tear's ears, she froze for a moment, and the red light in her eyes flickered a few times, causing the horn on her forehead to flicker like a shadow. But soon, Tear's expression turned ferocious again. She roared, and with a terrifying aura, she charged in Shuren's direction. Seeing this, evolve. Shuren instantly used the skill, Ultimate Evolve, allowing mana to flow throughout his body, and his strength suddenly increased. But, clang, when Tear's hand slammed onto Sean's sword, a shocking sound akin to the striking of a bell and a wave of air that shook the heavens and earth rang out. Sean was blasted away without any strength to fight back. Sean only felt an unparalleled force acting on his body. Not only did it make his arms numb, but his whole body also twitched as if he was in pain. Not only did his arms go numb, but his body also twitched in pain. Damn, she's so strong? With such strength, how did that fellow Aie slap it away so easily with a single hand? While Shuren was thinking about this, Tear's figure had already dashed in front of Shuren like a bolt of lightning, roaring and punching. Seeing that the fist broke through the sky and set off a series of terrifying sonic booms, Shuren did not dare to take it head-on. His resistance skill had already been broken by Tear once, and now, Tear was undoubtedly stronger than before. If he took it head-on, he would definitely die. Swoosh, at that moment, Shuren's figure suddenly disappeared, dodging Tear's terrifying fist. In the next second, Shuren appeared beside Tear in a flash. In the face of Tear's unparalleled strength, Shuren chose to temporarily avoid it and deal with it with the skill, Teleport. Roar roar roar. Tear seemed to be able to smell Shuren's aura. After roaring, she suddenly turned around and swung her scarlet claw across the sky. Shuren once again activated the skill, Teleport, and disappeared on the spot. Bam! Tear's claw immediately landed on the ground at the side, leaving a few shocking claw marks in the midst of a loud boom and flying sand and pebbles. Meanwhile, Shuren appeared on the other side of Tear and raised the holy sword in his hand. Unseal, Hirisu. Facing Tear's terrifying strength, Shuren finally unsealed his holy sword. Clang, with a flash of sacred light, the holy sword in Sean's hand split into several pieces of blade steel as if it was decomposing, turning into layers of steel sheets that shrank into a sword ring on the hilt. Shuren unsealed the first layer of his holy sword, letting the holy light shine. A powerful force immediately surged from the unsealed holy sword into Shuren's body, causing Shuren's aura to skyrocket. That is. Lumia and Marika's eyes widened as they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. Holy sword, Vivian's eyes flickered slightly, her gaze blurred. Aie, who was floating in the air, also saw this scene. Is that his holy sword? Aie stared closely at the holy sword in Shuren's hand, her expression solemn. The holy sword's radiance illuminated the entire valley, covering it with a layer of golden gauze. Roar roar. Tear seemed to feel threatened, and her roar became even more ferocious. The horn on her forehead also glowed red, abruptly intensifying the absorption of magic power, rapidly increasing Tear's strength. Shuren knew that he could not delay any longer. Otherwise, Tear would become stronger and stronger, to the point where even he and Aie might not be able to defeat her. Therefore, I won't go easy on you anymore, Tear. Holding the shining holy sword in his hand, Shuren released a spell at Tear. Accord. Bind. In an instant, the air around Tear seemed to have become heavier. It suddenly sank and pressed down, squeezing Tear in midair. Roar. Tear struggled with all her might, causing a series of air explosions, looking extremely terrifying. Accord. Solidify. Accord. Imprison. Accord. Seal. Shuren released another 3 spells in one go, adding 3 characteristics to the air around Tear. These 3 characteristics were all high-level magic characteristics, and together with Shuren's amazing magic power, the effect was very impressive. In addition, Xian had now unsealed the holy sword. Although he had only unsealed 1 layer, he had gained the effect of increasing the level of all his skills by 5 points, which allowed the skill level of Magic Give to rise rapidly. After a few layers of magic, Tear had been completely frozen in space by the vortex-like atmosphere, and could not break free at all. Even so, the horn on Tear's head continued to absorb a large amount of magic power, continuously increasing Tear's strength. At this rate, in less than a minute, Tear would definitely obtain the power to break free from the restraints of these spells, right? But Shuren would not give her that time. Alright, wake up. Shuren appeared in front of Tear, the holy sword in his hand slashing down. Clang! The golden sword light slashed across Tear's forehead and her horn, causing a crisp sound. Crack! The red light on the horn suddenly trembled and then dimmed, letting out a cracking sound. After a while, the red horn fell off from Tear's forehead. The moment the red horn fell from Tear's head, her roar came to an abrupt halt. The atmosphere was no longer turbulent. The surging magic power was no longer there. The quaking valley regained its silence, leaving only a layer of dust in the air. Did it work? AI raised an eyebrow. Did it work? Vivian, Lumia, and Marika were also on their guard. Xian's heart skipped a beat. He stretched out his hand and caught the horn that had fallen from Tear's head while staring at her. Under such circumstances, the terrifying aura around Tear disappeared bit by bit. The violent power surging in her body also gradually dissipated. At the same time, Tear's level, which was almost at max level, began to drop. In just a few moments, she fell to level 60. Only. Then did the scarlet luster in Tear's eyes dissipate and she fell to the ground. Shuren hurriedly reached out and caught Tear as she fell toward him. The lava-like heat on the young lady in his arms had subsided. Upon realizing this, Shuren heaved a sigh of relief. He landed before everyone with Tear in his arms. Tear! Tear! Lumia and Marika rushed over in a fluster. Vivian also went to Tear and touched her forehead. After realizing that her body temperature had dropped, she heaved a sigh of relief. As for AIE, she had already returned to Shuren's side and retracted her dragon wings. However, at this moment, not only was the little lass looking at the unconscious Tear with an interested gaze, but she was also staring at the holy sword in Shuren's hand. No one knew what she was thinking about. Alright, Tear should be fine now, Shuren said to everyone. Since the power converted from that horn won't burden the user, Tear should only be unconscious now and will wake up soon, right? At least, that was what Shuren thought as he listened to Tear's gradually stabilizing breathing. Is that so? That's great. Lumia and Marika also heaved a huge sigh of relief, as though they had just survived a disaster. Vivian's face also revealed a smile. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, with Tear's power after using the horn, we wouldn't have been able to stop her. Vivian said to Shuren in relief. If it weren't for Shuren arriving just in time, Vivian could totally predict what would have happened next. She must have gone berserk and slaughtered Jeremiah and the others. Then, she became stronger and stronger. By the time someone came to stop her, she might have already become stronger than anyone else. That was the terror of Tear's unique skill. Given time, Tear would become an invincible monster, and even the 3 goddesses and 6 demons wouldn't be able to stop her. By then, there would be a terrifying existence comparable to the Demon King in this world. Of them. As for himself and the others, they might very well be killed by the enraged Tear. That was something that would definitely make Tear wish she was dead. Vivian couldn't help but shudder at the thought. Vivian then turned to AIE. Thank you for stopping Tear for us, Miss Aie. Vivian thanked Aie solemnly. No need to be so polite. Aie didn't think much of it. She even smiled and said, although I didn't have much interest in the beginning, it's fortunate that I made this trip. Otherwise, I would have missed out on many interesting things. With that, Aie looked at Tear again. I didn't expect this girl to have such a hidden ability. Humans have indeed been blessed since ancient times, especially humans. Even though most of them are so weak, every once in a while, some geniuses and prodigies that even we gods and demons don't expect to appear. Even the heroes have always been humans. There has never been a hero from another race. It's really incredible. Evidently, Aie was interested in Tear. After all, as long as the conditions were met, Tear could become even more powerful than herself. If such an existence couldn't pique Aie's interest, then there was no one else in this world who could. Of course, what Aie was most interested in was Tear's unique ability to transform into a ghost. This unique ability is surprisingly similar to my dragon transformation. Therefore, Aie's interest in Tear became greater. But compared to Tear, I'm more interested in her power. Aie looked at Xianxia with deep meaning. Although the holy sword in his hand was radiating a dazzling light, Aie could tell that its power was still being suppressed. In other words, the power that Xianxia obtained after breaking the seal wasn't the entirety of the holy sword. However, Aie could clearly feel that even so, the power that Xianxia's holy sword exerted wasn't any weaker than that of the hero Mitra. In other words, this guy's potential is indeed above all the past heroes, including Mitra. Thinking of this, Aie's interest in Xianxia grew several times stronger. On the other side, Lucia and Marika, who were completely relieved, finally had an idea about the holy sword in Xianxia's hand. That. Mr. Xianxia. Looking at the holy sword in Xianxia's hand, Marika asked cautiously and suspiciously. Could it be that the sword in your hand is? Marika was both surprised and puzzled. It looks like, Lucia muttered. Needless to say, these two girls recognized the holy sword in Xianxia's hand. The appearance of the holy sword was too gorgeous, and it was too easy to recognize. It was impossible for it to not be recognized after being directly witnessed like this. The reason why Lucia and Marika's tone was full of doubt and uncertainty was because Xianxia's holy sword had two more layers of seals that were not completely unsealed, and its appearance was more or less concealed. Ahaha, Xianxia laughed dryly, and as he sealed the holy sword again, he coughed and said. What do you think? It looks like it, right? His tone was as if he was saying, this is a fake. Both Lumia and Marika wanted to complain. Fake, how could there be such a strong fake to buy? Can you introduce us to it? As long as you say it, we will buy it in bulk. Do you believe me? Of course, Lucia and Marika knew that Xianxia did not want them to pursue this matter. Even Vivian shook her head at the two of them, signaling them to stop asking questions. Since that was the case, Lucia and Marika did not ask any more. However, the way they looked at Xianxia changed again. In particular, Marika's eyes lit up. That look made Xianxia feel a little overwhelmed. If this goes on, it won't be long before this elf girl comes to fight for his favor. While complaining, Xianxia tightened his arms around Tear. Let's settle the matter with this girl first. Tear didn't lose consciousness for too long. At least, when she woke up, the crowd hadn't left the area yet. She was still lying in Xianxia's arms, receiving everyone's concern. Are you all right? Tear. Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? If you have something to say, say it. Lucia and Marika were the first to notice that Tear had woken up. Their eyes lit up, and they rushed to Tear's side and started chattering. Tear didn't realize what was going on. She just looked at Lucia and Marika, who surrounded her with concern, and Vivian, who was smiling happily at the periphery. Then, she finally noticed Xianxia, who was looking down at her. Did you sleep well? Xianxia hugged Tear and said with a teasing smile, Don't worry, I'll continue to lend you my hug. You can continue to sleep. Hearing this, Tear finally woke up more or less. Tear wanted to say something, but she found that she couldn't say a word. When using the power of the horn, Tear, who was in a berserk state, was unconscious, so she naturally didn't remember what she did in the state. However, Ter still remembered that she was forced into a desperate situation by Jeremiah, and at the last moment, she decided to risk everything to awaken the taboo power in her body. Looking at the messy and tattered ground as if it had been hit by artillery fire, as well as the shattered rocks and stone walls, how could Ter not know what had happened? "Did you stop me?" Ter was silent for a while, and then she spoke to Shuren in a rather complicated tone. "You should thank me properly." Shuren didn't deny it. He just shrugged and said, "By the way, it wasn't just me. There was another person who fought with you. You should thank him for showing mercy." This sentence made Ter subconsciously turn her head and look at the empty space beside her. There, Aie was hugging a pillow and looking at Ter. Ter immediately noticed the change in Aie. To be precise, Aie's attitude towards her had changed. Previously, although Aie had been interacting with them normally, Ter naturally discovered that Aie wasn't interested in them at all. Sometimes, her eyes were even unfocused when she looked at them, as if they weren't in her sights at all. But this time, Aie's eyes were truly imprinted with Tier's figure. She also placed her figure in her field of vision. Thus, Aie spoke to Ter calmly. "Don't look at me, I didn't mean to help you. I just wanted to test your strength, so you don't have to thank me," Aie said. But it was this sentence that made Ter understand many things. After all, Ter knew very well how terrifying she would become after going berserk. Even though Ter didn't have self-awareness during her berserk state, every time she woke up and saw the surroundings and the attitude of others, she would clearly understand how terrifying of a monster she had become. Even her grandfather, who was once regarded as invincible, was severely injured by her when she was young. In the end, he passed away a few years later with serious injuries. This fact was enough to prove how powerful she had become after going berserk. Putting aside Shuren, Aie was actually able to block her attack and seemed to be completely unscathed. Not even a speck of dust could be seen on her clothes. This attitude told Ter exactly how powerful she was. Perhaps Shuren wasn't lying when he said that Aie showed mercy to her. Ter didn't say anything in response. She wasn't Vivian. Since Aie said that she didn't need her help, Ter wouldn't do anything else. However, looking at the members of Vivian's team who seemed to be safe and sound, and then looking at Sean and Aie, Ter finally heaved a sigh of relief. Because this meant that he did not bring about too many consequences, and he did not make any serious mistakes. Shuren's timely arrival not only saved the members of Vivian's team from disaster, but also saved her. Thinking of this, Ter looked at Shuren again. She still didn't say or do anything. Only her eyes seemed to speak, bright and deep. Sean, who was looking at Ter teasingly, hoping to make her relax a little, became a little unnatural when he was stared at by Ter like that. Why are they all like this? Shuren was secretly distressed. The way Marika looked at him was so hot, so full of attachment. As for Ter, although she was not as explicit and obvious as Marika, the emotions revealed by her pair of eyes that seemed to be able to speak made Sean feel even more itchy all over his body. Shuren stopped teasing her and hurriedly said, "Since everyone is fine, let's go. Since everyone is fine, let's go. I'll send you back to the capital first." Hearing Shuren's words, everyone nodded. They naturally wanted to go back as soon as possible. Only by returning to the royal capital would they be completely out of danger. Moreover, everyone was indeed exhausted and felt like they couldn't hold on any longer. After fleeing for 3 days and 3 nights, even though their external injuries had been healed by Shuren's magic, the mental exhaustion and lack of mana were still there. Thus, everyone wanted to quickly return to the royal capital, return to the Lazahad residence, and have a good rest. Only Marika spoke hesitantly. "Is this okay?" Melika said with some worry and uncertainty, "Something seems to have happened here. Something is very wrong. If we just leave like this, will there be any problems?" It seemed that Marika was still very concerned about the ritual in the canyon. Even though she didn't know what exactly happened, she still felt worried when she sensed the unnatural mana in the canyon. This caused Aie to glance at Marika. Her senses are quite sharp. It seems that this girl also has some potential in mana. That was what Aie thought. In addition, Vivian herself was very special. This team of adventurers that didn't seem very powerful unexpectedly gathered a group of geniuses that could not be underestimated. The only exception was, Ai discreetly glanced at the timid Lumia beside her, but soon lost interest and looked away. Among everyone present, only this beastman girl was the most mediocre and ordinary. This was something that Ai had already experienced. Unfortunately, she didn't seem to be aware of it and just stood timidly at the side. Xianxia didn't want Vivian's team to get involved in this matter, so he said so. The matter here can be settled later. You should return to the royal capital first. Anyway, Jacinta had already found the traces of the young demon, and the ritual would probably be broken soon. What was left were just some clowns, so it was fine to take care of them slowly. Ai seemed to think so too, and she didn't object to this. The girls looked at each other and finally nodded in agreement. Just like that, the group began to move toward the periphery of the canyon, preparing to leave this place. They had no idea that some distance away from them, a huge shadow was flying in this direction. Although it was said that they were going to send Vivian's team back to the royal capital, it was definitely impossible to do so in a short period of time. There was no other reason other than that it would take a lot of time. The Adel Canyon was huge to begin with, and it would take a few days for an ordinary adventurer's team to reach the depths from the periphery, even if they did not count the unavoidable factors caused by the attacks of monsters on the way. Xian and Ai were able to arrive so quickly only because both of them were flying, and their speed was far faster than ordinary people, which was why they were able to do it. In addition, Xianxia and Ai had set off in the evening to find Vivian's team in the canyon, and they had encountered many things, so it was already late at night. Under such circumstances, Vivian's team was so tired that they could not hurry on their journey, and naturally, they could not leave as soon as possible and return to the royal capital. Seeing that the girls were getting more and more tired, Xianxia finally made a decision. Let's go camping. That was it. Hence, Xianxia found a canyon with a water source and prepared to let Vivian's team spend the night there. Of course, in order to let everyone spend the night in peace, Xianxia did a lot of work. For example, he used magic to set up an enchantment in the surrounding area. Concealment. 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 Banishment. Concealment. Warning. Concealment. Isolation. These 4 concealments were very useful when camping. Concealment was the flatland around the camp, making it seem as if the flatland had disappeared, and from the outside, one would probably only see a dead end. Banishment was the surrounding rocks, making them emit faint mana waves, unconsciously disturbing the minds of others, so that they would subconsciously not approach this area. Alarm was the surrounding vegetation, and once someone crossed this area and touched these vegetation, all the flowers, plants, and trees would move together to inform Xianxia and the others. As for isolation, Xianxia directly drew a circle around the camp and applied this characteristic to it. In this way, the aura, mana, sound, and even body odor of everyone in the camp would be isolated, and would not be discovered by external existences. After doing all this, the camp could more or less let them rest in peace. Vivian and the others were completely relieved, and without being picky, they directly lay down on the ground and fell into a deep sleep with faces full of exhaustion. Although there were many problems with letting these beautiful women directly lie on the ground and sleep like this, it was indeed not the time to be picky, and it was indeed good to have some rest. Vivian and the others were also adventurers, and they often camped outside. Sometimes, the conditions were even worse than here, so they were naturally long used to it. Of course, Xianxia still used magic to give the surrounding air a constant of the cold wind at night, and tried to create a more comfortable resting environment for the group of girls. You're really good to them. Ai had witnessed all of this with her own eyes and said in a strange tone. They can't all be your spouses, right? Xian immediately rolled his eyes. He could not be bothered with this spoiled little girl. Xianxia that they were indeed that. At least, when Ai saw everyone using a piece of flat land as a campsite and resting on the spot, she furrowed her cute little brows and made her final decision. I'll go and find a cave nearby. Leaving behind such words, Ai left without a trace of reluctance. Xianxia also ignored her. Anyway, no matter what, nothing would happen to this little girl. So, Xianxia let her run around on her own. As for Xianxia himself, phew, it's really comfortable. In a nearby water source, which was a pool, Xianxia comfortably soaked in it. yes, he was soaking in a bath. It's really a pleasure to be able to soak in the wilderness. Shuren narrowed his eyes while applying the heating characteristic to the water in the pool. It had to be said that applying magic was really useful, and its versatility was not something that other magic systems could compare to. Not to mention that this magic itself had a variety of characteristics that could be applied. The same characteristic could have completely different effects depending on the target and the degree of infusion of mana. For example, if the heating characteristic was applied to a stone, the stone would immediately turn into a hot lump. If enough mana was injected, it would be normal for it to turn into magma. And if the heating characteristic was applied to water, it would naturally be able to boil water and turn it into hot water. However, one had to pay attention to the amount of mana injected. Otherwise, if it was too hot, not only would one not be able to enjoy the fun of soaking in the bath, but the water might even evaporate into water vapor. Celestial magic is mainly outstanding in terms of power, but applying magic has a wider range of uses. During this trip to the Adro Canyon, Shuren tried his best to test the effects of these two types of magic, and he was quite satisfied in the end. It seems that I made the right choice. Shuren was glad that he chose the two magic systems of celestial magic and applying magic. After learning these two types of magic, Shuren only felt that it was infinitely useful, and he never regretted it. Of course, it would be even better if I could learn spatial magic and living creation magic. Shuren muttered in dissatisfaction. That being said, if spatial magic and living creation magic were placed in front of Shuren, Shuren felt that he wouldn't have the energy to learn them. Just the magic incantations of celestial magic and applying magic were enough to make Shuren doubt his life. If Shuren continued to memorize them, his brain would probably be damaged. Okay, I'll tell you the truth. I'm not a genius at all, just a slacker. Learning was just a fleeting thought. If he really was a genius, why would he be a hero? He could just find a corner to study the mysteries of the world and become a great mage. Wouldn't that be nice? It really isn't nice. Thinking of the horror of a great mage, Shuren shrank his neck. He had already reincarnated into a different world, why would he still be a mage? Of course, he would start from the harem, so, Shuren habitually let his imagination run wild as he comfortably soaked himself in the water. Then, there was a clear sound of water. Shuren was silent. He didn't open his eyes. Because he knew very well what was going on. Could it be that magic perception was fake? How could he not have noticed that someone was approaching, or rather, it wasn't that he wasn't looking forward to this kind of thing. Otherwise, how could he take a bath in the wilderness? But, even if I'm looking forward to this kind of thing, it's just looking forward to it. If possible, I hope you can have a good rest. Don't tire yourself out. Shuren smiled bitterly and opened his eyes. The next second, Shuren saw a familiar figure. Who else could it be other than Ter? He saw Ter soaking in the pool like a newborn and appearing in front of Shuren. Her naked body was still so petite, but it was so alluring. Of course, Ter still wore the disgusting mask on her face. Ter just quietly soaked in the pool. It wasn't until a while later that she slowly spoke. Let me tell you a story. Ter said. The story that Ter wanted to tell wasn't that complicated. It could even be considered a cliché from a certain perspective. It was a story about a young lady who was ostracized by the people around her since she was born. She tried her best to gain the approval of others. In the story, the young lady was treated as a monster by the people around her since she was young. It could be said that she suffered the coldness and warmth of the world. The people around her looked at her in fear. One of her parents wasn't home all year round and the other never looked at her as if she was his own daughter. Instead, it was as if they were looking at an accident that shouldn't exist. Because of that, the young lady never had anyone around her who she could share her heart with. All she had was loneliness, emptiness, loneliness, and darkness. Of course, no one around her dared to mistreat her. Because the young lady was treated as a monster, the people around her were unwilling to get close to her. Not to mention provoking her on their own initiative. Only fools would do that. That was why the young lady had always been alone and was not allowed to leave her house. She was either locked in her room or locked in the basement. The only place she was allowed to go was the training arena. Other than that, she couldn't go anywhere else. Because of that, the young lady could only train herself hard since she was young. She even drew up a perfect and complete training plan for herself. She learned skills that matched perfectly and worked hard to raise her level. The young lady naively believed that as long as she was strong enough, one day, she would be able to control the ghost in her body and gain the approval of her family. In fact, because of her hard work, the talent that she displayed was noticed by others. Besides, some of the people in the family believed that they shouldn't restrict the young lady's future. Even if the ghost in her body was terrifying, there was still value and other uses for it. Under the advocacy of such voices, the young lady slowly gained some freedom. Her father, who wasn't home all year round, took care of her during that period of time, which was rare. It was so that if the young lady went berserk, there would be someone who could stop her by her side. Her father was the top genius in the family. His talent was even considered to surpass her father, who was also the young lady's grandfather, to inherit the family. Naturally, when no one had the confidence to stop the young lady in her berserk state, only the young lady's father could step up. That was why the young lady's father brought her around during that period of time, traveling between the family, the palace, and the knighthood. Under such circumstances, the young lady finally got to know some people who dared to get close to her. Some of them were the princesses of the kingdom. They were thought to be the reincarnation of a hero and were the strongest people in the human race. Some of them were the descendants of great nobles. Although they weren't particularly outstanding in terms of strength, they had a very calm mind. The other one was a little mysterious. Not many people knew about her background, but she always had a gentle smile on her face. Even when the young girl told her that she was a monster that people feared, she never distanced herself from the young girl. Thus, the young lady had friends and finally had a place where she could be considered human. However, the good times didn't last long, and the girl's situation, which had turned for the better with great difficulty, began to deteriorate again. The years had passed away for the years. At once. Because of the hidden injuries left behind by the girl's rampage, this existence, who was once regarded as the pillar of the family, finally passed away. As the main culprit, the young girl was once again seen as the embodiment of disaster, a berserk monster. This caused the clansmen to declare how dangerous she was, saying that she should be locked in the basement and not allowed to come out. And, after all, the young lady was no longer alone. She had the princesses of the kingdom and the descendants of great nobles by her side. So, they intervened with their rights and prevented their people from interfering with her freedom. Because of that, the young lady was lucky enough to escape. However, what happened next completely dragged the young lady into hell. That was 10 years ago. At that time, something big happened in the imperial city. The slaughterer faction of the old demons broke into the imperial city and started a massacre. Originally, this was something that was impossible to happen. There was a very high-level enchantment around the capital city. It was simply impossible for the people of the devil race to silently attack the capital city. Even if the other side seemed to have a very powerful spatial magic caster who had a way to break through the barrier, it was still impossible for them to sneak through the barrier with so many people without alerting anyone. At most, the demons would allow them to enter the imperial city, or simply destroy the barrier around the imperial city. But once the barrier was destroyed, the imperial palace would definitely notice and face them head-on. With the power of the royal knights and the royal knights, even if their opponents were thousands of the old demons, they would still be defeated. However, things were progressing in the worst direction. Thousands of assassins from the old demons still managed to sneak into the imperial city without anyone noticing. The reason was simple. They had a spy. Someone was waiting for them in the imperial city. And this person had a special position in the imperial city. That person was the young lady's mother. What did you say? Shuren was shocked when he heard Ter's words. Ter could only remain indifferent to all of this. You didn't hear wrong. Ter said faintly, it was this mother who helped the people from slaughterer faction. Why? Shuren still didn't quite believe it. Is she a spy for the demons? Of course not. While denying it, Ter calmly said, you know the status of the Elba family, and the wife of the next head of this family must have an extraordinary identity. Under normal circumstances, how could she be a spy for the demons? Since her identity was high enough, there was no reason for her to be a dog for the old demons, right? Unless she was being threatened, or there were other benefits to be gained. The mother that Ter mentioned was for the latter. Do you know why that mother never looked at her daughter as if she was her own daughter? Instead, it was as if she was looking at an accident that shouldn't exist? Ter self-deprecatingly said, because that mother didn't marry out of her own will. Instead, a noble from a neighboring country arranged for her to be a pawn in the kingdom. Neighboring country? Xianxia was stunned. That's right, Ter coldly said, she was a noble daughter of the Ragnar Empire in the north. The Ragnar Empire was a neighboring country that shared a border with the Mitra kingdom. In the past, wars had broken out between the two countries. Although, in the end, the two countries signed a non-aggression treaty and stopped fighting each other, as the saying goes, wars never disappeared, they just didn't surface. There were still some people in that country who coveted the kingdom, so they married the daughter of a noble from their own country. On the surface, it was claimed to be a marriage alliance, but in fact, it was to make the other party a spy to collect intelligence and secrets of the kingdom and wait for an opportunity to act. In other words, this mother never cared about her own family, but about the neighboring country that was her hometown, the Ragnar Empire. For such a mother, the existence of the girl was nothing more than a thing that was born from the sacrifice made to complete a mission, not a family member that should be entrusted with feelings. Not to mention that this daughter had the blood of a noble from the enemy country, so it was even more impossible for the mother to acknowledge her. Just like that, the mother, who was a spy from the neighboring country, received an order from the empire to create chaos in the capital and weaken the strength of the enemy country. The slaughterer faction was secretly placed in the capital. And this matter was finally discovered by the girl's father. As a result, the father chose to put righteousness before family and personally cut off the mother's head in front of the girl. And after the girl was regarded as a sinner, she was hated by the other nobles and was completely ostracized by her own clan, and finally left the family. This was the story of the girl, Ter Urbian. Xianxia fell into silence. He didn't want to show a trace of sympathy in his eyes, expression, or tone. It wasn't that Xianxia didn't have sympathy, but he thought his sympathy wouldn't make Ter happy. Instead, it would be an insult to her. That was the truth. I don't have many thoughts about my mother's death. Ter said to Xianxia in an inhumanly calm tone. Objectively speaking, she didn't treat me well and our relationship wasn't any better. Plus, she was a spy from a neighboring country who betrayed the kingdom and caused great damage to the royal capital. It's already good enough that I didn't hate her, let alone feel angry about her death. This was very realistic and objective. The only thing I could do for her was to repay her kindness for allowing me to be born into this world, Ter said indifferently, so, that was the first time I asked someone to do something for me. What was it? It wasn't a big deal. She just wanted to build a grave for her mother. If it wasn't for Ter's request, as a sinner, how could her mother have a grave? The only person who could help Ter fulfill her request was either Rosie or Lily. This reminded Xianxia of the time when he saw Ter in the graveyard. At that time, Ter shed tears in front of her mother's grave. Surely, she wasn't grieving for her mother's death. The reason why she shed tears and built the grave was because she was reminiscing about her past. Because of this, she didn't need sympathy. But at the same time, Xianxia really felt that Ter had been treated unfairly. Because of her unique skill, she was ostracized by her family and feared by her people. She didn't have freedom since she was a child and didn't have the joy and happiness of childhood. Because of the arbitrary values of the adults, her fate was controlled by them and she was forced to live a miserable life alone. In the end, because of the problems between her mother and father, the game between countries, and the struggle between races, she became the victim of unreasonable complaints. The so-called nobles, who were tormented by the fact that their mother, who was the culprit, had been sentenced, had transferred all their hatred to Ter, forcing her to take revenge for all the victims. That was unreasonable. But it couldn't be helped. After all, Ter was the only one who was related to the sinner by blood. Those who were killed by the old demons because of Ter's mother, if they didn't hate Ter, the sinner, who else could they hate? That was why Ter left her home. But on the day she left, Ter also had a goal. That was to defeat his own father, Alidia Urbian. It wasn't to avenge her mother, nor was it to avenge herself. It was purely because she didn't like that cold man. If my mother looked at me as if she was looking at something dirty, then that man had never looked me in the eye. When my family and people feared me, he only looked at me coldly and didn't care. He didn't even express his opinion. When I gained some freedom and was brought around by him, he only looked at me coldly. He didn't put his guard up against me and didn't pay too much attention to me. It was like he was carrying out a mission without any emotions. He was an emotionless weapon, a tool used to maintain his family's honor. His only purpose of existence was to protect the royal family and the country. It would be a compliment to call him cold and heartless. When he found out about my mother's crime, he didn't show too much emotion either. He didn't even say a word in front of me and didn't even say a word to my mother. He suddenly drew his sword and chopped off my mother's head. It was like he was carrying out his duty and mission mechanically and numbly. Up until this point, Ter's tone showed some emotions. I couldn't see through that man's heart, neither could I see through his thoughts. But because of that, I have to say, I started to hate him a little. It wasn't because he didn't care about me, it was because he was more of a monster than me. That's right, he was a monster. In Ter's eyes, Alidia was a heartless monster. He was powerful and numb. However, such a monster was respected and praised by everyone around him. In the end, he even stood at the peak of the knights. Ter couldn't understand, nor could she feel relieved. What was the difference between her and Alidia? Was it strength, or spirit and heart? Ter had been thinking about it all the time. So, Ter set a goal in her mind. And that was, defeat that man, surpass him, shatter his pride and dignity. Ter said coldly. If I don't do that, I won't be able to see his true self and his heart. He was a man who used his strength as a barrier, packaging himself as an invulnerable person. Since that was the case, if Ter wanted to see his true self, she would have to defeat him and end his strength and perfection. And, one day, if I can defeat that man, I might be able to gain true freedom and true power. Ter muttered softly. Until then, maybe Ter wouldn't have to fear the ghost in her body anymore. That was Ter's true goal. That was why Ter had been working so hard until now. Shuren listened to everything and didn't say anything. It wasn't because he didn't have a standpoint, it was because he didn't dare to say he understood Ter's thoughts. After all, judging from Shuren's situation, his strength came in a strange way. Was Shuren strong? Of course he was. Even if his opponent was Alidia, Shan was confident that he could win if the seal on the holy sword was completely lifted. However, Shuren's strength came easily and effortlessly, it could even be said that he didn't have to put in much effort to obtain it. Kiran was the one who was blessed by the heavens and he didn't have the right to criticize Ter's thoughts since she was pursuing power. What others pursued with all their might, Kiran easily obtained it, so what right did he have to criticize Ter? So, Shuren was in a dilemma, he didn't know what to say. Ter seemed to have noticed Kiran's hesitation. Don't worry, I'm not mocking you or complaining about the unfairness of fate. I just think if I don't explain it to you, you might misunderstand. Ter looked at Shuren and spoke softly. Besides, you are different from that man. Although you are equally powerful, I feel at ease when I'm beside you. Ter must have felt a lot more relaxed after Shuren stopped her from going on a rampage. It meant there would be someone around her who could stop her and prevent her from making mistakes. Moreover, I have a feeling that you will be the key for me to break through my current predicament and see a brand new path. Ter looked straight at Shuren and said. So, I want to bet everything on you. Ter's words made Shuren smile bitterly. You're betting everything on me, huh? To be honest, Shuren wasn't happy about it. After all, as mentioned before, from a certain point of view, Shan was actually quite objective, which was why he had such a strong ability to accept things. From an objective point of view, Ter's decision was a little rash. Why, it was simple. It's only been 2 months since we've known each other, right? Shuren pointed out. You've only known me for less than 2 months and you're betting everything on me? Don't you think it's a little too rash? That was it. Shuren had a good impression of Ter. Even though she was quiet and a little cold, she was someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Otherwise, why would this girl take so much care of Lucia and Marika in Vivian's team, or else, when Shuren first joined the party, why would she take the initiative to teach Shirin skills and help cover up Shirin's identity? Moreover, after the breakthrough in the royal capital, both of them met each other almost every day. Under such circumstances, unless Shirin wasn't human, how could he not like such a cute and pitiful young lady? But it was precisely because he liked it that Xian had to make some things clear. Are you sure you're not just throwing caution to the wind? Maybe you're just blindly grasping at the last straw? Xian was very direct in his questioning. Have you ever thought that you didn't actually decide to bet on me after thorough consideration, but after knowing that I'm a hero, you just randomly bet on me? Shirin couldn't help but think this way and remind Ter. He could understand Ter's persistence, and he could empathize with her desire to prove herself. But if it was because of this that Ter blindly chose Shirin as the hero to entrust everything to, would it be a good thing? Of course not. Besides, Ter's words didn't sound reliable. What did she mean by, I have a feeling? To put it bluntly, wasn't she feeling good about herself, because she felt that it would work? She decided to bet everything on it. It was ridiculous. Based on this, Shirin had to say, you can't do this, you'll hurt yourself. Shirin didn't hesitate to reject Ter's decision. Ter didn't seem to expect Xian to say that. She was stunned, but at the same time, she fell silent. Looking at Ter like this, Shirin couldn't bear it. But if it was for Ter's good, he had to say it out loud. It's better if you think about it carefully, Shirin was about to say it. However, before Xian could finish, Ter's action interrupted him. Splash! All of a sudden, Ter stood up from the water, stirring up a wave and a current. The water flowed down from Ter's delicate body, forming a very alluring scene. Xian could not help but swallow the words that he was about to say after that scene. He couldn't help it. No matter how many times he looked at this alluring scene, Shirin's heart would race. Shirin even wanted to yell. Is this a ghost? She was obviously a vixen. While Shirin was wavering, Ter approached him and sat on his body before Shirin could react. Wait. Wait. What are you doing? Shirin's tone changed. Skin-to-skin contact was already an extremely dangerous situation, not to mention that Ter was straddling him. This was practically killing him. One must know that Shirin was a normal man. What would a normal man's reaction be if he were to enter a bath with a little beauty and meet her with sincerity? At least, Shirin knew how he would react. My black fire dragon is always in a state of awakening. Shirin wanted to yell. However, Ter just sat on his body and reached out her hand to hug his neck without changing her expression. In the next second, her soft lips pressed against his. Shirin widened his eyes, dumbfounded. When he felt the touch of Ter's lips, there was only one thought left in Shirin's mind. I was kissed by force again? While Shirin was thinking about it, a wave of information suddenly poured into his mind. Blessing of the God of Destiny, belongs, Ter Elbian, special skill, receives the protection of destiny. When a destiny related to oneself appears, you will receive the revelation of destiny. When a destiny that matches your will appears, you will receive the guidance of destiny. When the information entered Shirin's mind clearly, Shirin's heart skipped a beat and he looked at the young girl in his arms in astonishment. The girl in his arms released her lips at the right time and looked at him fixedly. Then, the young girl spoke quietly. Whether it is the Elbian family or the princess, they don't know that I have also received the blessing of one of the three goddesses, the goddess of destiny. However, unlike Rosie who startled the divine realm and attracted the goddess of destiny's blessing, Ter only met the goddess of destiny when she was brought to the temple to receive the blessing of the Protoss. When receiving the blessing in the temple, no one was allowed to be present. Plus, there was no way to detect the level of the blessing, so Ter chose to keep it a secret and not let anyone know. If the news of me receiving the blessing of the three goddesses gets out, the outside world will focus more attention on me. They might even investigate me and the fact that I'm a ghost might be dug out. Ter said calmly. That's why I didn't tell anyone about it, not even Vivian. In other words, Shirin was the only one who knew about it. Besides, he also understood what Ter was trying to say. I'm not giving up, nor am I blindly grasping at the last life-saving straw. It's only after I truly came into contact with you that I received the revelation of destiny and felt the possibilities that you can bring to me. Ter stared straight at Shirin and declared with a strong and powerful voice. You are the one that I'm willing to bet everything on, no doubt about that. With that said, Tara extended her hand and removed the mask that she had been wearing on her face without hesitation. At the next moment, a beautiful face that was as exquisite as a piece of art appeared before Sharon's eyes. Her pretty face had a tinge of childishness and a hint of coldness. However, Sharon was a little intoxicated by it. Because the face was too beautiful. Sharon had reason to believe that after a few years, when the childishness on the face faded, it would be on par with the peerless princess. I've been wearing this mask since I was 4 years old. Tara opened her red lips and said. So, you are also the first person to see my true face. This sentence lingered in Sharon's ears. It didn't go away for a long time. Sharon couldn't remember what happened after that. He only remembered that he was in a daze. His brain turned into paste, and he was forced to fill it with all kinds of thoughts. In the end, all of them were fixed on Tara's beautiful face, and he couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. Although Sharon shouldn't have lost his composure because of a girl's appearance after meeting Neon and Rosie, the situation was completely different this time. After all, Tara came up with an A. No, it seemed like Neon also came up with an A. As for Rosie, although she hadn't come up with an A, she must have messed around with Sharon quite a bit, right? Come to think of it, did I miss a lot of opportunities? Sharon suddenly came to a realization. However, even though he came to a realization, Sharon still couldn't calm down. Again, the situation was completely different this time. Not only did Tara come up with an A, but she also stuck her whole body to him, and she was completely naked. Under such circumstances, Tara suddenly took off her mask and revealed her mysterious appearance in front of Sean. Coupled with the fact that her face was so outrageously beautiful, was there a need to explain how lethal it was, especially the words that Tara had tossed out? You're the first person to see my true appearance. Her lethality was off the charts. This caused Sean to become muddle-headed. He came out of the water in a muddle-headed manner, and returned to the camp in a muddle-headed manner. Tara put on her mask again, put on her clothes, and lay down beside Vivian and the others. She fell into a deep sleep as if nothing had happened. However, when Sharon was in the water and couldn't get out of his daze, it was this girl who cleaned his body, brought him out of the water, and helped him put on his clothes piece by piece. After she brought Sharon back to the camp, Tara said, "You don't need to feel pressured or burdened. This is just my expectation and decision that I made on my own. There's no reason for you to be forced to bear it. I just need you to leave me a place by your side and let me stay there. As for the rest, let nature take its course." After leaving such words, Tara went back to her bed. Sharon, on the other hand, looked at Tara blankly. Then, there was only one thought left in his muddle-headed mind. I have to think of a way to marry this girl. If he didn't marry her, he would definitely be punished by the heavens. Therefore, Sean was determined that anyone who dared to stop him would become a dead soul under the sword of his holy sword. Even if Tara's powerful father came and tried to stop him, he would still slash his sword. Don't say of Sharon being overbearing and disregarding Tara of Tara. One must know that Tara said the same thing on the first night when both of them were honest with each other. One day, if I show you my true appearance, that will probably be the time for me to pledge my loyalty to you. At that time, everything I have will belong to you. And today, Tara would take off that mask. Since that was the case, how could other demons and ghosts object to it? We're fine, ahem. No, Mary, I must marry her. Sharon sat alone on a rock, looking at Tara who was sleeping beside Vivian and the others. His heart was filled with such thoughts. Huh? At that moment, Sharon's heart skipped a beat and he finally came back to his senses. His intuition told him that an extremely powerful magical force was approaching him rapidly. A demon? Sean was able to tell the identity of the other party from the magic. However, if the other party was a monster, then it would be a little strange. Why is the magical force so chaotic? Tara's magical force was extremely chaotic, as if it was being nibbled away by something. Something was not right. And if it's a demon, why didn't my enemy intuition react? Enemy intuition was a skill used to sense hostile intents, and it was especially effective against demons. All demons were hostile to humans. Once they saw humans, they would attack indiscriminately, causing their hostility to always be present. It was always so direct and obvious, and enemy intuition could clearly detect the other party's presence. However, this rapidly approaching demon did not trigger any reaction from Shuren's enemy intuition. It was no wonder that Shuren found it a little strange. Moreover, the alchemy ritual in the canyon was still going on, so it was a little surprising that there was still a demon that was safe and sound and did not turn into a demon. Of course, what was more noteworthy was that this magical force was so powerful that it had far surpassed all the demons that Shuren had seen so far. As far as Shuren knew, there was only one such powerful demon in the entire Adel Canyon. Could it be? Shuren squinted his eyes and glanced at Ter and the others. Seeing that they were sleeping peacefully, Shuren thought for a moment and decided not to disturb them. It's better to let them have a good rest. As for the powerful demon that was approaching at high speed, I alone am enough. After saying that, Shuren suddenly flashed and disappeared. Only the group of girls was left, and they continued to sleep. At the same time, in the sky above the canyon, that huge figure was still flying at high speed. It did not look like it was flying wholeheartedly. Instead, it looked like it was venting some kind of pain. Hence, it desperately accelerated and flew while letting out bursts of roars. Roar. At a certain moment, the black figure seemed to have sensed something. It suddenly raised its head, looked ahead, and let out an angry roar. Swoosh! Almost at the same time, a figure appeared in front of the black figure, blocking its path. Evolve. As soon as it appeared, Shuren activated Ultimate Evolve without hesitation. Apply. Harden. At the same time, Shuren stretched out a hand and added the harden characteristic to it, causing it to flash with bursts of magical light. Immediately after, Shuren heavily punched the black figure that was flying at high speed with his hardened fist. Bang! A thunderous collision sound suddenly appeared in midair, accompanied by a strong wind and impact. Roar! The huge black figure let out a painful howl and fell from the sky, smashing heavily on the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust and causing the ground to tremble violently. Shuren actually smashed the huge demon from midair. Then, Sean looked at the ground as if he was looking down at the place where the sand and dust were spreading. After a while, Shuren clearly saw the full appearance of the demon. Huh? In the next second, Shuren was stunned. At this moment, Shuren was really surprised. It's a dragon? Yes. The monster that Shuren punched to the ground was a dragon. Its body was pitch black, and its scales were distinct. Its body was at least 100 meters long, and its limbs were very thick. Its pair of dragon claws were so sharp that they seemed to be flickering with cold light, making people shudder. Its pair of dragon wings were very wide and thick, as if they could cover the sky. When they were spread out, they were estimated to be more than 100 meters long. Its head was as hideous as a crocodile's, and its dragon eyes were so fierce that people did not dare to look at them. Through the feedback of the skill, Identify, Shuren knew its level. LV 93, it was already above level 90. But, isn't there something wrong with its condition? Shuren frowned. Taking a closer look, the black dragon that had fallen to the ground was struggling in pain. The mana on its body was very chaotic, and there seemed to be something rampaging in its body, causing its body to undulate. It looked very frightening. Moreover, every time its mana was chaotic, and every undulation of its body would cause its level to fluctuate. Shuren could see that the dragon's level sometimes rose several times in one go, and sometimes fell. The lowest level was 93, and the highest was 99. It was almost at max level. Looking at this black dragon, Shuren's mind flashed, and he instantly understood the reason. Is it resisting the alchemy ritual? That's right. This black dragon was resisting the alchemy ritual. Its spirit was close to going berserk, but it was not completely berserk. It was barely maintaining a part of its consciousness. It seemed to have killed many alchemy demons and absorbed their magic power and flesh, but it was unwilling to become an alchemy demon, so it kept resisting the absorption of the alchemy demon's magic power and flesh. That was why its magic power was in such a mess, and its body was fluctuating. Even its level was fluctuating. It was very unstable. Presumably, this dragon's true level should be 93, and the reason why it suddenly rose was because of the alchemy demon's mana and flesh in its body. If it completely absorbed the mana and flesh, it would probably be able to rise to level 99, right? However, the price of that was becoming a disgusting alchemy demon and becoming a monster that lost its mind. In the end, it would become a sacrifice for the young demon, and be devoured by the young demon. If I were to devour such an offering, then the devil cultivator's young body's power would become very terrifying. Shuren realized this, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. Roar. On the other hand, the black dragon kept struggling and roaring in pain, desperately suppressing the mana and flesh in its body. Obviously, it did not want to become an alchemy demon, nor did it want to become a sacrifice. Of course, the most important thing was that its dignity would not allow it to fall into that state. From its roar, Xian could hear a sense of persistence, determination, and an uncompromising and crazy will. My goodness, as expected of the lord who has occupied the Adel Canyon for 400 years. He does have the demeanor of a dragon king. Originally, Shuren thought that he might as well get rid of it to prevent the young demon from obtaining such a high-quality sacrifice. Originally, Xian was still thinking that in order to prevent the young demon from obtaining such an exquisite sacrifice, he might as well get rid of it. Now, Xian decided to save its life. Immediately, Shuren unsheathed the holy sword at his waist and unsealed it without hesitation. Immediately, Xian pulled out the holy sword from his waist and unsealed it without hesitation. As the first seal was unsealed, the holy sword once again emitted a dazzling brilliance that illuminated the entire world. As the first layer of the seal was undone, the holy sword once again emitted a dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire world. As if sensing a threat, the black dragon looked in Shuren's direction and roared. What are you roaring for? Shuren grinned. I'm doing this to help you, blockhead. What are you roaring for? Shuren grinned. I'm doing this to help you, blockhead. With that, like a sharp arrow, Xian suddenly sprang out and charged in the direction of the black dragon. Boom! Seeing that Shuren was flying toward it at a frightening speed, the black dragon opened its huge mouth without hesitation and spat out a scorching breath of fire. That was the dragon's breath. The dragon's breath, which was said to be able to break through all defenses, enveloped Shuren just like that. Shuren did not dare to take it head-on. The holy sword had only unlocked the first seal, and it could only reduce the damage by half. Resistance skills were ineffective against the dragon's breath. If Shuren dared to charge into the dragon's breath, he would be skinned alive even if he did not die. Hence, as Shuren swooped down, he added the demon sword to the holy sword, causing a glittering magic blade to burst forth from the holy sword. Immediately after, Shuren raised the holy sword and slashed at the storm-like dragon's breath. Pfft. The golden, demon sword, cleanly cut the dragon's breath, causing it to be split into two. They brushed past Shuren and flew toward the sky. Xian used the holy sword that was attached with the demon sword to cut through the dragon's breath, like a reef against the waves. While separating the dragon's breath, he quickly approached the black dragon. In the blink of an eye, Shuren had already completely split the dragon's breath and landed on the back of the black dragon. Supplication fatigue. Shuren cast the supplication spell on the black dragon below him. As the name suggested, it was specially used to deal with creatures. It could force creatures into a state of fatigue, depriving them of their physical strength and even mana. Although it was only an intermediate-level supplication spell, with the support of Shuren's outrageous mana, the effect was naturally more terrifying than ordinary high-level spells. Roar. The black dragon could feel its physical strength and mana being drained at an alarming rate, causing it to panic and roar repeatedly. Supplication acceleration. In order not to give the black dragon a chance to struggle and fight back, Shuren released a new supplication spell, and the target of the supplication was the fatigue characteristic that he had just cast. If other mages were to see this, they would definitely be shocked, wouldn't they? It was simply unheard of to actually deal with supplication spells. But Shuren succeeded. With magic supplication upgraded to the maximum level, even such an operation could be done by Shuren. Hence, after acceleration, the fatigue became even more ferocious, depriving the black dragon's physical strength and mana at an even more astonishing speed. The black dragon only felt that its strength was finally completely lost, and in the end, it fell to the ground unwillingly, never to get up again. This made the black dragon feel as if his doomsday had finally arrived. Roar. Thus, in the end, the black dragon let out a bitter and unwilling roar. Boom! At this moment, the mana and flesh in the black dragon's body finally went berserk. Without the black dragon's own suppression, the mana and flesh naturally went berserk, and immediately wanted to fuse into the black dragon's body and turn it into a refining demon. Unfortunately, the situation has changed, my lord. Xianxia suddenly smiled, and quickly put a hand on the black dragon's body, an astonishing amount of mana surging from his body. The mana was so huge that the black dragon could not help but open its eyes wide. At this time, Xianxia had already activated a skill that he had not used for a long time, taming. The surging mana immediately poured into the black dragon's body in a special way. When a huge amount of mana was poured into the black dragon's body, it couldn't help but widen its eyes. Roar! A roar that was filled with comfort, joy, and excitement rang out from its mouth, causing the black dragon to narrow its eyes. The mana that Xianxia poured into the black dragon's body turned into a force that was rapidly absorbed by the black dragon. This caused the violent mana and flesh of the refined demon in the black dragon's body to be stirred, as if it was torn apart by an external overbearing force, and it became shaky. Roar! The black dragon roared again. With this roar, the black dragon's aura began to rise crazily, and its level began to fluctuate again. However, this time, the black dragon's level did not fluctuate. Instead, it began to rise steadily from level 93. In other words, the black dragon's strength was constantly increasing. Great! Xianxia suddenly smiled, and continued to pour mana into the black dragon's body. The reason why the black dragon's strength rose like this was because of his taming skill. Monsters were different from humans and demons who could increase their strength and level through growth. For monsters, the most direct way to increase their strength was to absorb mana. They could transform mana into their own strength, and some were even born from the source of mana. Hence, the way for them to increase their level and strength was very simple, and that was to absorb mana. Why would monsters be attracted to the source of mana and want to occupy it? It was very simple. They wanted to absorb the spring water in the source of mana, and transform the spring water that was materialized from mana into their own strength to increase their level. If they did not have the ability to occupy the source of mana, they could only obtain mana by devouring other individuals to increase their strength. Because of this, monsters would constantly attack others, not only to prey on them, but also to obtain mana from the flesh and blood of others. At the same time, monsters would also kill each other. The strong would prey on the weak, and the weak would try their best to survive, and then prey on even weaker ones to strengthen themselves and survive. Only a few exceptions like Gorum would use other methods to increase their strength, such as devouring precious metals. However, that was because of their own uniqueness. In essence, magical creatures were creatures that took magical power for themselves and used it to increase their own strength. This method was somewhat similar to Terr, who had turned into a ghost. The difference was that Terr's horn could forcibly plunder all the mana in the surroundings, including the atmosphere, the earth, and even the world itself. Unlike monsters, which had to absorb mana from others and the source of mana. Moreover, although monsters could absorb mana and use it to increase their own strength, the absorption efficiency was not high at all. A small source of mana contained an extremely large amount of mana. If it could completely absorb of it, it would definitely allow a level 10 monster to rise above level 70 overnight. However, back in the Mongol mountains, Xianxia had once witnessed a monster over level 60 drink up the spring water of a medium-sized source of mana, but it could not immediately convert the mana into strength. This was because the efficiency of monsters to absorb mana was not high. Even if a monster drank up the spring water of a source of mana, in the end, it would only be able to absorb less than a 10,000th of the total mana. This was the case with mana plundered from the outside world. It was not one's own mana, so it could not be used perfectly. In the end, a large amount of mana would be wasted. From this point of view, Terr's horn was very amazing. It could actually completely convert mana that was forcibly plundered into strength, allowing Terr's strength to increase rapidly. In a short while, it rose above level 90. It was no wonder that this unique skill was regarded as comparable to Rosie's. However, even Terr's horn could only fully utilize the mana temporarily. Once the horn was cut off, the mana would automatically dissipate, causing Terr's level to fall back to its original level after she regained consciousness. In addition, forcibly plundering mana from the outside world for her own use eventually caused the horn to affect Ter's own rationality. This was another drawback. From this, it could be seen that it was very difficult to completely convert and utilize mana from the outside world. In fact, the same was true for the demon refinement ritual. This ritual was similar to Gu refinement. It allowed monsters and demons to devour each other and absorb each other's mana and flesh to strengthen themselves. In the end, it caused the demon refinement ritual to go berserk and become deformed. Therefore, when monsters absorbed mana from the outside world, most of it would be wasted, leaving only a small amount for their own use. That might be a way of self-protection. However, when someone had the taming skill, this rule would be broken. That was because the person with the taming skill could convert mana into a form that could be easily absorbed by the monsters, allowing them to completely absorb the mana. In this way, the monsters could absorb mana at a much higher efficiency than usual, increasing their strength much faster than usual and becoming more powerful. Under such circumstances, in addition to absorbing the tamer's mana, the magical beasts would subconsciously develop a sense of closeness and dependence on the tamer. In the end, the magical beasts would take the initiative to follow and submit to the tamer. This was the use of taming. As mentioned before, there was a master tamer in the Mitra kingdom. His taming level wasn't high, but he had a unique skill that could greatly increase the success rate of taming. That unique skill strengthened the master tamer's mana conversion ability. As a result, the master tamer nurtured many wyverns for the Mitra kingdom as mounts. Now, Shuren used his taming skill to convert a large amount of mana into a form that could be absorbed by the black dragon and injected it into its body. Of course, the black dragon's level was already very high, and even if Shuren had a lot of mana, there was no way to easily increase its strength like that. The reason why the black dragon's strength could increase so quickly was that Shuren used his own mana as a bridge and injected it into the black dragon's body, strengthening its resistance and absorption ability, allowing it to temper the alchemy demon's mana and flesh in its body. This was originally very difficult to achieve. If it weren't for the fact that Shuren had the taming skill at the maximum level, and the effect of this skill was greatly enhanced by the holy sword, he would definitely not be able to achieve this goal. Now, the alchemy demon's mana and flesh seemed to have been thrown into a furnace to be smelted again. They were first minced before being absorbed by the black dragon and turned into its strength. The purpose of this was to remove the parts of the alchemy demon's mana and flesh that caused people to go berserk and deformed, leaving only the essence and pure mana. Thus, the black dragon's mana continued to rise, and its level also continued to rise, but it was no longer chaotic, no longer painful, and no longer twisted and protruded its body. When the black dragon transformed all the alchemy demon's mana and flesh into pure mana and completely absorbed it, the black dragon's aura also became unprecedentedly powerful. As for its level, it was completely fixed. LV-99, an invincible monster that was close to the maximum level, was born just like that. Roar, 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 roar. The ultimate dragon roar that announced its rebirth resounded throughout the entire canyon. It made the world tremble. In a cave where the air was relatively dry and stuffy, Aie, who was sleeping on a huge rock that had obviously been calcined, suddenly opened her eyes and looked in a direction in astonishment. This is... Aie rubbed her eyes and got up. She stared in that direction with a face full of surprise and delight. She felt a magic power unique to the dragon race burning and rising like a flame. Moreover, this magical power was very powerful. There's actually such a powerful dragon living in this place? Aie was indeed surprised. However, beside this dragon's magical power, her own magical power also seemed to be there. Aie was the one who had placed the magic on someone. Since it appeared there, it proved that that person was there. What is he doing there? Aie was suspicious, but she did not think too much about it. Let's go take a look. With that thought, a pair of dragon wings spread out behind Aie's back, causing her to turn into a stream of light and fly away. At the same time, on a mountain path, a group of nobles led by Vasco and a large number of knights and guards were also hurrying in that direction. Their goal was very clear: to find that black dragon and redo the magic refining ritual. Roar. At this moment, a faint roar could be heard by everyone. Listen. We can already hear the dragon's roar. Looks like we've caught up. The group of nobles immediately became excited and their spirits were lifted. Only Vasco stopped in his tracks and listened to the roar, his brows tightly knitted. For some reason, he felt that the dragon's roar seemed to be a little different from before. Previously, the dragon's roar was filled with pain, struggle, and violence, like a dying struggle, like a candle in the wind, giving people the feeling that it was 1 or 2 steps away from eternal damnation. But this time, the roar was filled with excitement, agitation, and disdain. It was as if the roar had been reborn, and it made people feel as if the roar had been reborn. This gave Vasco a somewhat ominous premonition. Did something happen? Vasco's frown deepened. But now that things had come to this, it was already impossible to retreat. Go. Chase after it. Thus, Vasco's eyes hardened, and while giving the order, he led everyone and hurried on. No one knew that at this moment, in the place where the dragon's roar shook the sky, a person and a dragon were already facing each other. Xianxia had already come down from the black dragon's back and stood opposite it. He raised his head and looked at the dragon, his eyes flickering slightly. After the excited and emotional roar, the black dragon propped up its huge body and lowered its eyes, staring at the tiny human standing in front of it. Its pair of dragon eyes were clear and cold. A tense atmosphere immediately filled the air between the man and the dragon. Especially the black dragon, whose body had already released a faint draconic aura. Even a LV90 player would find it difficult to breathe when faced with this dragon's might. Their heartstrings would be taut, and their foreheads would be covered in sweat. They wouldn't dare to act recklessly, right? One had to know that standing there was a dragon of level 99. Dragon is the king. Compared to other magical beasts, dragons had a lot of natural advantages. Their dragon breath could break through all defenses, and almost no one could resist it. Their scales were abnormally hard and could not be broken by ordinary means. Their claws and teeth were like the sharpest weapons, able to crush mountains and cut the earth. In this world, magical weapons made from dragon teeth and dragon claws were definitely rare items of the highest level. In this way, their entire body was a treasure trove, a synonym for power. Generally speaking, a dragon would naturally reach level 80 and above when it reached adulthood. Before it reached adulthood, even if it did not absorb mana, its level would continue to increase over time. Therefore, once a dragon reached adulthood, it would definitely reach level 80. With the power of dragon breath, even a group of 10,000 knights would not be able to take it down. This was also the reason why this black dragon could occupy the large mana source of the Adel Canyon for 400 years. With such a high level and a dragon species, if it were to fight back, even someone like Audibook would be in danger. That was why the black dragon had been given up on subjugating it and had been occupying the mana spring of this place. Now, it was a blessing in disguise. Its level had risen to 99, and it was only 1 step away from the maximum level. Even if Audibook were here, he would probably have no choice but to temporarily hide from such a dragon. And now, it was standing in front of Xianxia, staring at him with its cold dragon eyes. The pressure it brought was definitely terrifying. But in the face of such a scene, Xianxia stood straight and looked over. He stared fixedly at the black dragon with a faint smile on his face. Clang, in Xianxia's hand, the holy sword that had yet to be resealed glowed. A hero wielding a holy sword facing an almost invincible dragon. This scene was enough to be recorded in history as an epic scene. This scene lasted for an unknown period of time. It was only at a certain moment that the black dragon moved. Roar, with a roar, a look of satisfaction and joy finally appeared in the black dragon's cold eyes. It knew that the human in front of it had saved it. It also knew that Linley had mastered a very high-level skill, taming. The mana that he infused into its body was still memorable, and it naturally developed a sense of dependence and closeness to him. However, it was impossible for him to make it submit just like that. It was a dragon, an invincible king of monsters that was close to the maximum level. It was impossible to make it submit without the corresponding qualifications, even if the mana that was infused into its body was so comfortable, so delicious, and could make it stronger. If the other party was a weak and cowardly person, the black dragon would not acknowledge him. This was the dignity of a dragon, and the most basic restraint of the king of monsters. In fact, it was also because of this that very few dragons had been tamed since ancient times. Even the wyverns, which only had some dragon blood in them, were very difficult to tame. If it wasn't for the assistance of the master tamer in Mitra Kingdom, it would have been impossible for him to tame so many wyverns. Under such circumstances, if this black dragon wasn't an ordinary dragon, but a level 99 invincible king of magic beasts, it would be even more impossible to tame. Even if he had the taming skill at the maximum level, it would still be the same. But now, the black dragon acknowledged Shuren. This human who possessed strength that was not inferior to his own and was able to face him without fear was worthy of being his master. And so, the black dragon finally lowered its head. Seeing this scene, Shuren smiled. He shouted in his heart with great satisfaction. From today onwards, I am a dragon knight too. Pissed. Just as the black dragon lowered its head towards Shuren, the sound of something tearing through the air could be heard from the horizon. A stream of light swept over at an astonishing speed, and instantly arrived at the area where Xian and the black dragon were. Roar! The black dragon raised its head and let out a furious roar towards the horizon. Scorching mana undulated around its mouth as if it was going to blast the ray of light down with its dragon breath. Wait, don't be hasty. Shuren hurriedly stopped it. He patted its body and comforted it while smiling. It's someone I know, don't offend him. After all, even he couldn't afford to offend this big shot. The black dragon didn't seem to understand what was going on, but it obediently restrained its mana and became well-behaved. The ray of light came from the horizon and landed in front of Shuren and the black dragon. It was naturally Aie. Aie looked at the black dragon that was obediently staying by Shuren's side and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Where did you find such a treasure? The little girl quickly walked to Shuren's side and glanced at the black dragon before turning to look at Shuren, her eyes filled with surprise. Needless to say, that little face was really cute. Shuren was overjoyed and patted the black dragon's wings as if he was showing off. How is it? Isn't it awesome? Shuren grinned. This should be the magical creature overlord that has occupied this large mana source for 400 years. I just met it. So it's that? Aie raised her eyebrows and said in surprise, I didn't expect the magical creature to be a dragon. If I knew there was such a high-level dragon here, I would have come to subdue it. Hearing that, the black dragon was displeased before Shuren could say anything. Roar! The black dragon roared at Aie. Its nostrils seemed to be undulating, and the breath it exhaled was scorching hot. Clearly, the black dragon was expressing its anger and disdain, as if saying, You want to subdue me with just a little thing? You have quite a temper. Aie did not get angry. Instead, she looked at the black dragon with interest. She grinned, which was a rare sight. Along with this smile, a shocking aura flashed across Aie's body. F***ck. Xian felt as if a terrifying monster had suddenly appeared beside him. He felt a chill run down his spine. Not only did his mana perception become agitated for a moment, even the wand that he had put away was frantically sending out a warning at that moment. It seemed to be telling Xian to run quickly. The black dragon's eyes immediately widened. The arrogance and hostility in its eyes were completely gone. It was as if it had discovered something astonishing and was given a huge fright. Only then did it feel a little shocked. How? Little thing? Little thing, Aie actually threw out an olive branch to the black dragon. You really want to subdue it? Xian blinked his eyes and froze in place. Didn't I tell you? Aie glanced at him and said, At the very beginning, monsters were created by the demon race, and all the dragons were created by imitating my body. The first dragon in history was personally created by me, so for the time being, I can be considered the creator of all the dragons. Xian was completely dumbfounded by what he said. Not to mention Xian, even the black dragon understood Aie's words. He stood there in a daze, his pair of dragon eyes wide open, looking a little funny. Aie said with a smile that was not a smile as she looked at the human and dragon. Looking at the dragon and the human, Aie said with a faint smile, By the way, the 4 cadres under my command are all dragons. About half of the demons under my jurisdiction also have dragon blood. My territory is known as the Country of Dragons. Almost all the dragons in the demon realm live in my territory and are under my control. Even Jacinta, who you saw, is also a dragon. The shocking fact almost made Sharon swear. Damn it, a big boss is indeed a big boss. I can't believe you're still hiding such a big stupidity. Sharon could only keep a straight face and only spoke after a long time. Aren't dragons demons? How can there be demons that are dragons? Sharon could only ask such a question. I've already said that all the dragons are created by imitating my body. Since I'm a demon, is it strange for other dragons to be demons? Ai was a little annoyed, but she still explained to him. You can understand it as a dragon that can transform into a human is a demon, and a dragon that can't transform into a human is a monster. At the very beginning, the dragons that were born were all able to transform into humans, just like me, so they were all demons. Later on, the dragons that were created by imitating our dragon bodies couldn't transform into humans, so they were classified as monsters. But in fact, dragons are essentially the same as us. Other than the fact that they can't transform into humans and need to absorb magic to grow like other demons, they're no different from us. If demons are the closest existence to the demon king, then dragons are the closest existence to demons. Perhaps not all demons are dragons, but all dragons have the potential to become demons. That's what it was. Because of this, Ai became the master of all dragons, and most of her subordinates were dragons. Why do you think a young demon has dragon wings and can spit dragon breath? Ai curled her lips and said, it's because the nature of dragons is somewhat similar to the nature of demons that the original demon used dragons as a model to create the seventh demon, and, at this point, Ai didn't continue. In short, I'm very concerned about powerful and potential dragons. If possible, my subordinates and I will do our best to subdue them, bring them to the demon realm, and find a way to make them transform into humans. Ai cast her gaze towards Hei Long. She first sized him up with a glance, before she praised him. Your strength is not bad, and you're only one step away from the limit of life. You have more potential than any of the dragon species under my command. If you can transform into humans, then you're very likely to directly awaken a unique skill and become the strongest demons below the demons. Don't you want to try? Obviously, Ai had taken a fancy to this black dragon's ability and potential. The black dragon immediately hesitated. But after a while, the black dragon roared again and flew to Sharon's side. What did this mean? Anyone could understand. You want to follow him? Ai immediately exclaimed. Roar. The black dragon also roared and nodded. His attitude was very firm. Ai frowned, looked at Sharon, and said a little strangely, what method did you use to make it so interested in you? Hearing this, Sharon reacted and spoke without hesitation. Just write it. Just write it. As soon as this was said, the whole place fell silent. The corner of Sharon's mouth twitched. Alright, I accidentally made a big mistake and died. Although Sharon had committed a huge suicide, Ai did not pursue the matter in the end. Compared to bickering with Sharon, Ai still wanted to persuade the black dragon to follow her. She had no choice. It was the first time that Ai had met a dragon with such great potential. It's already at level 99 even before it transforms into a human. When it transforms into a human and transforms from a monster to a demon, it'll probably be the next strongest among all the dragons besides me. It was evident how much Ai thought of this black dragon to be worthy of such an evaluation. However, this black dragon was very stubborn. Even though it knew of Ai's awesomeness, it still did not compromise. It stubbornly followed by Sharon's side and was unwilling to go to the demon realm. This indeed surprised Sharon, and he was even touched. I didn't expect you to be so loyal. I didn't waste my effort in saving your life. Sharon was filled with emotion as he patted the black dragon's body. He was just a step away from directly becoming sworn brothers with it. On the contrary, Ai rolled her eyes at Sharon and said helplessly, dragons are not loyal. However, every dragon has a strong sense of pride. It's not willing to go with me because it has already lowered its head to you and recognized you as its master. It doesn't want to go back on its word. That's right, this was the truth. The black dragon did not leave with Ai not because it was not tempted, but because it had already recognized Shuren as its master before Ai had thrown out the olive branch. In addition, its life was saved by Shuren. It was also thanks to Shuren that it could completely absorb the magic and flesh of the alchemist demon and rise to this level. This made the black dragon's pride not allow it to just pat its butt and leave. Thus, even though Ai had thrown out all sorts of tempting bait, the black dragon still decided to follow Shuren in the end. It did not do it for anything else but to repay Lin Li's kindness and take responsibility for its actions of recognizing its master. I didn't expect a monster like you to have such awareness. After knowing this, Shuren had a whole new level of respect for the black dragon. In order to repay a debt of gratitude and recognize its master, it had given up so many benefits. Most people would not be able to do that, right? Humans are really inferior to monsters. The way Shuren looked at the dragon changed. Under the influence of the demonic refinement ritual, all the other monsters had gone mad. Only this one was still holding on, struggling to maintain its consciousness. After absorbing the magic and flesh of the alchemist demon, the black dragon also became monsters. It was the only one that resisted desperately and did not allow itself to fall. Finally, faced with the recruitment of Ai, who could be said to be the king of the dragons, it could also resist the temptation. In order to repay Shan's kindness, it recognized Shan as its master and refused everything decisively. This dragon simply had too much personality, too much charisma. Shan had to admit that he was starting to like the dragon. Originally, Shuren did not really want to bring this dragon with him. After all, this dragon was so huge, and he had to return to the royal capital. Bringing it along would definitely cause a lot of trouble. Didn't Shuren release the griffin that brought him out of the forest of monsters for a similar reason? So, even though he said that he wanted to become a dragon knight, in reality, Shuren was prepared to let the black dragon return after leaving the Adel Canyon and continue to guard his territory. When Ai opened her mouth to recruit him, Shan did not intervene in this matter, because he actually did not care. So, even if the black dragon agreed, he would not be depressed. At most, he would take the opportunity to blackmail Ai. But now, Shuren changed his mind. I've decided. Shuren patted the black dragon's wings and said after a moment of silence. From now on, you'll be called Yu Lin. Yu was a close word for dragon from his previous world. Lin was a close word for spirit from his previous world. Yu Lin, this name proved Shan's recognition of the black dragon and his decision to regard it as his true partner. Yu Lin, this name proved that Shuren recognized the black dragon and decided to treat it as his true companion. As for why he named it that way, it was because Ai said that this dragon was actually a female dragon. I hope you can reach the top of the dragon race in the future and become a true dragon queen. Ai could not help but roll her eyes at Shuren's words. Yu Lin, the dark dragon, let out a deafening roar of excitement, as if responding to Shan's lofty aspirations. Her aura was monstrous. Just like that, the black dragon Yu Lin became the hero's mount and companion. Ai looked at this scene and did not say anything in particular. To be recognized by such a powerful dragon, this proves his ability. Ai looked at Shuren, who was stroking Yu Lin's head, and after a while, she could not help but laugh. Then let me see just how far this dragon can go with you by your side, Roland said with a smile. Ai looked at Yu Lin and could not help but feel a little regretful. Other things aside, this dragon's aptitude and potential are indeed not bad. Once it transforms into a demon, it will definitely surpass those 4 idiots. If it awakened a unique skill in the future, and that unique skill was also relatively strong, then it would definitely not be a delusion to sit firmly on the position of the strongest after the demons. It was Ai's first time seeing a dragon that was level 99 and only 1 step away from the max level. In the demon realm, once a dragon reached adulthood and reached level 80, it would immediately be nurtured by the demons and work hard to transform into a human. Of course, not all dragons could successfully transform into humans and transform into demons. However, dragons that could reach level 90 and above would usually succeed. And once such a dragon transformed into a human, the probability of awakening a unique skill was very high. 2 of Ai's 4 cadres were like this. They were only brought to Ai when they reached level 90 and finally succeeded in transforming into a human, awakening a unique skill, and becoming AIE's powerful generals. Dragons were too rare, and because their entire body was a treasure, they were often hunted and attacked by others. It was not easy for a dragon to grow to level 90 and above in the wild. At least, AIE had only encountered it twice in her life, which was enough to prove this point. However, this was also related to the dragon's slow growth rate. Even if they could reach level 80 when they reached adulthood, dragons were a very long-lived race. It was absolutely impossible for them to reach adulthood without hundreds or even thousands of years. With such a long time, before a dragon reached adulthood, it would basically be hunted or attacked. Therefore, dragons were rare, and adult dragons were even rarer. Dragons that could grow to level 90 and above were incomparably rare. AIE was pleasantly surprised that Yulin was able to reach level 99, and she felt a sense of appreciation for her talent. After all, she was the true queen of dragons. Thus, AIE also made a decision. Since I'm by his side, there's basically nothing to do. Since that's the case, I'll help him nurture this dragon well. Take it as you owe me a favor. AIE glanced at Shuren and muttered. Shuren was completely unaware. It was also because of this that he would reap a big surprise in the future. After successfully taming a dragon, Shuren returned to the camp happily. He entered a state of rest with a good mood. AIE left Yulin behind, claiming that she wanted to take care of her. Of course, AIE was not trying to recruit Yulin. She only wanted to help her a little. The demon refining ritual is still ongoing. Any monsters and demons in the ritual will gradually fall into a berserk state. This child has only temporarily gotten rid of that state. If she doesn't stay by my side, she will go crazy sooner or later. Because of this, AIE kept Yulin by her side. Unlike the humans who encountered the demon refining ritual for the first time, the demons had already encountered many demon refining rituals in the past 1,000 years. Therefore, they knew how to deal with it. Demons like Jacinta, Jess, and Liz could move freely in the ritual and not be affected by it because the demons had developed a way to resist the ritual's interference. As a demon, AIE would not be affected by the ritual. However, she also knew that she could use her own mana to suppress Yulin's berserk state. Therefore, it was best for AIE to take care of Yulin. Therefore, when Shuren returned to the camp, Yulin stayed by AIE's side. Yulin watched as Shuren left. Then, she turned her head and looked in a certain direction. Her eyes began to show cold emotions. AIE noticed this. She looked at Yulin and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Roar. Yulin roared at AIE. Her voice was full of anger and hatred. As the master of dragons, AIE could naturally understand Yulin's words. You said that you fell into a trap set by a group of humans and almost became a demon-refining demon? AIE narrowed her eyes. She seemed to understand what Yulin meant. She said calmly, "So, you want to seek revenge on them now?" Roar. Yulin roared again. Her roar was full of killing intent. AIE immediately smiled. You're right. AIE reached out and touched Yulin's scales. She murmured, "Since you suffered such humiliation, if you don't take revenge and destroy all your enemies, do you still have the right to call yourself a dragon?" Not to mention that Yulin was a level 90 demon. She was actually plotted against by a group of weak humans. If she didn't take revenge, she wouldn't even have the right to call herself a demon or a powerhouse. Then go. AIE had no intention of stopping him, calmly saying, "Return all the humiliation you've suffered to those reckless humans." A ferocious glint flashed across Yulin's eyes. With a roar, she flapped the dragon wings on her back, creating a hurricane as she soared into the sky. The next second, Yulin darted away at an astonishing speed. AIE watched as it left, unable to stop the smile on her face. AIE watched her leave and couldn't help but smiling. She Lin of. AIE, E of Dragon. On the other side, Vasco and his men were crossing a desert. On the other side, Vasco's group was majestically crossing over a desert. We're not there yet? That damned black dragon, just how far did it fly? If I find it, I'll definitely find a chance to skin it and make it into top-grade dragon skin armor. Then I'll take one of its teeth and use it to make a sword. Count me in. The group of nobles grumbled. As pampered nobles, they naturally couldn't travel efficiently. If it weren't for the fact that they were rich and had a large amount of stamina recovery potions, they would have long since collapsed. This place wasn't suitable for these nobles. It wasn't a place for them to go on an excursion. If not for their numbers and the protection of the knights, they wouldn't have been able to deal with the many high-level demons along the way and reach the deepest part of the Adel Canyon. Vasco's expression was cold, without a trace of discomfort. Among the nobles, Vasco was the oldest. He was in his 80s, but he was level 78. If not for his age, he would definitely be able to join the knights. Most of the people here were nobles in their 40s, so their levels weren't low. The lowest was level 60. Otherwise, the Gaglioli family wouldn't have cooperated with them and allowed them to bring the young demons into the Adel Canyon to preside over the magic refinement ritual. Unfortunately, since the ritual began, accidents kept happening. First, there was the news that the princess emissary had entered the canyon. Then, the team sent to hunt down Terre and the others hadn't returned. Then, the black dragon that was regarded as a sacrifice had escaped. Even the Gaglioli family had suddenly lost contact. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't get in touch. There were too many problems. This made Vasco realize that things might have become a little troublesome. Perhaps their plans had already been thwarted by someone else. That was for sure. Vasco was a little annoyed by this. However, it didn't matter even if the plan failed. As long as he could kill that woman, Vasco didn't care about the plan. All the nobles present were people who hated Terre to the core. In the large-scale assassination 10 years ago, all the people present had lost their loved ones because of the assassination of the old demons. It was the same for Vasco. He had a beautiful family, but it was completely destroyed on that night 10 years ago. And all this was because of Terre's damned mother. That was why, including Vasco, all the people in the capital who had lost their loved ones hated Terre. As the culprit, Terre's mother had been beheaded by Ali Dia. The kingdom had also wanted to demand an explanation from the Ragnar Empire, but the other party denied it, claiming that they didn't instruct Terre's mother to do it. It was all because the woman had been bewitched by the old demons and committed such a crime on her own. Since there was no evidence, the kingdom naturally couldn't do anything to the Ragnar Empire. As for the old demons, they were a bunch of lunatics. Their whereabouts were uncertain, and they couldn't even be found. Under such circumstances, the nobles who couldn't vent their hatred all targeted the only existence that could be targeted. That was Terre. Vasco wanted to kill Terre and take revenge all the time. No, it should be said that he wanted to vent the hatred in his heart. All the nobles present had gathered here for the same reason. So, no matter what, we must kill that woman's descendants. Vasco's face twisted. However, at this moment, some of the knights cried out in alarm. Lord Vasco! Monsters are approaching. So fast. This hostile reaction is. The knights with the enemy sense skill were all shaken. Vasco's whole body also trembled. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. In the next second, Vasco saw it. Roar dash. With a dragon roar that shook the world, a pitch-black dragon swept over from the sky and stopped above him. In his eyes, a violent and vicious aura surged. A deathly silence enveloped the entire world. With Vasco in the lead, all the nobles and knights looked at the black dragon that was flapping its wings in midair. They were all dumbfounded, and their faces were drained of all color. A second ago, they were still chasing after the dragon as if it was their prey, recklessly discussing how to deal with it. But now, all that appeared in their hearts was confusion, and a growing fear. It couldn't be helped, the dragon's might was just too terrifying. Not long ago, the black dragon was struggling painfully to escape. But now, not only did it look completely unscathed, but it also had a monstrous aura. It was even more terrifying than when they first entered the depths of the canyon and saw it lying next to the mana source. Especially the eyes of the black dragon that seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun. The cold ferocity and murderous aura were still undulating. That ferocious and murderous aura stimulated everyone present to tremble. Including Vasco. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? At this moment, Vasco didn't even dare to move. His face was pale, and his heart was screaming wildly. Although he didn't know what happened, the black dragon was obviously free from the interference of the ritual. It had also gotten rid of the magic power and flesh that it had been desperately resisting. It was completely restored to its original state. No, it wasn't just restored to its original state. That aura, that magic power, it was clearly stronger than before. What the hell happened? Vasco roared in his heart. Unfortunately, he would never know that the black dragon in front of him had not only been reborn, but also recognized a master, got a name, and even gained the appreciation of the Dragon Lord. So, run! Vasco roared. This roar ignited the fear in everyone's heart. Quick! Run! Run! Knights! Protect me! The group of nobles went crazy. They screamed hysterically as they ran for their lives. The same was true for the knights. At this moment, they couldn't care less about protecting the nobles. One by one, they ran for their lives, without the slightest thought of resisting. But could they escape? The answer was obviously no. Boom! The black dragon in the sky spewed a scorching dragon breath toward the ground. Boom! This was the roar of the earth. The invincible dragon breath landed on the ground and blasted the ground, turning everything it touched into a scorched land. The temperature of the atmosphere suddenly rose rapidly. The berserk mana began to swirl around him. As for those who were engulfed by the dragon breath, they did not even have the time to scream before they were all vaporized on the spot by the dragon breath. Not even their corpses were left behind. Roar! Yulin immediately let out a joyful roar. With a flap of her dragon wings, she swayed her huge body and immediately chased after the humans who were fleeing for their lives. The dragon breath continued to descend from the sky, incinerating everything on the ground and the nobles and knights, wantonly reaping lives. For a time, a corner of the canyon was lit up with flames and dragon roars. Not only did the pitch-black dragon's breath keep ringing, but it was also gradually being burned into a purgatory. Quick! Hurry! Vasco, who was running away in the crowd, roared at the people around him. He did manage to scare some people, causing them to stop involuntarily and chant defensive magic spells in a panic. However, before they could finish their incantations, the scorching dragon breath descended from the sky once again and landed on their bodies. The roars and screams sounded together, lasting for a long time. Vasco immediately took advantage of this opportunity to run for his life without looking back. Defensive magic spells, in the face of the dragon breath, which was said to be able to break through all defenses, that kind of thing was not even as good as a piece of paper. Vasco was well aware of this, and he did not really hope to rely on some defensive magic spells that not even superior grade to block the black dragon's breath. He only wanted to use those people as shields to fight for a chance to escape. After all, if someone was chanting magic spells, there would be a surge of magic there. The black dragon's attention would definitely be attracted by the magic, and it would attack there first. This was Vasco's wishful thinking. As he continued to run, he roared at the people around him, coaxing them to attract Yulin's firepower. Needless to say, it did have some effect. At the very least, Yulin's attention was attracted by the waves of mana. Without hesitation, she attacked that direction and sent those pitiful victims to hell. Vasco also took the opportunity to run a distance, even jumping off a cliff. He only hoped to escape from Yulin's sight, so that it would not notice him, a puny human, escaping. His opponent was the king of monsters, a real dragon. Surely it would not notice that a puny human had escaped, right? Vasco could only place his hopes on this, so he did not hesitate to jump off the cliff and escape from the dragon's sight as soon as possible. Ah! Help! No! Aha! The screams of the nobles and knights who had been with Vasco echoed, reaching Vasco's ears. But at this moment, Vasco had already ignored them. Crack! The noble who jumped down from the cliff landed heavily at the bottom of the cliff. His feet made a cracking sound. Ah! The excruciating pain caused this ruthless man to howl in pain, and his whole body fell to the ground, unable to stand up again. Vasco did not need to deliberately check to know that his feet were probably crippled. But Vasco could not care less. While enduring the pain, he crawled on the ground, crawling to the back of a rock at the bottom of the cliff. He needed to find a place to hide. In this situation, hiding was the only way he could escape the black dragon's pursuit. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Vasco could not help but shed tears at the miserable state he was in, and his heart was filled with hatred. I haven't killed that woman, how can I die here? Vasco relied on this thought to support himself, hoping that he could escape this disaster. As long as he could escape this disaster, one day, I will make all of you pay the price. Whether it was a human or a dragon, it was the same. Vasco thought in a deranged manner. But he did not have the chance. Unknowingly, the blood-curdling screams and rumbling sounds stopped. On the other hand, there was a loud rumble behind Vasco, as if something huge had landed there. Vasco's body, which was crawling in a sorry state, froze there. His expression was also extremely stiff. Hee hee. Ha ha ha. After a long while, Vasco laughed. However, as he laughed, he began to cry again. He used the last of his strength to turn around and look behind him. There, the black dragon spread its wings and looked down at him, its eyes still so cold, so cruel. Damn thing. Finally, Vasco let out a roar. What responded to him was a scorching dragon's breath. Boom! At the bottom of the cliff, fire and explosion occurred at the same time. Black Dragon Yulin flew out from within and flew in the direction she had come from. She had successfully retreated. The turbulent night finally passed just like that. When the sky began to brighten up again, Jacinta's group of 3 appeared in a remote area. Outside the Adel Canyon. You really know how to run. Jacinta, who was sitting on a rock, looked at the thing in his hand and sneered. In the hands of this demon's cadre, a series of sharp cries like a baby kept ringing. That was the cry of a monster. The monster had a pair of small dragon wings, and its body was like a locust with distinct segments. Its body was only the size of a palm and was being held tightly by a ferocious dragon claw-like hand. This ferocious dragon claw-like hand was naturally Jacinta's. Jacinta grabbed the little monster tightly, letting it struggle and scream in his hand without caring about it at all. Although the little monster's body was sometimes real and sometimes illusory, like a mirage, constantly swaying, it just couldn't break free from Jacinta's restraints. Don't waste your energy. Jacinta sneered, we've already analyzed your characteristics and know how to restrain you without a physical body. No matter how hard you struggle, you can't escape. With that said, Jacinta maintained the state of grabbing the little monster and looked at Jess and Liz beside him. How is it? Any movement? Jacinta asked. Jess and Liz, who were sensing something with their eyes closed, opened their eyes and shook their heads at Jacinta. There's no unusual movement, Master. Same here. Jess and Liz responded with some regret. Is that so? Jacinta wasn't surprised and muttered, sure enough, those bastards won't easily expose themselves to the public. It will be the same this time, right? Jacinta didn't directly get rid of the young demon dwellers in his hand because he wanted to see if he could lure out the original demon behind it. Unfortunately, just like what AIE said before, this oldest, most mysterious, and most powerful old demon's faction usually wouldn't expose themselves to the public. Instead, they would hand over the young demon dwellers to others and use them to perform rituals and disturb the world. It was probably the same this time. They weren't here at all, or even if they were here, they wouldn't expose themselves. To them, a young demon dweller isn't worthy of their attention. Unless the ritual succeeds and this young demon dweller has swallowed the offerings and grown to a level that can't be ignored, they won't just watch such a good material be taken care of by us, right? Needless to say, this was a pity. Jess and Liz also spoke. Then why didn't Master act according to the previous plan and hide in the dark first? Wait until the ritual is successful and the infant demon dweller devours the offerings before making a move to take it down? Then the original demon wouldn't be able to sit still, right? Jess and Liz were confused. Jess and Liz were. Even if I want to do that, I need to have the strength to do so. Jacinta said helplessly, there are too many demons in this canyon. If we turn it into a demon through the ritual, the quality of the offerings will be incredible. In addition, there is a demon lord that is said to have reached level 90 and above. If it becomes the last demon and swallows all the demons in this canyon, it's easy to imagine how strong it will grow. And if this excellent offering is swallowed by the young demon dweller, it's also easy to imagine how strong the young demon dweller will grow. In the face of such a monster, even I don't have the confidence to capture it alive or deal with it and the original demon at the same time. Jacinta pursed his lips and said helplessly, however, if I knew that master has already woken up and came to the human world, then I might have to try. If it was his little master, it would be very easy for him to do such a thing. Of course, the premise was that the little master had to use her true strength. But if she used her true strength, this Adel Canyon would probably be gone. Besides, Jacinta wasn't the kind of trash that would let his master do everything himself. It's just a young demon dweller. It's not qualified for master to use his true strength to deal with it. Even if the original demon appears, if it's not a core member of the leader level, there's no reason to ask master to take action. Jacinta's eyes were cold. However, their range of activities has finally spread to the human world. I'm afraid that the seventh demon dweller will be born soon. If it were to be born, then the three realms would not be at peace. But, the demon dweller creation plan has entered the final stage. That means that the original demon is probably about to reveal itself. Since the plan has entered the final stage, then presumably, the actions of the old demons will become more and more obvious, and it will become easier to attract the attention of others. At that time, I'd like to see what tricks you can play. After that, Jacinta's hand suddenly tightened. Bang! In his hand, the screaming demon cultivator infant was crushed, dying without a complete corpse. Bang! At the same time, in the atmosphere of the Adel Canyon, the sound of something breaking suddenly appeared. The flow of magic power suddenly returned to normal, telling others that the ritual called demon refinement had ended. But things didn't end there. Because, in the canyon, there were still a large number of demon refinement wandering, not eliminated. And the royal capital also received the news that the royal knights encountered a natural disaster and had begun to send people to the canyon. The undercurrent was still surging. However, this had nothing to do with Shuren and the others for the time being. After resting for a night, Shuren and the others finally recovered their spirits and left the camp. Next, they were ready to leave the Adel Canyon. But, let me introduce you to a new companion. Before leaving, Sean smiled at Vivian and the others, and whistled. You're right, Vivian said with a smile. In the next moment, a huge dark figure swept over from the horizon and appeared in front of everyone. Roar! The black dragon that received the name Yulin roared loudly with a terrifying momentum. It also set off waves of roars, bringing along sand and dust, blowing on everyone. Vivian and the others all fell into a state of sluggishness. Dragon! Dragon, Lumia pointed at him with a trembling finger. Marika was dumbfounded. This, Vivian sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Tear's eyebrows twitched fiercely and she almost pulled out her weapon. It's called Yulin. Shuren showed a bright smile to everyone who was stunned. Let's ride it back. Hearing this, Vivian and the others trembled. Ride a dragon? This seems a bit exciting. Outside the Adro Canyon, the camp of the former royal knights. At this moment, a group of knights gathered in front of the wasteland that was filled with huge potholes like the surface of the moon. There weren't many knights, only about a few hundred of them. However, all of them were equipped with the best equipment and weapons of the highest grade. They exuded a vaguely powerful aura that made one's heart palpitate. If anyone were to witness this scene, they would definitely exclaim in surprise. Not only were they all female knights, but the lowest level among them was at least 50. Not only that, but they were also beautiful and outstanding, which formed a very beautiful scenery. Of course, anyone with good eyesight would definitely be able to recognize the identity of these female knights. They were the personal guards that Rosie, the second princess of the kingdom, personally formed, the Holy Sword Knights. And wherever the Holy Sword Knights were, Her Royal Highness would naturally be there too. Yes. Rosie was here. Besides, she was standing at the forefront of all the female knights. Looking at the horrifying wasteland in front of her, Rosie fell into silence. The female knights behind Rosie held their breaths and couldn't believe the scene before them. Last night, a group of knights and adventurers rushed back to the capital in a panic and reported what happened here to the palace. Natural disaster. That's a real natural disaster. The royal knights are done for. Galuoli is done for too. The knights and adventurers seemed to be greatly frightened. Some of them were crazy, some of them were extremely excited, and some of them were even in tears. However, all of them said the same thing in unison. Therefore, the palace already knew that the royal knights stationed here had been attacked by a natural disaster. Due to that natural disaster, almost all of the kingdom's knights stationed here were annihilated, and none of the Galuoli family members survived. All of them were buried here. As soon as such news spread, the entire royal capital was shaken. That was the royal knights, the basic force that protected the Mitra kingdom. And now, the annihilation of the royal knights was equivalent to the collapse of a large kingdom's army. How could it not cause a commotion? The palace even summoned the nobles that very night to discuss the matter. Soon, they decided that they had to send someone here to investigate and find out what had happened. Rosie volunteered herself. Therefore, while the kingdom was still in a state of shock due to this incident, the royal palace continued to discuss how to eliminate the impact of this incident and suppress the neighboring countries who were eager to make a move. Rosie had already led her Sword Saint Knights to this place and witnessed the scene. Then, Rosie basically understood what was going on after looking at it. This isn't a natural disaster at all. There were two reasons for this judgment. Firstly, the situation at the scene. According to the knights and adventurers who had escaped back to the royal city, a meteor shower had caused the natural disaster. The continuous meteors had destroyed everything here, and the royal knights who were stationed here had been annihilated. However, at a glance, Rosie did not see any meteorites at all. This proved that the meteorites were not material that fell from the sky, but something formed by magic. After the attack ended, they dissipated on the spot, which was why they did not leave a trace. 2. If it was a natural disaster, there wouldn't be so much mana left at the scene, and the mana in the atmosphere wouldn't be so chaotic. The abnormality of the mana proved that it wasn't a natural disaster, but a man-made magic trick. Furthermore, no one was willing to believe that a natural disaster would coincidentally befall the camp of the royal knights and destroy them. Rosie was sure that someone must have targeted the royal knights and caused all of this to happen. So, here's the problem. Who is it? Rosie had never heard of someone who could summon a meteor shower. No, Rosie did think of someone who might have such a trick. After all, that person had just recently learned the super difficult magic, celestial magic. If it was that kind of magic, with that person's mana, it was entirely possible for him to summon a meteor shower that was comparable to a natural disaster. But, why? Why would he do such a thing? Rosie kept thinking. She believed that person wouldn't do it for no reason. Although he was unreliable and never serious, Rosie knew that he was a trustworthy man. Of course, that man was also a person who would seek revenge for the smallest grievance. His heart wasn't that kind, but he wasn't an evil person who would simply consign people to eternal damnation. Anyway, Rosie trusted him. Moreover, this trust of hers did not bring her any uneasy feeling. As a person blessed by the goddess of destiny, since Rosie didn't have an ominous premonition about trusting someone else, it proved that she didn't walk on the wrong path. Since that was the case, Rosie was even more confident that the man must have some ulterior motive to do such a thing. So, leave some of you here to investigate, the rest follow me into the canyon. Rosie ordered the Sword Saint Knights. Yes. Yes. The female knights of the Sword Saint Knights immediately responded. But at this moment, Rosie's delicate face suddenly changed, causing her to speak loudly. Be on guard. Hearing this, the female knights who were about to carry out Rosie's order couldn't help but be shocked, but they obeyed Rosie's order without hesitation. One by one, they pulled out their weapons and entered a state of alert. Rosie also unhesitatingly pulled out the holy sword at her waist and stared in the direction of the canyon. She felt it. There, an abnormally terrifying aura was flying toward them at high speed. That aura, so powerful, too powerful. Such a powerful magic power was no less than that of her mentor, Alidia Albion. It was even slightly stronger. It can't be, Rosie's expression was solemn. There was only one existence with such a powerful aura in the Adel Canyon. Rosie instantly thought of it. And the facts proved that Rosie's guess was right. Roar. Amidst the dragon's roar, a huge black dragon flapped its wings and flew out of the canyon, entering everyone's sight. This scene caused all the female knights of the Sword Saint Knights to turn pale with fright. Adol's black dragon. Adol's black dragon is out. Quick. Protect His Highness. Be careful of its dragon breath. The female knights' expressions changed abruptly, and they prepared to protect Rosie. Rosie's pupils shrunk, but she quickly regained her composure and her expression became strange. This was because she seemed to have seen a few familiar figures on the dragon's back, and also felt a few familiar auras. No way. Rosie froze. Instead, the black dragon hovered in midair for a while before actually descending. The female knights immediately prepared their magic and released their attacks. Wait. Rosie hurriedly stopped them and smiled bitterly. At this distance, Rosie was sure of it. On the dragon's back, there were many familiar faces. Especially the one in the lead. Why are you here? Accompanied by a surprised voice, Xianxia poked his head out from the black dragon's head and looked at Rosie in surprise like a sneaky grandson. Rosie had the urge to slap him to death. You almost scared this princess to death. Did you know that, descending from the sky on a dragon, you're awesome? In fact, it wasn't just Rosie who was scared to death. Even the girls who were sitting on Yulin were scared to death. Woo-woo, I actually rode a dragon. Lucia and Marika, who were on the dragon's back, felt a little dizzy. Perhaps it was because their brains couldn't react properly, or because they were too excited. Yes, we really rode a dragon, and it's the famous Adol Black Dragon. Vivian smiled bitterly as she supported Marika, her tone full of emotions. Ter supported Lucia silently, and only looked at Xianxia with a gaze full of emotions that others couldn't understand. As for Aie, she was the calmest of them all. She immediately jumped down from Yulin's body with a nonchalant look on her face. Huh? Rosie, who wanted to rush over and question Xianxia, saw Aie, and couldn't help but be startled. Where did this little girl come from? Also, why is she with Xianxia and the others, and coming out of the canyon together? Also, why do I feel that I can't let my guard down when I look at her? A cute little girl hugging a pillow? Rosie thought for a while, and somehow felt that she had heard someone mention such a person. Rosie then fell into deep thought, causing the female knights behind her to misunderstand. Please step back, Your Highness. Please be careful. That's Adol's black dragon. The female knights thought that Rosie didn't dare to approach Yulin, and so they said so warily. At the same time, they looked at Xianxia and the others who came down from the dragon's back, and their eyes were still filled with shock. These people actually came out of the canyon riding the Adol Black Dragon. Could it be that one of them had tamed this high-level black dragon? But that was a dragon that was known as the king of monsters. Every dragon had an extremely strong self-esteem, and it was basically impossible to tame them. Even the taming master in the kingdom couldn't tame a real dragon, and could only tame wyverns, not to mention a powerful dragon above level 90. The dragon that had occupied the Adol Canyon for 400 years and caused the kingdom to give up on its crusade might have been tamed. How could anyone not be shocked by this fact? Who did this? Who had the ability to do that? The female knights were both shocked and puzzled. As the culprit behind all this, Xianxia jumped down from Yulin's head and landed on the ground. Roar! Yulin let out a low growl, and there was a sense of submission in her voice. Be good. Xianxia reached out his hand and touched Yulin's lowered head. He then used Tame to mobilize his mana, allowing the mana to flow into Yulin's body through his palm. Yulin closed her eyes comfortably. Seeing this scene, all the female knights were shocked. So it was him, he was the one who tamed Adol's black dragon. All the knights looked at Xianxia in shock. Even Rosie finally came back to her senses. You tamed this black dragon? Rosie looked at this scene and exclaimed in shock and astonishment. What do you think? Awesome, right? Xianxia raised his eyebrows as if he was showing off to Rosie. This isn't a question of whether it's awesome or not. Rosie said in confusion, you have the tame skill? What's the level of the skill? How can you even tame Adol's black dragon? How did you? Stop. Why do you have so many questions? Xianxia hurriedly stopped her and said to Rosie, who was in a state of confusion, calm down, Your Highness. That's the truth. Let's recognize the truth first and talk about the rest later, okay? Hearing this, Vivian and the others could not help but show helpless expressions. Because, when they saw Yu Lin and fell into a state of confusion, Shuren had already said this once. Who would have thought that even Her Royal Highness would not be able to escape from this and would be ruthlessly ridiculed by this fellow? Rosie also realized this. She secretly glared at Shuren and said in an unfriendly tone. What the hell is going on? Rosie was already anxious to know the truth. Whether it was about the taming of Adel's black dragon or the royal knights, Rosie wanted to ask about them properly. Not only Rosie, but everyone in Vivian's team also looked like they were kept in the dark. Vivian and the others had not heard a specific explanation from Shuren about Yu Lin. As for the royal knights, although Vivian and the others did not know, when they saw the wasteland that looked like the surface of the moon, their hearts skipped a beat and they fell into a state of shock. Everyone realized that a lot of things seemed to have happened last night. As for what exactly happened, perhaps only Shuren knew. Shuren shrugged and immediately wanted to explain to Rosie. However, at this moment, a voice entered Shuren's ears with magic. It's best not to let the people of the kingdom know about the young demon dweller and the demon refinement ritual. Otherwise, it will cause unnecessary trouble. This was a voice that only Shuren could hear. The voice was very familiar. Shuren recognized it at once, causing him to look to the side. There, Aie touched Yu Lin's dragon wings. She also looked over and glanced at Shuren. Evidently, Aie was the one who had said those words. Shuren knew why she said that. Firstly, whether it was the young demon dweller or the demon refinement ritual, they were all things that the demons did. If the humans knew about it, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause and make the demons the target of condemnation? Secondly, Aie had always claimed that this matter was the shame of the demons. Even Shuren only learned some information from her after entering the canyon. Jacinta also did not want to disclose this matter. Because of this, when there was an anomaly around the royal city, he disregarded the suspicions of the kingdom and wantonly acted secretly. Therefore, the demons should not want this matter to be known by the humans or even the Protoss, right? Shuren did not mind keeping the secret for Aie. After all, in addition to Rosie, Vivian and the others, there were many female knights here. So, I will tell you about this matter when we get back. Shuren changed the topic and said to Rosie, now, we only need to do two things. What is it? Rosie was silent for a while and then chose not to ask. She rolled her eyes and asked Shuren for help. Shuren said without thinking. The first thing is to quickly send people to seal this canyon. There are a lot of disgusting monsters inside. If they escape, it will be a little troublesome. Luo Qian's eyes narrowed at his words. Monsters? Rosie wanted to ask clearly, but in the end, she swallowed her question and nodded while saying, what about the second thing? The second thing was simple. Go home. Shuren said faintly. I'm hungry. After that, Shuren turned around and returned to Yu Lin's back. With Rosie as the leader, many people who listened to Shuren seriously almost fell down. What the F***ck, what F*** king hungry, ah. I really want to beat someone up. Rosie and the others were a little crazy. But Shuren couldn't care less. After so many things happened, he would definitely not be able to stay idle. If that was the case, if he did not have a good meal and take a bath, how could he persevere? So, go home, find his parents, and have a meal. No, it should be, go home, find a maid, and have a meal. This was what Shuren wanted to do the most right now. Today was definitely not a peaceful day for the royal capital. In less than a few hours, the news of the annihilation of the royal knights in the Adel Canyon had spread throughout the streets and alleys of the royal city. This was a piece of news that could not be blocked. After all, the incident was too serious. The wasteland outside the Adel Canyon was still there, and the knights and adventurers who were scared back were rushing back to the royal capital in groups. Many people had seen this with their own eyes. Coupled with the previous lockdown of the royal capital and the abnormal magical beasts, the people of the royal capital had been paying close attention to the recent events. Under such circumstances, the speed at which the news spread was extremely fast. It was impossible to block the news in time. Hence, the royal capital was in an uproar today. There was no way to calm it down at all. Of course, this was just the appetizer. The real unrest only began after that. First of all, a dragon was seen flying into the capital city, causing great panic. As the king of magical beasts, the dragon actually flew into the royal capital in such a dignified manner. If Rosie had not sent someone to the royal capital to inform them in advance, the royal knights would have been dispatched. Then, Shuren and the others who rode Yulin back to the royal capital were also summoned by the royal palace. They did not have the time to go home to eat and rest, and were hurriedly led into the royal palace by the royal knights. This was especially so for Shan, who was Yulin's master. There was also news that he had gone to the Adel Canyon before the incident, had a conflict with the royal knights, and finally stayed in the canyon for a whole night. All of this information had been passed on to others, so he would not be uninvolved. Since that was the case, it was natural that the royal capital wanted to question him. And Shuren did not hide anything. In the hall of audience, in front of all the royal family and nobles, he readily admitted it. I was indeed the one who annihilated the royal knights that were guarding the canyon. At that time, all the nobles in the hall fell into a deathly silence. Even Anchi could not remain calm and was in a state of confusion. It could not be helped. They had never seen such an arrogant criminal who dared to admit his crimes in front of the royal throne. He even admitted it so readily and in such a refreshing and refined manner. However, soon after, they realized that this matter was unusual. The Galuoli family secretly joined forces with the old demons to carry out an evil magic ritual in the Adel Canyon in an attempt to harm the royal capital. Shuren told everyone the truth. He did not mention the young demons, nor did he mention the alchemy ritual. He merely told them that the Galuoli family had joined forces with the old demons to carry out an evil magic ritual. The evidence was that they ignored the instructions of Her Royal Highness Rosie and completely excluded others from entering the Adel Canyon. This behavior was abnormal in itself. In addition, there were still many alchemy demons in the Adel Gorge that had yet to be dealt with. The kingdom only needed to send people into the gorge to investigate, and they would be able to discover these facts. Apart from that, Shan also provided news that the Galuoli family had secretly brought their private army to the Adel Canyon, and that many nobles had joined forces with them to commit crimes in the Adel Canyon. These things could be investigated. The corpses of the Galuoli family's Black Knights were still in the Adel Canyon, including the 2 deputy commanders of the Royal Knights. The royal capital could send people to investigate. It was the same for those noble families. A simple investigation would reveal that they had been gathering frequently recently and had left the royal capital en masse. Their whereabouts were unknown. These were all suspicious points, and there were traces to follow. I've decided to punish these foolish nobles and knights for the sake of the royal capital and the people. Shuren claimed so. In the end, the palace discussed this matter for a long time. In the end, as Shuren had expected, they decided not to pursue the matter due to the strength that Shuren had displayed and the suspicious actions of the royal knights. Although many nobles also claimed that Shan had committed a great crime and caused the royal palace to lose so many troops, he should be arrested. Some even claimed that Shan was a spy sent by the neighboring country to harm the kingdom, just like Ter's mother 10 years ago. However, these people could not produce any evidence at all, and they were afraid of what Shan had done. In the end, they could not make any waves. It was mainly because the fact that Shuren had become the master of the Black Dragon of Adel made many people fearful. And because of this matter, the royal capital paid more attention to Shuren. To be able to tame such a high-level dragon, this adventurer has most likely learned a rather high-level taming skill. The higher-ups of the royal capital, led by Anchi, thought of this, and looked at Shuren in a different light. After all, the large number of wyverns that the taming master of the royal capital had tamed was a considerable combat power and assistance. The knights of the royal guards could be said to be invincible when they rode on wyverns. If Shuren could tame a real dragon, it would be unimaginably useful to the royal capital. For this reason alone, as long as it was not confirmed that Shuren was harming the royal capital, the kingdom would definitely not do anything to him. Not to mention, Rosie had chosen to stand on Shuren's side in this matter. The nobles led by the Lazahad family also claimed that the actions of the royal knights were very suspicious. In the end, even Jacinta appeared in the meeting hall and expressed his support for Shuren. How could the royal capital find trouble with Shuren? Hence, after a whole day of fermenting, a piece of news spread in the royal capital. Many nobles led by the Gaglioli family have secretly colluded with the old demons, intending to hold evil magic rituals in the Adel Canyon to harm the royal capital. Now, all the participants, including the mastermind Farpian Gaglioli, have been sanctioned. From now on, the royal family will deprive the multiple nobles led by the Gaglioli family of their titles and demote them to commoners. The royal knights will be re-established in the next few days. The commander, deputy commander, and the holders of various positions will be re-elected later. Moreover, the Adel Canyon will be completely sealed off by the royal capital from now on. It will not be reopened until the follow-up issues of the ritual are resolved. In this incident, the adventurer Shuren has made great contributions and will be rewarded by the royal capital. This piece of news exploded in the royal capital and once again spread through the streets and alleys. Only then did the people know that so many things had happened. Next, the royal capital would also encounter various problems. For example, with the great loss of the royal knights, what actions would the neighboring countries take? They had to be fully monitored and responded. Another example was that the royal capital had to re-establish the royal knights and select a noble family to lead the royal knights. The follow-up issues of the Adel Canyon also had to be resolved. All of these required the royal capital to formulate countermeasures and carry out decisions. Then, no matter what, there was a person whose name was destined to spread through the streets and alleys along with these deeds. That person's name was Shuren. Just like that, Sean successfully got rid of the situation where he might be punished. He successfully retired, went straight back to Lazahat's house, and slept soundly. Not only Shuren, but Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika were also very tired. They couldn't rest well in the wild, so after returning to the Lazahat's house, they washed up and went back to their rooms to sleep. Even Ai yawned and said that she wanted to catch up on her sleep. To this sleepy little girl, last night's journey was a very uncomfortable thing. If it wasn't for Shuren, she wouldn't have gone. Therefore, this time, Ai also went back to her room to rest. As for Yulin, Shuren and the rest naturally couldn't bring it to the Lazahat's house. Let me take care of it. Before they came back, Rosie said this to Sean, who was troubled and didn't know how to deal with Yulin. Not only is there a night camp in the northern part of the royal capital, but there are also beast-riding houses for all kinds of tamed magical beasts. The dragon house for the wyvern is also there. Put your dragon there. So, Shuren handed Yulin to Rosie for her to take care of. Although Yulin seemed a little dissatisfied, after Shuren fed it a large wave of mana, it immediately became satisfied and obediently listened to Shuren's orders and left with Rosie. He believed that Yulin would have a more comfortable place to stay there. At least, if not for Rosie's arrangements, Shuren could only let Yulin fly to the outskirts of the royal capital and find a random mountain to hide in. Therefore, Shuren was quite grateful for Rosie's help. However, Rosie only had one thing to say to Shuren. After you rest, remember to come to my place. Rosie put on a fake smile, and Shuren could only laugh dryly. He knew that Rosie definitely had all kinds of things to confirm with him. Not to mention other things, just the matter of whether Shuren had the high-level, taming, skill was enough for Rosie to ask clearly. Even Rosie couldn't turn a blind eye to a high-level skill that could tame a dragon, right? Not to mention, others might believe Shuren's nonsense, but Rosie wouldn't. However, since Shuren didn't intend to expose it, Rosie didn't intend to pursue the matter. However, this did not mean that Rosie would let Sean off in private. She said that she would not pursue this matter in front of others. Alright, this princess is trying to fleece me again. Shuren saw the essence of the situation and rolled his eyes helplessly. But he didn't know that after the matter was settled, in a villa in the noble district of the royal capital, the Duke and the young Duke of the Sterling family began to conspire again. Sean did not know that after these things were over, in a villa in the noble district of the royal city, the Duke and the Duke of the Stringham family began to conspire again. Exclamation point. In the study, such a shattering sound was heard abruptly. Barry fiercely knocked a teacup to the ground, looking very angry. Limcho stood at the side, silent. He could understand why his father was acting this way. Adel's black dragon. Barry said hatefully, I didn't expect that a mere adventurer would not only have such a high level, taming, skill, but also successfully tamed that ferocious black dragon. It's really impossible to guard against him. This matter was undoubtedly very disadvantageous to the Stringham family. There was no other reason. With such an ability, the kingdom definitely won't let go of such a talent. They'll try their best to keep him and give him a title. Plus, with 2 great achievements in a row, it'll be easy for that adventurer to get a position again. Barry said unhappily. If this goes on, maybe he'll really get a position that's compatible with Her Highness. By then, even His Majesty will want to marry Her Highness to that adventurer, right? Barry was unhappy about this and felt that it was troublesome. Limcho didn't say a word, but his hands were already clenched tightly. Obviously, Limcho heard all of Barry's words, and he couldn't help but care about it. After all, if things really turned out that way, it would be the pain of Limcho's life. Previously, after being stimulated by Shuren and Rosie's attitude, Limcho already had a vague idea of doing something. Now, this idea was undoubtedly stronger. Especially, with that black dragon, his strength has undoubtedly increased to a terrifying level. Even if I find the weakness of his unique skill, what can I do to him? Thinking of this, Limcho had a tendency to lose control of his emotions. These days, Limcho had been trying to make friends with Shuren and Smiling, which was already humiliating enough. But in order to achieve his goal, Limcho could only desperately endure and didn't dare to explode. But now, Limcho felt that even if he achieved his goal, in the end, he might not be able to do anything to Shuren. That person was now the most valued by the kingdom because he had successfully tamed Adel's black dragon. In addition, he had made great contributions, and he had terrifying monsters above level 90 protecting him. From now on, who would dare to casually offend him? Even Duke Stringham's family would have to think twice if they wanted to offend Shuren, right? Because other nobles wouldn't allow it, the kingdom wouldn't allow it, and that black dragon beside him wouldn't allow it. Even if Stringham was a duke, he couldn't deal with so many nobles, let alone the kingdom. It was the same for that black dragon. A king of monsters above level 90 was undoubtedly a huge threat to Stringham's family, which didn't have a super expert above level 90. Limcho could even imagine, if he and his father really returned to the family and claimed to deal with Shuren, how the elders and collateral relatives in the family would object. That was definitely a very unbearable thing to do. In the end, Limcho was also at a loss, which was rare. What should I do? How could they deal with that person? He was just an adventurer. Why would the Duke's family feel that it was troublesome? Barry seemed to be thinking the same. After taking a deep breath, he looked at Limcho. It seems that we can't touch that adventurer for the time being. Limcho didn't know how Barry felt when he said this. Limcho only knew that he felt very sullen. Are we really going to ignore him? Limcho's voice was hoarse. At least, not for the time being, Barry said coldly. There's no chance for now. As long as he's still in the capital, I'm afraid we can't deal with him. In other words, Father, are you planning to deal with him outside the capital? Limcho stared at Barry. That's the only thing we can do. Barry pondered for a moment, then said, tomorrow, go to the Lazahad's house and give that Shuren a gift. A gift? Limcho frowned. Just do what I tell you to do, Barry said in an unquestionable tone. Whether it works or not depends on whether this gift can make him take the bait. Hearing this, Limcho fell silent and nodded after a while. Shuren still didn't know all of this. When he knew, not only would he not feel bad, but he would also smile happily. Shuren was stunned and confused. He didn't react at all and just stood there in a daze. In the outdoor pool in the wild, looking at this beautiful girl who took off her mask, he felt a burst of passion in his heart. Hearing this, Shuren finally reacted and quickly let go of his hand. Satisfied, Shuren was finally willing to leave this wonderful dream and finally woke up from his sleep. Okay, please get up. Breakfast is ready. Miss Vivian and the others have also woken up. Don't let them wait for too long. No. Even if it's my face, it's not good, Sean heaved a sigh of relief. Shuren didn't understand the meaning of the last sentence for a moment. Xianxia calmly mentioned a position that wasn't too bad. My King Social Security. Xiaxia's cold voice woke Shuren, who planned to turn a blind eye to all this. Therefore, Sean closed his eyes and looked peaceful as if he wanted to continue sleeping. Damn, such a big thing happened, can't you have some change in your expression? But this time, Shuren couldn't calm down and his voice went out of tune. And? Huaxia's words were so shocking that he didn't stop explaining. Shuren didn't feel relieved at all. Instead, his face turned green. Fortunately, Miss Xianxia, we are. Face. Shuren was speechless and could only say, because I treated you like this. Miss often sleeps and then drags me to sleep with her and likes to rub against me. I'm used to it, Xianxia said indifferently. Moreover, I don't think Mr. Shuren has the courage to do something rude. Shuren carefully confirmed all this. At this time, Shuren was having a dream. However, she was lying on Shuren's bed and being hugged tightly by Shuren. Although her clothes were very neat and tidy, there was not a trace of mess. Shuren suddenly smiled. Fortunately, it was just her face. You also kissed me. Since you have woken up, it's almost time to get up. Xianxia stared straight at Shuren and said, can you please let me go? This made Shuren feel somewhat complicated. Fortunately, things had not reached the worst point. Therefore, Shuren, who was a yes man in reality, could be described as a heavy punch in the dream. Only Xianxia was still so calm. She was as scary as ever. This was the first time I took the initiative to kiss someone, right? Hearing Huaxia's unchanging calm tone, Shan reluctantly got up and left the room with her. Wasn't it that he was lustful but not courageous? Huaxia explained the situation in a concise and comprehensive manner. Huaxia said the scariest words with the calmest expression on her face. I was waiting for you to wake up, but I don't know what you were dreaming about. You suddenly dragged me to the bed and hugged me. However, when he woke up, the scene that appeared in front of him almost caused him to let out a shriek in shock. Just when Shuren was about to refute fiercely, Xianxia made the first move. He's so calm, as if it's just a trivial matter, yet he's making me flustered like a beginner. Is there any meaning to it? As the saying goes, what you think about in the day, you dream about at night. It was not until a while later that Shuren reacted. Although the feeling was really indescribable, and Shuren was also a little reluctant, there was no other way. This was acting like a hooligan. He couldn't continue. Wronged? Xianxia was puzzled. Why do you say that? Just when Shuren made up his mind, Xianxia opened her mouth again and said something that made Shuren vomit blood. What else? Shuren continued to confirm, but there was a trace of embarrassment and sobbing in his voice. However, Xianxia was extremely calm, and there wasn't even the slightest hint of wavering on her face. By the way, Shuren's clothes were still the same as last time. He didn't know when he changed, and he finished washing up before he knew it. Where did you kiss? Huaxia was still as calm as ever, as if all of this was just fleeting clouds. How could she be so calm? Just hugging me and not letting go? Shuren was silent for a long time, and then he confirmed with a hoarse voice. Last time, because things happened too suddenly, and Terre released 2 consecutive attacks, exposing his true appearance and blessing skill, Shuren was in a daze. He was even brought out of the pool by Terre. I and percent and at. For all, Shuren stared at Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia was still very calm. Huxia furrowed his brows. I and percent and at. It was as if thousands of alpacas were galloping in her heart. Don't you feel wronged? Shuren couldn't help but speak up, feeling a little unconvinced. Because he knew very well what kind of dream he had. The scene that appeared in the dream was a familiar one. Shan opened his eyes again, trembling with fear. After confirming the state of the two of them again, a smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. Very good, I'll remember it. Just as expected, a sweet dream. I see, I'm still dreaming. You touched me all over. Satisfying any of the master's needs is the purpose of a maid like me, Xianxia said quietly, so, your question is meaningless. Hearing this, Xianxia seemed to understand something, and her expression returned to normal. It was just that there was a lot of information in this sentence. Even if I'm really a virgin, I definitely don't have any experience, right? Unfortunately, you wanted to take off my clothes. The corner of Shuren's mouth twitched. Xianxia explained the whole situation in a calm voice. Please don't escape from reality like last time. You're confused from sleep. In other words, as long as I'm your master, I can do anything to you, right? Next time I'll make you cry, even if Xianxia comes, it'll be useless. But this time, the first 2 times he was kissed by others, and this time he finally took the initiative, but he actually achieved this in his dream. At least, Xian thought that it sounded like you were drunk last night. Don't you know what you did? Xianxia got up, and she didn't even need to tidy up her clothes. Her movements were clean and neat, and her posture looked so clean and straight. With an indescribable silence, the beautiful maid lay in front of Xian, quietly looking at him with a pair of ruby-like eyes. Are you awake? Since he dragged her to the bed because of that dream, and now that he woke up, his hands and feet were still in such a dirty state, Xian didn't think that he was just hugging her. In the dining hall of the Lazahad family. After a few days, Vivian's party finally gathered here once again. The group of young ladies enjoyed the delicious dishes while chatting happily, making the entire dining hall seem lively and youthful. Looking at this scene, Xian was very emotional. They've just experienced a matter of life and death, yet they're able to recover in such a short time. No, they didn't just recover. Xian could see that the relationship between Vivian and the rest seemed to be better than before. It was especially so for Ter, who rarely participated in such chats in the past. Even if she was present, she would only drink tea quietly at the side. But now, she would join in from time to time. This was proof of the change in Ter's mentality. After this battle, Ter already knew that her companions wouldn't care about her background and would stand by her side regardless of life and death. Especially when Ter's ghost was exposed, none of the people around her changed their attitude. They didn't even question Ter about this matter, as if it didn't exist. It must have touched Ter's heart, right? The girls didn't even talk about the fact that they had been framed. Because it was a trap for Ter and they were merely involved in it. If they talked about it wantonly, they would be worried that Ter would feel guilty. Therefore, the girls really treated this matter as if it didn't exist, and continued to talk about some unimportant things with smiles on their faces. Their attitude should have more or less given Ter some comfort and redemption, which made Ter more open in front of everyone, right? On the contrary, Xian always felt that his attention would be attracted by Ter from time to time like a little boy who fell in love for the first time. After all, Xian had just fought with her in his dream. It was impossible for him not to think too much about it. Of course, Ter didn't realize this, or else who knew what kind of reaction she would have. However, the appearance of Xianxia caught the attention of these young ladies. Madame Xianxia, can this dish be served? Please take a look at this dish for me, Madame Xianxia. Big sister, are you tired? Why don't you take a rest, big sister? Beside Xianxia, the Lazahad family's maids and chefs would gather from time to time, asking for various opinions while looking at her with admiration in their eyes, making the young ladies feel strange. Really, what happened while we were away? That's the maid beside that person, right? The one from the flowering house? Why is she here and treated so warmly by the servants here? Or should I say, they worship her? Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika looked at each other for a long time, speechless. Xianxia had only appeared after they had left the royal city for the Adel Canyon, and was brought back by Xian. It was normal for them not to know what was going on. Although Xianxia didn't know what happened, they didn't say anything about Xian's decision. Vivian even said that she could ask Mijis for permission to let Xianxia stay here if necessary. Little did they know. Although the young ladies didn't know what happened, they didn't say anything about Xian's decision. Vivian even said that if necessary, she could ask Mijis for permission to let Xianxia stay here. Little did they know, rest assured, everyone. On the day I moved in here, I've already asked Sir Mijis for permission to stay. The condition is that I deal with the Lazahad family's chores, so there's no need to trouble you. Xia's calm words left everyone speechless. Xian's mouth twitched. He didn't know about this at all. No wonder Mijis was so straightforward when he asked for Xia's residence permit, and no wonder Xia managed this mansion in an orderly manner and even built it into a paradise. It turned out that all of this was because of a secret relationship in advance, dirty. Really dirty. While Xian was feeling indignant for some reason, the girls also learned about Xia's extraordinary abilities. They all seemed to be interested in Xia and talked to her. Xia responded with a sentence or two, neither too humble nor too rude. She was neither servile nor overbearing, and really had the temperament of an elder sister. As they chatted, they talked about a few pieces of good news. One was that after going through this life and death crisis, the collective strength of everyone in Vivian's team had increased. Vivian's level had reached 52. Dair's level had also reached 60. Marika's level had reached 45. Even Lumia's level had increased, and she was now at 47. The girl's strength had increased one after another, especially Dair. After breaking through to level 60, she had completely become the second genius after Rosie. Even her demon sword skill had been upgraded to level 4, and she was much stronger than before. As the saying went, fortune and misfortune depended on each other. Overcoming a life and death crisis was undoubtedly the most obvious for personal growth. It was understandable that everyone in Vivian's team could increase several levels in one go. In addition, because they had all been framed by the Gaglioli family, they had more or less participated in this incident, so they also received compensation from the kingdom. To be specific, they received a small portion of the assets of the nobles that Yulin had destroyed, which could be used to upgrade their equipment. When the time came, it would greatly increase their strength. The girls in Vivian's team had already decided to stroll around the royal capital in the next few days, and take advantage of this opportunity to buy some high-quality equipment from the royal capital. They even prepared some magic potions in case something like this happened again, which required them to fight continuously for a few days. With good magic potions, be it healing injuries, restoring mana, or even physical strength and energy, it would be very helpful. Therefore, the girls were ready to go on a shopping spree. Of course, a poor bastard like Shuren had no sense of participation or even the right to participate. His money had long been wiped out by the two dessert monsters, and he had to tighten his belt to live, so there was no need for him to go on a shopping spree. However, Shuren wasn't afraid of it. He also had a piece of good news, didn't he? You've made a great contribution this time. Have you thought about what reward you want? Vivian had asked Sean the same question. That's right, Shuren hadn't received his reward for this incident yet. At least, that was what Shuren thought. As long as I don't become a noble, everything is negotiable. What he meant was that as long as there was something more practical, he would be able to accept it. After visiting Rosie's room, Shuren completely overturned his decision. You want me to become a noble too? Shuren looked at Rosie in a daze. That's right. Rosie nodded solemnly. On this day, Sean followed Rosie's instructions and left Xianxia at home to look after Aie, who was still asleep, while the rest of Vivian's team went on a shopping spree. He went to the palace alone and visited Rosie's room. This time, there were fewer noble young masters outside Rosie's bedroom. It was unknown whether it was because the destruction of the nobles in the capital had affected them and made them busy with related matters at home, or because they knew that Shuren would come today. They did not dare to appear in front of this ruthless person who had tamed the Black Dragon and caused the kingdom's knights to suffer heavy losses. Even the female knights of the Sword Saint Knights looked at Shuren differently than before. This told Shuren that the rumors about him in the kingdom had become much more shocking than before. Of course, Shuren did not care about this at all. As long as others did not come to find trouble with him, Shuren would be happy to have peace and quiet. However, he didn't expect that when he entered Rosie's room, not only was the first Princess Riadella sitting there with a smile on her face, but even Rosie was trying to recruit him and make him a nobleman. This did not seem like something Rosie would do. At least, in the past, Rosie had never taken the initiative to recruit him. She had only made friends with Shuren in her own way. However, today, Rosie said such a thing. After recovering from his surprise, Shuren immediately looked at Lia, who was beside him. Why are you looking at me like that? Lia seemed to have sensed Shuren's thoughts. She raised her eyebrows and said, You can't be thinking that I asked Rosie to recruit you, right? Hee hee. Shuren did not respond and only smiled. His meaning was obvious. He was telling Lia that if it was not for her request, Rosie would not have directly recruited him. However, this time, Lia was innocent. I'm innocent. I did not instigate Rosie this time. Lia felt wronged and said, although the royal family really wanted to recruit you, it was Rosie who took the initiative this time. Even if I had that intention, I did not have the chance to say it. In other words, you still have that intention, right? The hearts of those in power were indeed dirty. On the contrary, it was Rosie who admitted it frankly. This has nothing to do with Sister Wang. I did it myself. Rosie looked at Sharon and said, "Don't you think this is a good opportunity?" "Sorry, I really don't think so." Sharon said straightforwardly, "I really don't want to become a noble." "Forgive me, I don't think so at all." Hearing this, Rosie looked as if she had not expected this. Only Liao smiled bitterly there. How many commoners dream of becoming nobles? Not only are you not interested in it, but you actually despise it. This is the first time I've seen someone like you, Zhao said coldly. Indeed, Sharon's disdain was too obvious. In the past, there had been people who refused to be conferred nobility due to various reasons. However, it was probably the first time he had met someone who disliked it as much as Sharon did. However, there was no other way. Sharon had to disdain it. What I hate the most is trouble, and becoming a noble is the biggest trouble. I have to fight with a bunch of people who want to fight for power and profit every day. There's also social interaction, alliances, connections, etiquette and whatnot. I get a headache just hearing about it. How can I become a noble? Sharon's rejection was very straightforward. Perhaps, for others, becoming a noble was a happy event worthy of bringing honor to their ancestors. However, Sharon really did not think it was that good. As the saying goes, the barefooted are not afraid of the barefooted. Only when you have nothing and nothing to lose can you be fearless and dare to do anything. On the other hand, most of the rich, powerful and influential people did not dare to do anything unusual. There were too many things to consider. In order to maintain their status, they had to spend a lot of effort. That was not what Sharon wanted. But it's different now, isn't it? Rosie said, "You are now a talent who can even tame a dragon. If you don't establish your own family and become a noble, the other nobles will definitely think of ways to make you one of them. This way, they can use your talent to fight for a higher position and obtain more benefits." "Is that what you want?" Sharon suddenly frowned. This was indeed a problem. If he had nothing to do all day and had to face the nonsense and persuasion of those so-called nobles, even Sharon himself would feel a little annoyed. "However, even if I establish my own family, it won't change much, right?" Sharon rolled his eyes and said, "At most, it will change me from being recruited by the nobles to recruited by the country." "Is there a big difference?" It was just like that. The nobles wanted to rope in Sharon, and the kingdom naturally wanted to rope in Sharon. As for Sharon becoming a noble, to put it nicely, it was to establish his own family and not be afraid of being roped in by the other nobles. To put it bluntly, it was to become a person of the kingdom. If he was roped in by the nobles, then Sharon would work for the nobles. If he became a person of the kingdom, then Sharon would work for the kingdom. In the end, it was all work. What was the difference, whether it was the kingdom or the nobles? They just wanted Sharon to tame dragons for them and cultivate high-end combat power. This kind of thing, Sharon was too lazy to do. He did not want to become a social animal. He only wanted to earn money when he was short of money. When he encountered something he wanted to do, he could do it without any worries. That was enough. Becoming a noble of the kingdom, would this thing help Sharon in his crusade against the Demon King? Not at all. Therefore, Sharon did not want to become a noble. "However, I think you are thinking too much." Rosie laughed and went straight to the point and said, "If you are worried that the kingdom will use your ability to tame a large number of dragons, then there is no need." Why, it was very simple. "Do you think real dragons are everywhere?" Rosie said bluntly, "Even if you want to tame, you need to have a dragon. Even in the kingdom, it is extremely difficult to find a dragon. How can you tame a large number of them?" Sean was slightly taken aback, and then he began to ponder in his heart. Rosie was right. Dragons were rare. Even if they had the ability to tame them, it was still unknown whether they could find a target to tame. Therefore, no matter how greedy the kingdom was, they would not be unable to see the reality and think that they could rely on Sharon's skill to tame a large number of dragons to increase the kingdom's combat power. Of course, it's very boring of you to change the concept like this. It's not only dragons that can be tamed. The high-level, taming, skill is more than enough to tame other magical creatures. That's what you want, right? Sean immediately understood what was going on, and said, "It's not only dragons that can be tamed. Rosie was speechless. Who would have thought that this guy would react so quickly? He was not usually so smart, only at times like this. Rosie could not figure out whether this guy was a smart person or an abominable idiot. However, Rosie would not give up persuading him. Because, if she did not do so, this guy might. Rosie could not help but bite her lip when she thought of something. On the other hand, Sharon had also noticed Rosie's abnormality. What's wrong with this girl? Sharon frowned slightly. In the past, Rosie would never have spared no effort to recruit him like this. This was because, if things went wrong, Sharon might think that Rosie only wanted to get to know him because of his ability. Rosie's identity was very noble. Not only was she the princess of the kingdom, but she was also the descendant of the brave. She was also blessed by the goddess of destiny. Even the Protoss wanted to invite her to live in the realm of gods. If such a person was not noble, then who was? However, because of her noble identity, Rosie's various actions were very likely to be overinterpreted and thought to have an ulterior motive. For example, now that Rosie was inviting Sharon as the princess of the kingdom, Sharon might suspect that all her previous attempts to get close to him were just for this purpose. She might have taken a fancy to his ability and wanted to use him, but she did not really want to be friends with him. The actions of people in high positions and those who were too famous would be overinterpreted like this. Just like the celebrities in his previous life, there were some actions that everyone was doing, but they could not do it. It would be magnified by the people and cause psychological discomfort. Because of this, Rosie had always deliberately avoided such actions. She only helped Sharon unilaterally. Even if she wanted Sharon to do something for her, it was only a personal request. For example, asking Sharon to bring desserts for her, or asking Sharon to accompany her to investigate the abnormal situation around the royal city were somewhat harmless. This was also the reason why Rosie was so considerate. She helped Shaun unconditionally without asking for his opinion and did not pursue the matter. Sharon could feel this, which was why he was so at ease with Rosie just now. It was because he could see that Rosie really wanted to get to know him, and not because of obvious benefits. Last time, when Sharon did not choose to become a noble, Rosie did not say anything, did she? But this time, for some reason, Sharon felt that Rosie was a little desperate. That's right, desperate. Why was she doing this? Shaun could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. Sharon did not notice this at all. Beside him, Leah quietly looked at Rosie as if she had an idea and there were some ripples in her eyes. Meanwhile, Shauna, who had been quietly standing behind Leah, was only left with shock. After all, not only Sharon, but Shauna also noticed Rosie's desperation. It was the first time she saw Rosie like this. Even if this man is indeed a talent, Princess Rosie doesn't have to work so hard, right? Shauna was surprised. However, Rosie did not need others to understand. She only had one thought, which was to make Sharon a noble. So, if you don't want to be ordered around by the kingdom because of your noble status, I can assure you that such a thing will not happen. See? Sighed, and sighed, sighed. You have my token, and I'm sure you know my position in the kingdom. The kingdom won't risk angering me to do anything to you, right? Rosie's words surprised Sharon. Not only Sharon, even Leah and Shauna were stunned. There was no other reason. It was the first time they saw Rosie boasting about her identity like this. Rosie had never talked about things with her identity like this, nor did she use her position to oppress others. But now, Rosie did it. On top of that, Rosie didn't seem to have any self-awareness as she continued to speak. Actually, even without me, not many people would be willing to offend you over some small matters. You have Adel's black dragon by your side, and you're an adventurer who can even defeat Beto and Killian of the Old Demons faction. Furthermore, the Galuoli family and the part of the kingdom's knights led by them have been destroyed by you through some means. Not only will the kingdom not send you away, but they will also treat you seriously. Not to mention, you have a high-level, taming, skill. The kingdom will be worried that if they anger you, you will defect to another country. A tamer with a high-level, taming, skill is very important to a country. The kingdom only has a flying dragon legion because of the achievements of a master tamer. However, he is already old and will pass away sooner or later. In the eyes of the kingdom, with your talent, you will definitely be the next master tamer that they cannot live without. That is why the kingdom values you so much and wants to make you a noble. Even my father wants to get your consent before conferring you a noble title. He doesn't dare to give you a one-sided order in the audience hall. Firstly, he is afraid that you will reject him again. Secondly, he doesn't want to offend you. Rosie kept persuading Kieran. Even an outsider would be surprised by how hardworking she was. Sharon smiled bitterly. Do you want me to be a noble that much? Sharon let out a breath, looked at Rosie and asked directly. Yes. Rosie was stunned for a moment before she nodded without hesitation. She met Sharon's gaze with a firm gaze. Sharon stopped talking. Rosie stopped persuading Kieran. She just stared at Sharon. Leah and Shauna looked at each other and chose to stay silent, watching quietly. The atmosphere of the scene suddenly became a little quiet, but it was also a little subtle. It was not until a long time later that Sean sighed and spoke. Can you really guarantee that there won't be too many troubles coming to me? Sharon confirmed. Rosie was instantly delighted. She could see that Sharon had compromised a little. Then, Rosie immediately spoke. As long as it doesn't concern the life and death of the kingdom, I can guarantee that everything will have to be approved by you first. Rosie made the biggest promise she could. This made Leah smile bitterly. She wanted to say something but she didn't know if she should interrupt. In the end, she could only give up. As for Sharon, his face was completely relaxed. What else could he do, since she had already said that, no matter how stupid Sharon was, he could understand that there must be a reason for Rosie to want him to become a noble of this kingdom. Otherwise, Rosie's promise would not bring any benefits to the kingdom. This was equivalent to giving Sharon benefits without asking him to reciprocate or contribute. Why would the kingdom do something so unreasonable? They must be eager for Sharon to work for them. Why would they pay one-sidedly and let Sharon eat and do nothing? Wouldn't that be equivalent to raising a master? But Rosie was very forceful in giving Sharon this master. If that was the case, what other objections could Sharon have? What kind of title does the kingdom intend to give me? Sharon's helpless words made Rosie finally smile. That unreserved smile that came from the heart was so beautiful that it made people lose their minds. Shauna was dumbfounded. Even Leah was a little stunned. Her eyes were full of emotions. Sean, on the other hand, had to admit something. He was moved. It was from this moment onwards that Sharon could no longer treat Rosie as a pure friend. A small seed was planted, and one day it would sprout. Nobles were generally divided into two types. One was the nobles of the kingdom with territories. The other was the honorary nobles without territories. The former, as the name suggested, was a noble who had been granted a territory by the kingdom. With the territory as their base, they occupied it as a king and became a lord. They regarded developing the territory as their duty. This kind of nobles had the right to form a private knight group and an army. They had extremely high rights, and all matters within the territory were basically under their control. Unless they committed a major crime or failed to contribute to the development of the territory for years, only then would their territory be taken back and they would be demoted. Otherwise, other than having to hand over 20% of the territory's income to the kingdom every year, this noble had the highest and greatest rights in the territory. Even the royal family did not have the right to interfere. The latter would not receive a territory, but they had the same rights as the former. Not only could they form a private knight group and a private army, but they could also receive offerings from the kingdom every year. The offerings they received were different according to the rank of the nobility. Some of them would serve in the kingdom and become the relevant authorities of the kingdom and other territories. Some would choose to do freelance work and travel around. There were even many honorary nobles who became adventurers. For example, Midge's and Lily's Lazahat family was an honorary aristocrat with the title of Marquis. They were in charge of various matters of the Adventurers Guild, and the family had managed the Adventurers Guild for generations. It was the same for Iridia's family. Their unit of work was a knight, and they were also honorary aristocrats with the title of Marquis. Of course, the nobles of the kingdom with territories would be more involved with the kingdom. After all, with the connection of the territory, even if he didn't want to be involved, it wasn't very possible. Honorary nobles had a higher degree of freedom. Unless they chose to serve in the authority of the kingdom, or unless they did something harmful to the kingdom, the kingdom would not restrict them no matter what they wanted to do. Honorary nobles who did not serve in the authority of the kingdom only had one obligation. That was, when the kingdom was in danger, he had to lend a helping hand. Because of this, for people like Shuren, becoming an honorary noble was undoubtedly more suitable. Rosie said that Shuren could choose between becoming a territorial noble or an honorary noble. Then I'll be an honorary noble. Shuren made such a decision without hesitation. Rosie immediately made a promise to Shuren on behalf of the royal family. Since you've decided to become an honorary noble, the kingdom will not grant you a territory. However, you will still have the right to form a knight group and a private army. However, the size of the knight group and the army will be affected by your title. For example, the baron, the lowest rank among the nobles, can only form a knight group of 100 and an army of 1,000. The size of the knight group and private army cannot exceed this limit. A viscount can form a knight group of 1,000 and an army of 10,000. A count can form a knight group of 10,000 and an army of 10,000. A count can form a knight group of 10,000 and an army of 100,000. A duke can form a knight group of 10,000 and an army of 10,000. This is a knight group of 10,000 and an army. As long as it was within the stipulated scale, the nobles could decide how they wanted to form their own knight orders and private armies. Sean really wanted to ridicule them. It's fine if it's the beginning, but is it even possible for it to be in the millions at the end? For example, there were less than 100,000 knights in the kingdom. Even if a marquis had the right to form a knight group of 100,000, what could he do? Could he even find a way to get more, not to mention a duke? Was it a joke to form a knight group of 1,000,000 and an army of 10,000? Shuren thought to himself. However, Shuren also understood that this was just a boundary. It was only used to limit the smaller nobles and not allow them to have too many private armies. The bigger nobles were just giving them the right to look good. As for whether they could form a knight group of this scale and an army, it would depend on their own ability. As for Shuren, in view of your 2 previous achievements, the kingdom has decided to directly grant you the title of a viscount. Rosie said to Shuren. A viscount can form a knight group of 1,000 and an army of 10,000 and enjoy an annual tribute of 10,000 gold coins. In other words, you can receive 10,000 gold coins from the kingdom as tribute every year. In addition, you can also get a house in the noble district. The house is chosen by the kingdom. If you are not satisfied with it, you can ask the kingdom for 1,000 gold coins and buy it yourself in the noble district. From Rosie's words, Shuren was only concerned about the 10,000 gold coins and the ownership of a house. Because it meant something. Not only am I a 10,000 yuan household. No, a 10,000 yuan household, but I also have a house? Was this the rhythm of a poor man becoming a rich man? Rosie, who did not know what Shuren was thinking, continued to explain. After becoming an honorary viscount, if you want to work in the kingdom, you can directly apply to the palace. After the verification, the kingdom will assign you a certain position. The higher the title, the better the position. If you can become an honorary count, you will directly hold a high position and have the right to attend the kingdom's parliament. Of course, you probably won't want to hold a position. Rosie then introduced the various rights and privileges of being a noble to Shuren. It suddenly made Shuren feel that becoming a noble wasn't such a bad thing after all. Even though he was not interested in holding a position, some rights and privileges were still acceptable to Shuren. If that wasn't the case, why would so many people want to become nobles, especially? The kingdom has a clear rule that commoners are not allowed to marry concubines and can only have one wife. Only merchants who have contributed to the kingdom can marry more than one concubine. Nobles have the right to have more than one wife, but it also depends on the level of the title. A baron can have one wife and one concubine. A viscount can have one wife and 2 concubines. A count can have 2 wives and 3 concubines. A marquis can have 3 wives and 4 concubines. A duke can have 4 wives and 5 concubines. Only the royal family has no restrictions. The size of the harem determines the number of concubines they can marry. However, the children of the concubines don't have the right to inherit the throne. In the future, when the king of the same generation is decided, their children won't be granted the title of duke. Only the children of the first wife have the right to inherit the throne. If they don't ascend to the throne in the end, they will be granted the title of duke. Therefore, the number of the first wife won't be too many, at most 5. When Rosie said those words, she stared at Shuren without blinking. What about Shuren? When he heard that a viscount could have 1 wife and 2 concubines, he already stood up. My loyalty to the kingdom can be seen by the sun and moon. Everyone can see it. So, I deserve to be a noble. Sean's serious words made the corners of Rosie's mouth twitch, and she wanted to bite him twice. Weren't you so stubborn before? Why don't you continue to be stubborn? Bastard. About 10 minutes later, Shuren left Rosie's room. Only Rosie, Lia, and Shauna were left in the room. Shauna was still quietly standing behind Lia, watching Shuren's back as he left. Rosie and Lia looked at each other in silence. It was only after a while that the silence was broken. You've really given him a lot of convenience and benefits, Lia said faintly. Lia then said faintly, the kingdom is trying so hard to recruit him because of his ability to tame and the battle prowess of that adult black dragon. But in the end, you actually gave him so much freedom. This way, whether it's the royal family or the nobles, I'm afraid they'll all be pissed to death. Maybe. Luo Qian's expression did not change. She said lightly, if they have any objections, let them come to me. How would they dare? Lia snapped. So what if it's a taming master and an almost invincible king of demons? Can they compare to you, the most precious treasure of the kingdom? Her words were crude, but her reasoning was not. To the kingdom, Rosie was the real treasure. A taming master and an almost invincible king of demons were certainly tempting, but it depended on who they were compared to. If it was compared to Rosie, it was nothing. After all, not only did Rosie have the potential to stand shoulder to shoulder with her ancestors, she also had the Protoss's attention and the support of the people. In terms of importance, she was many times more important than Shuren. Therefore, the kingdom would definitely rather give up on Shuren than anger Rosie. Otherwise, a single word from Rosie would cause a riot among the people, and any noble would not be able to handle it. Even the royal family might be ousted. It was very terrifying. If not for that, why would so many nobles be willing to be a bootlicker and hope that Rosie would take a second look at him? The one who gets Rosie can get the world. This saying was completely appropriate here. But I don't understand, why do you want to keep him so desperately? Lia finally asked the question in her heart. Rosie was silent. Lia continued speaking as if she did not see it. He certainly has talents that the royal family values, but with your personality, you wouldn't try so hard to recruit a talent for the sake of the royal family and the kingdom. I did hear that the neighboring Ragnar Empire and a few other countries have made some moves, but is that the reason for you to do this? Lia said leisurely, I did hear that the neighboring Ragnar Empire and a few other countries have made some moves, but is that the reason for you to do this? That's right, the neighboring Ragnar Empire and a few other countries already knew of Shuren's existence, and had some targeted movements against him. If the kingdom valued Shuren so much, the other countries would naturally not be an exception, right, regardless of whether it was to snatch away this rare talent or to prevent the kingdom from obtaining such a powerful talent, they more or less took some actions to deal with this matter. Sean's current importance was completely different from before. Even if he could not be compared to Rosie, he had been elevated to the national level. The kingdom wanted him to become the second taming master to tame a large number of magical beasts, led by wyverns, for the kingdom to continue to strengthen the kingdom's combat power. The other countries were already wary of the kingdom's wyvern army, and now that the taming master who could tame wyverns was about to pass away due to old age, they naturally did not want to see the appearance of a second taming master, and even more did not want to see the kingdom become a terrifying country that could even tame dragons. With Shuren's talent, the other countries were also envious, and it was understandable that they would do something about it. Especially the Ragnar Empire. It was not easy to deal us a heavy blow 10 years ago. This time, seeing that nearly half of the kingdom's knights have been destroyed, they can't be more than happy and ready to make a move. How can they just watch a taming master who can tame dragons join our kingdom? At this point, Lia's tone became a little cold. They must be mustering up their strength to do something now. Lia's words made Shauna, who was behind her, show a tense expression. Rosie, on the other hand, was as calm as ever. She knew what Lia wanted to say. What Lia wanted to say was actually very simple. Are you worried that he will be taken away by the neighboring country? Liao looked straight at Rosie. Rosie was still silent. Until, I just have a hunch. Rosie mumbled as if she was sleep-talking, if I don't find a way to make him stay, then he will leave. Liao was speechless for a moment. This was not something that could be casually heard. Rosie's hunch was most likely related to the blessing of the goddess of destiny. Since that was the case, this hunch was very likely to come true. But this also proved a fact. Are you really trying so hard to make him stay? Liao said in disbelief. Just for a man like this? Clearly, Liao did not expect that Shuren was so important in Rosie's heart. Not to mention Liao, even Xianxia had a look of astonishment on her face. But how could they understand? To a certain extent, he has become an indispensable part of my life. Rosie thought of the time she spent with Sean, and her grip on the teacup tightened. It was rare for her to speak from the bottom of her heart. At least, I don't want to go back to those boring and unchanging days. Liao and Xianxia probably wouldn't understand this sentence. That was because they did not know Rosie's true colors, nor did they know how much pressure and loneliness Rosie had been enduring in the past. They also did not know how panicked and anxious Rosie was when she had a hunch that Shuren would leave. So, whether it was the interests of the kingdom or the considerations of the royal family or the nobles, it had nothing to do with Rosie. Rosie only had one thought. And that was to make Shuren stay. Otherwise, she might not be able to see him anymore. This was what Rosie was truly afraid of. Rosie, Leah's gaze towards Rosie had changed. A thought came to her mind, and she couldn't help but ask. Don't tell me that you have feelings for that man. Before she could finish her sentence, Liao was stopped by Rosie's gaze. Sister Liao, you know that I have no interest in the throne. I will not be the queen in the future. This kingdom will be yours sooner or later. Rosie said, I just hope that the royal family will not do anything stupid. I don't want to be your enemy. Liao couldn't help but swallow a sigh of relief when she heard that. Xianxia seemed to have understood something. Her face was filled with shock. Because this was Rosie's warning. Rosie was warning Liao and the other members of the royal family not to cause trouble for Shuren because of her. Otherwise, she would not mind doing something overboard. Is he that important to you now? Leah's face was filled with disbelief. Rosie's expression did not change. You won't understand. Her faint words echoed in the room. None of you will understand. The lonely princess's sigh lingered for a long time. No one could understand the meaning behind it. In the evening, at Lazahad's house. In the dining room, Shuren scratched his head and announced the matter to everyone. You're going to become a noble. Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and Marika all gasped in shock when they heard this. Well, it's just an honorary noble in name. Shuren laughed dryly and quickly said, I don't plan to serve in the kingdom. I'll probably continue to be an adventurer in the future. However, Shuren's explanation still could not stop the women from clamoring. Isn't this too sudden? Vivian said in surprise, although with your achievements, it's more than enough to be conferred a noble title. But weren't you very resistant to becoming a noble before? Did something happen? Ter seemed to have noticed something. She quietly stared at Shuren and said, Did something make you change your mind? Hearing Ter's words, for some reason, Shuren felt a little guilty, as if he had been caught red-handed by his first wife. If he told Ter that he agreed because Rosie was trying her best, would he be chopped into pieces? While Shuren was feeling guilty, Lumia and Marika spoke up. Does that mean that Mr. Shuren will become an honorary viscount soon? Lumia asked weakly. Then, will Mr. Shuren stay in the royal capital? After all, he has a house here. Marika even poked her head out and asked anxiously. Unfortunately, Shuren had never thought about this. Even if you ask me that, I still haven't made up my mind. Shuren said helplessly, before, I wanted to go back to Lamijin. But now, maybe I'll treat this place as my base? Shuren did not feel a sense of belonging to Lamijin. He had been there for less than a month, so how could he feel a sense of belonging? It was just that there were too many troublesome matters in the royal capital, and Vivian and the others were expected to return to Lamijin. That was why he wanted to follow them. Now that he had a house here, it was only natural for him to treat this place as his base. Could this be Her Royal Highness's real goal? Sharon suddenly had such a feeling. However, while Sharon was thinking about this, Vivian and the others looked at each other. Ter and Marika fell silent. No one knew what they were thinking. Lumia, on the other hand, did not think too much and was still sighing. Only Vivian smiled at Sharon. Actually, it's better for you to stay here, Vivian said softly. After all, Lamijin is not like the royal capital. Although there are many forces here and things can get complicated, I have to say that there are many opportunities here. For someone who wants to become stronger, there's no better place than the royal capital, which is full of strong people. What about you guys? Sharon was a little conflicted. Do you think I should stay and let you go back to Lamijin? Sharon did not want to see this situation. There was no other reason. They had been together for a long time, and their relationship was not the same as before. Sharon really did not want to be separated from Vivian and the others. Especially Ter. Sharon was starting to like this little girl. He really did not want to be separated from her. If there was no other way, Sharon would still go back with Vivian and the others. Just then, if you want to stay, I will accompany you. Ter suddenly opened her mouth and said such a sentence. You want to stay with me? Ter's words lifted Sharon's spirits. Ter? Even Lumia and Marika were surprised. They did not expect Ter to say such a thing. Are you sure? Vivian's smile faded a little. She looked at Ter and said seriously, staying in the royal capital might not be a good thing for you, right? After all, Ter was still viewed as an enemy by many nobles. The hated Elbeck family was also here. She had left the royal capital for Lamijin to escape from them, but now she suddenly said that she wanted to stay. It was no wonder that Vivian was so serious about it. However, Ter remained calm. After the incident at the Adel Canyon, the radical nobles who would use any means necessary to deal with me have almost all been wiped out. The remaining ones should be the more rational ones. Even if they're hostile to me, they won't touch me easily, Ter said coldly. Ter said coldly, besides, what you just said is also suitable for me. After all, the imperial city is known as the center of the world. There are many strong people here, and there are also many opportunities. If I want to quickly improve my strength, staying here is not unacceptable. Although she said that, everyone could clearly feel that Ter wanted to stay because of Sharon. Everyone looked at Sean and Ter in astonishment. They couldn't figure out when the relationship between the two of them had become so good. As for Sharon, he was completely in a state of joy. If you're willing to stay, I probably won't have to hesitate anymore. That was what Sharon said. In fact, there were still many things in the royal capital that attracted Sharon's attention. Putting aside everything else, Sharon could not bear to leave the magical library alone. Even though learning celestial magic and applying it to magic had exhausted Sharon's mind, he might still need to use it in the future. Rosie was also here. She was the only person Sharon knew who had connections to the divine realm. Sharon also wanted to learn more about the divine realm through her and investigate some secrets that he wanted to know. Thus, Sharon's mentality was somewhat different from before. He was no longer so against the royal capital. Sharon had completely forgotten what he had said before. Even if I jump down from here into the lake and drown, I will never stay behind for that princess. Yes, it was really nice now. However, after Ter said that she could stay, Marika raised her hand. I want to stay too. Melika seemed to have been stimulated and suddenly expressed this strongly. Marika? Lumia was shocked. You want to stay too? Vivian was also very surprised. Sean turned his gaze to Marika with a strange look in his eyes. Bearing Sean's strange gaze, Marika's pretty face turned red as if she had just realized that she was too excited. I left the elf forest for cultivation and came to the human kingdom. If I can become stronger here, then of course I want to stay. Melika's face was red as she stammered out these words. She did not look convincing at all. Sharon even thought so. This girl, is she really going to go further and further down the road? At this moment, it had to be said that Sharon was very excited. Perhaps it was because of the strange dream that he had, but now he had an urge to get rid of his singlehood. Moreover, he would be a noble from now on. Although he was only a viscount, which was only one level higher than a baron, he could still have a wife and 2 concubines, right? Since that was the case, it was normal for 1 or 2 beautiful girls to stay here to improve their relationship with him, right? The ancestors had said that carrying on the family line was the most fundamental responsibility of a man. Since that was the case, how could he abandon the teachings of the ancestors? One must be filial. The more Shuren thought about it, the more excited he became. But soon, Shuren realized the problem. If Ter and Marika can stay, I will raise both my hands and feet in approval. While saying this, Shuren looked at Vivian. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "But if that's the case, what do you and Lucia plan to do?" This was a problem. He could not possibly disband Vivian's team and let Vivian and Lucia return to Limijan on their own, could he? That was impossible. Don't worry. Vivian seemed to see through Shuren's worries. She smiled and said, "I was born in the royal capital. Although I was sent to Limijan with Lily for training, it's just training. Both of us will come back sooner or later. At least, Lily can't stay in Limijan forever." As the only daughter of the Lazahad family, Lily would sooner or later return to inherit Mija's position and take charge of the family and the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. It was for this purpose that Lily was sent to Limijan to become the leader of the Adventurers Guild. Her goal was to hone her abilities as a leader. Vivian, on the other hand, wanted to train with Lily. That was why she went to Limijan. So, it's been 3 years. The training should be over soon. Recently, Lily has the intention to return to the royal capital. I believe that she will hand over the work on hand soon and choose a new leader. Vivian chuckled and said, "In that case, it's not a bad thing for me to come back before her and stay here and not go back." In other words, Vivian could also stay. The only thing left was, what do you plan to do? Lucia? Vivian turned to the last member of the team. Everyone turned to look at her. Lumia was at a complete loss for what to do. She clasped her hands together and looked as if she was going to burst into tears at any moment. There was no other way. I have to go back, Lucia said sadly. My sisters are in Limijan. I can't leave them there. This meant that for the sake of her sisters, Lucia had to leave the team. But I don't want to be separated from everyone. Lumia finally shed tears of sorrow. Seeing this, everyone's heart ached. It's okay, Lucia. Vivian put her hand on Lucia's shoulder and comforted her. We won't be separated. Yes, Lucia. Melika hugged Lucia and said hurriedly, "You can bring your sisters here." Bring my sisters here? Lucia did not seem to have thought of this and was stunned. But at this moment, Vivian and Ter both spoke up. That's a good idea, Ter said. Ter said, "Lumia, you have great potential. If you stay in the royal capital and train, you'll definitely go far in the future. If you stay in Limijan, your future achievements will be limited." I think so too, Vivian said with a nod. Moreover, there are academies in the royal capital that specialize in teaching children magic and combat. There are many retired knights and adventurers who serve as mentors. There are even excellent mentors who retired from the royal knights. If your sisters can receive training here, they will be able to live independently in the future. Otherwise, you can't protect them for the rest of their lives, can you? This. Lucia was immediately tempted. But she was still hesitant. If I bring my sisters here, where will they live? Lucia seemed to be in a difficult position. After all, she had decided to settle down in the royal capital. She could not possibly live with the Lazahad family forever, could she? And so, Shuren finally had the right to speak. Don't worry about where to live. Shuren immediately said. I have a house here. That high-spirited declaration made all the women couldn't help but roll their eyes at him. But it was the truth. As long as the house given to Shan by the kingdom was not too ugly, it would be more than enough to accommodate Lucia and her family with the housing conditions in the noble district. Moreover, Ter and Marika had stayed because of him. Of course, Shuren wanted to bring them to live in his house. Vivian did not seem to have any objections. When Shuren is knighted, his house will probably need to hire a large number of servants and a butler to take care of it. It should not be a problem for the few of you to live there together. Vivian suggested. It was not hard to imagine that when Shuren's house was given out, his house would definitely not be empty. Especially, don't worry, everyone. Xianxia said calmly. Since I am here, it will definitely be the most comfortable living environment. I can guarantee that. As soon as these words came out, before anyone could say anything, the surrounding maids and servants turned pale with fright. Don't go. Sister. Don't leave us behind. If sister is leaving, we will also resign and help. We'll be wherever big sister is. The crowd began to chatter. This? Shuren and the others were all stunned. On the other hand, the butler was anxious. Everyone, don't be impulsive. Don't be impulsive. If you all leave, there will be no one to take care of this mansion. Master Magus will cry. Although I want to go with you. The butler's behavior made everyone blush with shame. It seems that we have to discuss this matter. Vivian's whisper made everyone nod with a wry smile. Xianxia was still as calm as ever. While everyone was making a ruckus, she walked to Shuren's side. There is one thing I forgot to report to you, Mr. Shuren. Xianxia suddenly said, someone came to visit you today. Seeing that you were not around, he left something behind, claiming that it was a gift for you. He asked you to accept it when you return. A gift for me? Shuren was startled and asked doubtfully, who gave it? A knight, Xianxia said calmly. He claimed to be Limcho Stringham of the Imperial Knights. Shuren raised his eyebrows slightly. That guy gave me a gift? Shuren said thoughtfully, what is it? I'm not sure. Xianxia said bluntly, that thing was wrapped up. I can see that the packaging was done very carefully. In addition, the knight repeatedly told you to open it yourself, the faster the better. I personally feel that it is very suspicious. Is that so? Shuren nodded. If that's the case, then throw it away. Yes. Shuren and Xianxia decided the fate of that thing with an extremely decisive attitude. Poor Barry and Limcho did not know about this. When they find out, they will definitely cry out. Adventurer Shuren is about to be conferred the title of an honorary viscount. Such news gradually spread in the royal capital, and was learned by the nobles and commoners. He's a viscount right off the bat? That's amazing. Although there are many examples of adventurers being conferred titles because of their great contributions, it seems that it's been a long time since someone was conferred the title of viscount right off the bat, right? He should have started with the lowest rank of baron. Yes. The people of the royal capital were relishing in this matter. Usually, things like conferring titles would not spread as fast as they did now, nor would they receive so much attention. As mentioned above, there were many examples of adventurers being conferred nobility due to their great contributions. This year alone, several barons had been conferred the title of nobility, so the people of the royal capital had long since gotten used to the topic of who was conferred the title of nobility. Under such circumstances, it had been a long time since the last time such a matter of being conferred a noble title had been discussed so enthusiastically. However, the news that Shuren was about to be conferred a title spread very quickly, and was also mentioned as a topic of conversation by many people, spreading throughout the streets and alleys of the royal capital. There were several reasons. Firstly, being conferred the title of viscount right off the bat was indeed rare. In addition, Shuren himself had recently become an influential figure in the royal capital. He was able to tame the Black Dragon of Adel, expose the conspiracy of the Galuoli family, crack the evil magic ritual in the Adel Canyon, and even almost annihilate the royal knights. All these deeds were considered to be his halo, causing him to still be highly watched. Also, Shuren had previously crusaded against the old demons led by Bitho, which made the people of the royal capital, who had suffered the devastating blow of the old demons 10 years ago, have a good impression of him. In addition, the kingdom had deliberately publicized this matter, letting the nobles and even neighboring countries know that Shuren already had a partner, and dispelling some of the thoughts that they shouldn't have. This caused the matter of Shuren being conferred a title to be spread like wildfire. Unfortunately, contrary to these people, many nobles were very unhappy about this matter. He must have been conferred the title of viscount right off the bat because he had connections with Royal Highness Rosie, right? He's just a viscount. Why is there such a high discussion rate? I think we still have to find an opportunity to teach him the rules of the nobles. Yeah. These nobles were just like this. Each of them spoke with such vigor, but in the end, none of them dared to do so. Obviously, they were just saying it verbally. After all, they didn't think that their families were stronger than the kingdom's knights, nor did they think that they could do anything to the black dragon who had been famous for 400 years. However, it was precisely because of this that they were even more jealous. That was because they knew very well that with Xian's ability and the favor of the princess, he might be promoted step by step. Perhaps, it wouldn't be long before they would lose the only thing they were proud of, their family background. By that time, not only would they not be able to provoke this former adventurer, but even the princess might be forced to marry him because of the rise in his status. This was something that many nobles did not want to see. In view of this, in the aristocratic circle, the news of Xian about to be conferred the title of nobility began to spread. It was the first time that an honorary viscount had attracted so much attention. Naturally, Xian didn't know what others were thinking. Xian naturally didn't know what others were thinking. If one really asked him what he thought of this phenomenon, he would only say one thing. Don't be so stubborn. If you don't like the reality, try it. When Xian said this, Rosie, Vivian, and the others were quite speechless. Don't be so stubborn. If you don't like it, try it. Who dares to touch you? Those nobles aren't that stupid. What they can use is definitely not power, but the power of the kingdom. Rosie and Vivian said this to Xian respectively. But Xian didn't care. If someone really provoked him, he wouldn't waste his breath. He would just send a kick straight at them. Since Rosie was covering for him, Xian wasn't afraid. Instead, he felt that the soles of his feet were a little itchy. He couldn't wait for a few balls to let him vent. In fact, because of this, Xian became the talk of the town for the next few days. There was no other reason. After all, there were still a few balls looking for a kick. This caused several nobles to desperately denounce Xian, hoping that the kingdom would uphold justice for them. Unfortunately, after a few days of trouble, seeing that Xian was still leisurely going to the palace every day as if nothing had happened, these nobles knew that they couldn't afford to offend this person. They could only hatefully stop. Xian didn't care about the noise in the outside world. If someone came looking for trouble, he would just kick them. If no one came looking for trouble, he would go to the magic library under the palace and continue to study hard. He wanted to learn celestial magic and pay magic as much as possible. During this time, Rosie brought Xian a few pieces of news. Your conferring ceremony will be held at the end of this month. At that time, Xian would need to go to the Hall of Audience again to receive the conferment from His Majesty the King. After the conferment, according to the rules, a noble banquet will be held at your residence. So, you have to find servants and chefs before the end of the month. Clean up your residence and prepare for the banquet. Don't embarrass yourself. Rosie said that Xian could write his own invitations to invite others to the banquet, or he could not write them at all. However, whether others would attend the banquet depended on whether he was famous enough, whether he had a wide network, and whether others would give him face. It was said that this banquet was used to show off one's strength as a noble. The more people who attended, the more capable they were. The higher the status of the people who attended, the more capable they were as a noble. This was equivalent to telling others about one's connections, how many people stood on one's side, and whether one was capable enough to hold a high-class banquet. Generally speaking, the banquets held by people who have just been conferred are very quiet. Very few nobles will attend. Most of them are relatives and friends who make up the numbers. For a viscount, there won't be many people attending his conferring banquet. But you don't have to worry about that. Rosie said to Xian with a deep meaning, causing Xian's mouth to twitch. Don't tell me that the princess, who wants to see the world in chaos, wants to come? If that was the case, Xian could already imagine how popular his conferring banquet would be. It was impossible for the royal family to attend unless they were at least a marquis. Princess Rosie was even more special. She had not attended any noble's conferring banquet, and she rarely attended the conferring ceremony. If this girl attended, Xian's banquet would not explode. It was definitely the kingdom's deliberate suppression. Forget it, I don't do those troublesome things anyway. Xian pushed all these things away. This was not something Xian liked to do in the first place. If it was before, Shuren would probably go on strike if he was asked to do something like this. But now. This will be an impeccable banquet. Xianxia calmly and domineeringly threw such a sentence at Shuren, and then disappeared. Looking at Xianxia like this, Shuren felt both relieved and afraid. I have a feeling that this maid will do something that will make everyone's glasses fall. Shuren felt that he could almost see the grand occasion of the banquet. So, he left the preparation of the banquet to Xianxia, while he continued to read books in the library, not caring about anything else. To be able to be a hands-off shopkeeper to this extent was also a rare realm. In short, he would ask Rosie for important matters, and Xianxia for trivial matters. Under such circumstances, Shuren's life was quite comfortable. As for Vivian, Ter, Lumia, Melika, and the other girls, they had been talking about their future, and were even thinking of ways to help Lumia. Aie also knew that Shuren was about to become a noble, but she did not express any opinion. Aie was just seriously considering it. How about I attend as well, using my real identity? Aie mentioned this to Shuren. Boss, don't. Shuren desperately tried to stop her. What a joke. If this girl were to attend his banquet with her real identity, the entire mortal world would be in an uproar. I'm here to support you and warn those restless ants not to have any ideas about my people. Aie expressed her dissatisfaction. When did I become your person? Shuren just wanted to catch this girl and give her a good spanking. Although it must feel good to be protected by a boss, this was too good. Shuren was a little scared himself, and when he thought of the consequences, he felt a chill in his head. He could only stop her. After much persuasion, Shuren finally stopped this girl and let her look for Yulin with an indignant expression. During this period, Aie had been like this, looking for Yulin whenever she had time. He did not know what she was doing, and it was quite suspicious. I hope the house the kingdom found for me is big enough. Shuren wanted to take Yulin over. It was said that ever since the dragon's sister stayed in the riding house in the north, there had not been a day of peace there. All the monsters, including the flying dragons, who stayed under the same roof as her, trembled every day, could not eat well, and could not sleep well. It was almost causing a riot. Those who were responsible for feeding the monsters also claimed that they did not dare to go near Yulin, because if they did, they would be scared half to death by her roar. All of them served her like a tyrant. So, Shuren wanted to take Yulin over and stay with him. If the house the kingdom found for Shuren was big enough, he was prepared to build a dragon house for Yulin to live in. But do I have enough gold coins? Shuren, who had already received 10,000 gold coins, felt that he could not hold on to it anymore. Just like that, the days passed day by day. As time passed, Shuren's conferring ceremony was getting closer and closer. On this day, Shuren was in a good mood. I've finally finished mastering the celestial magic. Yes, Shuren had memorized all the incantations of the celestial magic. Now, Shuren could use all the elementary, intermediate, and advanced celestial magic without missing a single one. Naturally, he was in a good mood. All that's left is to use magic. As long as he finished mastering the Fuyu magic, Shuren would be able to take a breather and give his brain a break. I've been memorizing all kinds of magic incantations recently. It feels like my brain is only filled with the words of the incantations. I hope I don't become stupid. Reality proved that it was not easy to be a top student. A true top student would be nurtured from a young age, starting from the basics bit by bit, and then gradually gaining a deeper understanding of knowledge. Unlike Shuren, who had only been in this world for 2 months, there were still many things he did not understand. He could only cram them into his brain like a whale. Naturally, he did not feel good. Fortunately, he only needed to memorize the incantations and be able to chant them. He did not need to comprehend the realm and see through the mysteries like in some novels. Otherwise, Shuren felt that he should give up on the path of being a mage and just focus on close combat like Rosie. Who asked me to become a hero in a short period of time? Although Shuren had not encountered a crematorium yet, he was still inexperienced in some places. He could not compare to the natives of this world, nor could he compare to the talents who had been immersed in this field for many years. However, he had finally mastered a system of magic, and was not much worse than those professional mages. Next, he only needed to finish mastering the Fuyu magic, and Shuren's goal for the past month would be accomplished. But compared to celestial magic, Fuyu magic is more troublesome. Shuren's happiness disappeared when he thought of the many more incantations for Fuyu magic compared to celestial magic. As a magic system known for its generality, it could not avoid the two results of many and miscellaneous. Therefore, compared to celestial magic, there were many more incantations for Fuyu magic. This made Shan regret more than once why he had to learn this kind of magic. However, the effects of the magic had never disappointed Shan, so he gritted his teeth and worked hard to get through it. Hopefully, I'll be able to memorize all the spells before the 1-month deadline. Feeling that there was a long way to go, Shuren sighed silently. But after that, Shuren finally received good news. It was the good news brought by Rosie, who was waiting for Shan at the entrance of the library. Your house has been decided. Rosie then said to Shan, who looked a little numb, let's go, I'll take you to have a look. Hearing that, Shan finally perked up a little. In this undulating area where the mansions and villas of the nobles were located, the nobles were very particular about where they lived. Generally speaking, the higher the rank of the nobles, the closer their house was to the center. The lower the rank of the nobles, the more marginal their house was. For this reason, every time a noble was promoted, they would consider buying a house that was closer to the center of the city. Nobles whose families had fallen often could not even keep their own houses. In the end, they would either be reduced to selling their houses or be chased away. As a result, the residences in the noble district would undergo a major change every once in a while. The Lazahad family, where Shuren and the others were staying, was close to the center, which proved the status of this great noble family. Generally speaking, a viscount like Shuren would not have to live in the marginal area, but he would definitely not be able to get close to the center. In the noble area, he would probably be in the lower middle area. But Rosie brought Shuren all the way through the noble area. Finally, they arrived at the center of the noble area. Here, a castle-like mansion rose from the ground, surrounded by several other pavilions, like stars surrounding the moon, protecting the mansion. Did you think they were separate? Wrong. Upon closer inspection, there were corridors connecting the mansion and guest houses. Moreover, the mansion and guest house were not only surrounded by an incomparably vast garden, but they were also surrounded by tall fences. In other words, the mansion, guest houses, and gardens in this area were all together, belonging to one place of residence. At the center of the noble area, there were such luxurious houses, which could be regarded as a territory. How is it? Are you satisfied? Rosie brought Shuren here and smiled at him. Shuren was silent. After a while. Goodbye. Shuren turned around and left. Wait. Why are you leaving? Rosie was stunned and hurriedly dragged Shuren back. Shuren slapped her hand away. Because you are playing with me. Shuren said with a fake smile, are you sure you can give this to me? Why not? Rosie seemed to be unable to understand. She tilted her head and said cutely, since no one lives here, can't I give it to you? Shuren looked at the pretending girl and wanted to give her a few blows. Look there first, and then look at me. Are you sure this is something that can be given to a viscount? Shuren said speechlessly, this is the center of the noble area. I'm afraid that the surrounding area is either the mansion of a marquis or the villa of a duke. Even they did not get this central location and live in this castle-like place. Are you sure I won't be sprayed to death by other people's saliva if I live there? This was no longer a question of whether the house was big or luxurious, but this location was not a place where a viscount should be. How many dukes and marquises could only obediently stay at the side? Viscount, Shan was sure that as soon as he moved in as a viscount, the entire capital would be turned upside down the next day. In the capital, there were many nobles who did not like Shuren. Once Shuren dared to move in, he would probably become the enemy of almost all the nobles. Although Shuren was not afraid, being afraid and not looking for trouble were two different things. Not to mention that this was arranged by someone else. If Shuren accepted it without thinking, it would be a problem. Why would the kingdom give me such a place? This is obviously unreasonable, right? Shuren looked at Rosie with a face full of suspicion. His eyes swept over the graceful figure of Her Royal Highness, and then said, could it be that you are making things difficult for me? Hearing this, Rosie turned her head and looked away from Shirin. This reaction made Shirin say another sentence. Goodbye. He left without hesitation. Shirin turned around again and prepared to leave without hesitation. Aya, wait. Rosie could only helplessly hold him back again. As she pulled him back, she said helplessly, if it was not to compensate you for tolerating my stubbornness, I would not have given you such a place with my own rights. You can just accept it. Others want it but don't have it. I have to thank you. Shirin laughed on the spot and said, don't think that I have not heard of it. Ever since it was built, it has never been given out. The history of its existence is as long as 1,000 years, dating back to the hero Mitra, who was the founding king. So it is of great significance, and no one dares to casually move in, right? That's right, this was the residence of the hero Mitra, who founded the kingdom. In other words, this was a place that even the royal family had to treat with caution. Except for the past few kings, no one had lived here before. But now, its owner seems to be you, princess? Your Highness? Shirin said with a faint smile, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, the only descendant of the hero who was recognized by Mitra's holy sword in 1,000 years, the one known as the modern hero. The current owner of this place is you. It is a gift from the royal family to you after you came of age. Am I right? So you know all about it. Rosie suddenly smiled awkwardly and whispered, since you know all about it, what are you afraid of? Anyway, this place is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. This sentence did not get any response from Shirin. He just silently pried Rosie's hand away and stepped back without making a sound. Seeing that this guy was not going to give up on running away, Rosie simply hugged him. Anyway, you are also a hero. Others may not know, but I do. Rosie said stubbornly, didn't you say it yourself? It's better to give you a bigger place so that you can settle the dragon called Yulin here, right? This place is big enough. Only the last sentence was heard by Shirin. When Shirin was hugged by Her Highness, he could not stay calm anymore. Now that he heard her words, his eyes involuntarily glanced down, feeling the touch and size of the place. In the end, he said something out of curiosity. It is indeed big enough. After saying that, Shirin regretted it. Rosie was stunned at first. Then, she also noticed Shirin's gaze and glanced at her body. She immediately understood something. You. At that moment, Rosie's pretty face blushed and she glared at him. That delicate and alluring look appeared on this unrivaled beauty of Her Highness, making Shirin feel like he was about to fall in love. The most unbearable thing was that Rosie did not let go of his hand. She just silently hugged Shirin. Although her face was very red, she did not let go of his hand. Instead, she tightened her grip. Dong dong, dong dong, dong dong, it was the sound of a heartbeat. It was a very loud heartbeat. Whether it was Shirin or Rosie, their hearts were beating fast and violently. The ambiguous atmosphere began to appear. Shirin felt a little dry in his throat. He could not help but glance around. Well, no one. Which meant that no one would disturb them. Then. Should he do it? How could he not take such a good opportunity? Thinking of the 2 times before, whether it was Nyan or Ter, he was the one who was forced to kiss. The only time he took the initiative to kiss someone was in his dream, and it was the maid's face. This made Shirin feel even more humiliated. So. Let's do it. Throw caution to the wind. At that moment, Shirin reached out and hugged Rosie. This hug made Rosie's delicate body tremble violently. You. Rosie raised her head and looked at Shirin. Her pretty face was so red that it seemed like blood was about to drip out. Although her eyes were staring at Shirin, they were already wet and full of steam. Perhaps this Her Highness did not know how lethal this look of hers was. Anyway, Shirin felt that he could not take it anymore. Without hesitation, he lowered his head. Rosie's face became redder and redder. Finally, she closed her eyes. Why didn't this girl dodge? Seeing Rosie blushing and closing her eyes, Shirin could not help but feel happy. This was Her Highness the Princess. Moreover, she was the kingdom's most precious treasure, the goddess that millions of people in the kingdom looked forward to. How many nobles had gone through so much trouble just to be able to say a word? To her, how many men had done their best just to be able to look at her one more time, the number one beauty of the human race, who could make countless people go crazy, was now in front of him, blushing and closing her eyes. How could Shuren not be tempted? Kiss, even if I have to be the enemy of the whole world, I will kiss her. With this thought in mind, Shuren immediately prepared to snatch the red lips of the beautiful face in front of him. But at this moment, a very abrupt noise suddenly sounded from a villa, startling Shuren and Rosie. Rosie opened her eyes abruptly, as if she had regained her senses from a dazed state. Shame surged in her heart, causing her to subconsciously push Shuren away. Shuren, on the other hand, was dumbfounded. It was only after a while that he reacted. Interrupt the vulgar routine, f*ck me. In an instant, endless anger surged in Shuren's heart. Rosie, who did not realize this, seemed to be extremely embarrassed that she did not resist at all. While tidying up her clothes, she took a deep breath, turned to Shuren, and pretended to be calm. Okay, let's go in and see. Ah. Luo Qian pretended to be calm, but in the next second, her voice suddenly turned into an exclamation. Because Shuren suddenly reached out and hugged Rosie again. You. Ugh. Rosie was about to say something in shock, but then her eyes widened. In front of the luxurious mansion, Shuren hugged Rosie tightly and snatched her lips without hesitation. Rosie felt a sudden shock in her head, and her pupils kept shrinking. She was completely stunned. Shuren did not hold back at all. Not only did he snatch the lips of the world's number one princess. Interrupt, right? Routine, right? No way, since he interrupted her once, he could just kiss her again. What's the big deal? Did he think that there would be no follow-up once he interrupted her? No way, he dared to drag the emperor down from his horse without hesitation. If he was shameless, he could be invincible. As long as he was thick-skinned enough, he would be able to kiss her again. That was how vulgar it was, that was how impulsive it was, that was how angry Shuren was. Her Royal Highness, on the other hand, had a blank mind. She was at a loss of what to do and did not come back to her senses for a long time. Under the setting sun, a man and a woman blended their shadows together and kissed passionately. Unbeknownst to him, in the villa where the sound came from, a father and son were having a conflict. How many days has it been? That damn adventurer is still in the king's city. Every day, he's either at the Lazahad's house or in the palace. He just asked you to deliver something, and you can't even do this? Barry showed a rare look of anger, scolding Limjo who was standing in front of him. Beside Barry, there were some things that had been smashed. Obviously, the sound just now was the work of this duke. Limchos, who was standing in front of Barry, lowered his head and clenched his fists. He looked angry but did not dare to speak. He was angry too. These days, Limchos had visited the Lazahad family more than once. He even waited in the palace for Shuren to personally receive his gift and lure him out of the capital. However, Limchos either got the door closed in his face and did not see Shuren at all. Or, after he handed the gift to Shuren, there was no movement from Shuren at all. It was as if this had never happened. This made Limchos doubt his life. This guy did not know that his so-called gifts had all been packed up and thrown away by Shuren, or simply handled by Xianxia in secret. Therefore, Shan had no idea what was inside. He had never thought of taking a step out of the royal city. In fact, he could not even remember this matter. Seeing that there was no progress, Barry finally could not hold back his anger and scolded Limchos. Limchos could only bear with it and thought hatefully in his heart. One day, you will fall into my hands. I will let you know that Her Highness is not someone you can touch. A guy like you, don't even think about getting a finger of Her Highness. Limchos swore. He didn't know that not far from his house, the Highness in his heart was about to be swallowed, let alone her fingers. Phew. After an unknown period of time, Shan finally heaved a sigh of relief and loosened his lips in satisfaction. He also let go of Rosie. Woo. However, Rosie felt her whole body go limp. Her knees felt weak, causing her to fall to the ground. Upon seeing this, Shan was startled, and hurriedly embraced the princess again. The familiar embrace once again landed on Rosie's body, causing her to finally wake up. She quickly pushed Shuren away and staggered back, covering her mouth and pointing at Shuren. You. Rosie did not know whether she was angry or embarrassed. Her pretty face was flushed, her beautiful eyes were filled with anger, and the hand that pointed at Sharon was trembling. Cough cough. Sharon coughed a few times, turned his gaze and looked at the mansion in front of him. Looking carefully, this place is not bad. Not bad, not bad, it suits me very well. Sharon pretended to nod his head, looking very satisfied and appreciative. Rosie almost fainted from anger. This shameless guy, giving him such a big house for free, and he still refused. Now that he had taken advantage of it, he actually wanted to accept it? What a scumbag. The furious Rosie grabbed Sharon's hand and bit down hard before he could react. Ow! Sharon let out a miserable howl, all the high spirits on his face turned into a crying face. Let go, let go. It hurts. Are you a dog? Sharon struggled with all his might. Damn it. Did my resistance skill lose its effect? Why does it hurt so much? Sharon's face was distorted. Rosie, on the other hand, vented her anger fiercely, leaving a very obvious bite mark on Sean's hand before she let go. Who told you to bully this princess? Serves you right. Rosie snorted coldly, turned around, and ran away. Sharon kept rubbing his hands and gasping for breath. Seeing Rosie run away, he gritted his teeth and said, Rosie Rusty. You're finished. Sharon immediately chased after her angrily, determined to teach this girl a lesson. Just like that, the two rushed into the mansion, one running and the other chasing. In the end, they played hide-and-seek for a whole hour. It couldn't be helped. Sean was not a person who was willing to suffer losses, and Rosie did not dare to be caught by Sean. In addition, the two of them were about the same in terms of strength and physical strength. As a result, they persevered. One of them was never caught, and the other was never able to catch up. When it was dark, the two of them had to call a truce in the garden. Promise me, don't use this matter as an opportunity to take revenge on me in the future. Rosie asked Sharon from a distance, still hiding behind a tree. Fine, come out now. Sharon looked at this guy, completely at his wits' end. His anger had also dissipated, leaving only a face of powerlessness and helplessness. This is what you said. If you dare to go back on your word, I will show up tomorrow and tell the whole imperial city that you were rude to me. Rosie poked her head out from behind the tree and warned him. Sharon was about to lose to her. This girl, for one moment, was the perfect and cold goddess in the eyes of the people, and the unattainable cold princess in the eyes of the nobles. Even in front of her sister, Riadella, she was cold and calm. Now, in front of him, she was acting like a little girl who had lost all her dignity. Which one was her true face? Sharon was almost at a loss. Of course, it didn't matter if he didn't understand. Sharon only needed to understand one thing. I bit you, and you bit me, so we're even. Sharon said as if there was a hidden meaning in his words. Rosie was stunned, and immediately understood what Sharon meant by bit you. Her pretty face immediately turned red. Sean smiled at the sight of the other party's reaction. That's right, he only needed to understand one thing. That was, this blushing face because of a kiss must be her true face from the bottom of her heart. To sum it up. This time, I didn't lose at all. Sharon felt that he was safe. On the contrary, Rosie began to feel indignant. This princess is not that easy to take advantage of. Rosie muttered to herself, came out from behind the tree, came to Sharon's side, and grabbed his hand. You're still going. Sharon was startled by her action and quickly tried to break free. Don't move. However, Rosie stopped Sharon with a serious and solemn expression. Shocked by Rosie's serious and solemn expression, Sharon subconsciously stopped struggling. Rosie then glanced at the teeth mark on Sharon's hand, and then looked at Sharon, as if she wanted to remember his appearance in the depths of her heart. She then gently touched the teeth mark on Sharon's hand. Huh? Sean let out a cry of surprise. He suddenly felt that with Rosie's gentle touch, traces of strange magic power were injected into his hand from her slender fingertips. Following this scene, for some reason, the teeth mark on Sharon's hand looked a little mysterious, as if it was some kind of ancient pattern. What did you do? Sean was in a daze and shocked. Nothing much, I just want to leave you a mark. Rosie rolled her eyes at Shuren, then looked at him with a complicated expression, and said, "This way, you won't be able to run in the future." After leaving this sentence, Rosie turned around and left. Only Shuren was left. Looking at the mark on his hand, his heart began to beat fast. "I'm not cursed, am I? This is a little scary." Shuren was indeed cursed. Moreover, it was an unknown curse. The evidence was the mark on his hand. Even after a few days had passed, it still did not disappear. This made Shuren a little afraid. "Isn't it just a kiss? It's not like you don't agree to it, right? Otherwise, why did you close your eyes?" Shuren felt very innocent. Although he felt good at that time, after all, it was the first time he had the absolute initiative, unlike the previous 2 times where he was forced to kiss. However, if the price of feeling good was so high, then Shuren would really have to retreat. As for ignoring it by relying on the resistance skill, it was impossible. Who knew if the resistance skill was useful? If it was useful, why didn't it work when he was bitten? Shuren seriously suspected that this Royal Highness had a way to make the resistance skill ineffective. Therefore, in the next few days, Shuren had been trying to find out something from Rosie without batting an eyelid. Unfortunately, he failed. "I don't know what you're talking about." This Royal Highness pretended to be innocent, which made Shuren gnash his teeth in hatred. Of course, Shuren did not know that Rosie hated him even more. The reason was naturally because the day after that kiss, Rosie asked him a question without batting an eyelid. "What's our relationship now?" The meaning behind these words could not be any more obvious. At least, Shuren felt that as long as he worked hard, it should not be difficult to take down this Royal Highness. However, if he took down this Royal Highness, Shuren always felt that he would be directly engaged and enter into a state where he had no choice but to marry this girl. This was how the love of the royal family was. The first step was to talk about marriage. There was no such thing as dating. If they wanted to marry, they would get married. If not, they would separate. There was no third possibility. And Shuren did not want to directly enter into the state of marriage. At least not now. Otherwise, this time he would be completely tied down by this kingdom and be willing to work like a cow or a horse for them. Therefore, Shuren unexpectedly replied, "We are brothers." That day, Shuren was beaten up by Rosie. This was the so-called "you won't die if you don't ask for it." Given this, it was normal for Rosie to hold a grudge against him. Shuren could not get an answer and could only give up in the end. "I don't believe that you will curse me to death." Thinking so, Shuren completely let the matter go. Although it was said that he had completely let go, Shuren's feelings towards Rosie were definitely different. Naturally, it was impossible for Rosie to treat Sean the same as before. That kiss had changed the relationship between the two. Even though the two of them didn't say it out loud, there were some things that didn't need to be said out loud for everyone to understand. Therefore, from then on, Shuren consciously and spontaneously went to visit Rosie more often. Rosie also tacitly finished her work in advance and purposely made time to spend 2 to 3 hours with Shuren. However, the way the two got along with each other did not change. It was still the same as before. Sometimes they would play with each other, sometimes they would mock each other, sometimes they would laugh and chat happily, and sometimes they would be childish and awkward with each other. It was still the same as before. The only change was probably that the two of them were more unscrupulous. For example, before, Shuren could only flirt with Rosie verbally, but now he dared to really touch her. Rosie, on the other hand, pulled, dragged, and hugged him much more than before, as if she no longer had any scruples. If an outsider saw this scene, his eyeballs would definitely pop out. First of all, it was too much like an intimate couple. Second of all, the most precious treasure of the kingdom was actually so unguarded against a member of the opposite sex. It was shocking. Under such circumstances, it wasn't as if nothing had happened. For example, Shuren had already asked Xianxia to handle the matters at the mansion. He believed that on the day of the conferring ceremony, there would be a luxurious banquet there. For this banquet, Shuren gave a total of 1,000 gold coins to Xianxia and asked her to make it as grand and beautiful as possible. It could not be helped. No matter what, this is a house given to me by Her Royal Highness. I can't let the banquet be too shabby. If it was too shabby, not only would Shuren and Rosie be embarrassed, but the royal family would also be embarrassed. After all, this mansion was originally the second mansion of the country's founding hero, Mitra, and had a direct connection with the royal family. If there was anything inferior in this mansion, the royal family would definitely feel that it had nothing to do with their reputation. Moreover, if there were too few people attending the conferring banquet, it would not be good for the status of the mansion to be lowered. This could possibly tarnish the reputation of this mansion and the royal family, and such a situation could not be allowed to happen. As a result, this caused Shuren to have to write some invitations and invite some presentable nobles to attend the banquet. Damn, why do I feel that things are getting more and more troublesome? Shuren really wanted to bang his head against the wall. Sure enough, Her Royal Highness lips are not that easy to taste. What else could he do? He had to fight it out. Fortunately, in the capital, Shuren was not without people he could invite. First of all, Mr. Megis must be invited. Although he is an honorary marquis and the top civil official of the kingdom, and a viscount's invitation is not even qualified to be sent to him, Mr. Megis should accept my invitation. And if Mr. Megis is willing to accept it, the nobles attached to the Lazahad family will also accept it. Write them all a letter. In addition, those who stood on my side during the meeting also have to be invited. Okay, let's do that. After making up his mind, Shuren found that the number of people he could invite was not small, and whether it was status or power, they were not low. These people could be considered as Shuren's contacts in the capital. And the invitations that Shuren sent out were all delivered to the person in question. When the time comes, I will definitely be there in person. Megis promised without hesitation. The other people who received the invitation were the same, and each of them gave Shuren a lot of face. This made Shuren finally know that he did not only have enemies in the capital. Although some of them were interested in his future and knew that Shuren's future was bright, they just wanted to build a relationship with him, so they readily agreed to come. But Shuren did not care. He would not care if it was just building a relationship. If he wanted to have in-depth communication, he would have to consider something else. Just like that, things on Shuren's side were very smooth, and there were almost no problems. On the contrary, when the outside world found out that Shuren was actually planning to live in Mitra's mansion, it undoubtedly caused an uproar. Why? A mere viscount is actually living in the center of the noble district? Is he planning to look down on all the superior nobles? No. Absolutely not. The nobles who originally disliked Shuren were completely ignited this time. It was a matter of status and face. Not to mention that he was already an eyesore. Even if he was an eyesore, these nobles would not hesitate to turn against him when they knew that he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. But just when they were about to stir up trouble, a message came. It was an announcement from Rosie. That is my gift to Sir Shuren as a nobility. If you have any objections, feel free to come to me. Her words made many nobles speechless on the spot. It was not that they were not angry, but that they did not dare to speak up. If the other party was someone else, even if it was His Majesty, they would dare to remonstrate and ask His Majesty to reconsider. But the other party was Rosie, so they did not know what to do. Although Rosie was not the king, her words carried more weight in the kingdom than the king. Sir Shuren is someone I approve of. At such a young age, he has made 2 great contributions, and even had the ability to tame the black dragon of Adel. With such a talent, do you think this gift is too much? No matter whether the nobles believed Rosie's words or not, the people were convinced by her. Since he is someone that His Highness values, it is not too much. Moreover, he is indeed very young, but he has such great achievements that His Highness values him so much. Compared to the nobles who fight all day long, this adventurer named Shuren is undoubtedly more suitable for this treatment, right? That's right. The people gradually accepted this in their astonishment. The nobles who knew about this wanted to tell them loudly. Do you know that the person you are supporting now is very likely to abduct His Highness? Value? Of course. He has become the only popular person around His Highness. Do you know how close they are usually? You even stay in the room alone all day long, for an entire day. Your Highness is about to be taken away, and you are still supporting him. A bunch of fools. The nobles were so angry that they vomited blood. But they really did not dare to talk about this matter casually. Otherwise, there would definitely be a riot in the royal capital. When that time came, as the party who started the rumor, they could not bear the responsibility. In the end, these nobles could only swallow the bitter water in their stomachs, secretly planning how to teach Xian a lesson and make him leave the mansion obediently. Some of them planned to send people to cause trouble and drive Xian out of there. They did not know what kind of hell was waiting for them. On this day, roar. Along with the dragon's roar that resounded through the entire noble district, the pitch-black dragon flew into the extremely vast mansion with excitement. Yulin. Xian stood in the garden and waved at Yulin in the sky. Roar. Yulin let out an excited roar, as if she was venting all the frustrations she had accumulated from being locked up in the Northern Beast Riding Lodge. She rushed into the mansion and flapped her wings, stirring up a hurricane in the garden as she landed heavily. Haha. Xian hugged Yulin's head, which was rubbing against him impatiently. As he laughed, he infused waves of magic into her. Yulin's comfortable and excited roars sounded continuously, and did not stop for a long time. Ai also jumped down from Yulin's back. Is this your base from now on? The little girl hugged her pillow and looked at the buildings, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, almost as good as her own home, very suitable to live in. Today, this place was bound to be lively. Because, not only did Ai and Yulin come, but Vivian and the rest also came with them. You're really living here? Vivian looked at the mansion in front of her, still feeling a little incredulous. Those nobles are definitely going to make a scene again. Ter said after remaining silent for a while. Lumia and Marika, on the other hand, were already shocked by the luxurious mansion in front of them. It's so big. Are we going to live here from now on? Both Lucia and Marika could not believe it, but they were also very excited. Although they had heard Xian say it before, they still did not expect that Xian would really live in the center of the noble district, the mansion of Mitra the Brave. This was something that even marquises and dukes could not do. Only a few kings had lived here for a period of time, and after that, it was owned by Rosie. They did not expect it to fall into Xian's hands. At the thought that they were going to live here in the future, the women were naturally very emotional and uneasy. After all, living here was not a small matter. Have you already started to form a knight group or personal army? Vivian asked in Xian's ear. Xian was a little puzzled. Why do you want to form a knight group and personal army? Xian said with some disinterest. Don't you need money to feed so many people? Although viscounts had the right to form a 1,000-man knight group and a 10,000-man army, not to mention viscounts, even marquises and dukes had to think carefully if they wanted to form a knight group or personal army. This was because it meant that they would have to spend a huge amount of gold coins to feed so many people, and they would also have to train them. This was not a small burden, especially for honorary nobles. Honorary nobles had a higher degree of freedom, but compared to territorial nobles, their wealth was much lower. After all, they controlled a territory, and as long as there were no problems in development, they could collect a large sum of money every day just from collecting taxes, not to mention the development of other businesses and businesses. Therefore, usually, only territorial nobles had enough financial resources to support them to form a knight group and personal army. Honorary nobles, considering financial resources and the lack of territory to settle down, could at most form a personal guard or escort team of about 100 people. And Xian did not want to spend money to form a knight group or personal army. In fact, many honorary nobles did not want to spend this money. Moreover, most of them lived in the capital or wandered around as freelancers. They did not have the thought of forming a group of knights or a personal army. However, are you sure you don't need it? Ter came closer and said to Xian with a frown, at least recruit some people to maintain the security here, right? Do you want you to let you personally patrol at night? Stop joking, then Yulin would not need to rest. Dragons were magical creatures that loved to sleep, and they would usually take a nap for a few days at a time. In history, there were many cases of people stealing the treasures guarded by a dragon while it was asleep, or simply attacking it while it was asleep. It was simply unrealistic to expect Yulin to guard such a large mansion all day long. Therefore, it was still necessary to recruit some people. especially Shuren, a viscount, who lived in the center of the noble district, there would definitely be no lack of trouble in the future. Since that was the case, Sean needed someone to stand guard here all the more. However, why waste the money and material resources? Shuren shrugged and said, "Didn't you notice that I've already set up a barrier around this mansion?" As soon as he said this, not only Vivian, Ter, and Lumia, but even Marika, who had been looking around, had a look of realization. No wonder I felt that the flow of magic was a little strange. So there are so many barriers here? That's right, there were many barriers set up here. Alarm, expulsion, warning, resistance, automatic defense, and so on. As long as there are effects that I can think of, I've already cast them around this mansion as barriers. Even the surrounding walls and fences have been hardened and solidified by me. Ordinary people can't break in even if they want to, and even if they do, there are magic traps that will automatically attack them. If they can even break in, then what awaits them is Yulin. The things that Shuren revealed with a smile made them shiver all over. Vivian and the others could already see the tragic end of those who planned to break in and cause trouble. But, so many barriers have been set up, there must be an outstanding source of magic, right? Marika said hesitantly. Has Mr. Shuren prepared the source of magic? This was something that had to be done. Otherwise, when the magic used to set up the barriers was exhausted, the barriers would naturally lose their effectiveness. This was also the case for the many magic characteristics that Shuren had cast. Once the magic power used up, the effects would naturally disappear. For this reason, all enchantments needed a source of mana to supply and maintain their effectiveness. It could be some magic tools that could be used to supply magic power, or it could be magic crystals. Magic crystals were originally used to produce all kinds of magic potions, magic tools, and even magic weapons. They themselves were the condensation of magic power, similar to the spring water of the mana source. However, spring water was liquid, while magic crystals were solid. The latter usually contained much more magic power than the former. Moreover, because magic crystals were solid, they wouldn't evaporate easily, unlike the spring water of the mana source, which would evaporate and disappear if not used for a period of time. Because of this, a fortress with a barrier set up would most likely have a very high-quality magic crystal as the source of magic power to support the barrier. For example, the magic power source of the barrier around the royal capital was located under the royal palace. As for Shuren, I have a ready-made one. After saying so, Shuren led everyone to a room on the top floor of the mansion. In this room, there was a magic wand suspended in midair, constantly flowing magic power into the surroundings. Isn't this the magic wand that Sir Jacinta gave you? Seeing it, Vivian was slightly stunned, and then she was surprised. That fool gave it to you? Aie also raised her eyebrows. That's right. Shuren smiled and said, this magic wand itself is embedded with a very high-grade magic crystal, and it has warning, detection, and even exorcism effects. Setting it here as the magic power source of the barrier will not only ensure the protection of the magic power, but the effect of the barrier will also be strengthened. It's killing two birds with one stone. After that, Shuren would have Yulin pay attention to this place, and even set up a magic spell that would immediately release magic power once someone intruded, alarming Yulin and summoning it over. Even if Shuren and Yulin were not around, and this mansion was completely empty, presumably, with so many barriers and this magic wand, it wouldn't be easy for anything to happen here, right? Indeed, there's no need for knights or guards. Dier finally seemed to be relieved. Or rather, with so many high-level barriers and Yulin here, I'm afraid that only the palace can compare to the safety of this place. Vivian did not know whether to laugh or cry. But all in all, it was a good thing. With such heavy protection, instead of worrying about intruders, it was better to worry about those who were not intruders, but guests, accidentally triggering some traps and causing them to be weakened by the protection system here. Don't worry, I've already set it up in advance. As long as it's someone who enters from the main entrance, 70% of the protection system here will bypass them. Shuren seemed to have seen through the worries in the hearts of the women, and he smiled thoughtfully. Of course, if they want to break into some place that they shouldn't, then it's another matter. Obviously, the remaining 30% was used to entertain such people. Vivian and the others could only observe a moment of silence for these ignorant people in the future. In short, everyone doesn't have to worry about the safety of this place. Shuren clapped his hands and turned to Lumia. This way, you won't have to worry about your younger sisters, right? Hearing this, Lumia put on a relieved and embarrassed expression. It had to be mentioned here that Lumia had decided to stay in the royal capital. And as previously agreed, her 7 younger sisters would be brought to the royal capital and settled down here. The time would be 3 months later. 3 months later, Lily would hand over her work on hand and return to the royal capital to try to manage the headquarters of the Adventurers Guild. Initially, it would not be so fast, but Vivian had already written to Lily, saying that she would be staying here. Vivian's party would also be staying here. Even Shuren had become a noble here, so the guild leader immediately said that he would be returning to the royal capital in advance. When the time came, Lily would bring Lumia's younger sisters over. As for these 3 months, Lily would still take care of Lumia's younger sisters. In other words, after Shuren was conferred the title of nobility, Vivian's party would be able to stay here. By the way, Vivian would also be coming over. Ter, Lumia, and Marika were all here, and it did not make sense for her to be left alone in the Lazahad family. So, Ter and the others persuaded Vivian, and she finally agreed to move in. Coupled with Aie, the little girl who would naturally follow along, everyone who was staying with the Lazahad family would also move over. All that's left is Xia's side. Shuren said. At this moment, don't worry, everything has been prepared. Xia appeared here like a ghost, giving everyone a fright. Please follow me, everyone. Xia did not pay attention to the frightened people, and after saying this expressionlessly, she brought them to the hall on the first floor of the mansion. In this incomparably vast hall, it was unknown when, but it was actually filled with people. Welcome, Master. Welcome. 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 Vivian's party was also stunned. Vivian's party was also stunned. Even Aie had a stunned look on her face. Welcome. 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 Everyone subconsciously looked at Xia. These are the maids and servants I've hired. I hope everyone is satisfied. Xia explained very calmly, as if she had done something insignificant. Everyone fell silent. Sean, on the other hand, only had 2 words to say. As expected, this maid is as awesome as ever. The second sentence was much simpler. Well done. Well done. This was a compliment. Welcome. Just like that, Shuren's house was finally on the right track, and everything was properly arranged. Under such circumstances, his conferral ceremony came quietly. Let's welcome Viscount Shuren. On this day, in the audience hall of the palace, such a grand voice resounded. Upon hearing this voice, Shuren lifted his head. At this moment, Shuren was wearing a solemn and luxurious formal attire, with a sealed holy sword at his waist. At first glance, he looked like an awe-inspiring noble young master. Compared to the past, his temperament was completely different. With that, Shuren stepped into the audience hall and walked step by step towards the throne. On the left, the knights of the Royal Guard regiment lined up neatly. On the right, the nobles stood facing each other one by one. Shuren was bathed in the eyes of the crowd. This scene was extremely similar to the scene from the first time they met. Only, this time, Shuren was no longer a famous adventurer, nor was he someone that others could glare at. Instead, he was a rising star that even the nobles with incomparably complicated gazes had to look up to. Shuren could see that among these people, although there were many who looked unhappy and displeased, their eyes more or less revealed a trace of reverence. Ali Dia also stood at the head of the Royal Guard regiment, but unlike the last time, he did not ignore Shuren. Instead, he stared at him, not knowing what was going through his mind. Of course, Rosie was also there. Looking at Shuren who walked in step by step, Rosie's face involuntarily revealed a trace of gentleness. At the side, Liao who saw Rosie like this felt something in her heart. During this period of time, she could feel that Rosie's attitude towards Shirin had changed a little, which made her more certain of a certain thought in her heart. She looked at Shirin with a trace of scrutiny in her eyes. Shirin, on the other hand, walked into the audience hall without looking sideways. Under the witness of everyone, he came to the throne. "Your Majesty." Shirin bowed to Xianxia, who was sitting on the throne. Last time, Shirin did the knight's salute. But this time, Shirin did the standard noble's salute. Good. Looking at the young man who was the center of attention, Xianxia was both satisfied and helpless. As the king and the leader of the royal family, Xianxia actually wanted to recruit Shirin and let Shirin display his talents and contribute to the development of the kingdom. This person already had the strength that his proud daughter acknowledged and was highly valued by the royal family. Not only that, he had also revealed an extremely high-level, taming skill that could even tame Adel's black dragon. Moreover, he had a way to destroy the kingdom's knights led by the Galuoli family. These various abilities made the kingdom envious. Xianxia was the same. After knowing that Shirin had such abilities, he had made up his mind to find a way to convince Shirin to, no matter the price, so that he would make Shirin a noble, join the kingdom, and serve the kingdom. Who would have thought that just as Xianxia had made up his mind, his daughter, whom he was so proud of, had already helped him accomplish this goal? But what was troublesome was that this daughter of his had promised Roland an extremely high degree of freedom, so that Roland did not need to put in much effort for the kingdom. If someone else had done such an arduous and unrewarding thing, Xianxia would probably have flown into a rage. Giving such a talent such freedom was really a waste of God's gift, was it not? But the one who did this was his proudest, and most outstanding daughter. What could Xianxia do about it? Not only was Xianxia helpless, but even the nobles who had objections to this could not do anything. If you have any objections, feel free to look for me. Everyone was dumbfounded by Roland's unprecedented strong declaration, and they did not know what to do. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, everyone, led by Xianxia, felt that it was not worth it to anger Roland over Shirin's matter. They could only helplessly accept this fact. At least this talent belongs to our kingdom now. It won't be so easy for other countries to poach him, will it? Moreover, he is still a noble of our kingdom. When the kingdom is in trouble, he can't just stand by and watch, can he? Moreover, when it's really necessary, he can pay some price and ask someone who has a good relationship with him to help, right? Then it's decided. This was the final conclusion the royal family and the nobles came to. That was why the surrounding nobles looked at Shirin so differently. It was not only because Shirin was no longer the adventurer from the countryside, but also because the power behind him could not be mentioned in the same breath as before. Those who stood on his side were not only the many nobles led by the Lazahad family, but also the almost invincible king of magical beasts. Even Roland had made it clear that she intended to stand on Shirin's side. The power behind Shirin could no longer be ignored. He was a behemoth that was about to rise. No one dared to look at him the way they used to, or even be rude to him on the surface. Roland, that child, even gave away her ancestors' house. And she was helpless and indignant about this. He was helpless because Roland's attitude towards Shirin was obviously different, and even as a father, he felt helpless. It was even simpler to feel indignant. Even he had not been so close and friendly to Roland before, so what did this kid have to do? Of course, Xianxia could more or less see something. He knew that his daughter might have some feelings for this previously unknown man. This surprised Xianxia. How many heroes had appeared in front of Roland, but Roland did not even look at them. There were even some outstanding men who had worked hard for many years to pursue Roland, but Roland was not interested in them. Now, an adventurer who had been in the capital for less than a month was actually able to make his arrogant daughter look at him in a different light. Even if he was blessed by the god of love and had great luck with women, he would not be able to achieve this, right? This also proved that Shirin was extraordinary, and Shirin was outstanding. But, he wants to kidnap the most precious treasure of our kingdom, and yet he doesn't want to contribute to our kingdom. How can there be such a good thing? Xianxia made up his mind. If this guy really had a relationship with his daughter, who was the most precious treasure of the kingdom, he would not be able to do anything unless he became a member of the kingdom. Although with Roland's influence in the kingdom, even the royal family could not dictate her marriage and could not force her to be with anyone, it was the same the other way around. If Roland really wanted to be with someone, it would not be that easy without the royal family and the kingdom's consent. While Xianxia was thinking about this, he had no idea that his daughter had already been stamped by someone else. Xianxia only made a declaration with a gratified and satisfied smile. From today onwards, you are a noble of the Mitra kingdom. I, Ansaforger Mitra, as the 13th king of the Mitra kingdom, bestow upon you the title of honorary viscount. Your surname is Borstut. As soon as Xianxia's words fell, a civil servant immediately came to Shuren with a tray. On the tray was a coat of arms. It was a coat of arms that symbolized the status of a noble. Every noble had their own coat of arms, just like the token that Roland had given to Shuren, which was used to prove one's identity and status. The coat of arms of a noble was designed by the king himself, mixed with divine steel. Not only was it very precious and difficult to damage, but the pattern of the coat of arms was also based on the most representative deeds of the person. For example, because the royal family was the descendant of the brave, their coat of arms was engraved with the pattern of the holy sword. The Elbeck family was a shield, representing protection. The Lazahad family was the symbol of sword and magic, the Adventurers' Guild. As for Shuren, it was a dragon. As an adventurer who had tamed a dragon, this was undoubtedly the most symbolic pattern. That little girl Ai will probably be very satisfied with this design, right? Shuren thought to himself as he received the coat of arms and hung it around his neck. From now on, he was a true noble. Shuren Borstut. Shuren thought for a moment and smiled. Not bad. Shuren's nobility conferral ceremony had come to an end. Then, the Borstut family's banquet was about to begin. Noble District, Central Mansion. From now on, this place would be known as the Borstut family. When night fell, countless horse carriages came from all over the noble district and stopped at the entrance, allowing the nobles to appear one by one. Due to the fact that it was the center of attention, this banquet naturally attracted the attention of almost everyone in the royal capital. Even the nobles who did not want to attend the banquet were secretly observing the situation here. They hoped to see Sean's connections and the circle of forces behind the Borstut family through this banquet. Because of this, many people were shocked. Because none of the nobles who came to attend the banquet had a small background. That's Count Valier's family. Even the head of Countess Lisbeth's family is here? Oh my god, 2 more people from the Count's family are here. He's just a viscount, how can so many people from the Count's family come? How is this possible? The nobles who were planning to laugh at the Borstut family were all stunned. They thought that with Shuren's actions in the royal capital, he would have many potential enemies. Not many nobles would give him face and attend his banquet. Who knew that reality would give them a huge slap in the face, showing them an unbelievable scene. Not only were there many nobles who came to attend the Borstut family's banquet, but all of them were wealthy and respectable. The barons didn't receive any invitation letters. They all came together with the ancestral family they were attached to. It was the same for the viscounts. Even though they had the same rank as the Potter-Tut family, they followed behind the earls like servants and were respectfully welcomed into the hall by the beautiful maids. In the end, even the Lazahad family came. I'm not late, am I? Mijis got off the carriage at the entrance and was immediately welcomed by Vivian. Of course you're not late. Please come in with me. Vivian had a gentle and beautiful smile on her face as she welcomed the affectionate Mijis in. Even the patriarch of the Lazahad family has come in person, everyone was dumbfounded. However, the most shocking thing was yet to come. Along with the appearance of Mijis, several marquises and even dukes also arrived. Some of them were important ministers of the country whose status was not inferior to Mijis, and some were former members of the royal family who were of the same generation as Xianxia. Now, all of them were attending this banquet, leaving many nobles dumbfounded. How is this possible? It's understandable that Lazahad is here. He has always supported this person, but why are the other marquises and even dukes here? This doesn't make sense. Many nobles were already shocked, and even panicked. They had no idea that Shuren had such a wide network and face that he could actually get so many marquises and dukes to attend. This was too incredible. How could they know? These marquises and dukes had nothing to do with Shuren, and did not even receive an invitation, but they knew how much Shuren was favored by Rosie, and they also knew what the status of Shuren, who had an adult black dragon, would be in the kingdom in the future. Therefore, they would not treat Shuren as an ordinary viscount. Under such circumstances, as long as these great nobles did not have a grudge against Shuren, they would want to show up and form a good relationship with Shuren, so that it would be convenient for them to exchange needs in the future. Again, not all nobles disliked Shuren. Even if some disliked Shuren before, now that they knew of Shuren's ability and potential, they immediately dispelled some thoughts that they should not have. Turned back from the wrong path, and planned to establish a friendly relationship with Shuren. This was how nobles should be. Smart nobles would be like this. They would not have eternal enemies, and they would not offend a person to death when they did not see any chance of winning. As long as there was profit to be made, turning enemies into friends was the most common operation for them, and vice versa. Therefore, those nobles who wanted to see Shuren make a fool of himself not only failed to achieve their goal, but were also destined to be greatly shocked. After all, towards the end, even Barry had brought Limjo along. "Let's go," Barley said expressionlessly to Limjo, who was beside him. "Yes." Limjo had a submissive look, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking. They were definitely going to attend this banquet. Firstly, they also wanted to see up close what Shuren had after becoming a noble. Secondly, Limjo had already established a friendly relationship with him, even if it was only on the surface. If Limjo didn't come, it would be a clear indication to Sean that all the friendly actions he had done before were just an act. Moreover, Barry also wanted to confuse Shuren, making him think that he did not regard him as an enemy and was ready to become a friend, so that he would lower his guard against him. That was why he wanted to attend this banquet. It could also be seen that tonight's banquet was actually full of all kinds of plans and schemes. Not all the people present would stand on Sean's side, and these people might not necessarily be Sean's connections. It was also possible that some people were secretly planning to stab Sean in the back, which was why they appeared here. Of course, no matter what, these considerations were not something that outsiders could guess. In the eyes of outsiders, this would only become a bargaining chip to add to Shuren's legend. So, Barry and Limjo were led by a beautiful maiden to Borstut's house. After that, a few more marquises and dukes came one after another. The nobles were already numb to the sight of them. At this point, the level of this banquet was comparable to the banquets of the famous dukes' families, or even better. Until, that. That's the royal carriage. In the midst of exclamation, everyone saw the arrival of a luxurious carriage. And in this carriage, a group of people came down one after another. It seems that we are a little late. The kingdom's first princess, Leodella, looked at the bustling Borstut's house and revealed a sweet smile. "Your Highness, please watch your step." Shauna, the genius of the Barati family, the daughter of the deputy leader of the royal guards and now the first princess's knight, reminded her master, who was wearing a dress and high heels. "There are so many people here. I should be able to see many familiar faces, Alidia." The current king of the kingdom, Ansiforg, who had just conferred the title of nobility to Shuren today, spoke to the knight beside him with a gentle smile. "Your Majesty, be careful of the crowd. Just don't let the thieves take advantage of you." The head of the Elba family, the leader of the royal guards, the kingdom's legendary knight, and the #1 human powerhouse, Alidia said calmly, as if the luxurious and noisy surroundings had nothing to do with him. Of course, Rosie was also here. Today, Rosie had changed from her palace dress to a pure white dress. She didn't bring her sword, but wore a veil on her head, making her look like a holy goddess who had descended to the mortal world. She was so beautiful that it was intoxicating. The nobles in the surroundings were dumbfounded. Even the clamor and bustle seemed to have been suppressed at this moment, causing the entire place to be filled with a sense of amazement. "Your Highness Rosie, oh my God, so beautiful." Many noble young masters didn't even notice that the wine glasses in their hands had slipped. This included Limjo, who had been obediently following beside Barry. When he saw Rosie, he was also dazed. However, Rosie didn't care about all of this. She just quietly looked at the Borstut family. After a while, she suddenly smiled. That smile was enough to captivate all living things. Unfortunately, this smile wasn't for anyone present. Its appearance was because the main character of this banquet had finally arrived late and appeared here. "Welcome, everyone. Please forgive me for not going out to greet you. From the direction of the mansion, a tall and straight figure slowly walked over and entered everyone's sight. Who else could it be other than Xian? This person who hated troublesome things had stayed in his room until just now. Even when the Duke and other important ministers of the kingdom arrived, he didn't come out to greet them. A viscount actually put on such a big show. There must have been people who were dissatisfied. However, now that the royal family had arrived, and it was a whole family, even if Xian found it troublesome, he had to come out to greet them. No, it should be said that he had to come out to greet Rosie no matter what. When the people of Xianxia saw Xian coming out, they naturally smiled one after another. I came uninvited. I wonder if you welcome me? Porstut? It was rare for Xianxia to make fun of him. I hope I didn't scare you. Lia even said such words in a somewhat mischievous manner. Of course I was scared. Xian shrugged. Even in front of the royal family, he didn't have any stage fright, nor did he humble himself. He casually said, "It's impossible for me not to be scared since the royal family has given me so much face." As he spoke, Xian even glanced at Alidia and Shauna. One of them had a paralyzed face as usual, without any expression, while the other was staring at Xian, as if he was lamenting something. It was a stark contrast. Xian didn't respond to them. He knew that although both of them represented influential families, and were ranked first and second in the royal capital, they were here as guards and had no intention of befriending Xian. It would be better to say that it was still a question whether these two knew how to make friends. Hence, Xian ignored them and looked straight at Rosie. This was the first time Xian saw Rosie in a formal dress. And to be honest, he was also stunned. After taking a look at the most precious treasure of the kingdom, Xian made fun of her without any scruples. Dressed up so beautifully, aren't you afraid of being snatched home? Xian's joke stunned the people around him. Obviously, this was the first time someone dared to tease Rosie like this in public, right? Rosie rolled her eyes at him. Are you sure someone would dare to snatch me away? Rosie replied with a smile. There wasn't the slightest hint of anger, and even an unprecedented gentleness, which made the hearts of many noble young masters ripple. But yes. Xian's words were shocking, and he said without hesitation, like me, I just want to snatch you away and not let you go back tonight. This dead man even dared to say such words in public. Rosie was speechless. As for the others, they were already stunned. Who dared to speak to the most precious treasure of the kingdom like that? Did he think that tomorrow's sun was too dazzling? Not only did Xian do it, but he did it in front of the rest of the royal family and nearly half of the nobles in the royal capital. This made many of the nobles angry, and they wanted to scold him. But Rosie didn't even give them such a chance. If you have the ability to do it, then I'm looking forward to it. Rosie looked at Xian, a little annoyed. Then I'll try my best. Xian smiled and changed the topic. Seeing Xian and Rosie chatting and laughing without any ill feelings, many noble young masters were furious, and wanted to rush up and stop them. Limcho's heart twitched, and his face was slightly twisted. Barry frowned, and he didn't seem to be in a good mood. Even Ansi and Lia looked at Xian and Rosie in surprise. It was the first time they saw the two of them chatting and laughing without any ill feelings. Of course, it was also the first time they saw Rosie like this. Seeing Rosie's much softer and more relaxed demeanor, Ansi and Lia had waves of thoughts, and the way they looked at Xian changed a little. The others naturally did the same. Only then did they understand that the relationship between Xian and Rosie might be better than they thought. Although they already knew that the two of them were close, but seeing this scene with their own eyes, everyone felt it was real, and it made many people feel a sense of crisis. Barry and Limcho were one of them. They realized that they might not be able to let this situation continue. Otherwise, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, the most beautiful and the most precious flower of the human race, would be taken away by this adventurer who came out of nowhere. We have to take action. Many people had such an idea. They didn't know that very soon, Xian would become the person that the whole world couldn't afford to offend. Royal City, Demon's Embassy. At this time, led by Jacinta, a group of demons in the embassy gathered in the hall, and knelt on the ground, welcoming a lady. She appeared so abruptly, and it was as if she had taken away the magic and light of the world in an instant, entering everyone's sight. I haven't been to the human world for a long time. She looked at the horizon with some nostalgia. Lady Scylla. Jacinta immediately came forward to greet him respectfully. Are you ready? The demon's girl named Scylla glanced at Jacinta and went straight to the point. Yes, we can leave at any time. Jacinta responded respectfully without the slightest complaint. Good. Scylla nodded. Then, the demon's girl turned towards the direction of the noble district, and revealed a smile. Let me see what kind of man is able to make my arrogant sister look at him in a different light. Here, the true peak of the demon world had arrived. Pottett's banquet was held in the garden in front of the main hall. There was a majestic fountain there. Not only was it beautifully decorated, but the water that sprayed out wasn't ordinary water either. It was spring water from the mana spring. When it sprayed into the air, it would evaporate into a colorful mist of mana. It was a very pleasing sight. The flowers and trees in the garden had been professionally trimmed. Now, not only were they displaying their beauty like works of art, but there was also a strange floral fragrance wafting in the air, making one feel refreshed. Moreover, the stone path in the garden was polished until it shone brightly. The nobles who had just entered were stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of them. One after another, they broke into an uproar. Is this the mansion where the founding hero lived? That can't be right. I remember this place was luxurious, but it wasn't this beautiful. Could it be that Viscount Pottet renovated it himself? Impossible. To renovate it like this, he would have to spend at least tens of thousands of gold coins. I don't even know if he could find such a skilled master to design it. If there was such a master, he would have long become famous in the imperial city. But what exactly is going on? The nobles were surprised and shocked. Even Rosie was amazed by the scenery here. She asked Shuren more than once. How did he renovate it? It wasn't like this before. Rosie kept asking in Shuren's ear. Her unguarded intimacy made the surrounding men jealous. Shuren didn't hide it. That's because I have an incredible maid here. Shuren was telling the truth. Everything was done by Xianxia alone. She didn't even know where she bought the mana spring water from at a low price. The way it sprayed out was like burning money. Shuren's heart twitched. However, Shuren didn't plan to question Xianxia. After all, he was the one who asked her to make it as luxurious as possible. Since she could do it to such an extent, Shuren couldn't complain. At the very least, after tonight, this banquet would definitely be discussed enthusiastically. It would definitely make Shuren proud, and Shuren had no reason to say anything. Moreover, even if Shuren wanted to talk to Xianxia wasn't here. As the guests were all from the royal family and nobles, Lydia, who looked exactly the same as Xianxia, would definitely stir up the crowd. Therefore, Lydia was only responsible for preparing the banquet. After the banquet began, all the reception work would be handed over to her maids and servants. No one knew where Lydia herself had disappeared to. No one knew where she went. She was really elusive. Of course, Rosie, who didn't know this, was only curious about the maid that Shuren mentioned. Her beautiful eyes immediately swept across the banquet hall. At this moment, white tables were set up in every corner of the garden. They were arranged neatly and had a sense of beauty that made one forget to leave. The various dishes on the tables were still emitting hot steam and fragrant aroma. The nobles' eyes lit up when they smelled it. Regardless of whether they were here for the banquet or with ulterior motives, they couldn't help but take a bite or two and couldn't stop. Isn't this too delicious? This is simply a delicacy that only exists in the realm of gods. What kind of chef can make such a dish? Compared to this, the dishes made by my family's chef are simply trash. Even the chefs in the palace don't have such skills, don't you think, let alone the ones in your own house. Who exactly made this? The nobles were astonished and couldn't stop praising the dishes. Even Ansi and Liao were astonished. Even the expressionless Ali Dia was moved after taking a bite. This showed how delicious the dishes were. This is too delicious. Mr. Porstut, I wonder if you can introduce me to that chef. Ansi even said such words to Shuren, which showed how delicious the dishes were. If it were anyone else, they would be ecstatic to be able to catch the king's attention with their culinary skills and get the chance to be introduced. It was a pity that the dishes were all made by a certain great sister. If they really made an appearance, the delight on the king's face would probably freeze. Hence, Shuren could only lie and say that the chef wasn't a chef, but a wanderer he knew who happened to pass by the capital and asked him to make this banquet. The wanderer had already left and was no longer in the capital. Xianxia was filled with regret. Even Liao looked distressed that she wouldn't be able to eat such delicacies in the future. Even Alidia frowned subtly, which made Shuren admire the maid even more. Only Rosie didn't believe Shuren's nonsense. She looked at Shuren doubtfully. After all, in her eyes, a truthful Shuren wasn't Shuren. If anything that came out of his mouth was true, Rosie wouldn't hesitate to force him to drink a few cups of poisoned wine in front of everyone. So, Rosie rolled her eyes at Shuren and continued to watch the banquet. Now, every noble was still lingering around the white tables, and the plates of food were being emptied at an extremely fast speed. Maids were walking back and forth with plates in their hands, doing their best to help the banquet. It was a beautiful scene. Rosie, on the other hand, was also attracted by the beautiful appearance of those maids. Taking a closer look, none of these maids were ugly. They were all above the standard. They were either pretty or cute. Many noble young masters took a few more glances at them. If it weren't for the fact that the noble young masters didn't dare to cause trouble in such an occasion, the maids would have been bullied by now. Yet, they were all the maids of the Porstup family, which meant they were Shuren's maids. Rosie was inexplicably furious when she thought of this. Hiss. Shuren, who was chatting with Xianxia and Liao, suddenly felt a pinch on his waist. He gasped in pain and turned his head to look at the unhappy Rosie. His eyes were filled with confusion. What are you doing? Shuren asked in astonishment. Nothing. Rosie replied with a smile, but there wasn't much of a smile in her eyes. Why did you pinch me? Shuren was even more confused. Can't I pinch you just because I didn't do anything? Rosie said as if it was a matter of course. Shuren's eyebrows twitched. This lass, had she forgotten that her brother had a bad temper because she had spoiled him so much over the past few days? If there weren't so many people here, Shuren would have taught this girl a lesson. The kind that would rub her entire body. Alright, a gentleman's revenge is never too late. Moreover, I don't need 10 years. After the banquet is over, I'll let the bathing expert seize the opportunity and this girl won't be able to go home tonight. It's time for me to have some fun in this world. This girl seems pretty good as my first partner. Shuren crossed Rosie 100 times in his heart. Rosie naturally knew Shuren well. Her heart tightened when she saw his malicious gaze. Damn it, this was definitely a gaze that wanted to devour him whole. Should I not have offended him? It's over. With this animal's vengeful personality, I'll be at a disadvantage sooner or later. Why don't we not see him for a while and lie low until the wind blows? But, days without him are boring, looks like I can only react accordingly. At most, I'll let him take advantage of me and minimize the sacrifices. Otherwise, with this animal looking at me like he wants to swallow me up, Rosie felt that sooner or later, I'll get pregnant out of wedlock and turn from the pride of the royal family to the humiliation of the royal family. The more Rosie thought about it, the more likely it was to happen. And her premonition was very accurate. It was directly related to the goddess of destiny's blessing. It was a sign of destiny. In other words, if I don't think of a way, it will really happen. I have to find a time to win his favor. Just as Shuren and Rosie were secretly plotting something, a person suddenly rushed in a panic. Your Majesty. That person seemed to be a civil official of the royal palace. He was out of breath from running, and his face was full of panic. This attracted the attention of many people. What's wrong? And she furrowed his brows in displeasure. It couldn't be helped. An official of the royal palace had lost his composure in such a panic, and he couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. But this civil official, who was usually very perceptive, didn't even have the energy to pay attention to such things. He reported to Xianxia in a panic. We just received a report. The one from the demon world has just arrived in the capital. The words of the civil official startled everyone. The one from the demon world? And she was also stunned. His frown deepened, and he asked doubtfully, which one? Why are you so flustered? Hearing this, the civil official smiled bitterly. Just as he was about to say something, a laugh rang out. Looks like I don't need to report in advance. Is this what it means to come at the right time? Such a voice could be heard clearly in the banquet hall, lingering in the air. And along with this voice, the atmosphere seemed to solidify and became filled with pressure. All the nobles present shuddered. Rosie and she, Lia, Alidia, and Shauna's expressions froze, and they abruptly looked in the direction of the door. Even Sharon's expression changed. This was because none of his perception-type skills reacted. All the alarms, warnings, and probing settings in Borstadt's house seemed to have lost their effects. Not a single one of them worked. Under such circumstances, that person led a group of demons and appeared abruptly at the banquet hall. In an instant, she captured everyone's attention. Huh? At the same time, Aie, who was napping in her room, suddenly opened her eyes and sat up in shock. Why? Why is she here? Aie was extremely shocked, a rare look of helplessness on her face. Could she be here for Sharon? Aie immediately thought of this possibility. Thus, Aie hesitated for a moment before she sighed, unfolded her dragon wings, and flew off. Pa! In the silent banquet hall, such a shattering sound abruptly rang out. That was the sound caused by the wine glass in Barry's hand falling to the ground. This so-called cold-blooded and ruthless duke, at this moment, looked at the person who appeared here with a face full of shock. Not to mention Barry, even Lim Chao next to him had a look of horror on his face. No one cared about Barry's side. Because the rest of the people had more or less the same reaction. This was especially true for the dukes and marquises. They couldn't believe what they were seeing, and they just stood there dumbfounded. Among them, even the royal party was included. Liao was swallowing cold air. Shauna also had a look of shock. Lydia's pupils suddenly shrank. Auntie's eyes widened too. Even Rosie's expression changed abruptly, as if she had seen an incredible existence. She was shocked on the spot. As for Sharon, his eyes had long been taken away by the owner of that figure. That was a girl of demons that left a deep impression on everyone. The girl was dressed in plain clothes. She had a willowy waist and long legs, bright eyes and white teeth. She had a tall and slender figure like a model, and her body was plump. Her curves were distinct, and her figure was so good that it was simply synonymous with sex appeal. Sharon could confidently tell everyone that this was the most explosive figure he had ever seen in his 2 lives. That invincible figure could make any man with a pure heart and few desires burn with lust. With such a devilish figure, even if she didn't look good, she could still attract countless men to surround her like sharks smelling blood. However, the person with such a devilish figure not only looked exquisite and beautiful, but also had a kind of seductive beauty between her eyebrows, which was unforgettable. Such a young girl from the demon race was simply endlessly charming. Perhaps, in terms of appearance, Rosie might be slightly better, but in terms of attractiveness to men, this kind of stunner might be the most fatal. However, among the people present, no one dared to look at her with a disrespectful gaze. The same went for those noble young masters with impure thoughts. There were 2 reasons. One was Jacinta, Jess, Liz, and the other demons. All of them were obediently following behind her with a respectful look. This proved that this demon girl's status was so high that it wasn't something ordinary people could reach. The other reason was the atmosphere released by the girl. The kind of aura that seemed to be able to devour all the magic in the atmosphere, make the world tremble under her feet, and control the night sky. It definitely made everyone realize that this girl of demons was not to be trifled with. Even Sharon thought so. This was because other than Aie, this young demon lady was the second existence that could render all of his perception-type skills ineffective. Even the max level, appraisal, couldn't see through her strength. Under such circumstances, the girl of demons looked around. What a nice environment to be able to renovate this place to this extent. That idiot Mitra should be content down there, right? In front of all the higher-ups of the kingdom, the demon girl talked nonsense about the founding hero of the kingdom, the ancestor of the royal family, and the hero of the human race. But she and the others didn't show any anger. The girl before them indeed had the right to say such words. Rosie was the first to react. She took a deep breath and lowered her head to the demons. Rosie was the first to react. After taking a deep breath, she lowered her head towards the demon girl. Rosie bowed respectfully. Her voice woke everyone up. Madam Scylla. Madam Scylla. Madam Scylla. Anchi, Lia, and Rosie also lowered their heads and bowed. As for the others, including Alidia, Shauna, and Barry, they all knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Lady Scylla. Greetings. The orderly and respectful greetings turned the atmosphere of the banquet into a solemn one. Shuren was dumbfounded by the scene. Scylla? He felt like he had heard this name somewhere before. Shuren had a bad feeling. On the other hand, Scylla, who was addressed as Scylla by everyone, shook her head and said nonchalantly, "You're right. Alright, no need to be so polite. I'm just here to take a look." As she spoke, Scylla waved her slender hand. An obscure magical wave spread out and turned into an invisible force, acting on everyone. In the next second, all the nobles who were kneeling on one knee were lifted up by an irresistible force. They couldn't help but stand up. Even the royal family members who were bending their backs couldn't help but straighten up, causing everyone to be visibly moved. So was Shuren. Just this move alone was enough for him to understand that this young girl from the demon race was definitely a very, very terrifying person. As a matter of fact. Be careful. Rosie's voice quietly entered Shuren's ears. You can't be too careless in front of this person. Otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Why? The answer was revealed by Rosie. She has the largest territory, the strongest influence, and the highest strength in the demon realm. She is also the leader of the 6 demons. In history, she was the first demons to be born. She was also the most trusted and most capable demon by the Demon King's side. After the Demon King passed away, she was the one who single-handedly controlled and managed the demons. She was also the one who made peace with the Protoss and the human race. She was also the one who advocated the coexistence of the 3 races. Even the other 5 demons are led by her and follow her orders. So, she is the true pinnacle of the demons. People call her the Moon Demon. In other words, she was the leader who enjoyed the supreme position among the demons. Otherwise, why would the nobles of the kingdom have to be so respectful and in awe of her? It was precisely because he was a supreme figure in the demon world that no one dared to defy. Her identity and status were definitely much higher than the king of a country in the human world. After all, there were many countries in the human world, and the Mitra kingdom was just one of them. How could it compare to the person who ruled the entire demon realm? Not to mention, the overall strength of the demons was above the Protoss and the human race. When the Demon King was still alive, the Protoss and the human race could only resist the demons by joining forces. Now, although the Demon King had passed away, the Supreme God had also gone into seclusion, and the hero had long passed away. Even if the Protoss and the human race joined forces, their overall strength was still weaker than the demons. Therefore, the arrival of the supreme demons was no different from the arrival of a god to a country. If it weren't for the fact that the Mitra royal family were all descendants of the hero, ordinary royals would probably have to kneel down and salute the supreme demons when they saw her. Otherwise, there was no need for the other party to mobilize the entire demon race. He could have destroyed an entire country with just his strength alone. Therefore, no one dared to be rude, and no one dared to be rude. Thus, Scylla walked slowly, and the sound of her high heels landing on the ground was so clear. In the end, Scylla came to a person. You're Shuren, right? Scylla widened her bright eyes and stared at Shuren as if she wanted to see through him. She spoke with a seductive smile. Not bad. Although your level is very low, your magic power and skills are ridiculously strong. You even seem to be hiding some trump cards. No wonder that child is interested in you. Hearing this sentence, Shuren understood. His strength was seen through by the supreme demons in front of him. Scylla definitely had a stronger observation skill than the max level, appraise. Shuren felt as if everything about him was seen through by her. He was afraid that apart from unique skills, special skills, and the sealed holy sword, he had no more secrets in the eyes of the supreme demon realm. As for the others, they also reacted at this time. Looking at the scene where Scylla walked up to Shuren without any disguise, they finally understood one thing. That was, Scylla was here for Shuren. Lady Scylla, may I ask? Xianxia asked in surprise. Rosie, on the other hand, had already quietly walked to Sean's side. She looked at Scylla with vigilance in her eyes. It couldn't be helped, Scylla wasn't an ordinary person. If she really wanted to do something to Shuren, perhaps no one present could stop her. Thinking of this, Rosie unconsciously moved closer to Shuren, as if she wanted to fight alongside him. These actions might be done subconsciously by Rosie, but in the eyes of the others, it was worth scrutinizing. Seems like you have some heavenly luck. Even the most valuable treasure of the kingdom is willing to stand up for you? Scylla raised her eyebrows and smiled faintly. Rosie. Leah hurriedly called out to Rosie. Even Xianxia gave Rosie a look, signaling her to step down. They were worried that Rosie would offend Scylla. If that happened, the kingdom would be in trouble. Unfortunately, Rosie continued to stand beside Shuren as if she didn't hear anything. His firm and unwavering appearance caused everyone to feel complicated emotions in their hearts. Scylla was also surprised for a moment. But right after that, the demon race sovereign laughed. Alright, don't make a fuss. I'm not here to cause trouble for this kid. Scylla waved her hand, dispelling everyone's worries. Then why did Lady Scylla come here? And she wasn't completely reassured. He asked hesitantly and tentatively. Scylla didn't answer immediately. She only smiled faintly and said, nothing much. I'm just here to thank this kid named Shuren for taking care of my sister. As soon as she said this, everyone's expression changed. Sister? Everyone knew very well what this word represented. After all, there were only 5 people whom Scylla could call sister. They were the other 5 demons of the devil race. Still not coming out? Little girl? Scylla turned in a direction, her tone starting to become a little irritated. Everyone subconsciously looked in that direction. In the next moment, everyone saw a petite figure. It's really you, Sister Scylla. Aie appeared very reluctantly, her tone full of resentment. Looking at this cute little girl, everyone looked at each other. In fact, many people knew about Aie. Because they had been paying attention to Shuren, they knew that Shuren was always accompanied by a cute little girl. But they didn't know who this little girl was. Only the members of the royal family looked at Aie, as if recalling something, and sucked in a breath of air. Rosie was among them. Last time, Rosie already felt that she had heard of Aie's appearance somewhere. It was only at this moment that Rosie finally remembered. It was said that the youngest sister of the 6 great demons was a dragon who loved to sleep. She would stay in her castle all year round and sleep. There were very few people who had seen this demon. She basically didn't appear in front of people. Even the affairs of her territory were handled by her subordinates. She was very mysterious. 10 years ago, because of Killian, she did appear once. And according to the description of those who had seen her, this demon was a cute little girl hugging a pillow. That's right. This demon was, Dragon Demon Aie, the youngest sister of the 6 great demons was in this kingdom. And she was in Shuren's house. At this moment, many people's minds went blank. In their minds, there were only a few sentences echoing back and forth. That little girl is one of the 6 demons, the Dragon Demon? The Dragon Demon is in our kingdom? And in the royal capital? She's been with that adventurer all this time? And even stayed in his house? Why? The nobles thought and watched in a daze, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. Especially the nobles who had been secretly plotting against Shuren, they were even more shocked. They could not imagine what this demon who had been following Shuren would do if they really made a move and offended Shuren, or even hurt Shuren. That was a demon. After the death of the Demon King, these 6 demons were the top fighting force of the demons. It could be said that the kingdom could not afford to offend the demons, and even the entire human race could not afford to offend a demon. Once the demons showed their true strength, it would be a matter of minutes to destroy a kingdom. At the thought of the consequences of offending them, many impure nobles trembled in their hearts. Even Barry and Limcho felt the same. How could this be? Barry murmured. Damn it. Limjo was even more frightened and fearful. Why would a little adventurer have a dragon demon by his side? Did something go wrong? Crazy. The nobles, who could not believe it, secretly cursed and trembled. The royal family members also looked incredulous. This person, Liao, looked at Shirin with a complicated expression. Anqi was completely silent, only looking at Shirin with a strange gaze. Aridia and Shauna, on the other hand, were still kneeling on the ground. No one knew what they were thinking. As for Rosie, she glanced at Aie, then at Shirin, unable to describe her feelings. Even she did not expect Aie to be a dragon demon. But Shirin had always brought this dragon demon with him, and they were almost in the same boat. Rosie really wanted to ask him who gave him the courage to bring the Dragon King, who could evaporate the ocean with a single breath, as if he was taking a child out for a stroll. Could it be that he could tame Adel's black dragon because he had a dragon demon with him? Rosie could not help but think so. Presumably, many people would think so after this, right? But now, their thoughts had nothing to do with Shirin. All Shan wanted to say was MMP. Although he had more or less guessed Aie's identity, he still couldn't help but curse when he found out the little girl's true identity right in front of him. After all, one of the 6 most powerful demons was a little girl who always took advantage of him and made him spend all his money to buy expensive desserts. Shirin really did not want to admit it. But that was the truth. Seeing Aie, Sala was delighted, happy, and angry as she spoke. Aie, you actually really woke up, and after waking up, you didn't inform anyone and secretly ran to the human world, causing everyone to think that you were still sleeping in the castle. Big sister doesn't remember raising you like this. Sila's tone changed, no longer full of arrogance like before, but became as if she was facing her closest family member. While scolding, she stretched out her hand, as if she was going to carry Aie. Unfortunately, Aie did not even think about it and directly dodged Sila's hand. Sister Sila really came to find me? Aie was very dissatisfied. That is to say, someone is tipping you off? With that, Aie turned her gaze and looked at Jacinta, who came with Sila. Master, Jacinta's face stiffened, pulled out an extremely ugly smile, and was ready to explain. However, Aie did not give him such a chance. Since you betrayed me, then you should be mentally prepared to be punished, right? Aie glared at Jacinta. Yes, Jacinta still wanted to explain, but seeing Aie's unquestionable look, he suddenly lost his temper and could only hang his head with a sad face. A dignified cadre of the demon race was actually suppressed like this. This made the crowd of nobles feel that it was very unrealistic. But, no matter how unrealistic it felt, it was also the reality. You secretly ran out, and you still have the cheek to blame others. Sila put her hands on her waist and said with a bad look. If other sisters know, they will definitely blame you, little Aie. I don't care, I will go wherever I want to go. Sisters are too overbearing, why should they control me? Aie frowned and emphasized. Also, how many times have I said, don't add the word little in front of my name? Hee, you still like to pretend to be an adult, but this can't be helped. No matter how long it has been, in my eyes, you will always be my little Aie. Sila said with a smile. Well, hurry back with sister. If those annoying guys of the Protoss know that you came to the human world without permission, they will come to complain to me again. Then let them complain. Aie snorted coldly. When there is trouble, they urge us to come to the human world to deal with the aftermath. When there is no trouble, they want us to stay in the demon world forever. Those idiots of the Protoss, what do they think we are? There is no other way, little Aie. Our power is still too strong for the human world. The Protoss certainly doesn't want to see the human world being destroyed by us from time to time. Also, you've only woken up once in such a long time, and every time you wake up, you run back to sleep. It's hard for my sisters and your subordinates to even see you. Now, you've sneaked into the human world. Do you have the heart to make us worry in the demon realm? Sela said while making the nobles around her feel scared. You are the ones who worry, what does it have to do with me? Aie said unreasonably. Anyway, I am fine here. Sister, you don't need to worry. Sister, hurry back to the demon world. Hearing this, Sela stared at Aie. After a few seconds, she suddenly covered her face and squatted down. Sob sob sob, little Aie has finally entered the rebellious stage. She doesn't want me anymore, sob sob sob, the supreme of the devil world actually started crying. This, everyone present was stunned. Not to mention others, even Sharon was dumbfounded. This? Why is she crying? Sharon was dumbfounded. Such a stunner and great beauty was actually squatting on the ground and crying. It was really pitiful and pitiful. At least, the men present felt pity for her and wanted to go up and comfort her. Only Ai was still as cold and emotionless as before. Don't pretend to cry, Sister Sela. Ai said lightly. Don't you feel tired of pretending to cry every time? Sob sob sob. Sela suddenly cried even more sadly, as if she was really hurt by Ai. Everyone present looked at each other. The corner of Sharon's mouth twitched. He didn't know how to react at all. Even Ai began to have a headache. Please don't cry, sister. At that moment, Ai could only helplessly go forward and pull her sister up. Sister is the supreme of the demons. Can you not be so childish? Ai's words could be considered as well-intentioned advice. In response, Sela raised her tear-stained face and pouted as she spoke. Then, little Ai, are you coming home with me? She looked like she was acting coquettishly. Sharon almost couldn't bear to look at her. On the contrary, the men around only felt a little weak in their legs when they saw such a stunner, such a supreme of the demons acting coquettishly. There was even an evil fire burning in their hearts. If it wasn't for the fact that this demon's girl was too strong and her identity was too terrifying, all the men present would probably go crazy for her, right? It was fortunate that he wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, many men would definitely fight over him, and it might even lead to countless conflicts and fights. Only Ai was still the same. I really don't want to go back, Sister Sela. Ai said helplessly, if I go back, I will only be sleeping. Just let me do something I like. It could be seen that Ai was also spoiled and protected by her sisters, so she really wanted to do something different from before. Something you like? Sela sniffed and blinked. Then, she suddenly said, what you mean by like is to stay by this human's side? Sela looked at Sharon. Sharon didn't know what to say. He could clearly see Sela glaring at him, as if she was staring at a sinner who had stolen her most beloved treasure. No, not only Sela, even Rosie was staring at Sharon. However, Rosie's gaze was different from Sela's. Her eyes were full of anger as if she was looking at an otaku with a special hobby. Sharon really wanted to say. She wants to follow me, what does it have to do with me? Simply ridiculous. However, this scene, in the eyes of the nobles, had a different meaning. That was because it was a very scary thing. What did this mean? It meant that there was a demon behind Sharon, always by his side, protecting him. This fact made many people's heart beat faster, they were shocked. Especially Barry and Limcho, they almost bit their tongues off. However, Ai didn't know how to hide it at all. Yes, I want to follow him. Ai said calmly, I'm very interested in his future, and even more interested in what he will do in the future. I'm even more interested in the changes he can bring to this world. So, I want to follow him. Ai's words made Sela fall silent. The others were already shocked to the point of numbness, completely not knowing what expression to make. Even Jacinta and the others began to look at Sharon in a different way. This person could actually make their little master value him to this extent. Everyone fell into silence because of the development in front of them. Finally, Sela stood up. Since that's the case, then let me also disturb you for a while. Sela ignored the sudden breathing sound of the others and looked at Sharon. To be able to make my sister care so much, I think you must have something extraordinary, right? Let me also observe for a while. Sela made such a declaration. Sharon really wanted to say no. What a joke, who would have thought that there would be such a powerful peeping Tom around? Observe. Observe your sister. You also love her, don't you? Sharon, just like to say no to others. Sharon was ready to fight back. However, Rosie pulled him aside and shook her head at him, as if she really didn't want to annoy Sela. Sharon could ignore Sela's feelings, but Rosie and the people of this kingdom couldn't. Seeing this, what else could Sharon say? He could only smile on his face and curse in his heart. Tonight's banquet was destined to become a legend that shook the entire royal capital. It was only a Viscount's conferring banquet, but not only were countless dukes and marquises present, even the entire royal family was present. This was enough to cause a sensation. However, compared to the two who appeared later, this was child's play. Moon Demon. Dragon Demon. Two of the 6 great demons, the sovereign of the demon realm and the king of the dragon clan, showed up at this banquet and even stayed in Borstut's house. Such an unbelievable event would not only cause a sensation in the royal capital, but also in the entire human realm. In fact, even the god realm might be alarmed by this, and thus take some action. That was a possibility. In any case, the nobles who attended the banquet were in a daze until the end of the banquet. Only then did they leave Podit's house with a mixture of excitement and anxiety. As for Scylla, she stayed behind. However, this seemed to have caused Aie dissatisfaction. Aie wanted to chase this big sister away. Sister Scylla is a busy person. Why does she have time to stay here and throw a tantrum? Aie was puzzled. I don't care. If little Aie doesn't leave with me, I won't leave either. Sala really looked like she was going to throw a tantrum. The two sisters quarreled in the garden, causing Jacinta, Jess, Liz, and the other demons to smile bitterly. As the host of this banquet, Shuren was pulled aside by Rosie and the other members of the royal family. Do you really want her to stay with me? Shuren finally had the chance to express his dissatisfaction to Rosie and the others. If Rosie hadn't stopped him, he would have definitely chased Scylla away. Regardless of whether she was the peak of the demons or the sovereign of the demon realm, with Aie on his side, Shuren didn't believe that she would dare to cause trouble here. However, the royal family definitely didn't want to see Scylla flip out in the royal capital. Therefore, everyone, including Rosie, looked helpless. Are you really going to refuse? Liao smiled bitterly. That's Lady Scylla, the leader of the 6 great demons. If she's displeased, the royal capital and even the kingdom will be finished. This was everyone's greatest fear. Even An Shi had a helpless expression on his face. Lady Scylla only wants to bring her sister back, and she's only staying for a short period of time. There's no need to offend her over such a small matter. And she patted Sean on the shoulder and lamented, don't be discontented. It's a great honor to have a supreme being of the realm of devils stay in your home. After today's incident, I believe that the kingdom's evaluation of you will be overturned. To be able to have the sovereign of the demon realm stay in your home is a great honor. He thought that he had paid enough attention to Sean, but he really did not expect that Sean would give him such a big surprise. In any case, and she really wanted to ask how Sean had managed to win over the youngest of the 6 demons. Ahem, he meant to build a good relationship with him. In any case, Anchi really wanted to ask how Shuren had managed to win over the reclusive youngest of the 6 great demons. Ahem, he meant to build a good relationship with him. Now that there were no heroes and the supreme gods had gone into seclusion, the only ones who could stand up to the demons were the 3 goddesses of the god realm. The humans could no longer fight against the demons. Therefore, Anchi felt that he should also digest today's events, think about what he should do next, and what attitude he should adopt towards Shuren. For now, he could only try his best to keep Scylla in check. Don't worry. Rosie also opened her mouth, staring at Sean as she explained. Unlike the dragon demon Highness, who almost never appears in front of others, Lady Scylla is the sovereign of the demons and the leader of the demon realm. Almost all of the demons' affairs are handled by her. Even the communication between the Protoss and the humans is handled by Lady Scylla. The other demons are either very independent or only responsible for the affairs of their own territories. Therefore, Lady Scylla definitely doesn't have much time to waste on you. This was the truth. It would be better to say that with Scylla's status and busy schedule, it would be strange if she chose to stay here temporarily. Shuren could somewhat understand Rosie's hint. You're saying that the reason why the moon demon chose to stay with me was because of this from the beginning? Shuren more or less understood the reasoning behind this. That's what I think. Rosie did not deny it. She nodded and said, according to the rumors, Lady Scylla is a very capable demon dweller. From the moment she was born, she obtained the greatest trust of the Demon King. She has been helping the Demon King manage the demons, commanding the demons at the front lines to fight against the Protoss, obtaining great victories time and time again. The reason why the demons are able to suppress the Protoss and the humans so strongly is because of this person. It is said that Lady Scylla also has a unique pair of all-seeing eyes. Not only can she see through the ever-changing situation on the battlefield, she can also see through anyone's lies and not be fooled by illusions. Hearing Rosie's words, Sean suddenly recalled the feeling of being seen through by Scylla when he first met her. Those eyes that seemed to be able to see through all of his secrets left a deep impression. And with such ability and wisdom, the sovereign of the demon realm would naturally not throw a tantrum for no reason and willfully decide to stay. Unless, this was what the other party had planned to do. I think that Lady Scylla came to the human realm to look for Her Highness Dragon Demons. Her original intention should be to prevent Her Highness Dragon Demons from being tricked and used by the human clan, so she really wanted to bring her back, right? Rosie pointed out. But after seeing you, Lady Scylla might have discovered something, so she immediately changed her mind. This was not unconvincing. Thinking about it carefully, with Scylla's mind, how could she not know the personality of AIE, who had been with her for so long and had been her sister for so many years? She definitely knew how to persuade AIE to go back, and she also knew that if she used ordinary methods, AIE would definitely not obediently listen to her orders and return to the demon realm. Under such circumstances, Scylla did not succeed in taking AIE away in the end. Instead, she seemed to be passively staying here with her sister. This was illogical. Besides, since Scylla knew her sister's personality very well, she naturally knew that the target that AIE insisted on staying to observe was definitely not an ordinary existence, right? Since that was the case, it was normal for Scylla to want to see through the secrets behind it. Shuren immediately understood what Rosie wanted to say. What Rosie wanted to say was that Shuren's identity might have already been discovered. After all, Shuren's full-level appraisal skill could discover the true face of the sealed holy sword. If Scylla had a stronger divine eye than the full-level appraisal skill, then even if Shuren's holy sword was covered in 3 layers of seals, she would still be able to discover it, right? In other words, I'd been seen through more than I thought. Shuren was immediately depressed. F***ck, why did it feel like his identity as a hero would be exposed from time to time? Was it that hard to hide? If it was so hard to hide, how did the protagonists in other novels always pretend to be pigs to eat tigers? Did they really think that everyone else was retarded and incompetent? Shuren really wanted to look up to the sky and sigh. But at the same time, he also realized that something was wrong. This Luna is the supreme of the demons, the leader of all the demons. If she discovered my identity as a hero, then she must have started to suspect that the Protoss is plotting something in the dark. After 1,000 years, the world had returned to peace, but the Protoss had secretly reactivated the hero summoning ritual and summoned the hero. What did this mean? Could it be that the Protoss was going to declare war on the demons? Similar considerations must have appeared in Scylla's mind. It was because of this that Shuren didn't want to expose his identity. Otherwise, the peace between the 3 races would really be broken if things went wrong. Rosie was subtly reminding him of this point. It's highly possible that Madame Scylla stayed behind for you and not for her sister. Rosie ignored Ansi and Leah's shocked expression and said to Shuren in a serious tone. She might still be thinking about how to deal with your sudden appearance, which is why she wants to keep you at a place where she can see you. You have to be careful. If he did anything inappropriate and made Scylla think that Shuren was harmful to the demons, Scylla might directly attack Shuren. Scylla wasn't a big boss that came to his door for Shuren to hug, but a deadly threat. If you had rejected Madame Scylla just now, she might have thought that you have something to hide from the demons, which would have triggered her cautious nerves. Rosie finally revealed the real reason why she stopped Shuren. Therefore, I think you better be careful and don't do anything rash. Hearing this, Shuren cursed even more in his heart. Did this mean that he had invited a big boss back for himself? I have to be careful with her. No way. He thought he was infallible and came over to spy on him. Did he expect him to treat him nicely and treat him well? That's impossible. Scylla, is it? Very well. I'm going to go against you. At this moment, Shuren didn't know that there was a hidden conversation going on between Scylla and AIE. Don't do anything rash, Sister Scylla. AIE stared at Scylla and said, that person is under my protection for the time being. I don't want Sister Scylla to do anything overboard. That's right, AIE could see through her sister's plan. Rosie and the others were only afraid of Scylla, but they didn't know that AIE wasn't an idiot. She wasn't that easy to fool. Just like how Scylla naturally understood AIE naturally knew what kind of person her sister was. That was why AIE said such a thing. Scylla's eyes flickered slightly. Aya, it seems like our little AIE really cares about that kid. Scylla smiled sweetly and said, if that's the case, then I have to see what kind of person he is. Obviously, Scylla didn't compromise because of this. AIE expressed. If it's just to watch. AIE said faintly, but if Sister Scylla wants to do something, I don't intend to just stand and watch. Is that so? Scylla's smile faded. After a moment of silence, she said faintly, he's just a human, I didn't expect you to care about him so much. He's an interesting man, and I like him. AIE glanced at Scylla and said, I just want to tell you that I can also have my own friends. Leaving such words, AIE turned around and left. Only Scylla and the speechless Xianxia's group were left looking at AIE's back. After a while, they smiled bitterly. It seems like I've been too strict with her. Rumble, rumble, when the last carriage slowly drove away from Pottett's house, the noble conferring banquet officially came to an end. The fountain had stopped spraying water. Plates of dishes and white tables were also removed by the maids and servants. Meanwhile, Scylla entered the main hall of the Pottet residence and was invited to a luxurious parlor. Shuren, AIE, Xianxia, and the others were present. Vivian and the others were supposed to be there as well, but they felt that they shouldn't overtake the host and disrupt Shuren and Scylla's meeting. Hence, they returned to their rooms. Of course, not overtaking the host was one of the reasons. The more important reason was probably because it was too stressful for them to be in the same room with two demons. Lucia and Marika, in particular, were already panicking because of Scylla's arrival. After learning that AIE was one of the 6 demons, the dragon demon, they almost fainted. So I've been living under the same roof as the dragon demon, I've even been in the bath with the dragon demon. These 2 little girls couldn't bear such an exciting fact and looked as if they had completely fainted. It would be too difficult for them to stay here and accompany people like this. So, Vivian and Tare took the 2 girls with them and left. The group of young ladies stayed in a separate hall, which was a distance away from the main hall. It would take about 10 minutes to reach their destination on foot, so it was considered quite far away. If it weren't for this, a group of young girls waiting to be married staying in the house of a hot-blooded man would inevitably cause some gossip. Currently, only Shuren and AIE were staying in the main hall. However, Shuren and AIE weren't the only ones serving Scylla and the others. Please have some tea. Xianxia, who had appeared out of nowhere, served tea to everyone. She placed cups of tea in front of everyone with an indifferent expression. However, Scylla stared at Xianxia and didn't shift her gaze away from Xianxia ever since she appeared. Behind Scylla, Xianxia also looked at Xianxia with a stiff expression as if he had seen something unbelievable. On the other hand, Jess and Liz were confused. They looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Looking at the group of demons, Shuren remembered that they were rather calm in the beginning. However, after Xianxia appeared, Scylla's and Xianxia's reactions became a little thought-provoking. Scylla's expression changed abruptly when she saw Xianxia and her breathing quickened. Xianxia was in an even worse state. When Xianxia appeared, his body trembled and he almost lost his composure and cried out on the spot. On the contrary, Xianxia didn't have the slightest fear when she saw the demon's supremacy and the demon's cadres. Instead, she served them with a calm and impeccable attitude. This caused Sean to be puzzled, while AIE remained silent and did not say a word. Now, Shuren and Scylla sat opposite each other while AIE sat beside them. Xianxia and the others stayed behind Scylla while Xianxia returned to Shuren's side quietly after serving tea. Scylla retracted her gaze reluctantly. You seem to have a very special maid, Minister Pottet. Scylla took a deep breath and said these words. She didn't know what kind of thought came out of her. Shuren twitched his brows, glanced at Xianxia who remained calm and turned to Scylla. Lord Moondevil, you must be joking. Shuren put on a fake smile and said, she isn't my maid. I don't believe that the demon world supremacy doesn't know about this level of things. Hearing this, Scylla smiled and didn't deny it. She naturally knew that this maid wasn't one of Shuren's people. If I remember correctly, she should be the maid of the old demon's faction called Xianxia, right? What Scylla said proved that she had grasped this information. It used to be the old demon sect. Shuren didn't answer her question. Then where is this old demon's faction? Scylla asked with a fake smile. You actually left an important maid by Minister Pottett's side. That old demon's faction must have a close relationship with you, right? This is a misunderstanding. Shuren shook his head and said seriously, I've only met her once or twice. I don't know if Lord Scylla will believe me. Met her once or twice? Sala laughed involuntarily and said, would someone who has only met him once or twice hand over an important maid to serve him? Who knows? Shuren shrugged and said in a serious tone, maybe she saw that I'm handsome and trustworthy. That's why she did this. Pfft, Scylla couldn't help but laugh and said, you really know how to joke, Minister Pottet. Shuren's mouth twitched. He had the urge to beat someone up. Although he had said it frivolously on purpose, he still didn't like this answer. I'm praising myself for being handsome, but you say I'm joking? You're indirectly saying I'm ugly, aren't you? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't know if he could beat this guy, Shuren would have slapped him. Of course, this slap wouldn't be on his face. If the other party was a man, he would naturally slap his face. However, if the other party was a beautiful woman, he would slap his butt. Don't ask why, or you'd be an idiot. At that moment, Shuren resisted the urge to roll his eyes and finally got to the point. I say, Lord Moon Demon, you're very busy every day. You must be a busy person. Don't tell me you really want to stay with me? Shuren bluntly said this matter. Why? Is there a problem? Scylla raised her eyebrows slightly and asked without batting an eyelid. Do you think there's no problem? Shuren looked straight at her and said bluntly, then do you dare to swear in the name of Demon King Claudius that you're only doing this because you want to stay with your younger sister? His words made Scylla's smile freeze on her face. Jacinta's expression also changed. Just as he was about to step forward and say something, he was forced back by Ai's sharp gaze. That's what he said, Sister Scylla. Ai said calmly, what do you plan to do? What to do? Was there a need to ask? There was no way Scylla would swear in the name of the Demon King. Otherwise, once she disobeyed, she would be tarnishing the face of the king that she once followed. As the trusted follower of the Demon King, the most trusted demon, how could Scylla do something like tarnishing the Demon King's face? So, should I say, as expected of the Chosen One? Scylla's expression finally turned sarcastic as she said, is it fun to drag our beloved Demon King out like this? Some people understood Scylla's words, while others didn't. At least, Jacinta and the others didn't know what the so-called Chosen One was. But those who knew Shuren's true identity would know what Scylla was referring to. Anyway, Shuren said in his heart, as expected. My identity has really been seen through by this moon devil. This proved that Rosie's advice to Shuren was correct. Scylla didn't only come for Aie, but also for Shuren. Understanding this, Shuren relaxed. Since he was already exposed, what else could he do? He had done what he could, but in the end, his identity was still exposed. This could only mean that it was God's will. Since that was the case, even if Scylla chose to start a war with the Protoss and the humans because of this matter, causing the three races to start a war again after 1,000 years, it would have nothing to do with Shuren. Shuren had already done his best, there was no need for him to go through so much trouble for this matter. After all, he wasn't a person of this world. Even if this world was shrouded in the flames of war, he wouldn't say anything. So, I just want to tell Madame Scylla that I'm not a good-tempered person. Shuren said with a smile, I don't know what Madame Scylla thinks of my existence, or if you think that I have ulterior motives for knowing your sister, but I actually don't like to be involved in the political stage, especially the stage that concerns the peace of the three races. The meaning of Shuren's words was obvious. He was telling Scylla that he didn't plan to do anything special, and he hoped that others wouldn't disturb his life because of his suspicions. Otherwise, if I act impulsively, the demons won't have it easy, right? The impoliteness in Sean's words was quite blatant. This made the eyes of Jacinta, Jess, and Liz turn cold. Because Shuren's words were no different from a threat. In this regard, Aie still didn't say anything and sat there expressionlessly. Xianxia also weakened her presence, her face indifferent. On the other hand, Scylla didn't expect Shuren to say such words. She looked at him deeply. she didn't think that Shuren's words were arrogant. After all, Scylla had special eyesight. She had seen through the true face of the holy sword on Shuren's waist. Unfortunately, Scylla couldn't see the full power of Shuren's holy sword. However, the power that Scylla had glimpsed was already strong enough to move her. Therefore, Scylla could say with certainty that the current Shuren might not be a match for the demons, but he already had a way to pose a certain threat. He was still far from reaching his limit. Just thinking about how terrifying his future achievements would be made Scylla's heart palpitate a little. Moreover, as a hero, Shuren must have a very powerful unique skill. Scylla didn't think that Shuren's threat was too weak. Because Scylla also didn't see through that unique skill. Of course, Scylla also didn't see through Shuren's blessing. If it was someone else, as long as it wasn't too special, Scylla could see through their unique skill and special skill. From this, it could be seen that Scylla's wisdom was far stronger than others could imagine. And Scylla couldn't see through the effects of Shuren's holy sword, blessing, and unique skill. No wonder she couldn't help but want to stay and observe. Now that things have come to this, why is there still such a strong hero? Scylla frowned and fell into deep thought. In the end, Scylla still stayed. Shuren didn't say anything. After asking Xianxia to arrange a room for Scylla, he dismissed everyone on the spot. He also knew that Scylla definitely wouldn't change her mind just because of 1 or 2 words from him. No matter what, he was a sovereign of the demon realm, and a very intelligent one at that. He would definitely have his own opinions. In addition, as a demon, he stood at the top of the 3 realms. How could he be afraid just because of a few words from him? Rather, if it wasn't because the other party was Shuren, a person with a special and sensitive identity, if others dared to speak like that in front of Scylla, perhaps the grass on their graves would be as tall as a house, right? Therefore, Scylla definitely had her own thoughts in her heart. It was just that he didn't know whether those thoughts were good or bad. Shuren didn't want to care too much, anyway, as long as it didn't affect him. Of course, Scylla seemed to give Shuren face. Although she stayed, she chased Xianxia and the others away. When I need you, I will naturally look for you. Now, you can go back and wait. Scylla chased away the people around her mercilessly, making them look at each other in dismay. But very quickly, their faces turned ashen as they looked at each other. Remember this. I will slowly settle the score with you guys for betraying me. Ai's cold words almost made Xianxia cry. Not to mention Jess and Liz, they had long been paralyzed with fear. God had mercy on them, they were only informing Sala for the sake of their young master. If they weren't worried that their little master would be deceived and used by humans, why would they make such an unnecessary move? After all, the person they were loyal to was Aie, not Scylla. And this time, if Scylla's subordinates were to find out that they had secretly invited Scylla over, they would definitely be in deep trouble. Even though he knew that he had to pay such a price, Xianxia still chose to find Sala because of his loyalty, but now, he was targeted by his young master, complained about, and even had to be punished. Xianxia really had the heart to die. It's all this human's fault. Xianxia glared at Shuren. Originally, Xianxia was still quite interested in Shuren and wanted to make contact with him. But now, he only had hatred and resentment for Shuren. In this regard, Shuren blinked his eyes and gave Xianxia a big smile. Xianxia suddenly shouted angrily, wishing he could fight with Shuren. But, everyone, take care. I'll let my mount send you off. Without saying anything, Shuren snapped his fingers and called Yulin over. At that time, Yulin descended from the sky with a roar and landed in front of the main hall. She looked in through the window and stared at Xianxia and the others with her pair of dragon eyes, causing them to freeze on the spot. Level 99 dragon? Even Scylla was shocked. It must be said that these demons didn't know about Yulin's existence at all. Because after completing the task in the Adel Canyon, Xianxia and the others hurried back to the demon realm to report to Scylla about Aie. Therefore, Xianxia and the others didn't know about the matter of the Adel Black Dragon being tamed, which caused an uproar in the capital. And Scylla, who was in the demon realm and had just come to the human realm, was even less likely to know about this matter. Perhaps, after a period of time, they would also receive this news. Especially Xianxia, as one of the 4 cadres under the command of the dragon demon, once he returned, he would probably receive this news very soon. But the problem was that they came back too hurriedly and didn't have time to receive this news before visiting the Podet family. Therefore, Yulin's appearance immediately stunned them. But after the shock, everyone's eyes became fiery again. There's actually such a strong dragon in the human realm? Jacinta was overjoyed. Very good, this child's quality is very high. Scylla was also happy. As a member of the dragon race, Jacinta was very clear about what a level 99 dragon meant. This meant that once the other party successfully transformed into a human and achieved the body of demons, he would immediately reach the top of the demons and become an existence second only to the 6 great demon dwellers. How could Jacinta not be overjoyed by such a dragon with a boundless future? How could Scylla not feel overjoyed? Unfortunately, alright, don't think about it. This child refused to go to the demon realm with us and only wants to stay by this kid's side. He poured a basin of cold water on Scylla and Jacinta with a rather dissatisfied tone. After the two understood the matter, their eyes looking at Yulin were full of resentment for her failure to meet their expectations. Why did he choose to be a mount instead of being a devil? Once he returns to the demon realm with us and successfully transformed into a human, at that time, except for the 6 great demon dwellers, no one will dare to challenge him. This is almost the treatment of being above tens of thousands of people. Isn't it better than being a mount, and that human? What kind of magic medicine did he feed her to make her follow him so unswervingly? Scylla and Jacinta felt regretful and indignant. But not to mention Shuren, even Black Dragon Yulin was dismissive of these two people. Although among these two people, one is not weaker than me at all, and the other one is even more unfathomable. I feel that he is as scary as the Dragon King's sister, forced to call him by a certain little girl, who treats me very well. But I am the king of demons, I am a dragon. Since I have already sworn allegiance, there is no way to go back on it. Moreover, my master loves me so much that he will inject a very strong thing into my body, referring to magic, and every time he can make me so spicy and comfortable, referring to absorbing magic, how can I be willing to leave? I just want to eat my master's food, still referring to magic, every day and be so comfortable, still referring to absorbing magic, every day. I will envy you to death, humph. Those who have crooked thoughts face the wall and reflect on the past, Sigma. So, Jacinta and the others were all driven out by Yulin. As for Scylla, Shuren no longer cared about her. She is a big boss. I can't control her, and I might not even be able to beat her. I might as well just let her be. It's a pity that I can't have a comfortable bath with my little cutie tear for some time. Otherwise, who knows if this supreme demons who keep saying that she wants to observe me will peep at me. I can only temporarily avoid the limelight. On this night, many noble families also changed their attitude toward Shuren. This is a person who can't be easily provoked. The nobles who don't like Shuren now really started to feel fear. Before, although Shuren's performance was also very eye-catching, it was still only eye-catching. He can make them pay attention, but not fear. They don't know Shuren's true strength. They only think that no matter how strong Shuren is, he can't be stronger than Rosie, can't be stronger than Ali Dia, and can't be stronger than the forces of their families. Therefore, they still dared to plot against him. Even if Shuren tamed Adel's black dragon, in their eyes, it was just a brainless dragon. Even if they can't confront him head-on, they can still play tricks in the dark. Therefore, even if they are afraid, they still dare to take risks for some benefits. Even if everyone said that the royal knights were almost destroyed in the hands of Shuren, in fact, many people still think that it was Yulin's doing, and not Shuren's own strength. In view of this, when they saw how close Shuren and Rosie were, those nobles all wanted to do something. In order to not let the peerless Princess Royal Highness be abducted, they really have to take a risk out of desperation. However, everything that had happened tonight had completely dispelled their thoughts. With the demonic dragon by his side, who dares to touch him? That's a demon we're talking about. If we make her unhappy, she'll directly destroy the country, and then we'll all be finished. She doesn't care who the murderer is, let alone the lives of innocent people. If she breathes her dragon breath, the entire capital will be vaporized, right? Oh my god, that's too scary. No, we can't touch this person anymore. At least, before we find out what kind of relationship he has with the demonic dragon, we absolutely can't touch him. Not only can we not touch him, but we also can't let others touch him. So, we still have to stop others from harming him? Nonsense. Unless you want to die. Damn it. Many nobles had similar conversations, and in the end, one or two of them gave up on looking for trouble with Shuren. Especially now that Scylla was also living with Shuren, no one dared to provoke Shuren, and even more so, no one dared to have any objections just because Shuren lived in the center of the noble district. The other party was a noble with the support of the demonic dragon. Did he not have the right to live in that mansion? If not, then who else did? All the nobles could do was swallow their anger. Including Barry, it was the same. The Duke was silent in the study for a long time, until his eyelids started to droop, then he spoke in a low voice. In the future, don't provoke that Shuren anymore. This sentence was naturally said to Lim Cho. To be honest, Lim Cho really wanted to object, and was very unwilling. But he knew, at this time, no matter how much he objected, no matter how unwilling he was, it was all in vain. This father and son pair, who at first thought that they could eat Shuren to death, now had to admit, they could not afford to provoke this person at all. A feeling of helplessness had already spread in their hearts. You should honestly use proper means to woo Her Highness. Barry could only tell Lim Cho this. Yes. Lim Cho lowered his head. In his mind, the scene of Shuren and Rosie talking and laughing together and acting intimately kept appearing. This is your room, Lady Scylla. La Xia brought Scylla to a luxurious guest room, and spoke to her respectfully. If you have any orders, please don't be shy, call me at any time. Hearing this, Scylla, who walked in behind La Xia, did not look at this room, but looked at La Xia. Her eyes were very complicated. La Xia did not say anything. After bowing to Scylla, she walked away. Scylla stared at Hua Xia's departing figure. After a long time, she murmured something. Mother, Scylla murmured to herself. Her voice was full of sadness. The next day, Scylla visited Borstut's house. Aie had been staying by Shuren's side all this while. The news of the two demons appearing in the Mitra kingdom and in the royal city spread like wildfire. The citizens of the royal city were in an uproar. The neighboring countries also received the news, and all of them were extremely surprised. Why did the sovereign of the demons and the king of the dragons come to the human world? Could it be another vicious incident caused by the old demon clan sect? They're staying at Viscount Borstut's house? It's just a viscount's house. How could the moon demon and the dragon demon stay there? Many people were surprised, but they also began to take action because of this. The citizens of the royal city began to talk about it excitedly. The news of what happened during Borstut's conferring banquet spread like wildfire. The nobles and even the higher-ups of various countries began to move toward the royal city of the Mitra kingdom. They hoped to use this opportunity to greet the sovereign of the demons and get in touch with them. Although the demons were terrifying existences, the peace between the three races had been maintained for 1,000 years. Naturally, the major human factions were not only afraid of the demons. They also hoped to get in touch with the demons and build a good relationship with them. Many of them wanted to get in touch with the demons and obtain their protection. Thanks to this, from that day onwards, the entrance of Borstut's house was crowded with people and carriages. Many great nobles and major factions came to visit. They used the excuse of visiting Viscount Shuren, but they actually just wanted to see Scylla and Aie. Even Popule of the Temple of Light came to visit personally. He must be here to probe Scylla and Aie's thoughts on behalf of the Protoss. Even Ansai, Lia, and Rosie visited Borstut's house several times after that. Unfortunately, other than a limited number of people, Shuren did not get to see anyone else. They're not here to see me. Why would I want to see them? Shuren mocked. Almost all of these people came for Scylla and Aie, so Shuren did not want to see any of them. Even though their positions were much higher than a viscount like him, Shuren did not want to give them any face. Sometimes, he even gave them the cold shoulder. Many arrogant nobles and factions were dumbfounded for a while, but they did not dare to voice their anger. Aie was even more straightforward. She did not even want to see a single person. Shan had at least met Rosie, Ansai, Lia, Yule, and a few others, but Aie did not even give face to these people. None of the people who came to visit saw her. On the other hand, Scylla, the sovereign of the demon race, seemed to have already expected this scene and was even more accustomed to the superficial appearance of a snake. Thus, she decided to meet the few of them and tell them why she was here. Obviously, Scylla did not want her and her sister's actions to arouse the vigilance of the Protoss and the humans. As the face of the demon realm, Scylla was responsible for maintaining the peace between the demons and the other two races. Scylla had to do something. Of course, Scylla only met people at the level of Ansai and Yule. The people she met were either the king of a kingdom, or people who were on par with the king of a kingdom. The rest of them did not even have the qualifications to be remembered by Scylla. However, even so, the entrance of Borstadt's house was still crowded with people and carriages every day. Various nobles would come to visit, and even Barley would come to visit. Even if he was rejected, he would still leave a gift behind, hoping to leave a good impression on Scylla and Aie. This is what nobles are like. This was not the first time Xianxia felt this way. But after that, he continued to be the same as before. He did not want to see anyone he did not want to see. This was probably the most arrogant and unscrupulous viscount since the establishment of the kingdom. Even the visits of some dukes and marquises were mercilessly rejected by Xianxia. However, they did not dare to do anything to Xianxia. They could only curse him in their hearts while maintaining a generous and indifferent expression on their faces. They claimed that they would visit again if they had the chance. This made Xianxia look down on them. Towards the end, Xianxia simply let these guys continue to happily shut the door in his face. He no longer paid attention to these things, and returned to his daily life. What daily life? Of course, it was to study hard in the underground mage library in the palace. Although Xianxia would still meet some nobles from time to time when he went in and out of the palace and was greeted by them, Xianxia would only leave after a few superficial greetings. He continued to do what he was supposed to do, and there was no change at all. This confused many people. What is Viscount Borstadt planning to do? Doesn't he want to cherish such a good opportunity to build a relationship with the nobles? If he can build a relationship with those dukes and marquises, he can do whatever he wants in the kingdom, right? What a great opportunity. That was what people thought. Xianxia did not care about them. He did not listen or ask. When it was time to learn magic, he would learn magic. When it was time to go home, he would go home. Sometimes, he would socialize with Vivian's group. Other times, he would go to the palace to chat with Rosie. He simply did what he wanted to do. Of course, Xianxia treated Aie the same way as before. When it was time to quarrel with her, he would quarrel with her. When it was time to touch her, he would touch her. He even carried the little girl in front of Scylla more than once. Scylla's expression was extremely stiff at that time. However, Scylla was so jealous that she was about to explode. Little Aie, don't you hate it when people treat you like a child? Haven't you been refusing to let us carry you since the beginning? Why can this guy carry you so casually? Scylla questioned Aie with resentment and jealousy. At that time, this was Aie's answer. I'm used to it. Aie was silent for a long time. Then, she said this. It was this one sentence that almost caused Scylla to become unrecognizable from being separated from her body. Used to it, in other words, this was how they usually played. Was their relationship that good? He was just a stinky man. Why did he get the rights that even her sisters didn't have? Little Aie, you've changed. Scylla was jealous and resentful. Her petite appearance really made Xianxia's legs turn to jelly. This demon, how is she a demon? She's definitely a witch. It was this witch who seemed to have a siscon. Xianxia had been glared at by her more than once. If it wasn't for this situation, she might have already hit him. Xianxia, on the other hand, was happy. I like to see you hate me to the point that your teeth itch, but you can't do anything to me. Xianxia shook his head, causing not only Scylla, but also Aie to want to hit him. It was worth mentioning that the more Xianxia behaved like this, the angrier Scylla was, the more surprised she was. After all, she couldn't remember how long it had been since she met someone who dared to be so casual in front of her. As the leader of the demon realm, Scylla was different from the other sisters who didn't care about the affairs of other races. She was used to the higher-ups of the various races and people who pretended to be polite and courteous. For a person who suddenly appeared without putting on airs, it was really refreshing. Especially when she saw Shirin quarreling with Aie because she asked him to buy desserts. Scylla didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but also felt very surprised. It was unknown how many people thought of ways to do things for Aie, giving her all kinds of expensive and precious gifts, hoping to gain her favor. This hero, on the other hand, directly quarreled with Aie over a dessert. It was really shocking. However, although Aie felt dissatisfied and angry, she didn't really get angry. She actually quarreled with Shirin, never getting tired of it. Scylla had to admit that even she had never seen such a look before. This reminded Syra of what Aie had said that night. "I just want to tell you that I can also have my own friends." Now, Scylla understood what he meant. "Are you really treating this hero as the first friend you've had in countless years?" "Little Aie?" Scylla murmured. The hero and the demon's friend combination. This was really a combination that she had never seen or heard of before. Originally, the hero was the natural enemy of the demons and the threat of the demon realm. Now that her sister actually had such a deep friendship with him, was this good or bad? Should she stop it? Scylla seemed to have been worried about this for a while. However, after observing for a while, Scylla realized that Shirin didn't seem to be planning anything. He was just living his life as he pleased. Perhaps others might think that Shirin was putting on an act, but Scylla was very confident in her judgment. She really only saw Sean's casualness, and did not see any pretentiousness in it at all. This hero, Scylla's mind was filled with thoughts. Shirin didn't know any of this, and even if he knew, he probably wouldn't care. He would just live his life as usual. It was only on this day that Sean finally accomplished something big. In the magic library in the underground palace, as Sean closed a magic book on magic, he exhaled a long, long breath. His face was full of joy. "I've finally finished fixing Fuyu's magic." Yes. Just now, Shirin finally memorized the last magic spell of the magic book. Since then, Shirin had finished fixing celestial body magic and fixing magic. Lines of magical incantations appeared clearly in his mind, causing the corners of his mouth to rise. Then, Shirin took a look at his current level. LV 55. Surprisingly, he had almost caught up with Ter, who was known as a genius. To be able to reach level 55 at the age of 20, he could already be considered a little genius, right? In the future, let's see who dares to say that my level is low. Shirin threw the magic book in his hand, letting it fly into the air, and turned around to leave. The 1-month visit had also expired, and Shirin probably wouldn't be here for a while. Next, he had to fulfill a promise he made with Aie. That was to go to Duke Stringham's territory and get rid of the old demon's faction. "And I'll settle the score with you, Duke." "You're leaving the royal city?" When Rosie found out about Sean's plan, she immediately stood up with a look of astonishment. Even Shirin, who was sitting opposite Rosie, was shocked. "Why are you so agitated?" The corner of Sean's mouth twitched, and his whole body showed a state of tactical leaning back. Ahem, Rosie realized that she was overreacting. She quickly coughed to cover it up and sat back down. However, she did not let go of the topic. "Why are you leaving the royal city? Do you still want to go back to Lemegin?" Rosie asked as she stared at Sean. She looked a little anxious, a little worried, and a little angry. She looked like a resentful woman who had given everything she had but could not get anything in return. To be honest, Shirin was a little scared. He was sure that if he dared to say yes, the carpet in her Royal Highness room would be stained with blood in the next second. However, he did not expect Rosie to be so agitated. "Could it be, do you think I won't come back after I leave?" Shirin asked tentatively. "Isn't that so?" Rosie glared at Shirin, as if she was going to eat him alive. "Of course not." Shirin was speechless and said helplessly, "I'm just going to the Duke of Stringham for a while." "The Duke of Stringham?" Rosie was startled and asked, "Why are you going there?" "Well, I'm just doing something." Shirin said perfunctorily, "Didn't the Duke say that the old demon's faction appeared there?" "In other words, you're going there to deal with the old demons?" Rosie frowned and asked doubtfully, "Is it Lady Scylla or Lady Aie's request?" "You've guessed it?" Shirin did not hide it. He nodded and said, I promised AIE that I would go to the Duke of Stringham and get rid of the old demon's faction after I finish practicing celestial body magic and Fuhi magic. Now it's time to fulfill my promise. Is that so? Only then did Rosie understand the whole story. After a moment of silence, she looked at Sean and said, the opponent is that group of old demons who dare to do anything. Are you okay? Why? Sharon raised his eyebrows and said, are you worried about me? A little. Rosie did not hide it. She still frowned and said, although you should be fine with your strength, I have a feeling that this trip won't be smooth. Rosie's words made Sharon frown. He could not pretend he did not hear her. Could it be a premonition from your blessing? Sean became a little more serious. Sharon became serious. Rosie did not confirm or deny it. She did not seem to have much confidence. She just said, maybe I'm thinking too much. Hearing this, Sharon thought about it. He was not too worried. After practicing celestial body magic and Fuhi magic, Sharon's strength had greatly improved. Now, he was level 55. Even if he did not use the Holy Sword of Ascension and did not use the power of ultimate change, he was confident that he could fight against Rosie. Under such circumstances, Sharon did not think that he would be in danger in the Duke of Stringham. Moreover, I will bring you Lin and AIE will go with me. Will there be any problems? Sean confirmed with Rosie for the time being. The Dragon Demon Highness will go too? Rosie seemed surprised. If AIE really went with him, then with the demon dweller by his side, Rosie did not believe that anything would happen to Sharon. Only the three goddesses could fight against the demon dweller. Two of the three goddesses were not as strong as the demon dweller. Only one was stronger than the demon dweller. She was the peak of the Protoss, and she had the confidence to fight against the demons. Therefore, if AIE went with them, it would be impossible for anything to happen to her. But, I said it too. I just feel that this trip won't be smooth, Rosie said. Rosie said, I don't think anything will happen to you. I just think something unexpected will happen. In other words, this trip might have some twists and turns and some problems, but it would be more daunting than dangerous, right? Then I'm a little interested. Instead of feeling timid, Sean said eagerly, if AIE and I can get into some trouble, then it proves that something big is going to happen, right? That's right. Rosie said in a serious tone, perhaps, the old demons in the territory of Duke Stringham are planning something. Who knows? If that was the case, then it was only natural that this trip would have some twists and turns. However, the more it is like this, the more necessary this operation is. Sharon smiled and said, I think that little girl AIE will not only not be worried, but will also want to crush them, right? Little girl. Rosie rolled her eyes. Only this guy would dare to call the dragon demon of the sixth demon dweller as that. One had to know that this was not an easy person to get along with. Rosie had also gotten to know AIE a little during this period of time, and learned a lot of things that were recorded in history books. For example, this dragon demon highness, who looked like a little girl, had actually killed 2 braves in the past, and had even single-handedly blocked 2 of the 3 goddesses. In the war 1,000 years ago, she could be said to be extremely active, almost causing the front line between the Protoss and the human race to collapse, causing the Protoss and the human race to suffer a great defeat. If it wasn't for the strongest of the 3 goddesses arriving in time, not only suppressing the rest of the demon dwellers' obstruction, but also severely injuring this dragon demon highness, forcing her to retreat to the front line, that battle might not have been a complete victory for the Protoss and the human race. A dragon's breath was known to be able to break through all defenses, and this dragon king's dragon breath could even evaporate the ocean. In front of her, the Protoss and the human race's army would probably only end up being burned alive. After the demon king was defeated by the hero, it was said that this dragon demon was furious and almost charged back into the human world, turning the human world into a boundless purgatory. Fortunately, the rest of the demon dweller, led by the moon demon, stopped her. Otherwise, even if the human race was not annihilated, they would definitely suffer heavy losses, and the people would not be able to make a living. After that, this dragon demon completely lived in seclusion in the demon realm. Sometimes, she would sleep for hundreds of years, rarely appearing in front of others. This led to a period of time when there were even rumors that she was secretly trying to take revenge on the human race, but was suppressed and sealed by the Protoss. Therefore, among the 6 demon dwellers, the dragon demon was the one that was most feared by the human race and even the Protoss, other than the poison demon. In many fabricated stories, this person was even described as a final boss that harmed the human world, made children cry, and made adults wail in grief. If others saw such a terrifying big shot, their legs would probably tremble, but Xian actually dared to call her a little girl. There was no one else like him. Of course, the royal family hoped to see this happen. After all, Xian was a noble of the kingdom. If a noble of the kingdom could be on good terms with the dragon demon, it would definitely be a great thing. Recently, Rosie felt that among the higher-ups of the kingdom, Xian's evaluation was in a state of rising steadily. Many nobles thought that they should increase Xian's treatment and completely trap Xian in the kingdom. At that time, the kingdom could be considered to have the backing of one of the 6 demon dwellers, the dragon demon, and fight for a lot of speaking rights and benefits in front of other countries. From this, it could be seen that Xian's status in the kingdom would only increase in the future, not decrease. When this guy becomes a marquis, even if he proposes to the royal family will have to consider it carefully, right? Thinking of this, Rosie first felt relaxed, but then she felt embarrassed and annoyed. Wait, why am I thinking about this? Who would want to marry this bastard? Rosie hurriedly shook her head to get rid of the thoughts that should not have been in her mind. Xian looked at Her Royal Highness doing some inexplicable actions, and his heart became gloomy. This girl, could it be that she's stupid? Becoming so stupid at such a young age, how pitiful. Rosie did not know what Xian was thinking, otherwise, she would definitely howl and give him another bite. However, knowing that Xian was going to leave the royal city for Dukestringham, even if it was only for the time being, Rosie still felt a little depressed. This meant that in the near future, she might not be able to see Xian. She would have to go back to her old life, busy every day, unable to show her true nature, and not even able to eat desserts at Lilith's house. This was simply hell. I don't want to work. I want to go out and play with him. Crazy. Wrestling. JPG, he did not know if Xian had heard Rosie's inner voice, but he had asked her this question. If you're worried, why don't you come with me? Xian suggested casually. Yes. Rosie responded almost reflexively. But after a while, she became depressed again. But I can't, even if I can solve the problem of work, I can't just leave the royal city. Otherwise, the people will not see me, and who knows what kind of trouble they will cause. Rosie sighed. Doesn't that mean that besides the capital, you can't go anywhere else? Xian said disapprovingly, being a princess is so restrictive, you might as well not be one. It's because I'm a princess that I'm not free, okay? Rosie continued to sigh, the higher the status, the greater the influence, and the less freedom. Otherwise, why would so many nobles still yearn for freelance jobs like adventurers after becoming nobles? That's true. Xian did not refute, but asked, then can't you come? Rosie wanted to say something, but stopped on second thought, looking helpless. This made Xian scratch his head. Sigh, you're so pitiful, I don't even have the heart to leave you. Why don't I, before I leave? Xian looked at Rosie and spat out a sentence after a while. Do you want to spend the night at my house? Hearing this, Rosie was stunned. Then, her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Rosie really wanted to pry open Xian's head and see what was inside. Inviting a girl to spend the night at his house, was that something that could be done casually? Although, as long as it was a noble man, he would have a mistress outside, but they wouldn't dare to invite a girl to their house to spend the night, right? This was related to the noble's reputation and image. After all, if the outside world knew that a man from a noble family brought a girl home, who would be willing to marry this family, a noble family was a noble family, they were particular about many things. Even the hedonistic young master wouldn't simply bring a girl home, otherwise, he would be chased out of the house. Therefore, a noble man could do whatever he wanted outside, but he couldn't simply bring a girl home. Usually, only women who had confirmed that they would get married could be brought home, and they needed to visit and acknowledge them. Of course, if the girl was a guest or a friend, it was normal for the girl to stay with them. But would Xian just want to entertain a friend or a guest? Obviously not. So, Rosie really wanted to throw a tantrum and even yell a few words. Do you know who I am? I am the princess of the kingdom. The princess of the kingdom was invited home by a man of the opposite sex. Do you know how big of a commotion this will cause if this gets out? When that happens, the royal family's reputation will be ruined because of me. Are you trying to kill me? Idiot. Rosie was furious. Then, sorry. Sorry for disturbing. Inside Sharon's room in the main hall of Potter family, Rosie shyly walked into the room carefully. Sharon was speechless beside her. Aren't you here in the end? You said it so solemnly and forcefully, yet you followed me here so sneakily. Where's your modesty? Sharon squinted his eyes, his face full of disdain. Rosie was also embarrassed. But, as long as we don't get found out. This was what Rosie had said, which was why she was so sneaky and careful. Sharon rolled his eyes. I don't think it's that troublesome. Sharon said, since Vivian and the others are here, why don't you pay a formal visit and stay the night? Are you afraid of gossip? As long as she paid a formal visit and stayed the night, it wouldn't be a problem. On the other hand, sneaking around like this would be the real problem, right? But Rosie was adamantly against it. If Vivian finds out that I've been spending the night here, the image I built up will be gone. Rosie said so at first, then she lowered her eyes. Besides, Tara's here too. She might not want to see me. Hearing this, Sharon didn't know what to say. Putting aside the first reason, he felt that he was in no position to interrupt the second reason. Tara doesn't hate you. I don't think. Doesn't hate you. Sharon expressed his opinion. It was true that Tara and Rosie had a complicated relationship, but it wasn't because of what happened between them. It was only because Rosie was Lydia's disciple and the royal family was the one that the Elbeck family was loyal to, that Tara intentionally avoided Rosie. Sharon could feel that Tara had deep feelings for Rosie. After all, during her most difficult time, Rosie did not care about the ghost in her body and became friends with her. After the incident 10 years ago, it was also Rosie who had been helping Tara in the dark to protect her from being bullied by the nobles in the king's city who held grudges against her. Tara knew all these things and had a clear idea of what was going on. Because of this, Sharon felt that Tara really wanted to see Rosie and even wanted to have a good talk with her. But due to their positions, both of them remained silent even when they met. Rosie naturally knew about these things. The problem was, we just can't go back to the past. Rosie said as if she had accepted her fate, but it still made Sharon feel a little uncomfortable. He was probably the only one who knew that Rosie and Tara's current situation was a huge knot in their hearts. Since young, Tara lacked love from the people around her and was even rejected as a monster. It was natural for her to value a rare friend, not to mention that this person wasn't afraid of her, didn't reject her, and even helped her all the time. Rosie was the same. Since young, she was treated as the most precious treasure of the kingdom and worked hard to live up to everyone's expectations. She worked so hard that she didn't dare to reveal her true nature. To her, it must be important to have a friend that she could interact with without any grudges. But this was fate. Now, the two of them could only be strangers. There was no hatred or conflict between them, but because things had developed to this point, there was no way they could go back to the past. One had to say, to a certain extent, this was even crueler than having a conflict between them. Both of them were blessed by the goddess of fate, but in the end, they were played by fate. What is this? Sharon didn't know if he should be angry or helpless. Just as Sean fell into such a silence, Rosie suddenly spoke up from the side. Speaking of which, you and Tara seem to have a good relationship, right? Sean coughed violently when he heard Langluo's words. WH. What? Sharon's mouth twitched as he laughed dryly. Rosie sneered. There's no point in pretending. Rosie squinted her eyes and said, it's not my first day knowing that kid. Even if we didn't talk, I could tell that the way she looks at you is completely different from the way she looks at others. Yes. Yes. Sharon couldn't help but look away and said, even so, it doesn't prove that I have a good relationship with Tara, right? Maybe. Rosie stared at Sharon with a faint smile and said word by word, then tell me, is your relationship with Tara good? Good, was there a need to ask? They had already met each other openly, and Sharon was even kissed by her. Was that not good enough? but could Shuren admit it? No way, right? But could he deny it? He couldn't either. Tear was just short of committing herself to him. If Shuren still didn't dare to admit their relationship, wouldn't he be a scumbag? So, Shuren could only stammer. Well, at least it's not that bad, right? Shuren's perfunctory attitude earned him a burst of disdain from Rosie. However, that's fine. Rosie seemed relieved and said, it's a good thing that the child has found a trustworthy person to entrust his life to. Based on this consideration, Rosie was actually more relieved than resentful. Looking at Rosie, Shuren pondered for a while and suddenly realized something. Actually, the matter between these two girls isn't that hard to solve. Or rather, the solution was already in front of Shuren. The reason was simple. In the future, I will definitely marry Tear. This was something that had already been decided on that night in the canyon. No matter how many bulls tried, they would not be able to change their minds. And if I can also marry this princess, wouldn't the two of them become sisters? By then, they would have a chance to meet each other. Wouldn't they have a chance to reconcile? I'm such a genius. Thinking of the exciting part, Shuren couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hee hee. Hee hee hee. A strange laughter came from Shuren's mouth. You. Why are you laughing so cunningly? Rosie was startled by the sudden laughter. It's nothing, don't mind it. Shuren quickly stopped laughing and even tried to suppress the evil thoughts in his mind. It couldn't be helped. This princess had the blessing of the goddess of destiny, so her sixth sense was terrifyingly sharp. If she had a premonition, then there was an 80% chance that Shuren would be exposed. In order not to be exposed, Shuren could only try his best to restrain himself and not let the sensitive princess notice anything. But obviously, Shuren had underestimated Rosie. I feel like you're thinking about something bad. Rosie stared at Shuren as if she wanted to see through him. Being stared at by Rosie, Shuren also had a bad feeling. At that moment, Sean stretched out his hands and hugged the beautiful princess. Ah! Rosie suddenly exclaimed. She couldn't care less about seeing through Shuren's thoughts. She patted his chest shyly and angrily. What are you doing all of a sudden? Rosie looked angry. Unfortunately, her blushing face and the embarrassment in her eyes couldn't be hidden, causing Shuren to laugh out loud. What do you mean what? It's not like I haven't hugged you before. Shuren said shamelessly, besides, you've already come back with me. Why are you still pretending? Who's pretending? Rosie felt embarrassed, but she also glared at Shuren and warned, let me tell you, I came back with you because you're going to leave soon. That's why I want you to spend more time with me. I don't want to do anything. Anything bad. Don't do anything stupid. As she spoke, Rosie became a little flustered from her own embarrassment. I understand. Shuren nodded seriously and grinned, no matter what, we're all people of status. When it's time to cover up, we still have to cover up, even if there's no one else here, right? Right your head. Rosie was instantly annoyed. She pushed Shuren away and said loudly, I'm not saying that to cover up. I'm serious. Yes. It's true. Shuren nodded seriously again. Rosie was furious. But at the same time, Rosie couldn't help but realize. Could it be that I have walked right into a trap? An ominous premonition finally appeared in her heart. After a while, Shuren walked out of his room alone. I'm going to take a bath, do you want to join me? Shuren threw such a sentence at Rosie in the room, and was immediately chased out by Rosie with a pillow. But he was not discouraged, instead, he walked towards the bathing area in high spirits. After all, she was already here and planned to spend the night here, so Shuren did not intend to do nothing. That's right, tonight, he must take Rosie down, never mind the past, but ever since he kissed Rosie, Shuren had been coveting this girl, and even spent a lot of money on her. Plus, with her strong desire to get rid of singlehood, Shuren could not wait to teach this girl a lesson. The kingdom's treasure? At the thought that the goddess in the hearts of thousands of people was in his room, and that many young nobles hated him because of this, Sean was not timid. Instead, he felt excited. Let's not talk about it in the past, but now that he had been hated by so many noble young masters, and even got into trouble because of it, it would be unreasonable not to take back the reward he should have received, right? In the past, He indeed had nothing to do with Rosie, so Shuren felt that it was troublesome to be targeted by those noble young masters, so he avoided them. But if they really had that kind of relationship, so what if it was troublesome? I'll take it all. The more he thought about it, the more excited Shuren became, and even his footsteps towards the bathing area quickened. However, before he went to the bathing area, Sean thought of someone at home. He stopped in his tracks and suddenly changed his direction, heading somewhere else. As for Rosie, she stayed in Shuren's room, sitting on the bed, hugging a pillow, blushing, and feeling extremely nervous and conflicted. Don't tell me that guy is really going to do that to me? How could that be? She was the kingdom's treasure, the royal highness. Generally speaking, even if someone was given 10,000 guts, they would not dare to make a move on her, right? Even if one's own strength was not taken into account, no one would dare to make a move on a royal highness and offend the royal family, right? Not only would the princess be seen as a disgrace to the royal family, the other party would definitely be dealt with silently. Therefore, logically speaking, it was impossible for nobles to be so suicidal as to take this path of no return. However, could Shuren be the same? With the support of the dragon demons, even if it was me, the kingdom might not be able to do anything to him, right? Although Rosie was not an ordinary royal highness, she was the kingdom's treasure and the proudest descendant of the royal family. Even if the other party had a powerful background, the kingdom would not let him off, but it was different if the opponent was a demon. Although Rosie was not an ordinary royal highness, she was the kingdom's treasure and the proudest descendant of the royal family for 1,000 years. If such a descendant was touched, no matter how powerful the other party was, the kingdom would definitely not let it go. However, if the opponent was a demon, it would be different. As a country established by the brave who defeated the demon king, the Mitra kingdom might not be the strongest in the human world, but it was not afraid of any big country. In terms of military ability, the neighboring Ragnar Empire was known as the strongest country in the human world. However, in the face of the Mitra kingdom's royal knights and Wyvern Legion, they did not think that they could easily bully them. Otherwise, that incident would not have happened 10 years ago. Not to mention, the Mitra kingdom also had the #1 legendary knight of the human race, Alidia Albine. Therefore, even now that nearly half of the royal knights had been destroyed, other countries did not dare to underestimate the Mitra kingdom. The only thing such a kingdom had to be afraid of was probably the Protoss and the demons. The Protoss had never intervened in the struggle between the human race. They would only bless the human race equally. Once there was a great evil act that went against the meaning of the existence of the race and caused the blessing to disappear, the Protoss would only see the other party as an enemy. Otherwise, generally, unless the human race was in danger of extinction due to war, the Protoss would not care. In addition, the Protoss were grateful and respectful to the brave who defeated the demon king, so they also took good care of the Mitra kingdom. As long as the Mitra kingdom did something rebellious, the Protoss would basically open the door to the kingdom. This was also one of the reasons why the kingdom had a special status in the human world. The capital city was known as the center of the world. However, even such a kingdom could not afford to offend a demon. This was because the entire demon world was the territory of the 6 great demons. In addition, the 6 great demons were quite united. Offending a demon was equivalent to offending the entire demon world and all the demons. Moreover, the power of the demons belonged to another dimension. Not only did they all reach the limit of life, but their unique skills also had the terrifying power to break through such limits. They were definitely not opponents that could be defeated by ordinary life forms with numbers. To put it bluntly, Alidia, who was known as the #1 legendary knight in the human world, with a level of 98, might not even last a few minutes in front of the demons. Even an almost invincible king of devils like Yulin would not be able to last more than a few seconds against a devil dweller. After all, although Yulin's level was high, demons did not have unique skills. Unique skills were powers that could overturn all advantages including levels. They could be very weak, or they could be so strong that they could even surpass the limit of life like the demons. In the face of opponents with powerful unique skills, without unique skills, just having a level would be useless. Such a Yulin might be invincible among the demons, but she might not even be able to defeat Xianxia. It was also because of this that the people of the demons wanted Yulin to go to the demon world and become a human. At that time, when she awakened her unique skills, it would be the beginning of the road to invincibility. But even such a Yulin was considered to be second only to the 6 great demons. Because of this, the demonic dwellers were existences of a completely different dimension from other life forms. They could not be judged by common sense. They themselves were life forms that surpassed the demons and were close to the demon king. Based on this point alone, it could be understood that they were extraordinary. Now, including the kingdom, everyone was trying to figure out the relationship between Shuren and Aie. Once it was confirmed that Shuren and Aie had a close relationship, and Aie would indeed protect Shuren, in the future, no matter how angry the kingdom was, it would probably not dare to do anything to Shuren. In summary, am I really in danger tonight? Well, the ominous feeling was getting stronger and stronger. The blessing of the goddess of fate was telling Rosie that she might really have encountered a great crisis of chastity. I better run away. Rosie finally gave up and was ready to run away. But didn't Shuren think of this? He was already prepared. Just when Rosie opened the window and was ready to jump out, she suddenly saw a huge shadow outside. A black dragon was standing in the garden, staring at Rosie with a pair of big dragon eyes. Rosie was silent. That bastard, he actually left a dragon here to watch me. Rosie's current mood could only be described with one sentence. I will split open on the spot. On the other side, Shuren came to the front of a room and knocked on the door. The door was quickly opened, and a beauty that could bring disaster to a country and people appeared in front of Shuren. What are you doing here instead of entertaining your beautiful royal highness? Scylla looked at Shuren with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. At this time, the supreme demon was only wearing a translucent nightgown. Her stomach was bare, her shoulders were only covered with thin straps, and even her back was bare. The hem of her dress only reached her knees, revealing 2 smooth and white calves. Her hot figure was vividly displayed, making people's noses itch and their hearts burn. Shuren couldn't help but take a few steps back, unconsciously covering his nose, and said speechlessly. Dressed like this in the middle of the night, who are you trying to seduce? These words made Scylla roll her eyes flirtatiously. I always dress like this in my room, and you also said that it's the middle of the night, and people are going to sleep soon. Is there a problem with wearing something more comfortable? Scylla laughed and said, besides, even if I really wanted to seduce someone, who would dare to enter my room? As soon as these words came out, Shuren had already squeezed through the gap beside Scylla and squeezed into her room. The smile on Scylla's face froze. Damn, you really dared to come in? It was one thing for him to dare to touch the kingdom's treasure, after all, he had his sister's support, but he even dared to have designs on the supreme of the demons, the leader of the 6 great demons. Could it be that you think you are the illegitimate child of the supreme god? Scylla turned around and looked at Shuren with an extremely unfriendly gaze. Not only was Shuren not afraid, but he also met Scylla's gaze and stared at her. It had to be said that Shuren was probably the only man in the entire 3 realms who dared to stare at Scylla so rudely. Of course, if it was just her body, there were many people who stared at her. After all, Scylla knew very well that her figure was against the rules, and any man would not be able to help but stare. But it was the first time for Shuren to stare at her face instead of her body. What exactly do you want? For a moment, Scylla also felt a little strange, and could only ask helplessly. Actually, the reason why Shuren came was very simple. Since you know that Rosie is in my room, it means that you are really spying on me, right? Shuren grinned and said in a seemingly friendly manner, then you won't see anything you shouldn't see tonight, right? That one sentence made Scylla instantly understand why this person had come here to find her. Feelings, was he here to warn her? Who wants to see you do that kind of thing? Scylla gritted her teeth angrily. Fine, don't say I didn't warn you when the time comes. Shuren nodded and then left without hesitation. Looking at Shuren like this, Scylla was both angry and annoyed. What kind of brave warriors are they? Scylla couldn't help but smile. However, he's much more interesting than those fake heroes from before. After leaving Scylla's room, Shuren walked along the corridor in an extremely happy mood, heading towards the direction of the bathing area. As he walked, Shuren became excited. I'm finally going to be single. Shuren was so excited that his footsteps were almost flying. Everything was ready, except for the east wind. Shuren opened the door of the bathing area, ready to quickly take a bath and return to his room. Unfortunately, don't tell me you forgot that I'm watching you? As the world spun, another voice with a faint smile came into Shuren's ears. The excitement on Shuren's face froze, and in his heart, 10,000 alpacas galloped. In the solemn temple, the beautiful goddess stood in front of Shuren. She looked at Shuren with resentment and ridicule in her eyes. Shuren swore that for a moment, he really wanted to hit someone. Unfortunately, the goddess standing in front of him could read his mind. She seemed to have seen through Shuren's mental breakdown and stared straight at him, causing the corners of Shuren's mouth to twitch. The goddess finally smiled. Should I congratulate you first? Viscount Porstadt? Nian acted as if nothing had happened and said such words. Isn't this all thanks to you? Goddess? Shuren forced a smile and said, if you didn't summon me into this world and give me a second life, how would I be able to reach this step? His words were a little sarcastic. At least, Nian would be able to tell. So, but someone wanted to hit me just now. Was it just my imagination? Nian blinked and asked, pretending not to know anything. Of course it was your imagination. Sean's smile was still so forced, and his tone was still so eccentric, causing him to say, it's just that, I think, if you disturb someone's good time, that person may be punished by heaven. His ability to scold the locust while pointing at the mulberry was definitely top-notch. However, Nian obviously didn't care. If I remember correctly, in your world, the ones who are punished by the heavens are usually humans. It's impossible for the gods to be punished. Nian smiled and said, you might as well say that the gods are the ones who are punished by the heavens. Only those who are disrespectful to the gods will be punished. Do you think what I said makes sense? Viscount Porstadt? Hearing this, Shuren finally couldn't maintain the smile on his face anymore. I didn't offend you, did I? Goddess? Shuren said with a displeased expression, I didn't offend you, and now you want to punish me by the heavens? Don't you think it's too much? Indeed, Shuren's current situation was no different from being punished by the heavens. The delicate Princess Highness was waiting for him. He was so excited that he was sharpening his gun and sword, and the bullets were almost loaded. In the end, the car was about to speed up, and he had even removed the handbrake, but the car suddenly hit the brakes automatically. If this wasn't the heavens' punishment, then what was? I know that the pure and innocent goddess definitely doesn't want to see any dirty scenes. If you're holding a grudge against me for letting my imagination run wild last time and letting you see something you shouldn't have seen, then I'll apologize to you. Shuren immediately admitted defeat. He put his palms together and begged Nian, can you let me go? Sean's words made Nian recall the scene that she had seen in Sean's mind when they had met before. At that moment, Nian's pretty face inevitably turned red, and she glared at Sean hatefully. You still dare to mention this matter? Nian gnashed her teeth in anger. If Shuren didn't mention it, Nian would have almost forgotten about it. Since you mentioned it now, let me tell you, don't think you can get away with it. Tonight. Nian snorted and said, I will keep you here until daybreak in the human world, and then I will let you go. Shuren's eyes widened, and he became anxious. No, what grudge do we have against each other for you to treat me like this? Shuren couldn't believe that this goddess would actually go to such an extent. He thought that this goddess was only deliberately teasing him because she saw that he was about to harm the princess. Who would have thought that this goddess really intended to ruin his plans, but Nian didn't seem to be joking. You're my hero. What right do you have to be so intimate with another woman? Nian said such words. Shuren suddenly wanted to vomit blood. Can't a hero do something that girls like? Shuren retorted, then how did the previous heroes leave behind descendants? Nian was very disdainful of Shuren's words. They were summoned because of the Protoss's needs, and they basically have nothing to do with me. Nian didn't seem to be very interested in those heroes. What about me? Shuren pointed at his own nose. You are different. Nian said without hesitation, I summoned you myself, and you are an existence that I have placed all my wishes and thoughts on. How can you be the same as those guys? In other words, other heroes can do it, but I can't. Shuren strongly expressed, what kind of logic is that? Of course it's my logic, Nian said indifferently. In any case, you are mine. Without my permission, you are not allowed to do those things to other women. Nian's extremely stubborn appearance made Shuren feel as if he was being stared at by a very possessive and sick woman. How about I catch her and give her a beating? When Shuren really began to seriously consider this, Nian's stubborn expression suddenly turned into a pitiful one. You can't really bear to hit me, can you? In order to summon you from a distant world and resurrect you from the dead, it took me 1,000 years to accumulate enough power and pay a great price, but in the end, this is how you treat me? Nian said as if she was about to cry. As she spoke, Nian seemed to really be crying. What the hell, Shuren was really about to collapse. Now, he couldn't even hit her. Although he didn't know whether this goddess was really crying or not, Shuren had a feeling that at least what she said was all true. Since that was the case, how could he do it? But even if he couldn't do it, it didn't mean that Shuren was willing to accept the current situation. I'm very grateful for everything you've done, but this doesn't mean that you can restrict my freedom, right? Sean sighed, and said earnestly, look, although I'm a brave, I'm also a normal man. Are you going to let me stay single for the rest of my life? At this point, Nian didn't respond, but Shuren himself was frightened by his own words. If things really turned out that way, then he wouldn't want to live anymore. He might as well take the holy sword and commit suicide. Of course, Nian had already read all of these thoughts. No matter what, I wouldn't go so far as to do such a thing. Nian wiped away her tears, and under the gaze of Shuren's twitching face, she smiled again and said, otherwise, I wouldn't have turned a blind eye to those things you've done, right? The things that Nian was referring to were the things that Shuren had done to Rosie and Ter. No, it should be what Shuren had done to Rosie and what Ter had done to Shuren. Since this goddess knew what Shuren was doing at all times, she naturally knew what had happened between Shuren and the girls around him. Nian didn't pay much attention to those things. The reason was simple. I have to go first. Nian didn't mince words. Huh? Shuren was stunned. Isn't that so? Nian was still as stubborn as ever. You're my hero, and I'm the first person you meet in this world, so it's only right that I go first. It took Shuren 5 seconds to understand this sentence. In fact, it was just a one-sentence summary. In the words of your previous life, other coquettish bitches can only be ranked behind me. That's what it was. In other words, it wasn't that Nian didn't allow Shuren to flirt with women, but that she didn't allow those women to do anything inappropriate with Shuren before her. This goddess had turned a blind eye to what Shuren had done before because both Rosie and Ter were ranked behind her. Sean's first kiss in this world was snatched away by this goddess when he was caught off guard, wasn't it? Therefore, regardless of whether it was Ter forcefully kissing Shuren or Shuren kissing Rosie, Nian could allow it. However, she couldn't allow anything further. The reason was that Nian herself hadn't reached that step yet. Sean looked at Nian with a stunned expression on his face. Does this mean that this goddess is lusting after my body? So you're such a goddess? Nian received all of Sean's thoughts without changing a single word. This made Nian avert her gaze and blush, but she didn't refute. In short, I won't allow you to do that to other girls. Nian maintained her composure and insisted, even if you really want to hit me, I won't compromise. I won't let you go back. With that, Nian waved her hand, and Shuren suddenly felt the world spin. When Shuren came back to his senses, he found that he was in another place. The originally dignified shrine had disappeared and was replaced by an endless sea of flowers. Shuren stood in the middle of this sea of flowers and stared blankly at the colorful and beautiful flowers around him. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Damn it, what's going on? That damned goddess, it seemed like she was determined to hinder him. She didn't allow others to go before her. Then come at me if you dare, I'll deal with you first, and you'll let me go. Then everything will be fine, right? Now that I've been thrown into this unknown place, how am I supposed to use the skills that I've cultivated for 20 years? I'll explode on the spot. Shuren had the same feelings as Rosie. After staying for half an hour and confirming that he couldn't leave this place, Shuren had no choice but to accept his fate. Don't let me get the chance. Shuren made a mental note of this and began to look around. Say, where is this place? Shuren walked among the flowers. Apart from flowers and flowers, there was nothing else around. The sky seemed so far away. The air was very fresh, making one's lungs feel like they were cheering. The magic in the atmosphere wasn't dense, but it gave off an incredible feeling of holiness. Perhaps because of this, even though he was surrounded by the same flowers, Shuren didn't feel bored at all. He didn't even feel tired, as if he could continue walking in this sea of flowers. This is incredible. Sean felt like crying but had no tears, and he slowly calmed down. But it wasn't long before the existence that was imprinted into his eyes caused him to stop moving while a storm surged in his heart. He saw a beautiful goddess lying in the flowers in front of him, seemingly in a deep sleep. That scene instantly stimulated Shuren's memory. Shuren had seen this scene before. It was in Neon's temple. The sleeping goddess in front of him looked exactly the same as Neon. She was Supreme God, Omnis. Shuren finally knew where he was. This was the deepest part of the divine realm, where Supreme God Omnis lived in seclusion. It was called the Divine Realm. Hugh dash. As the wind whistled past, the sea of flowers rippled and swayed in the air, causing countless bright flowers to sway. The beautiful goddess, who had been lying there since ancient times, seemed to be in a deep sleep, as if she did not know that an uninvited guest had arrived. Shuren stood a distance away from her and looked at the breathtakingly beautiful goddess. However, he didn't dare to move an inch. There was only one thought in his mind. That was to beat up the goddess who had thrown him to this place 100 times over. Why did you send me here? Was this a place where he could come and go as he pleased? According to Rosie, even the three goddesses didn't dare to break into this holy realm. Even if the world was destroyed, the Protoss wouldn't come here and disturb the sleeping supreme goddess. What about Shuren? He was directly thrown to such a deadly place. If he was discovered by the Protoss, then from now on, Shuren wouldn't be able to stay in the human world anymore. He could only escape to the demon realm and seek refuge under a certain little girl. Of course, this wasn't the most fatal thing. The goddess who was lying in front of Shuren was the most fatal existence. Who was she? The origin of all things. The origin of the world. The creator of all things. Except for the demon king, she was the true omnipotent god who had no natural enemies. If this goddess found out that he had trespassed into her territory, what would the consequences be? Shuren didn't dare to think about it. In any case, he didn't even dare to move now. He even deliberately suppressed the sound of his breathing, afraid that he would wake up the eternal goddess. What kind of sin have I committed? Shuren was about to cry. No matter how many hacks he had, he didn't think that he could strut around in front of this goddess. Moreover, Rosie had once said that the hero, the demon king, and the goddess had a relationship that restrained each other. According to this relationship, the hero could crusade against the demon king. The demon king was the goddess' natural enemy, but at the same time, the goddess was an existence that the hero couldn't defeat. After losing the demon king, her existence was no longer threatened, so she chose to fall into a deep sleep. In other words, no matter what, Shuren couldn't resist the supreme god who was the true goddess. Is it too late to leave now? Shuren really wanted to turn around and flee. At this moment, a voice entered Shuren's mind. Don't worry, she won't wake up. It was Nyan's voice. I've told you before, now that the demon king has passed away, there is nothing in this world that can attract her attention, and there is no existence that can arouse her interest. Even if someone appears here, to her, it's just a situation that has the same meaning as there is a stone next to you when you sleep. Nyan's voice was different from the stubborn and angry voice just now. It was full of coldness. You don't have to worry about waking her up. Ordinary people might find the buzzing of mosquitoes and bees very annoying and can't sleep at all, but she won't. No matter how loud the noise, no matter how much movement, as long as it doesn't threaten her, it won't reach her ears, because her subconscious doesn't have the existence of others at all. Just like the sound waves emitted by bats, ordinary people won't be able to hear them. Her current state is similar to that. Hearing this, Shuren wanted to say something, but Nyan spoke first. Just stay here obediently. This is definitely the safest and least likely place in the three realms to be disturbed. When the sun rises in the human world, I'll send you back. In the future, don't do things to the girls around you that you haven't done with me. Remember that? You're my hero. No matter what you do, I have to be the first. After leaving these words, Nyan's voice disappeared. Wait. Hey. Shuren finally couldn't help but call out, but Nyan didn't respond at all. Shuren had the urge to curse. This damned goddess, how dare you treat me like this? Just you wait, when I get the chance, I'll definitely do you 100 times, 100 times, Shuren cursed inwardly while constantly imagining ways to retaliate against Nyan. He memorized all the predetermined positions and saved them, waiting for them to come in handy. What Shuren didn't know was that Nyan, who was in the temple, had completely seen what he was thinking, and for a moment, her face turned red. Obviously, those so-called postures and methods were too stimulating for a somewhat pure goddess like Nyan. It was so stimulating that Nyan even felt a little regretful. But compared to regret, Nyan's possessiveness was even stronger. No matter what, I'm the first. Nyan had a strong feeling about this. Especially when she recalled the first time Shuren and Ter took a bath together, Nyan felt a wave of jealousy. It was because she didn't get this first time. It was precisely because of that first time that Nyan developed such a strong jealousy and possessiveness. She swore that in the future, she would take away all of Shuren's firsts, and others could only take what she had left. It was still the same words. This is my hero. Nyan wouldn't easily let go of the existence that she had been longing for 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that Nyan was too young and naive, and wasn't mentally prepared to accept such extreme things, she would have definitely eaten Shuren whole. Thus, Nyan made up her mind that before she ate Shuren, she wouldn't let other women have a taste of him. If others knew that there was a goddess who was always thinking about Shuren's body, they would definitely feel that their worldview was ruined. But to Nyan, this was only a matter of course. Just like what she had said before, to her, this hero that she had personally summoned was her everything. Since that was the case, Nyan naturally wanted everything from him. Because of this, ever since the last time, Nyan had actually been reading Shuren's mind. No, to be more precise, it should be said that she was reading some of Shuren's memories from his previous life. Nyan stretched out her slender hand, and a circle of ripples appeared in the space before her. Within the ripples, the work in the depths of Shuren's memory was in full swing. Blushing, Nyan covered her eyes, but she opened the gaps between her fingers wide, allowing her gaze to pass through and stare at this work. There's such a position. Dirty. So dirty. Are all the alternate worlds filled with such things? That guy wants to do this kind of thing to the girls around him, right? Damn it. I feel so shy, but I'm the first one. I have to do all of this. Ugh, while enduring the baptism of avant-garde knowledge from another world, Nyan blushed as she read through the work in Shuren's mind one after another. At this moment, Nyan didn't realize that the more she read, the more excited she became. When she saw more exciting things, a dangerous smile appeared on her face. Whip. Candle, if Shuren were here and heard these words, he would definitely run for his life without a second thought. In the future, Shuren would definitely regret putting such things in his brain disk. Meanwhile, Shuren finally accepted the current reality. Since I'm already here, I'll just take things as they come. While sighing, Shuren gradually eased the tension in his heart. A strong ability to accept things had always been Shuren's specialty, even now. Therefore, after accepting the current situation, Shuren was no longer nervous, just a little perturbed. Is she really not going to wake up? Shuren looked at the sleeping goddess in front of him. Indeed, she didn't move at all. He couldn't even feel her breathing or the rise and fall of her chest. She was like a frozen sleeping beauty without any signs of life. Should I go and take a look? Shuren slowly became bolder. This man was originally an unscrupulous Ronin who did whatever he wanted, and it was impossible for him not to seek death. So, Shuren mustered up his courage and slowly moved toward the sleeping goddess. Not long after, Shuren came to the side of the sleeping goddess and saw her full appearance at the closest distance. Shan was a little absent-minded when he saw it. So beautiful, such a feeling involuntarily appeared in Shuren's mouth. For a long time, Neon had always been the most beautiful woman in Shan's heart. Only Rosie had a way to compete with her, and the rest were all inferior. And this sleeping goddess was not only carved from the same mold as Nyan, but she also had a temperament that Nyan didn't have. As for that temperament, Shuren couldn't describe it. It was like the sun, hot and warm. It was like the moon, cold and gentle. She was just lying there quietly, but it made Shuren feel that the world revolved around her, as if she was the master of heaven and earth. Shuren even felt that if something happened to this goddess, the world would be finished with her. This was no longer the center of the world, but the core of the world. She's obviously just such a slender and beautiful woman. Shuren felt that it was a little unbelievable. How did those slender hands and feet achieve such a great feat as creating the entire world? That frail body, how did it manage to shoulder the entire history of life? How could such a weak woman become such a supreme existence, the origin of all things? As he thought about it, Sean felt like he was lost in the other party's existence. Unconsciously. Shuren squatted down and stretched out his hand. When Shuren came back to his senses, his hand had already touched the goddess's face. That face was a little cold, but it was extremely smooth. Then, boom! Shuren's head suddenly exploded, causing his vision to blur, and he fell into a state of dizziness. At this moment, Shuren seemed to see a dream. It was a dream from a very long time ago. In the dream, the world didn't have heaven, earth, and nature like now. No. It should be said that at that time, the world didn't seem to be born yet. There was only nothingness and darkness. That nothingness was boundless. That darkness was endless. It was like a universe without any celestial bodies or starlight. There was nothing, and nothing existed. Even the concept of space and time didn't exist. Therefore, it was nothing in the true sense of the word. However, in that nothingness, two light sources suddenly appeared. They were little girls. Yes. Appearing in this nothingness were two little girls. They looked like they were carved from jade and were exceptionally cute. They looked very young, but they had an incredible sense of beauty. Their eyes were closed tightly as if they were in a deep sleep. They looked like babies in their mother's womb, waiting to be pampered. The difference was that one of them had shoulder-length silver-white hair, while the other had shoulder-length jet-black hair. Under their eyelids that trembled from time to time, one could vaguely see that the former had a pair of blue eyes, while the latter had a pair of red eyes. One pupil was incomparably azure, while the other's pupils were crimson like gems. They adorned their small and pretty faces, and it was enchanting. In their arms, they were each hugging a celestial-like gem. One was blue, while the other was red. They shone with enchanting colors as if some kind of power was flowing within them. Such a pair of little girls were like identical twin sisters. They wandered, hovered, and even swam around each other in this nothingness. That scene had a kind of enchanting beauty. Until the goddess-like silver-haired little girl woke up first. Although the pair of eyes that were completely opened were intelligent, there didn't seem to be much emotion in them. She looked around and finally saw the black-haired little girl hovering beside her. For a moment, emotion seemed to jump in her eyes, but they quickly disappeared. After that, the silver-haired little girl kept looking at the black-haired little girl. However, the black-haired little girl didn't open her eyes at all. She was still in a deep sleep. Shuren looked at this scene. For some reason, he suddenly felt a sense of connection with the silver-haired little girl. He seemed to be able to feel the silver-haired little girl's heart and understand her feelings at this moment. Loneliness. Such emotions poured into Shuren's heart like a surging river. This made Shuren feel pain and irritation. How long will this loneliness last? Thoughts like this kept appearing in Sean's mind, making him feel uncomfortable and even more painful. And this was the silver-haired little girl's heart. In that world where there was nothing, the silver-haired little girl could only quietly wait for the black-haired little girl to wake up. Only then could she wipe away this loneliness. However, the black-haired girl did not seem to want to wake up. She continued to sleep and sleep. Finally, the silver-haired little girl gave up. For the first time, she averted her gaze and looked at the celestial-like precious jade in her arms. For the first time, she looked away and at the celestial-like precious jade in her arms. At this moment, in this nothingness, a blue world was formed. It turned into a celestial body similar to the precious jade in the silver-haired little girl's arms, but countless times larger. It sat in this nothingness. The silver-haired little girl turned around and flew to the world she created with the precious jade in her arms. She didn't know that the black-haired little girl's eyelids fluttered and she finally opened her eyes. In those ruby-like eyes, there was the same emotion as the silver-haired little girl. That was loneliness and solitude. The dream ended here. Shuren didn't see what happened after that, and the dream didn't reproduce it. Shuren only knew that it was because of that mistake that the future of this world was fixed. The reason why the world named Omnipotensen was what it was now was because of that one mistake. Patter, when there was a sound like a drop of water falling, Shuren found that he had returned to the Sea of Flowers. He was half kneeling in front of the sleeping goddess, his hands still on her face. Compared to the moment when his head was dizzy, there was no change. However, at this moment, Shuren's face was wet. That's right. The water droplets were the tears that fell from Shuren's face. Phew, Shuren hurriedly exhaled and wiped the tears off his face. But even so, the unbearable sense of loneliness and solitude still lingered in his heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. Such a terrible sense of loneliness and solitude can't be brewed in a day or two, right? Shuren could feel that. This sense of loneliness and solitude couldn't be brewed without tens of thousands of years. And the dream just now, is this your dream? Shuren looked at the sleeping goddess in front of him, the loneliness and solitude in his heart turned into pity. Omnis, Shuren seemed to be sleep-talking as he called the goddess's name for the first time. This was because Shuren no longer feared this goddess. All that was left was pity and empathy. Perhaps, he was still suffering from the feeling of loneliness. Perhaps, she was still enduring this sense of loneliness. Even the true omnipotent God couldn't wipe away this loneliness and solitude. Sigh, Shuren sighed. Being able to come here is also fate. All right. Shuren lay down beside the goddess and decisively reached out to embrace the beautiful goddess. If this scene was seen by others, they would definitely faint. If it was before, no matter how much Shuren liked to court death, he wouldn't dare to do such a thing. But now, Shuren couldn't care less. He only had one thought. At least, while I'm still here, I'll spend more time with you. If this could slightly wipe away the loneliness and solitude in this goddess's heart, that would be great. With this thought in mind, Shuren hugged this supreme and incomparably beautiful goddess. In his heart, there were no evil thoughts, nor any other messy thoughts. There was only pure pity, which was rare for Shuren. This hug, Shuren didn't know how long had passed. Unknowingly, Shuren's eyelids also began to tremble. Finally, they slowly closed and fell into a deep sleep. Because of this, Shuren didn't notice that in his arms, the eternally beautiful goddess's eyelids slightly trembled for a moment. Then, she slowly opened her eyes. It must be said that this sleep, Shuren slept very well. Perhaps because of the beauty in his arms, and this beauty was the supreme and omnipotent goddess. When Shuren hugged her, it was as if he was hugging the whole world. The sense of fulfillment and beauty was simply indescribable. However, in a daze, Shuren seemed to see another dream. In that dream, Shuren saw a red precious jade that looked like a celestial body. Isn't that the precious jade in the arms of the black-haired girl? Looking at the red precious jade, Shuren fell into a daze. Then, the red precious jade suddenly turned into a ray of light and swept in Shuren's direction. Shuren didn't even have time to react. The reason for that was because that streak of light was simply too fast. By the time Shuren came to his senses, the ray of light had already rushed in front of him and even entered his body. A shocking force instantly exploded in his body. Wah! In the Sea of Flowers, Shuren suddenly stood up, as if he had just had a nightmare, and his face was filled with fear. Was it a dream? Only then did Shuren wipe the sweat on his forehead, looking like he still had lingering fears. He couldn't help it. In the dream, the force that exploded in his body was too shocking. That force seemed to be able to destroy the entire world in an instant, and Shuren couldn't help but be shocked. Oh, right, on this, Shan recalled what had happened before he went to sleep and quickly looked at his own bosom. There, the silver-haired beautiful goddess was still sleeping quietly. She really won't wake up? Shuren scratched his cheek. To be able to sleep like this, there was no one else. I might as well steal this goddess back. Shuren couldn't help but have a thought that he shouldn't have, but when he thought of the consequences, he quickly shook it off. Steal the supreme god back home? Yes, when that time comes, he would definitely be the first hero in this world to be treated as the Demon King. It's quite exciting, but let's forget about it. Shuren didn't dare to commit such a huge suicide, and could only gently put the goddess in his arms down. Huh? As he put her down, Shuren suddenly realized something. The hand of this sleeping goddess was actually grabbing the clothes in front of him. She looked like a little girl who couldn't leave her father, or like a young girl who was relying on her lover. Compared to the eternal sleeping posture from before, she was much livelier. Looking at this goddess, Shuren finally felt an itch in his heart. So, Shuren took a few deep breaths and looked around, as if he had a guilty conscience. After confirming that there was no one else here besides him, he immediately lowered his head and kissed the smooth face of the goddess in his arms. In the end, this animal still did what he shouldn't have done. But, to be able to kiss the almighty and omnipotent goddess? I have no regrets in this life. Satisfied, Shuren let go of the goddess in his arms and let her lie down again. It was also at this moment that the feeling of the world spinning attacked him again. Then, Shuren suddenly disappeared in the sea of flowers and left the holy region. Whoosh! The wind, once again, blew through the sea of flowers. The almighty goddess was still lying there in a deep sleep. However, there seemed to be a hint of serenity on her beautiful face. At this moment, Shuren had returned to the solemn shrine. In front of him, Nian welcomed him with a smile, but she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Huh? Why are you? Nian seemed to have discovered something, and an astonished expression appeared on her face. Shuren could see a trace of wavering in her eyes. But he didn't care, and just said one sentence with an expressionless face. Can you send me back now? Shuren's words were concise and to the point, and his expression was indifferent. Nian couldn't help but shiver, and she suppressed the wavering in her heart. Although this matter was very important, Nian was naturally more concerned about Shan compared to it. Are you angry? Nian asked weakly, and her previous stubbornness and aggressiveness were completely gone. No. Shuren shook his head and said expressionlessly, send me back. Hearing this, Nian still wanted to say something, but she was tightly stared at by Shuren. To be honest, Nian was a little afraid of him. It's over. He's really angry. Nian couldn't help but feel a little regretful. If she had known this would happen, she would have used gentler methods. Now, she had angered the hero that she thought about day and night. If Shuren started to hate her in the future, Nian felt that there was no need for her to continue living. Thinking of this, Nian decided to peek into Shuren's thoughts. But as soon as she peeked, she found a problem. I can't see anymore? How could this be? Could it be, is he so angry that he can't think anymore? The regret in Nian's heart intensified. Nian didn't know that back in the Holy Realm, Shuren had obtained a skill because of his strong desire to teach her a lesson. Obtain skill, clear mirror, learn? Obtain skill, clear mirror, learn? This was a skill used to get rid of distracting thoughts and enter a state of no thoughts and no thoughts. As the saying goes, the human heart is like a clear mirror. It responds to things as they come, and the past is not left behind. This was a kind of power that could calm the human heart and make it clear that there were no distractions. Now, Shuren had entered this state. He calmed his heart and made it clear that there were no thoughts, no desires, and no hopes. Under such circumstances, Nian naturally couldn't read Shuren's mind and didn't know what he was thinking. Of course, Shuren didn't intend to stop Nian from being able to read his mind. The other party had tricked him. If he didn't fight back, he wouldn't be called Shan. Thus, send me back. This time, Nian had to compromise. Shuren said again with a calm expression. All right, go back and calm down first. I'll talk to you later. Like a child who had done something wrong, Nian stammered and didn't dare to look at Shan. She waved her hand in frustration, causing the space around Shan to fluctuate. Shan abruptly withdrew from the realm of clear mirror still water. His eyes lit up, and he launched an attack, charging at Nian. Oh no! Nian finally saw what Shuren was thinking, and her expression changed abruptly. However, it was already too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, Shuren chopped at the back of Nian's neck, causing her to fall to the ground without even making a sound. Only then did Shuren pick up the fallen Nian and lay her flat on the ground. Then, he immediately rushed back to his original position and disappeared into the spatial fluctuations. The entire process took less than half a second. Therefore, Shuren successfully left the temple, leaving Nian lying on the ground alone. She didn't wake up for a long time. Swoosh, Shuren had finally returned to Borstadt's bathing area. Hee hee, ha 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 ha. Sean couldn't help but laugh heartily. He laughed heartily. How dare you? Trick me. This is what you get for not letting me come back. You still have to be number one? I'm number one my ass. Shuren, who had a clear mind, said in a refreshed manner. Didn't you forbid me from doing things with the girls around me that I haven't done with you? Did you think that once I make a move, you can immediately summon me and stop me at any time? But now that you've fainted, you definitely can't stop me, right? Now, I'll let you know who's the one in charge. Feeling carefree, Shuren immediately ran back to his room. The sky had already begun to brighten. There was also silence in Sean's room. There was no sound at all. Outside the window, Yulin had already fallen asleep. The door to Shuren's room was quietly opened, allowing Shuren to poke his head in. Rosie? Are you still there? Shuren asked tentatively. No one answered him. Not a single sound could be heard. Did she go back? Shuren entered the room and closed the door gently, while he scanned his room suspiciously. After a quick scan, Shuren noticed something strange. Huff. Huff, amidst the sound of deep sleep, on Shuren's bed, a figure was lying under the blanket, sleeping soundly. Surprisingly, it was Rosie. She actually fell asleep? Shuren was startled at first, then he did not know whether to laugh or cry. But then, Shuren could not laugh or cry anymore. Sob sob. Bastard, he saw Rosie mumbling in her sleep. You made me feel uneasy for so long. But you stood me up. Bastard. Stupid, Rosie muttered. Ugh, Shuren suddenly felt guilty. Although it was due to force majeure, he did invite a girl to spend the night at his house, but when she was nervous and lost, he disappeared, causing her to feel uneasy for the whole night. It was not quite right. It's all that goddess' fault. Shuren always felt that knocking the goddess unconscious was too easy on her. Next time, really next time, he would definitely teach the other party a good lesson. With this thought in mind, Shuren tiptoed to the bed, looking at the princess' sweet and lovely sleeping posture. Her sleeping posture was different from that of the omnipotent goddess. She seemed to be a little innocent, a little tired, and a little tired. Today, I really got to see the sleeping posture of a beautiful girl in every sense. Shuren laughed, reached out his hand, and touched Rosie's cheek. Sob, Rosie frowned slightly and seemed to feel a little uncomfortable. But even so, Rosie was still mumbling. Bastard. Stupid. Naughty. It took me a lot of effort to prepare myself, similar murmurs kept coming out of Rosie's mouth. Hearing these mumbles, even if Shuren thought with his knees, he could imagine what kind of mental journey Rosie had gone through last night. She must have been restless, nervous, and wanted to retreat, but because of Yulin's existence, she had to give up on the idea. In the end, she seemed to have accepted her fate, and kept cheering herself on, so that she could prepare herself for anything. This was a little unbearable for Shuren. To be honest, he did not expect the princess to accept her fate. He thought that even if Yulin was there, even if Rosie did not run away blatantly in order not to cause too much of a commotion, she would still fight back when he returned, and not let Shuren have his way. Shuren had even made a plan for this, coming up with a plan to trick or suppress Rosie. Who would have thought that in the end, the girl would accept her fate and prepare herself mentally, under such circumstances, letting her wait for a whole night in vain? If nothing really happened, it would be intolerable by the heavens. Damn it, Shuren let the emotions in his heart run wild, and stretched out his claws towards the sleeping Rosie. Rosie finally woke up. However, after waking up, the princess was stunned on the spot by her own state. Where are my clothes? This was Rosie's first and last thought. In the next second, as a wolf pounced on her, Rosie could only let out a cry of surprise, and then there was no more movement. For a moment, the temperature in the room rose, and the atmosphere was full of all kinds of ambiguous. Outside the window, the sky was completely bright. Bathed in the sunlight, Yulin felt as if there was an irritating sound, causing it to turn its head impatiently. Yulin changed direction, and then continued to sleep. Woo, on the other side, Nyan finally woke up in the temple, holding her head, looking dizzy. So uncomfortable, Nyan felt her head was very heavy, as if she had been hit by someone. Wait a minute, hit? Yes. Nyan, was hit by someone. Nyan instantly woke up, and then immediately waved her hand, causing an image to appear in front of her. In the image, in Sharon's room, a man and a woman were sleeping in each other's arms. Nyan naturally understood what that situation meant. Nyan's body immediately trembled. That was because she was angry. I was the one who hit first. I was the one who hit first. Nyan was extremely angry. She did so much, risking offending Sharon to stop all of this, but in the end, she still couldn't change the situation. Everything he had done had been for naught, and he had even been beaten up. No, that's not right. He didn't just get hit once. Sending his own hero to the Holy Realm seemed to be a wrong decision, right? That goddess actually gave that thing to my hero? Thinking of this, Nyan became even angrier. Didn't you no longer care about anything? Didn't you no longer care about anything? I thought you weren't going to wake up again? Didn't you no longer have any interest in this world? What about now? What do you intend to do to the hero that I summoned with great difficulty? Nyan was angry and furious. Then, Nyan began to worry. One had to know that that thing was not simple. If things went wrong, Sharon might cause an unimaginable disaster. After all, back then, the goddess had taken that thing away and used her own power to suppress it, so that the Demon King could no longer be resurrected. Now that that thing had been freed, isn't she afraid that the Demon King will resurrect? Nyan's expression was unsightly. Unfortunately, what was done could not be undone, and there was nothing Nyan could do. The only thing she could do was to pray. She prayed that Sean could get a happy ending for him. In the king's room in the palace. At the dawn of a new day, Leah, Ella, and her knight, Shauna, had come to pay respects to her father. The father-daughter pair had a rather good relationship and were conversing happily. Even with Alidia and Shauna by their side, it didn't affect their conversation. However, for some reason, both father and daughter seemed a little distracted today. Shauna couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, Your Highness, you two seem a little lethargic. Didn't you sleep well last night? Shauna asked worriedly. Ansi and Leah didn't find Shauna's question out of the blue. But, are we lethargic? Father? Leah seemed a little doubtful. Indeed, I'm a little dispirited. Ansi turned to Aridia and asked, what do you think? Alidia? Hearing this, Alidia said faintly. Your Majesty does look a little lethargic. So does Her Highness. The honest knight answered honestly. Is that so? Leah nodded as if she had finally sensed something. She sighed. I clearly went to bed early last night, so why do I feel a little lethargic? Does Leah feel that way too? And she sighed as well. Don't you feel like you've lost something very important? He asked, as if asking for permission. Leah did empathize with Ansi's words. That's right. It was as if something important had been lost, or perhaps it was the feeling that it was far away from her. That was why Leah was so lethargic. Perhaps it was just an illusion. However, as a person who had received God's blessing, there were times when bad things really happened in reality that they thought it was an illusion. It was especially so for the royal family of the Mitra kingdom. As direct descendants of the heroes, all of them received blessings from goddesses who were at least superior deities. Blessings would sometimes produce mysterious omens that made people feel something. Of course, this was just a mysterious omen. Unless one received blessings from the three goddesses like Rosie did, only then could one truly feel some omens and revelations. Otherwise, the omens brought about by ordinary blessings were mostly unreliable. With that in mind, while Ansi and Leah were a little distracted, they didn't think too much of it. However, such a conversation had unknowingly appeared. By the way, where's Rosie? I don't know. She should still be in her bedroom? Is she resting? Or working? Probably. I heard from the Sword Saint Knights that Rosie sped up her work yesterday for some reason and finished most of it. That child seems to be doing that a lot lately. Finishing her work in advance? Yes. Is it for a viscount? I think so. And so, Anchi and Leah were having such a conversation. For some reason, they suddenly stopped as an unpleasant feeling welled up in their hearts. I don't know why, but I suddenly want to find trouble with that Viscount. Royal father, please calm down. This is too unreasonable. Although I feel the same way, the father and daughter became even more absent-minded. In his heart, two impulses appeared at the same time. One was the urge to beat up a certain Viscount. One was the urge to see Rosie as soon as possible. Come out soon, Rosie. His worried father and sister were filled with hope in their hearts. They just didn't know when this hope would come true. At the same time, in Duke Stringham's villa, Barry and Lim Cho, father and son, gathered together. They weren't having tea together, but were discussing the strange things that happened in the territory recently. Due to the strange things happening in the territory, Barry called Lim Cho over. They discussed going back to the territory together to see if they could investigate the matter, or even solve it. But this pair of father and son were clearly talking about serious matters, but for some reason, they didn't seem to be in high spirits. Especially Lim Cho, who woke up this morning with an inexplicable sense of loss lingering in his heart. That sense of loss made Lim Cho feel a little dejected, as if the meaning of life had been lost. And Barry didn't teach Lim Cho a lesson, which was rare. Because he also had a sense of loss that his ambition was unknowingly shattered. Thanks to this pair of father and son, who were extremely utilitarian and purposeful, hastily ended their discussion about serious matters for the first time ever. It's decided. You go back and make preparations. We'll go back to the territory tomorrow. Barry waved his hand, looking listless. Yes. Lim Cho didn't think too much. After agreeing, he stood up and left the study. However, thinking that he would go back to the territory tomorrow, Lim Cho cheered up for the time being. Before leaving, let's go see Her Highness. Although Lim Cho and Rosie weren't very familiar, it was good to see her from afar. Especially today, this thought was especially strong. I really want to see Her Highness Rosie, I really want. With this thought in mind, Lim Cho didn't choose to silently plan how to get close to Her Highness Princess like before. Instead, he brought gifts and gathered in Rosie's palace like those noble young masters, waiting for Her Highness Princess to appear. It looked like an animal. The animal was called Licking Dog. Actually, it wasn't just Lim Cho. Today, all the noble young masters in the capital who admired Rosie were all listless, but one or two of them desperately rushed to the palace, just to be able to see Her Highness Princess. Not to mention those noble young masters, even the common people in the capital felt empty in their hearts. No matter what they didn't have the energy to do it. They just wanted noon to come quickly, so that they could go to the palace and wait for Her Highness Princess to appear. Today's sky was also gray, as if even the heavens and earth were in a bad mood. The depressing atmosphere permeated the capital, even the whole kingdom, causing everyone to look like they had lost their souls, like walking corpses who had lost their dreams. Under such circumstances, the center of the noble district, where Borstadt's house was located, seemed to defy common sense. It was isolated from the rest of the world, but the sun was shining brightly and the air was fresh. It was unbelievable. Later on, this day was known as the Day of Loss. Because, on this day, the most precious treasure of the kingdom was eaten by an animal until nothing was left. Borstadt's house, the main hall, insurance room. On the bed, under the blanket, the beautiful princess with her smooth shoulders exposed had woken up. However, Her Royal Highness had been doubting her life ever since she woke up. It couldn't be helped. I was taken by someone just like that? I lost the most important thing in my life just like that? Who am I? Where am I? What did he do to me? Rosie was in a state of confusion, unable to extricate herself for a long time. On the other hand, Xianxia had been hugging Rosie's shoulders ever since he woke up. He felt unprecedentedly carefree, and at the same time, he came to a sudden realization. No wonder all men light up a cigarette at this time. The reason was simple, it was because he was too emotional about life. Without a doubt, this was something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. After accomplishing such a successful thing, it was fine if he didn't drink a glass of wine to celebrate. But how could he not even light a cigarette? Unfortunately, there was no cigarette in this world. Melancholy. Truly melancholy. Just as Xianxia was expressing his emotions, a faint voice came from beside him. Laugh all you want, but can you not open your mouth so wide? Rosie's voice was filled with bitterness and hatred that others could not understand. Shuren quickly wiped away the smug smile on his face and showed a fawning expression to the naked princess in his arms. Am I not happy? Shuren looked like an honest man who would bear all hardships without complaint. However, the more Shuren acted like this, the angrier Rosie became. Honest man? Would an honest person strip off all his clothes when he was sleeping soundly without him noticing? What a despicable thing you have done. Are you going to do it or not, honest man, honest my foot? Didn't you stand me up? Not only did you come back after dawn, you even had the guts to attack me? Rosie clenched her teeth in anger. Also, even I wasn't alerted in time. What's with your ability to strip people's clothes without them knowing when they're asleep? Why didn't I know you had this ability? Hearing this, Shuren muttered in his heart. Didn't I learn it from a maid? Even if strictly speaking, the maid did not teach Shuren any skills in this area, but who was Shuren? Cheater, a real cheater. He could even learn the skills that others had to work hard to obtain in an instant, let alone a skill that was used to strip clothes. This kind of divine skill. Bah, this shameless method, Shuren was very unwilling to master it. But what could he do? He was a hack, wasn't he? Therefore, Shuren would never admit that he had put in some effort to study it, and that he had really unwillingly mastered this skill. Regardless of whether others believed it or not, he himself thought so. Therefore. Well, this happened unknowingly. Shuren's words sounded like a hateful scumbag. Rosie swore that this was the moment when she wanted to kill this bastard the most. If it wasn't for the fact that what was done could not be undone, Rosie felt that the first hero in the history of Omnipotensen who should have fallen in front of the Holy Sword should have appeared at this moment. Sigh. After a long time, Rosie sighed, as if she had accepted her fate. So, Rosie turned over and pressed on top of Shuren. She stretched out her hand and pressed on Shuren's face. Just when Shuren thought that this girl had finally learned her lesson and decided to become a female knight, he saw that Rosie was staring at him with a serious face. What is our relationship now? Rosie stared straight at Shuren and asked. Shuren blinked his eyes. In his heart, there was a surge of impulse. That impulse was called seeking death. If I say we are brothers at this time, what will happen? That scene was obvious, it was impossible to not see blood. Moreover, Shuren was not that much of a scumbag. Immediately, Shuren hugged the person in his arms and said with a smile. Tell me, other than being husband and wife, what else can we do? Her Royal Highness was satisfied with this answer. That's what you said. Rosie said with a serious face, I have given you everything, if you dare not marry me in the future, you are dead. How could Shuren deny it? Of course, he nodded repeatedly. After that, Rosie quickly got up and prepared to return to the palace. Since Sean only came back at dawn, it was almost noon now after all the trouble. Noon was the time for Rosie to show her face in public. If she did not hurry back, it would be the end of her. Therefore, even though she was still feeling a little uncomfortable, Rosie could only endure it. She quickly put on her clothes and prepared to leave, ignoring Shuren's blatant gaze. Yes, she left from the window. If she walked out of Shuren's room openly, Rosie was sure that the news of her staying here for a whole night and leaving at noon would quickly spread in the capital and cause a sensation. Therefore, when he came, he could only sneak around, and when he left, he could only sneak around. But why does it feel like an affair? Shuren was very happy and said, also, is the role that should jump out of the window reversed? Get lost. Rosie snapped at Shuren and glared at him, remember to look for me in the palace later. You are not allowed to leave today. Rosie was really worried that Sean would leave the royal city unceremoniously and head to Duke Stringham's territory after he had eaten her up. Although it was a little rushed and she could not stay here any longer, Rosie did not want to be separated from Shuren just like that. She had just given him to him, and Rosie was a little worried about the gains and losses. Therefore, if she did not stick to him for a few days, Rosie did not plan to let Shuren go. Otherwise, with his style, who knew if he would only come back when the child was an adult? Anyway, Rosie felt that he was not very reliable. She had to give him some advice for a few days before letting him go. Alright, you have the final say, okay? Although Shuren was a little annoyed, he did not object. Things were different now. Shuren had already laid his hands on Her Royal Highness, so naturally, he could not be as resistant to going to the palace as before. The magic practice was also over, and Shuren basically had nothing important to deal with. It was necessary for him to accompany Rosie for a few days. Moreover, they could only drink tea and chat together before. Now that they were together again, they could do a lot more things, right? Shuren had made up his mind to have a good taste of the kingdom's treasure in the hearts of millions of people, so he was reluctant to leave. In other words, he would not rest until he completely transformed the princess into his own shape. Doghead, it was unknown whether Rosie had noticed Shuren's thoughts, but after getting Shuren's promise, the princess finally felt a little relieved. Then I shall go? Speaking of this, Rosie was a little reluctant. So what if she was the kingdom's treasure? So what if she was the goddess in the hearts of millions of people? No matter how beautiful she was, no matter how outstanding she was still a 17-year-old girl. In this situation, it was normal for her to be worried about her gains and losses, but also reluctant to leave her man's side. Fortunately, Shuren's EQ was not low, and he was not the evil slow-witted male lead. He could still see Rosie's reluctance to leave. At that moment, Shuren quickly hugged the girl into his arms and kissed her with his big mouth. Ugh. Rosie let out a muffled groan and patted Shuren's shoulder, but then gave up. She blushed and was kissed by Shuren for a while before she was let go. Go. Shuren said in a rare gentle tone, I'll go find you after dinner. It won't take too long. Hearing this, Rosie, who was treated with Shuren's gentle side, felt some places in her heart were filled, and she finally felt a sense of happiness. Fortunately, this guy was not too much of a bastard and knew to be gentle to her. This seemed to be the first time she was treated so gently by him, right? Then all her efforts were worth it. But to exchange everything for a moment of gentleness, wasn't it a little too high a price to pay? Sigh, I hope this guy can be so enlightened in the future. Then I'll wait for you. Rosie stayed in Shuren's arms for a while, and was kissed by Shuren a few times. Then, she left with satisfaction and jumped out of the window. In the garden, Yulin seemed to have noticed something. She opened one of her eyes, but quickly closed it again, ignoring Rosie who landed beside her. Rosie looked back and saw Shuren standing in front of the window, waving at her. Only then did a beautiful smile appear on her face. Just like that, the unparalleled Princess Highness left. Shuren watched her leave until he could not see her back, and then sighed. Is this how it feels to have a woman? Even he felt a little reluctant to let her go. No wonder the matters between men and women had always been the main theme of any world. Of course, Shuren was still very happy. After all, I've successfully gotten rid of my singlehood, right? The more Shuren thought about it, the better his mood became. I'll spend the next few days with Her Royal Highness. After making up his mind, Shuren turned around. When he turned around, Shuren was almost scared to death. He saw that, unknowingly, a figure was standing behind him. Hey! Xianxia. After getting a good look at her, Shuren's eyes widened. However, Xianxia was expressionless. You're finally willing to get up, Mr. Shuren. Xianxia said calmly, lunch is ready. Miss Vivian and the others have been asking why you haven't woken up since this morning. They've been waiting for you for a long time. Is that so? Shuren was still a little confused, and could only say subconsciously, so. Sorry, I'll go over now. Okay. Xianxia nodded and said, washing up is ready, please move over. Although these are all work that I have to do, I think today is a little special. Mr. Shuren doesn't need it, so I'll have to ask you to do it yourself. No matter what, even if it was Xianxia, there was no way to help Shan wash up when he was awake, right? Compared to this kind of trivial matter, Shuren was more concerned about another thing. You already know? Shuren asked weakly. The matter he was referring to was naturally the ambiguous matter that happened in this room. Under Shuren's twitching face, Xianxia nodded calmly. Of course I know. After all, I've been by the side. Xianxia said such words. By the side? Shuren was dumbfounded. I'm a maid, so of course I have to be by your side all the time. But Xianxia looked indifferent. No. Then have you always been? Shuren's eyes widened. Yes, I've been watching. Xianxia was still so calm, but what she said made Sharon want to vomit blood. In other words, when he and Luo Qian were in a lovey-dovey relationship, you advance and I retreat, you attack and I receive, this maid has been watching, While Sharon was dumbfounded, Xianxia said so. Don't worry, I've said before that I have professional knowledge, so I won't make a fuss, let alone talk nonsense. Mr. Sharon, you don't need to be afraid of such a trivial matter. Huaxia's words could simply provoke people to death. Such a trivial matter, so the beautiful night that we spent with everything we had was just a small matter in your eyes? Come on, if you have the guts, compete with me with your so-called professional knowledge. I don't believe that my 20 years of extensive reading in my previous life is inferior to your so-called professional knowledge. Just when Sharon was about to show off his skills, Xianxia suddenly changed the topic. Actually, I'm quite gratified. Xianxia said indifferently, at least in the future, there will be someone to solve some of Mr. Sharon's physical problems, and I don't have to worry about being dragged to bed by Mr. Sharon and touching me. Her words made Sharon lose his temper on the spot. I didn't do it on purpose. Sharon said weakly again. I know. Xianxia responded indifferently again. Then. There was no then. It seemed that Xianxia really mentioned it casually. After that, she stopped talking, which made Sharon feel that he had done something bad. At that moment, Sharon said hurriedly. Okay, let's go for dinner. After that, Sharon walked past Xianxia and quickly toward the direction of the door. However. Mr. Sharon. Xiao's voice came from behind Sharon. Sharon stopped. Because, at this time, Xiao's voice seemed to be a little different from before. Sharon turned around and looked at Xiao. With this look, Sharon found that Xiao was staring at him closely. There was an inexplicable emotion in her ruby-like eyes. Behind her, her long, beautiful, jet-black hair swayed in the wind that blew in from the window. Coupled with that delicate and beautiful face, Sean's breathing suddenly stopped for a moment. There was no other way. I always feel that I have seen this face somewhere. For some reason, Sharon suddenly felt a sense of familiarity from Xiao. At the same time, Sharon's heartbeat suddenly sped up for some reason. This was not because his heart was moved, nor was it because his heart was palpitating. It was as if something in his body was resonating with the thing in front of him, which made Sharon feel a little uncomfortable. Under such circumstances, Xiao was still staring at Sharon. Sean subconsciously pressed his hand against his chest and looked into Xiao's eyes. Neither of them spoke, letting the silence permeate between them. It was not until a long time later that Xiao lowered her eyes. The beautiful maid came to Sharon, stretched out her slender hand, and pressed it on Sharon's chest. At this moment, the resonance in Sharon's heart became stronger, and his heartbeat became faster. But Xiao did not do anything else. She just said so. Please be careful in the future. After leaving such words, Xiao turned around and left. Only Sharon was left, watching Xiao leave, and a trace of sadness gradually emerged in his chest. What is going on? Sean could not figure it out no matter how hard he tried. And Xiao's expression and eyes just now turned into a deep impression, imprinted in Sharon's heart, making him unable to forget it for a long time. In the next few days, there were basically no more strange occurrences. Sharon told the people staying at Borstadt's house about his upcoming trip to Stringham. Vivian and the others expressed that they could tag along when they learned that Sharon was about to go to Stringham to fight against the Old Demons faction. Sean had also considered whether he should set off with Vivian and the others. However, when he thought about how they had just survived a crisis and how Rosie had claimed that her trip would not be too smooth, Sean did not agree to it in order not to involve the girls. Instead, he claimed that he would travel with AIE, so that the others did not have to worry. Of course, knowing that AIE would be going to Duke Stringham's territory with Sean, the group of girls expressed their relief and simply gave up on accompanying them. In Tear's words, if something happens to you with the dragon demon by your side, we'll only be a burden even if we tag along. Vivian and the others decided to stay in the royal capital and help Sharon take care of the matters at home. They would also officially log in at the Adventurers Guild's headquarters in the royal capital. From now on, they would use the royal capital as their base to carry out adventuring activities and improve their strength. AIE was fine too. Or rather, I've been waiting for a long time. This girl seemed like she couldn't wait to set off. The only person who was unsure of her thoughts was Scylla. After learning that Shuren and Aie were going to string him to fight against the old demons faction, the supreme of the demons raised her eyebrows. However, she didn't say anything, nor did she express anything. She just stood at the side, deep in thought. Shuren chatted with her for a while. It's about time for you to return to the demon realm, right? Do you really have that much time to laze around here? Shuren wasn't polite when talking to the supreme of the demon realm. Just as he had declared from the start, he went against Scylla. Are you in such a hurry to chase me away? Scylla didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Everyone else begs me to stay for a while longer. You're the first person who dares to chase me away. I can't help it. As you can see, my private life is very messy. Shuren chuckled. Such a messy private life. Even the supreme of the demons wouldn't want to stare at it, right? That won't happen? Not only was she not teased by Sean, but she said meaningfully, I find it very interesting, and I really want to stay for a few more days. Forget it. Sean rolled his eyes and said, as you can see, Aie and I are about to leave for Duke Stringham's territory. You're not going to follow us outside, are you? Indeed, if Sean and Aie left the capital, Scylla would not be able to follow them. Unlike Aie, who handed all the affairs to her subordinates, Scylla was really busy. She had to deal with all kinds of matters regarding the demons, and she also had to take care of the friction between the three races. She was able to laze around these days thanks to her preparations from the beginning. In just a few days, there wouldn't be any problems because of her absence. But this was the limit. If Scylla continued to wander around outside, the demon realm would probably start to become chaotic. Shuren didn't know that in the past few days, Scylla had been contacted by her subordinates in the demon realm several times. As the leader of the demons, Scylla could only stay in the human realm for a very short time. If she stayed any longer, the human realm would not only react, but the Protoss would also do something. So, Scylla was actually preparing to return to the demon realm soon. But, can't you persuade little Aie to go back with me? Scylla wasn't very satisfied with this result. If you want to persuade her, do it yourself. I won't. Sean was too lazy to do that kind of strenuous and unrewarding thing. Aie had a pure personality. Although she had a cold side, she was also obedient to people she trusted. This little girl would basically satisfy any request that Shuren made to her. Shuren had no opinion on her staying. Scylla was different. The starting point of her various ideas was based on the racial and political level. It was not easy to get her to do her best or help someone. In addition, they weren't familiar with each other at all. Shuren didn't care about Scylla's whereabouts at all. Instead, he wanted her to leave as soon as possible. As for Aie, Sean naturally wanted to hug her tightly when there was a time when he could. He wouldn't push her away instead. Scylla seemed to know this as well and let out a faint sigh. This child has really reached the rebellious stage. Scylla sighed and said to Shuren, since little Aie isn't willing to go back with me, you have to take good care of her. Don't have any crooked thoughts about her. Otherwise, you know what will happen. Hearing this, Shuren replied bluntly. Sorry, I really don't understand. Shuren looked at Scylla and said with a smile that didn't seem like a smile, the main thing is that I don't really understand the crooked thoughts that Lord Moon Devil mentioned. I believe you also understand the reason, right? Scylla was rather puzzled by Sean's tongue-twister-like explanation. She knew what Shuren was referring to. Because the so-called crooked thoughts that Scylla was referring to was to prevent Shuren from thinking about using Aie's power and identity to do anything. Scylla was really worried that with Aie's pure personality, she would be unknowingly used by ambitious people. Because of this, she came to the human world. And these few days, according to Scylla's observation of Shuren, although she couldn't say that she completely trusted Shuren, she could basically confirm that he didn't have any ulterior motives. Thus, Scylla was more or less relieved about this matter, but she still couldn't help but want to warn Shuren. But was Shuren that easy to warn? He was using his own way to tell Scylla that the crooked thoughts and the like were boring things that only people like her would think about. He didn't want to understand it, and he wouldn't understand it. In short, Shuren wanted Scylla to worry less about unnecessary things. Of course, if the crooked thoughts that Lord Scylla is referring to is hugging and kissing Lulu, then I can't agree to it. This is the joy of my journey. Sean's words caused Scylla's hair to stand on end. You still want to hug and kiss that child Lulu? Don't even think about it. Scylla was furious. Why should I? Sharon retorted, as long as it's consensual, even as the elder sister, you don't have a reason to interfere, right? Why? Why is it gone? Scylla shouted, she's still young. Young? Sharon suddenly had a strange expression. She's a dragon king that has lived for at least a few thousand years, and you're telling me that she's still young? Do you have some kind of misunderstanding about Xiao? But, in my eyes, she's still young. Scylla seemed to have made up her mind. Sharon's expression suddenly became even more strange. Now, he kind of understood why Ai was so against other people treating her like a child. Has she always been treated like a child by these sisters who have a sister complex? Thinking of this, Sharon slightly rolled his eyes and suddenly smiled. That smile made Scylla instantly have a bad feeling. What are you smiling at? Scylla was a little nervous, which was rare for her, and said, I'm warning you, don't you dare have any bad ideas about that child, okay? Okay, Sharon was unexpectedly straightforward this time, and said very kindly, I won't, don't worry. However, when Sharon became so easy to talk to, not only did Scylla not feel relieved, but she also became even more uneasy. No. I want to go with you. Scylla felt that she could not ignore this. However, Sean ignored the demon dweller. He turned around and went to the palace to look for Rosie. Sharon accompanied Rosie for a few days, and made Scylla stay at Borstadt's house for a few days. After a few days, the demon realm's urging became more and more urgent, and Scylla's firm stand became more and more fragile. In the end, under Jacinta's personal pleading, she could only reluctantly return to the demon realm. Remember this. Little Ai can only be mine. Scylla seemed to have left a letter written with red handwriting in Sharon's room, letting Sharon see this bloody sentence. To be honest, when he saw the bloody handwriting, Sharon was a little afraid. Facts have proven that a Siscon cannot be provoked. In this world, the scariest thing was not a sickly person, but a Siscon. At least, a sickly person would follow you to hell, while a Siscon would only make you bear the infamy of breaking someone's leg. One was death in reality, and the other was death in society. Depending on the situation, the latter might be a few times scarier than the former. In summary, Sharon gave this letter to Aie. Wait for me for one more day. On the day Aie received the letter, she was silent for a long time, and then she threw down this sentence with great difficulty. She seemed to have returned to the demon realm with a belly full of anger. What exactly happened that day, Sharon still did not know. All Sharon knew was that the next day, Aie brought back another letter. I was wrong, 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 I was wrong. The letter was filled with such words. Thus, Sharon threw the letter away solemnly. After all, he did not want to have nightmares because of this. Just like that, Sharon settled everything that needed to be dealt with, and all the preparations were in place. The night before he left, Sharon stayed in Rosie's bedroom for the night. What exactly did he do that night? Anyone who knew would know. The next day, as soon as Sharon returned to Borstadt's house, he immediately brought Aie and rode on Yulin. It was worth mentioning that other than Aie, Xianxia also came along. Since the person I served is leaving, I have no reason to stay. Xianxia said matter-of-factly. It was unknown when she had prepared all of Sharon's luggage. Thanks to this, when Sharon and the rest were about to leave, not only Vivian and the rest were in the garden, but even the maids and servants in the house came out. Have a safe trip. Big sister. Please come back early. Remember to take care of yourself. Sob. Big sister. A group of beautiful maids and servants gathered in the garden, shouting and crying. Sharon did not even want to complain, so he looked at Vivian and the rest. Be careful. Vivian nodded at Sharon. Come back early. Ter also stared at Sharon, her eyes filled with some emotions. Have a safe trip, okay? Lumia said nervously. Please take care of yourself, Mr. Sharon. Melika's face was filled with reluctance, as if she was about to cry. Only then did Sharon smile. Don't worry. After saying this, Sean gently stepped on Yulin, who was under him. Roar. Yulin roared and flapped her dragon wings, stirring up a hurricane as she flew into the sky. Not long after, the pitch-black dragon flew out of the capital and soared into the sky. Many people saw this scene, including Her Royal Highness in the palace. Come back quickly, okay? Rosie, who was only draped in a sheet, stood in front of the window, looking at the black dragon that soared into the sky, and murmured with nostalgia. Just like that, Sharon left the capital and headed for Stringham. Teratelli. It was a border city within the Mitrak Kingdom's Sterling Dukedom. It was the only city in the Sterling Dukedom that was located at the border of the kingdom. Although it was a city within the Sterling Dukedom, due to the other half of the city being outside the Sterling Dukedom's territory, it was a little strange to say that it was completely under the Sterling Dukedom's jurisdiction. In the past, the Sterling family had several conflicts and disputes with the neighboring Marquis Roxati family over the ownership of the city. There were even small-scale wars that broke out. Later on, because the Stringham family was a duke, their status and privileges were much higher than that of a normal marquis. The kingdom temporarily gave the city to the Stringham family. However, due to the awkward position of the city, the Lasati Marquisate, which bordered the Duke of Stringham's territory, seemed to have always been thinking about it. This problem could be solved by redefining the boundaries of the territory. For example, if the surrounding territory of Teratelli was given to one of the nobles, then such a situation wouldn't happen. However, due to the fact that neither the Sterling family nor the Roxati family was willing to give up their territory, this problem had been in a deadlock for a long time, giving the kingdom quite a headache. The royal family had even grumbled about this. They didn't know what the people in the past were thinking to divide the territory in such a way and create such a dispute. However, no matter what, the overall situation had been decided. The ownership of Teratelli was still not resolved and they could only let it continue to exist. However, it was also because of this that Teratelli's defense was much stronger than other cities. Stationed here was the 2nd Regiment of Knights of Duke Stringham's family, led by the head of a Viscount Knight family that was attached to Duke Stringham's family. The head of the family was level 79, and he was one of the best among the many knights of Duke Stringham's family. He was an expert that was only a step away from reaching level 80. However, today, this expert led the knights of the regiment and stared blankly at the sky. The weapons in their hands fell to the ground. No, it wasn't just the knights. Even the civilians of Teratelli were looking at the sky in horror. They screamed in panic and fled in all directions. The entire Teratelli fell into chaos in an instant. In the sky, a huge black shadow slowly descended from the sky. Roar. The horrifying roar turned into a substantial sound wave, sweeping up sand and dust while shaking the entire Teratelli like a shockwave. That terrifying aura and frightening figure caused the knights to tremble all over, and they almost turned around and ran. Dragon! It's a dragon! Oh my god! The dragon is here! A dragon is attacking Teratelli. The surrounding citizens did not persist at all. They screamed and fled in terror. Duke Stringham's 2nd Knight Regiment's commander, Terry, looked at the scene with a steely expression. Why? Why did a dragon appear? Why did a dragon appear? Hasn't it been several hundred years since it last appeared? In particular, adult dragons were extremely rare in the human world. Why would they suddenly appear here and even attack the city? No, now is not the time to think about this. Before that, they had to organize a line of defense to prevent the dragon from descending on Teratelli. Otherwise, Teratelli might be turned into a purgatory by the dragon breath and face a terrifying disaster. Quick! Raise the barrier! Terry tried his best to pull himself together and shouted out an order. Teratelli was a very special city. The city had a very high-level barrier, which was originally meant to deal with the army that Marquis Roxati could send here at any time, but now, it was used to deal with a dragon. Buzz! The city walls around Teratelli suddenly trembled, and a layer of magic barrier rose up, surrounding the entire city within it. With this barrier, even the dragon breath, which was said to be able to break through all defenses, should be able to block it. Quick! Hurry up and get the archers and magicians over here. Hurry up! Chris anxiously shouted, and unceasingly mobilized troops, hoping that after the barrier was broken, they would be able to fight against Long Yi, who intended to start a massacre. It's all right. That dragon might have just reached adulthood, that's why it recklessly ran into a human city. If that was the case, then the level of this dragon shouldn't be high. An adult dragon could usually reach level 80. If this dragon was only level 80, then Chris felt that with the strength of himself and the 2nd Night Regiment, they should be able to defeat it. Unfortunately, the reality was cruel. Roar! In the sky, the pitch-black dragon seemed to be angered by the sudden appearance of the barrier. It suddenly roared and opened its mouth, allowing an astonishing amount of magic to gather within. In the next second, a scorching breath was spat out, turning into a beam of fire that fell from the sky and landed on Teratelli's barrier. Bang! Without any suspense, the barrier only lasted for less than a second before it was completely shattered into pieces under the impact of the dragon breath. The dragon breath of the dragon also turned into a spectacular burst of sparks, bursting out in all directions, causing the temperature in the atmosphere to rise rapidly. It's over. Seeing that the high-level barrier that was used to protect the city was shattered in a single blow, Chris's hope finally disappeared completely and turned into despair. This dragon wasn't a fledgling adult dragon at all. It was a terrifying monster that had reached adulthood for a long time and was at least level 90. It would be a piece of cake for such a monster to single-handedly destroy an entire city. Teratelli would then become a purgatory under the dragon breath and become a ruin destroyed by the dragon. Chris had foreseen such a future. At this moment. Didn't I say that we can't just ride the dragon into the city? Look. Isn't that what happened? What a fuss. It's just a dragon landing in the city, what's there to be afraid of? I say, don't tell me you're talking about a situation that only happens in your territory in the demon realm? That's right. In my territory, every city welcomes the arrival of dragons. There is even a special plaza for dragons to rest in. Every time a dragon flies over, the citizens in the city will cheer as if it's a festival. That's something that only happens in your territory. This is the human realm. TCH, the human realm is so troublesome. Similar conversations suddenly sounded above the dragon's head, causing the desperate Chris to be stunned. Not to mention Chris, even the knights and the citizens in the city were stunned. Until, quick. Look. There's someone on that dragon. A sharp-eyed knight was the first to widen his eyes and pointed at the dragon in the sky and exclaimed. With this exclamation, everyone first felt a wave of disbelief. Then, they widened their eyes one by one. This was because there were indeed a few figures on the dragon's head. Oh my god, there's really someone. Someone is riding a dragon over? I'm going to faint. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt that everything they saw was so unrealistic. Chris was the same. He stood there in a daze and didn't react for a long time. At this moment, the few figures on the dragon's head leaped down. Their position was right in front of Chris. Alert! Chris quivered and almost subconsciously shouted. The surrounding knights immediately reacted. They hurriedly raised the weapons in their hands and spread out in all directions. Under such circumstances, the few figures that leaped down from the dragon's back landed on the ground and entered the encirclement of the knights. Only then did the crowd see the full appearance of the few figures clearly. It was a group of a man and two women. The man was a young man in his early 20s. He had a sword at his waist and his attire was very ordinary. At first glance, he looked like an ordinary adventurer without any outstanding features. The women were a little strange. One was a little girl hugging a pillow while the other was a young lady in a maid's attire. One young and one old. The only thing they had in common was their extraordinary beauty. Such a group of a man and two women leaped down from the dragon's body and appeared in front of everyone. It was unbelievable. However, this was the reality. No matter how unwilling the people present were to admit it, it was useless. Are you the person in charge here? The leading young man quickly found Chris in the vast sea of people and fixed his gaze on him. Chris's heart skipped a beat. Although he didn't know who he was, the fact that he was able to instantly lock onto him among so many people and guess that he was the leader of this place was enough to prove that he wasn't as ordinary as he looked. I am the leader of the 2nd Knight Regiment of Duke Stringham's family and also the head of Viscount Kigareth's family. My name is Tris Kigareth. Chris stepped forward, stared at the young man and spoke in a deep voice. Who are you? Why did you ride a dragon into Teratelli? Is that dragon your mount? Chris asked many questions in one breath. However, the young man didn't answer him. When he heard that he was the leader of the 2nd Knight Regiment of Duke Stringham's family, he raised his eyebrows and smiled faintly. First of all, I'm very sorry for riding a dragon into Teratelli without careful consideration. The young man apologized for the time being. Then, the young man spoke. I am Shuren. As you can see, this dragon is my mount. This is my maid and my, sister. Please forgive me for any disturbances. The young man named Shuren said. Shuren? Chris frowned. He had a feeling that he had heard this name somewhere before. On the other hand, the cute little girl who was hugging a pillow beside the young man named Shuren suddenly frowned. Sister? The young man seemed to be dissatisfied with this identity. Could it be that these identities were all made up? Chris was alarmed. On the other hand, the young man named Shuren scratched his face. Well, put down your weapons first. Shuren suddenly smiled. Then, we will have a chat. Roar. At this moment, Yulin descended from the sky and hovered above Shuren's head. She looked at the knights surrounding Shuren and let out an angry roar. Squeak. Someone in the encirclement seemed to have unwittingly let out such a shameful sound. However, they could not be blamed. There was a ferocious monster that could kill everyone in an instant hovering above their heads and letting out an angry roar. Who could stand it, if not for the fact that they were all experienced warriors and the fact that they were second only to the 1st Knight Regiment that was stationed at the border of Stringham? They might have already started to flee. As the saying goes, a dragon's aura was like a prison. Yulin had only released a little bit of her aura and it was enough to scare these knights who were around level 50 to death. Just as Tris thought, a dragon like this could easily destroy a city, let alone an almost invincible king of monsters like Yulin. Thus, Tris had no choice but to give the order. Put down your weapons. Tris' voice carried a tinge of unwillingness. His opponent was just a young man in his early 20s with a child and a maid, yet he forced the second order of knights in the Stringham dukedom to put down their weapons and compromise. It was a little humiliating. At least, Tris had never suffered such humiliation. However, he had no choice. Who asked him to have such a terrifying dragon as a mount? This meant that the other party either had a huge faction behind them, which was why they were able to provide such a mount to the other party, or the other party was a taming master who had mastered the high-level taming skill. No matter which identity it was, Tris could not afford to offend him. Even the Stringham family that he relied on might not be able to do so. Moreover, the dragon was a real threat. If Tris did not know what was good for him, then there must be something wrong with his brain. However, a taming master who could tame a real dragon? Tris had never heard of a taming master of this level before. No, that's not right. There was a rumor recently that there was a noble in the capital who could tame a dragon? Tris suddenly thought of this matter. Could it be, are you Viscount Potter? After hesitating for a while, Tris chose to ask. Oh? Shuren smiled and said, so you know me? Yes. Of course I know him. After all, according to the rumors, although this noble was only a viscount, he was very powerful. It seemed that he had the support of a powerful being from the demon realm, and even the royal family favored him. Furthermore, it was said that even the kingdom's most valuable treasure, whom countless people yearned for, had a good relationship with him in private. Chris still remembered that when they heard this news, many descendants of noble families wailed in disbelief and spoke contemptuously, which caused quite a stir in the territory at one point. Even his own son had pestered him for a period of time, asking him to collect information in this regard to see if it was true. That was why Terrace had some impression of Sean. Now, Tris finally understood why he felt that the name Sean was very familiar. It turned out that he was the rumored Viscount? Sorry for my rudeness. Tris thought quickly, but on the surface, he said politely, so you are a noble from the same kingdom. I thought it was a marquis from the neighboring territory who came to invade again. Please forgive me if I have offended you. Not at all. Sharon smiled and said, I am the one. I actually let my mount cause such a big commotion and gave everyone a big fright. I am really ashamed. It's nothing, nothing at all. Yes, there is. Sharon and Triss were humble to each other, which made them feel like nobles interacting with each other. In any case, Ai looked at them with disdain. Hasn't this guy always hated this kind of thing? In the past, who was the one who said that he hated the hypocrisy of the nobles? Aren't you living the way you hate them most now? 2a. Despite Ai's disdain, Xianxia remained calm and indifferent. She just stood quietly at the side without saying a word. She seemed to be a follower of Ai. Under such circumstances, Sharon and Triss had enough of being polite and courteous, and they finally got to the main topic. I wonder why Borsted is here in Teratelli. If you need any help, please let me know. Triss expressed his opinion. Sharon did not stand on ceremony and finally returned to his original attitude. I am here because Her Highness asked me to find out more about the old demons faction that appeared in Duke Stringham's territory. Sharon used his wife's name without hesitation to stand on his side. Asked by Her Highness? Triss immediately squinted his eyes. It seemed that this Viscount really had a good personal relationship with the princess, just like the rumors said. Triss had never heard of anyone who had been entrusted by His Highness to come to such a faraway place to do something. If that foppish son of his family knew about this, he would probably go crazy with jealousy, right? Ever since he went to the royal capital and met Her Highness, his son had completely lost his soul. He had been clamoring to go to the royal capital countless times and even said that he wanted to break away from the Stringham family and let his family settle in the royal capital. His motive was obvious. Triss did not object to it. Because he knew how unrealistic it was. Was it that easy to enter the royal capital? Not to mention nobles, even ordinary commoners who wanted to live and work in the capital would need a good introduction and a lot of wealth. Although the Jarcare family was a viscount, since ancient times, who knew how many nobles had tried to squeeze into the circle of nobles in the capital but failed? How could it be easy to move into the capital? Because of this, there was a difference between the nobles in the royal capital and the nobles outside the royal capital. Even if they had the same status and rights, the former had much better connections, wealth, and connections than the latter. It was completely feasible to regard them as the upper class of the nobles. In this world, there were viscounts with great wealth and there were viscounts who were on the verge of bankruptcy and penniless. So, if his son could really enter the royal capital, he would be overjoyed. How could he object, poor him? He thought that by entering the royal capital, he could get closer to Her Highness. Little did he know that the hope was still slim. There were countless great nobles who had developed in the royal capital for hundreds of years, but even they could not get the favor of Her Highness. What more a viscount who had just entered the royal capital, not to mention that they had not even entered the royal capital yet, so, if it was not for the fear of breaking his son's dream and making him lose motivation, Triss would have shaken him to wake him up and tell him not to think too much. And this man in front of him was a viscount like him. Not only did he make a name for himself recently, but he also had a personal relationship with Her Highness. If his son knew about this, how could he not go crazy? It's better to get him to leave quickly. Triss made up his mind and opened his mouth. I have also heard about the appearance of the old demons faction in our territory. Triss said, I heard that after they appeared in our territory, strange things started to happen everywhere in the territory. Your arrival is a new force that came at the right time for our sterling dukedom. Hearing this, Sharon did not care about the flattery in Triss's words and only focused on the main point. Strange things? Sharon looked at Triss and asked, what strange things? This? I don't know much about it either. Triss said awkwardly, after all, Teratelli is located at the border of Sterling Dukedom. It is considered to be the city at the edge of the border. News from the dukedom would usually reach here at the latest and we have never had those strange things in the rumors. So, I'm not sure what these strange things are. Alright. Sharon did not expect to get anything from Triss. He nodded and said straightforwardly, if that's the case, if I want to know more about this matter, where should I go? This question made Triss frown, and he thought hard for a while. Then, Triss thought of something. I heard that the old demons first appeared in Cosmo's kingdom. That's where the strange incidents in the rumors first happened. Duke Stringham even sent an army there, and they're still dealing with this matter. Perhaps Minister Borstut will be able to get something from there. Triss provided such a clue. Cosmos? Shuren's eyes lit up. After thinking for a while, he said, I remember that it is a border city near the Ragnar Empire, right? Yes. Triss said honestly, I heard that even the people of the Empire are taking action because of this matter. There are rumors that the Ragnar Empire is secretly causing trouble in the territory. If you want to go there, you have to go all the way to the north and cross the entire dukedom. Well, I have to fly for a long time again. Realizing this, the light in Shuren's eyes dimmed somewhat. But I have to go this time. If that's the case, then thank you for your guidance, Minister Gigareth. Xian thanked the leader for the time being. Are you going to go there now, Minister Borstut? Triss also tentatively asked. Shuren directly shook his head. I and the people around me are tired after flying all the way from the capital. Let's rest here for a night. That was Shuren's plan. Then shall I help you arrange a place to stay? Triss was quite enthusiastic. No, it's fine. We will take care of it ourselves. Shuren held the hands of the two beautiful girls and rejected Triss' suggestion. All right then. Triss could only nod to express his regret. Only then did Shuren hold Aie and Xia's hands and left. The knights hurriedly separated, allowing Shuren to pass through the encirclement. Roar. Yulin let out a roar. While scaring everyone present, she left with Shuren. Seeing the figure leaving with the dragon, the enthusiasm on Triss' face finally disappeared. Inform the citizens that the dragon is a noble's mount. There is no need to be afraid, but they should take care of themselves and not cause any trouble. Triss ordered the knights at the side. Yes. The knights received the order and hurriedly left to carry it out. Triss glanced at the direction Shuren left in and looked at the dragon that followed closely behind. His heart was indescribably envious. If he could have a dragon as a mount, Her Royal Highness, and the powerful beings of the demon realm as his backing, then he could also be so arrogant, right? Different people really have different fates. No, different viscounts have different fates. On this day, Teratelli was bound to be very lively. How could it not be lively? Above the man and two women walking hand in hand on the street, the pitch-black dragon was like the most loyal bodyguard. As it slowly flapped its wings and flew, it followed the three of them step by step. The attention it attracted was even more eye-catching than any noble or even royal family, and it instantly made the group look very cool. The people seemed to have received the news from the knights. Although they didn't dare to approach the street where Shuren and the others were, they peeked out from the buildings and alleys on both sides of the street. When they saw Shuren and the others strolling with the dragon, they felt both fearful and excited. Is that the nobleman of the royal city? So powerful, so powerful. He actually has a dragon as a mount. Are all the noblemen of the royal city this powerful? The people whispered and discussed among themselves as they looked at Shuren, who was holding Aie and Xia's hands, with eyes full of admiration and yearning. At this moment, Shuren was undoubtedly a great and imposing figure in the eyes of the people. Moreover, many sweet-looking young ladies who seemed to be from an extraordinary background came over with a group of guards to observe. They looked at Shuren with fiery eyes that made one's heart itch. Not only was he a nobleman at such a young age, but he also had a real dragon as a mount. Even the head of the 2nd Knight Regiment in charge of Teratelli had to treat him politely. What was the difference between such a man and a rich husband? Moreover, he was a nobleman from the royal city. To be able to establish a foothold in a place like the royal city meant that he was a nobleman among noblemen. Naturally, these young ladies were all attentive to him. This made Shuren sigh with emotion. It seems that being a nobleman has its benefits. At the very least, his reputation and level were high enough, and his treatment wasn't bad either. He was a winner in life. Of course, the two beauties beside Shuren were also treated well. Look at that maid, so beautiful, how can there be such a beautiful maid? If I had such a beautiful maid at home, why would I marry a baron's daughter? The same goes for mine. If she had half her figure and looks, I would have gone to her directly to propose marriage. How could I have waited for her to force me to marry her? Noblemen should have such beautiful maids by their side to look good. Right? That little girl is also very pretty. She's too pretty. It would be great if my daughter was this cute. I would rather say that I want to acknowledge her as my daughter. Yes, I really want. Similar conversations continued to be heard. Many aristocratic young masters and married men had gathered over. Looking at the two beauties beside Shan, they almost drooled. Unfortunately, even if it was Xianxia, Ai's mood continued to go downhill. Daughter? Ai's little face was covered in frost. First a younger sister, then a daughter. What was going on now? I'm a great dragon demon. How can I be someone's sister and daughter? If you want me to be your sister or mother, I'll reluctantly listen to you. If I'm in a good mood, I might even lose my mind. I'll give you a chance to claim kinship. You still want to treat me as a sister or daughter? It seems like you are only afraid of the dragon flying above your heads, and not afraid of me, the Dragon King, right? Do you believe that I'll transform on the spot and scare you to death? By then, I'm afraid you'll all be willing to be my little brother. Ai was extremely unhappy, and even the city was not very pleasing to her eyes. Therefore, Ai began to make requests to Shuren. Do you really want to rest here for the night? Can't we just set off? Ai almost printed the words "I don't want to stay here" on her face. Unfortunately, Shuren was not moved at all. I'm tired from flying all the way from the royal capital. Even if you're not tired, I am, alright? Shuren said impatiently, the sun is almost setting. Do you still want to travel through the night? Alright, Ai really did not want to travel through the night. As a dragon king who loved to sleep, it was impossible not to sleep at night. It was probably impossible in this lifetime. In the past, Ai often slept for more than 10 to 20 years. During this period of time, she stayed by Shuren's side and woke up almost every day. Although it was not to the extent that she felt uncomfortable, she often felt sleepy and wanted to lie down and sleep until the end of time. But if she really did that, the next time she woke up, Shuren might already be in his grave, right? Therefore, Ai did not dare to really sleep to death. She could only maintain sleeping early and waking up late every day. That was already hard enough. Then let's change to another city to rest. Ai made another request. But this time, before Shan could say anything, Xianxia, who was beside him, spoke first. The nearest city to Teratelli is in the west. With Lady Yulin's speed, it will take a while to reach there. By then, the sky will probably be dark. It might not be easy to find a hotel to rest in. Xia's calm words finally made Ai shut her mouth. Although there was still some displeasure on her face, Shuren knew that this girl had already given up on leaving. That's enough of you. Shuren found it funny and said, isn't it just being looked at like a child? Is there a need to be so resistant? Then let me ask you. Ai looked at Shuren and said expressionlessly, if you live to the age of 60 in the future, and the people around you talk to you in a childlike tone, call you little Shuren, ask you to remember to brush your teeth when you wake up, and even buy you a bunch of clothes for 10 years old, help you bathe, feed you, even report where you are going, and let you bring a bunch of people with you to look after you. What would you do? Hearing this, Shuren thought for a while and couldn't take it anymore. If there was really a beautiful girl who helped him bathe and feed him every day, that would be a pleasure. But Ai's description of other aspects only made Shuren feel goosebumps all over his body. Could it be, is this the kind of life you live? Shuren asked carefully. That's right. Ai was still expressionless and said, moreover, it has been maintained since I was born, a whole 10,000 years. 10,000 years, Shuren looked at Ai with eyes full of sympathy. Even Xianxia could not help but glance at Ai, a little pity in her eyes. This child seemed to have been ravaged quite severely. No wonder she was so sleepy. Was it not only because Dragon Capital liked to sleep, but also because she wanted to escape from reality? All right. Shuren tentatively said, then I won't say that you are my sister in the future. Oh? Ai suddenly became interested and looked at Shuren, saying, then who are you going to say that I am to you? Shuren was suddenly stumped. Who should he say? Sister? Would others believe it? Elder? That was also bullshit, right? Based on this little girl's appearance, if he said she was older than him, others would probably think that he was insulting their intelligence. Since that was the case, just say that you are my wife. Sharon's words made Ai stumble and almost fall. Even Xianxia stopped in her tracks and looked at Sharon, causing Sharon to see a trace of contempt in her eyes. It was clearly a look that looked at a perverted lolicon. Young girl, I was just joking, don't take it seriously, okay? As Sharon laughed dryly, Ai looked at Sharon, her young face full of speechlessness. This is the first time I have seen someone dare to say that I am his wife. Ai used this sentence to tell Sharon how daring he was. Marry a demonic dragon as his wife, there were many people who dared to think, but not a single one dared to say it. But Sharon wanted to say. Are you sure that they can't bear to do it? Sharon couldn't help but ask for death again. Ai didn't say a word, but the hand that was holding Sharon's hand began to exert force, causing crunching sounds to burst out. Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's going to break, it's going to break. Sean's face contorted in an instant. He wailed in pain and gritted his teeth. Humph. Only then did Ai shake off Sharon's hand, and walked forward with extreme displeasure. Sharon hurried forward and hugged the little girl. I was wrong, Lady Ai. Sharon smiled and said, it's not that others can't bear to do it, but they don't have the guts and qualifications, right? Are you coaxing a child? Ai still looked unhappy. No way. Sharon firmly refused to admit it. However, there was one thing that he could admit. I'll say it like this from now on. You are my wife, it's decided. Sharon carried the soft and warm little girl and made a unilateral decision. Hey! Ai seemed to want to object. Objection invalid. Sharon covered the little girl's mouth in his arms, suppressing her. Woo woo woo. Ai struggled, but it was to no avail. The two continued to walk forward while fooling around. Xianxia followed step by step, looking as calm as ever. Only her gaze softened when she looked at Sharon and Ai, who were fooling around. Yulin was also there. She looked at Ai, who was being held down by Sean, with admiration in her heart. As expected of the master that she acknowledged, he could even subdue the powerful Dragon King's sister. Her eyes were indeed good, and she wasn't wrong. At that moment, Yulin's mood seemed to have improved, and she flew leisurely and contentedly. Sharon and the rest did not notice that in a building, a group of people poked their heads out and looked at them, as though they were discussing something. Then, they carried a large cloth bag and quietly followed in the direction of Sharon and the rest. In the cloth bag, a strand of golden hair was faintly discernible. Accompanied by the sound of breathing, it was as though something was sleeping inside. Soon, the sky turned completely dark. If it was in the royal city, at this time all kinds of buildings would be illuminated by magic lights, and the streets would also be lit up by magic lights. The entire city would be brightly lit, and there would be no darkness at all. However, Teratelli wasn't a flourishing royal capital. Every household used ordinary oil lamps, and no one would be extravagant to use magic lamps to illuminate the streets. It would be a huge expense to replace magic crystals to maintain the function of the magic lamps every year. That was why the nights here were very dark. If not for the patrolling nights, people probably wouldn't dare to go out on the streets. This made Sharon feel like he was back in Lemijin. Lemijin's nights were just like this, dark and lonely. From this point of view, it was no wonder the royal capital was known as the center of the world. Every household could afford magic lamps, and they didn't hesitate to turn them on at night. This showed how wealthy the people of the royal capital were. In other cities, other than those that were the capital of a territory and had a lord stationed there, the rest of the cities were probably like this. They wouldn't place magic lamps on the roadside to fill the city with light at night, right? At this time, probably only some nightclubs would have magic lamps shining in order to attract customers. Before sunset, Sharon and his group successfully found a hotel and checked in. Of course, it was Xianxia who found the hotel, not Sharon and Ai. This maid had disappeared for a while Sharon and Ai were fooling around. When Sharon and Ai had enough and were looking for a place to stay, the maid quietly returned and told Sharon that she had found the hotel. That's probably the best hotel in Teratelli, right? After all, this hotel had a riding house that could accommodate tamed monsters. How could a normal hotel have such a place? Thanks to this, Yulin comfortably stayed in the riding house after Sharon filled her with a large wave of magic power. She didn't have to worry about sleeping on the streets anymore. Shirin, Aie, and Xianxia got the best room in the hotel. The room was specially designed for nobles. Not only was it luxurious, but it was also a suite with several bedrooms. It was comparable to the luxurious presidential suites in his previous life. However, the cost of staying in such a place for a night was also frightening. A normal hotel would only cost a few silver coins for a night, but this place required 10 gold coins, which was equivalent to the annual expenses of a normal family. If it was in the past, Shirin definitely wouldn't be able to spend so extravagantly. But now, Shirin was very confident. Why? Because my mount isn't the kind that only knows how to eat and is of no help to its owner. As mentioned before, a dragon's body was full of treasures. Not to mention the dragon's teeth and claws, even the dragon's blood could be used to make the highest grade of magic potions. There was even a magic potion workshop in the capital that had made an appointment with Shirin, hoping to get a few drops of dragon's tears from Shirin, and offered a price of 100 gold coins. This was because dragon's tears were also a material for making several high-level magic potions. In the past, they could only make do with wyvern's tears, which resulted in the quality of the magic potions not being too high. Now that a real dragon had appeared, they naturally wanted to buy this rare material. In addition, there were several famous magic weapons and magic tools workshops in the capital that had made an appointment with Shirin, hoping to get materials such as dragon's scales or even dragon's saliva. These were all materials used to make high-level magic weapons and magic tools. They were precious items that many workshops yearned for but couldn't get. From that day onwards, Shirin realized that he was not only raising a dragon that could fight, but also a deadly money tree. When Shirin finally realized this, Aie had despised him. You only realized it now? Let's see if you dare to raise this treasure somewhere else in the future. Aie told Shirin that when Yulin was placed in the riding house in the north of the capital, there were some ignorant people who wanted to take a few scales from her body and make a fortune. In the end, those people were all vaporized by Yulin's dragon's breath, causing quite a commotion. If it wasn't for Rosie's order to settle Yulin down, the people in the capital would not have dared to be negligent. They were even afraid that Rosie would blame them for not taking good care of Yulin, so they suppressed the matter. This matter of human life would definitely alert Shirin in the end. Alright, it was indeed my lack of consideration. Shirin more or less reflected on this. It was also because of this that Shirin wanted to find a hotel with a riding house. He didn't want Yulin to sleep on the streets. Xianxia had perfectly considered this point and quietly solved this problem. It had to be said that she was as awesome as ever. In summary, Shirin, who used to be poor, suddenly became rich because of Yulin. When he was in the capital, Shirin had earned quite a bit of income from selling some dragon scales, dragon tears, dragon saliva, and dragon blood. After deducting the various expenses of the Porstut family and paying the maids and servants, he still had quite a bit left. Now, Shirin was not short of money at all. If I really need money, I can look for Rosie. That was what Shirin thought. He didn't have the slightest awareness that he was living off a woman. After all, the princess was blessed by the heavens and did not lack anything except men. Why should Shirin be polite? She did not even lack men now. Although strictly speaking, there was only one, wasn't it enough to have one? At least, Shirin felt that he could completely satisfy the princess's needs. He could even make her kneel and beg for mercy. Laughing emoji, just like that, Shirin and the other two checked into the hotel. After that, Xianxia spent 3 minutes cleaning the hotel room until it was sparkling and spotless. Aie did not even take a shower. She went straight into the bedroom, closed the door, and fell asleep. After that, Shirin was lonely. When he took a shower, he felt that he was missing a tear. When he slept, he felt that he was missing a Rosie. Habit was a terrible thing. After losing these wonderful pastimes, Shirin suddenly felt uncomfortable no matter how he lay down. No matter how he slept, he felt uncomfortable. He even felt like a decadent salted fish. Could it be that I can't leave women? Shirin began to doubt his life. It turned out that sleeping alone was so uncomfortable. How did he get through the past 20 years? Did he practice his ancestral skills every day? It was fine in the past, but did he have to continue practicing his skills now? No. Shuren suppressed the restlessness in his heart and sat up from the bed. In the past, he did feel that ordinary women could not compare to his right-hand woman who had accompanied him for 20 years. But now, Shuren could no longer think so. There was no other reason. Is Rosie an ordinary woman? She was the princess of a country. Her beauty was unparalleled in the world. Even goddesses had to admit defeat. She was known as the most beautiful woman in the human race. He had already gnawed on such a one-of-a-kind masterpiece, skin and bones. Was there even a need to describe the taste of it? And after tasting the most beautiful woman in the human race, Shuren would return to the past and continue to practice his ancestral skills. That was simply regressing. Could it be that at this point, I have to abandon my bottom line and look for a special shop outside? Shuren was distressed. No. In the end, Shuren held back. After tasting the most delicious delicacies in the world, Sean would not be able to overcome himself if he were to taste those things that had been tasted by countless people. If he really could not, I can only be a beast, Miss Xianxia. Sean could only express his sincerest apologies to a certain young lady who had disappeared to who knew where. Then, Shuren stood up and prepared to have a good chat with Xianxia. Just a chat. She won't do anything, Shuren defended himself as he walked out of the bedroom with an indescribable smile on his face. As he walked, Shuren suddenly stopped. Huh? Shuren narrowed his eyes and the indescribable smile on his face disappeared. There's actually an ignorant fellow who came here? After muttering, Shuren reached out and opened the bedroom door. Almost at the same time, outside the bedroom, in the living room of the suite, several figures suddenly reacted. They all pulled out their weapons and faced Shuren. There were a few people dressed in black with their faces covered. It was impossible to see their appearances clearly. Good evening. Shuren walked out of the bedroom without a hint of surprise on his face. He only smiled at the men in black. The men in black immediately fell silent and exchanged glances with each other. In the next second, let's go. The leader of the men in black said in a hoarse voice. He seemed to be an old man. The other 3 men in black immediately responded to the instructions of the old man in black and dashed towards the direction of the window. Unfortunately, pay and fix. Accompanied by such a voice, a wave of magic spread on the ground. The 4 men in black wanted to jump out of the window, but their feet were stuck to the ground and they could not get up. This made the pupils of the men in black shrink at the same time. Shuren did not even move and spoke casually. Since you're here, why not have a good chat with me first? Shuren's voice was full of laughter. It was obvious that he did not intend to let these 4 people go. The 4 men in black suddenly looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. Then, something that even Shuren did not expect happened. Poochie. He saw that the leader of the men in black aimed the weapon in his hand at his chest and pierced it without hesitation. In an instant, blood splattered. Poochie. 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 The other 3 men in black also pierced their own bodies with their weapons without hesitation and committed suicide on the spot. The scene that happened in front of him made Shuren, who was standing there with a smile, instantly dumbfounded. Especially the blooming blood, the sound of the corpses falling to the ground, and the carpet that was gradually dyed red, all of which told Shuren that all of this was not a dream. It's not, Shuren did not expect such a thing to happen at all, and he was completely dumbfounded. Although he wanted to keep these people alive, he did not want to do anything to them at all. After all, Shuren's enemy perception skill did not respond at all. Only the mana perception skill reacted, allowing Shuren to discover their existence. It also let Shuren know that these people probably had a purpose for sneaking into this room, and not to harm him. Therefore, Shuren wanted to catch these people and ask them what they were here for, but he did not want to kill them all. In the end, they all committed suicide. How could Shuren not be dumbfounded? How could he not be dumbfounded? At that moment, Shuren hurriedly went forward to check their status. Unfortunately, all 4 of them had been killed in a single strike. They had practically died in an instant without the slightest struggle or the slightest bit of luck. What the F***ck, Shuren did not know what to say. Although it was not that he did not have a few lives on his hands, and even nearly half of the kingdom's knights were destroyed by him, he, Shuren, had never killed innocent people. He only killed those who were his enemies. But what now? Did he forcibly kill a few innocent people on his hands? They're really cruel to themselves. Shuren stood up with a face full of displeasure. But at this moment, a voice sounded from behind Shuren. They just can't disobey master's orders. A calm and indifferent voice entered Shuren's ears, causing Shuren to turn his head and look behind him. There, Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere. She stood quietly in the hall while holding a cloth bag. You said that they can't disobey master's orders? Shuren was stunned by Xiao's words. Yes. Xiao nodded and said, if I'm not wrong, they are not humans, but magical beings like me. Magical beings? Shuren suddenly understood and said, you mean, the person who created these magical beings ordered them to sneak in here and ordered them to commit suicide on the spot once they were discovered and had no hope of escaping? I'm afraid so. That's why they didn't hesitate to commit suicide, because for us magical beings, master's orders are everything. We can't disobey them, and we won't disobey them, Xianxia said calmly. Hearing this, Shuren frowned. If that was the case, then who was the one who sent these magical beings here? What is the purpose of the mastermind? While thinking about this, Shuren looked at Xianxia. To be more precise, he was looking at the cloth bag in Xiao's hand. What is that? Shuren asked curiously. Xiao answered immediately. This is something they left behind. Xiao glanced at the dead magical beings on the ground and said coldly, they seem to have specially come to place this thing here. Because it might be dangerous, I checked it when Mr. Shuren was dealing with them. So you actually did such a thing in such a short period of time without me noticing? Forget it, it's not the first time. In short, it's fine as long as you're awesome. Then what is this thing? Shuren looked at the cloth bag in Xiao's hand. From the cloth bag, Shuren felt a faint magical power. Is it a magical tool? Or a magical weapon? Shuren thought so. However, the expression on Xiao's face was a little subtle. Mr. Shuren, you should take a look at it yourself. Xiao handed the cloth bag to Shuren. Shuren took it and then couldn't help but be stunned. Why do I feel that this cloth bag is a little warm, and also a little soft? With a puzzled look, Shuren's hand subconsciously stroked the cloth bag back and forth. In the next second, Shuren didn't know what he pressed, but it caused a sound to ring out from the cloth bag. Ah, a small, delicate sound came from the cloth bag. Shuren froze on the spot. Xiao was also silent. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became a little subtle. Of course, what was more subtle was Shuren's face. The corner of his mouth had been twitching slightly. Did I hear it wrong? Shuren seemed unwilling to admit a certain reality. In this regard, Xiao didn't say a word. It couldn't be helped. The thing that this temporary object of service liked to do the most was to escape from reality. As a little maid, Xiao didn't dare to say or ask. She could only watch quietly from the side. And after Shuren convinced himself to escape from reality, he pressed his hands again. In an instant, a series of painful and delicate sounds came from the cloth bag, fiercely waking up Shuren who was escaping from reality. In the end, even the little girl who was woken up couldn't stand it anymore. Have you touched enough? Aie, who was hugging a pillow and wearing pajamas, stood at the door of her bedroom with a sleepy look. Her little hand was rubbing her eyes, and her little face was full of displeasure. It was unknown whether it was because she was angry because she was woken up, or because she was dissatisfied with what Shuren did. So, Shuren fell into silence and stopped what he was doing. In the next moment, Shuren suddenly stretched out his hand and tore open the cloth bag. At this moment, the thing inside the cloth bag was imprinted in everyone's eyes. It was a young girl. She looked to be about the same age as Aie. She was very young and very cute. The young girl was wearing a black and white Gothic dress. Her limbs were slender, and her body was petite. However, she had a very bright, long, straight golden hair that was like the sun. It was very soft and elegant. Her eyes were a light purple, as clear as crystal. Her young and delicate face was as pretty as a doll. Her face was very small, as if she didn't have much flesh. Such a young girl who looked like a little princess from a fairy tale appeared in the cloth bag and was being hugged by Shuren. However, the young girl didn't lose consciousness. Instead, she opened her big eyes and stared at Shirin. Shirin was completely speechless. AI also didn't know how to describe the situation in front of her. Xia was the only one who said that calmly. When I found the cloth bag and opened it, she seemed to have woken up. However, she didn't make a fuss and didn't do anything unusual. She was so calm that she didn't seem like a child. She was so calm that she didn't seem like a normal human. So, you wrapped her up again and sent her to me? Should I praise you? Or scold you? Shirin didn't know how to describe his current feelings. And the young girl was just like what Xianxia said. She didn't make a fuss or make a fuss. She just looked at Shirin quietly, which made people feel extremely strange. This strange situation happened to Shirin just like that. Sigh, AI sighed and said as if she was annoyed. Anyway, let's deal with this first. About 5 minutes later, the corpses and bloodstains in the room were cleaned up. Even the carpet was changed. The room returned to its original appearance as if nothing had happened. This was cleaned up by Xianxia. As for how she did it, we still don't know. Shirin didn't even know how Xianxia dealt with the corpses or where she got the same carpet. But none of that was important. What was important now was how to deal with the current situation. In the living room, the small and cute doll-like young girl was placed on the sofa by Shirin. She seemed very obedient. It should be said that she was too obedient, which made people feel a little strange. The young girl didn't seem to care about anything. She just looked at Shirin, AIE, and Xianxia quietly. Her pair of amethyst eyes blinked and blinked. She was really cute. Shirin, AIE, and Xianxia looked at each other and then at the young girl in front of them. Hello. Shirin tried to strike up a conversation with the young girl. The young girl didn't answer and just looked at Shirin. That. Can you talk? Shirin hesitated for a moment and then asked such a question. The young girl still didn't answer and just stared at Shirin. Shirin tried to strike up a conversation a few times but was ignored. He suddenly felt that it was troublesome and looked at the two people beside him for help. Don't look at me, I don't know how to chat with children. AI immediately interrupted Shirin's call for help. I only know how to receive guests impeccably. After remaining silent for a while, Xianxia also made such a suggestion. Shirin was speechless. And here I was wondering if these two would be able to continue being so awesome. It seems like I was thinking too much. So this was their Achilles heel? Shirin was puzzled. But at the same time, Shirin also began to doubt. This child, don't tell me she can't talk at all? Shirin looked at the young girl suspiciously. The young girl didn't feel afraid and looked straight at Shirin's eyes, as if observing what kind of person Shirin was and how Shirin would treat her. Shirin saw a trace of intelligence in her eyes. She should be able to communicate, right? If that's the case, my name is Shirin, you? Shirin tried again. But the young girl was still silent and didn't say a word. All right. Shirin gave up. Just when Shirin thought that the young girl really couldn't speak, suddenly, a small voice rang. Jadeite. The young girl suddenly spat out a voice as sweet as a lark's. Jadeite. My name, the young girl finally spoke. Huh? The sudden response not only stunned Shirin, but even AIE and Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. But at this time, the girl who called herself Jadeite didn't speak again. She just blinked her big eyes and quietly looked at everyone again. Shirin and the other two looked at each other in dismay. This little girl called Jadeite seemed to be a little unbelievable. Shirin tried to communicate with her again, but apart from asking for her name, she would say, Jadeite, my name, with great difficulty. She wouldn't respond to anything else. That appearance was simply like that of a newborn baby, and it caused others to feel that it was unimaginable. Shirin stopped trying to communicate with her. This is great. Apart from her name, I don't know what's going on at all. Shirin looked helpless. AIE and Xianxia naturally couldn't do anything about it either. No matter who it was, if a little girl was suddenly shoved into their house, and the instigators all committed suicide, and this little girl didn't know how to say or respond to anything other than her own name, they would be at their wits' end. AIE said something. Just throw her out. Her indifferent tone made Shirin feel for the first time that this guy was really a demon, and not just an ordinary kind of ruthless. If we abandon her now, the probability of her surviving outside is not high. Even if she survives, there is a high probability that she will encounter misfortune. Xianxia, on the other hand, spoke of the most worrying result in the calmest tone possible. Sharon couldn't refute. Not to mention this girl who couldn't even speak, even if it was a healthy person at her age, it wouldn't be easy for them to survive alone in the outside world, right? And this little girl called Jadeite was so cute, and one could tell at a glance that she was a beauty. If she was left alone, there was a 100% chance that she would be targeted by human traffickers. The probability of her entering a brothel or becoming a plaything for some nobles with special hobbies was also close to 100%. Under such circumstances, to let Sharon leave her alone, Sharon wasn't that cruel. Even though this situation seemed to be forced, which made Sharon a little unhappy, but since things had already come to this, he could only take one step at a time. Let's leave her here first. Sharon made a decision. After sighing, he said so. Tomorrow, I will ask Captain Triss to see if I can get any information from him to find out the girl's identity and origin. No matter what, he was the manager of this city, he should know something, right? At least, that was Sharon's hope. To this, since this is Mr. Sharon's decision, I will naturally obey. Up to you, as long as you can take good care of her. Up to you, as long as you can take care of her. AI was even more uninterested in this matter. Obviously, although Jadeite looked a little unbelievable, it didn't arouse AI's interest, which made this demon seem a little unreasonable. This little girl was always like this when it came to things that she wasn't interested in. Plus, she wasn't a kind-hearted person, so naturally, she wouldn't sympathize with others just because they looked young. So, AI yawned, went back to her bedroom, and slept soundly. Jadeite was taken away by Xianxia, and Xianxia prepared some food for her and helped the little girl take a bath. In the hall, only Sharon was left. Really, Sharon scratched his head, having a premonition that he was involved in a troublesome matter. Rosie was right. This trip was destined to not be smooth. At least, they had just entered Duke Stringham's territory, and they had already encountered some trouble that they couldn't figure out. I hope we won't waste too much time. Sharon didn't want to spend too much energy on something that didn't make sense. But Sharon had a feeling. That little girl, I'm afraid her background isn't ordinary. Leaving such a thought, Sharon also went back to his room. After lying on the bed, Sharon suddenly realized something. I clearly wanted to find someone to sleep with me. In an instant, he sat up from his deathbed. Sharon was silent for a long time, then walked out of his room and sneaked into another room. There, AI was hugging a small pillow, sleeping soundly. Without hesitation, Sharon got under AI's blanket, held the little girl in his arms, and rubbed her scalp. It was a little small, but at least it was warm and soft enough. Satisfied, Sharon fell into a deep sleep. He didn't notice that after that, another figure came in and snuggled into his arms. The next morning, when Sharon woke up, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. Phew, ugh, accompanied by the sound of two breaths, in Sharon's arms lay two little girls, sleeping soundly. For a moment, Sharon couldn't react. Two? Split? Multiplied? Hugged on both sides? Sean was not fully awake yet. He only felt that his hands were especially good. The two little girls were especially soft, and he felt like he had the world in his hands when he held the Lolas in his hands. It was not until a long time later that Sean woke up and saw the two little girls in his arms. Of the two, one was naturally AIE. The girl didn't seem to have woken up, nor did she notice that someone had touched her bed. She was hugging a pillow while sleeping soundly, looking quite happy. As for the other one, it was Jadeite. He saw that the little girl had also changed into a set of pajamas, and like an obedient baby, she sucked on her thumb while sleeping soundly. Sharon held the two little girls in each hand, looking very much like a nanny. The problem was, forget about AIE, when did Jadeite appear? Sharon was still in a daze. Until a voice responded to him. She snuggled into the bed by herself, Mr. Sharon. He didn't know if it was natural or usual, but a calm and indifferent tone came from the room without any warning. Sharon didn't need to follow the voice to know that it must be a maid from a fortress showing off her skills again. Sharon was already used to it, so he looked over without any fuss. Beside the bed, Xianxia stood quietly and spoke under Sharon's gaze. I thought she was harmless, and Mr. Sharon should be happy, so I didn't stop her. In other words, you're just going to stand by and watch others crawl into your master's bed. Should I praise you? Or should I praise you? Also, what do you mean by should I be happy? What kind of impression do I have in your heart? After that, I really hope you can spend an hour to talk to me about it. Sharon, who was constantly complaining in his heart, finally accepted the situation and sighed. I have to sigh so early in the morning, what a gloomy day. Sharon said weakly and got up from the bed. Phew, oh, Aie and Jadeite were still sleeping so sweetly, and there was no sign of them waking up. Sharon gently put the two little girls down, glanced at Jadeite who was sleeping soundly with her thumb in her mouth, and then looked at Aie who was tightly hugging the pillow. He suddenly had an impulse. Now seems to be a good opportunity? Sharon's eyes were nailed to Aie's body. To be more precise, it should be said that he was nailed to the pillow in Aie's arms. Sharon had long been displeased with the pillow that had never left Aie's embrace. It was said that there was a big secret behind the pillow, and Sharon had been spying on it for a long time. Although Aie had already promised Sharon that she would let him have a look after the old demon's faction in Stringham's territory was settled, but now that they were in Stringham's territory, it was not too much to ask for the reward first, right? Thinking of this, Sharon's impulse became stronger and stronger. Okay, just a little. At that moment, Sharon rubbed his palms, and slowly reached into Aie's arms. I don't think this is good. In the process, a calm and cold voice floated over, as if trying to stop Sharon. Unfortunately, Sharon completely ignored it, and continued to slowly reach out with his heart beating faster. Close, already close, just as Sharon's hand touched the pillow. Before he could get excited, Aie's eyes suddenly opened. What are you doing? Aie looked at the hands reaching into her arms, and after a long silence, looked at Sharon with an expressionless face and a cold tone. Would you believe me if I said I was just reaching out? The corner of Sharon's mouth twitched, and he laughed dryly. What do you think? Aie was still expressionless, and only looked at Sharon with disdain. What? What does it matter? As if provoked, Sharon flew into a rage out of humiliation. Since we're already in Stringham's territory, you have to show me after you've dealt with the old demon's faction, so what's wrong with showing me first? As he spoke, Sean stretched out his hand and was ready to take Aie by surprise. He grabbed the pillow and pulled it out of Aie's arms. Unfortunately, as soon as Sharon's hand moved, Aie's little hand flung out as if she was throwing something. Sharon immediately felt dizzy, and did not know what was happening. His whole body seemed to be thrown up, first flying up to the ceiling, and then falling heavily on the bed, and lying on his back. No one knew when Feitsue had been taken away by Xianxia. She was sleeping in the arms of the maid, so she was not implicated. Aie also got off the bed and stood on the other side. I said we'll talk after you've dealt with the old demon's faction, which means we'll talk after you've dealt with the old demon's faction. Aie looked down at Sharon, who was lying on the bed, speechless. You're also the first person who dared to climb into my bed in the middle of the night, and hug me to sleep. You should be content. Leaving such words, Aie turned and left. Xianxia also took Emerald and left indifferently. Only Sharon was left alone, lying on the bed, sad. Isn't it just a little exercise? What a fuss. After playing around for a while, everyone got up and gathered in the hall of the room to enjoy the breakfast prepared by Xianxia. Why are we eating breakfast prepared by our own maid in the hotel? Sharon wanted to say that, but he felt that if he asked that question, he would lose. So, Sharon didn't care anymore. Come to think of it, the food in the hotel couldn't possibly be better than the food made by a maid in this fortress, right? Even Aie ate with relish, and Feitsue, who had just woken up, watched curiously until Xianxia fed her. She blinked her eyes, opened her mouth like a little animal, and ate happily. It could be seen that Xiao's culinary skills were enough to conquer everyone. Sharon also enjoyed the breakfast prepared by Xiao, but he felt that it was a little noisy outside. Why is it so noisy? Sharon asked casually. Aie naturally couldn't answer this question. She didn't know what was going on, or rather, she had no interest in it. On the contrary, Xiao spoke as if she was reporting something. Those are people who came to join in the fun because of Lady Yulin's existence. Hearing La Xia's words, Shuren nodded. That's right, after a day of fermentation, I'm afraid that the entire Teratelli already knew that there was a noble staying in this hotel with a dragon, right, and no matter which world, there would be no lack of busybodies. After receiving the news, there would definitely be a lot of people who came to watch. Not to mention, since we checked in yesterday, a total of 12 magic potion workshops, 8 magic tool workshops, and 6 magic weapon workshops have come to the hotel to see Mr. Shuren. Together with merchants and nobles of all sizes, there were even more people in the morning. They all want to buy materials from Mr. Shuren. The reason why it's so noisy outside is probably because of this group of people. La Xia casually said something that Shuren didn't know at all, leaving him stunned. Were there so many people looking for me yesterday? Shuren was stunned. Why didn't I know? To this question, La Xia answered like this. I think Mr. Shuren doesn't really want to see those people and do business here, La Xia said. Faintly, so, I drove them away tactfully. Alright, you're awesome. Shuren didn't know how much this maid had done behind his back. However, everything that this maid did was exactly what Sean wanted to see and could bring him convenience. It was really impossible to find fault with her. How did Lesia make and train such an amazing maid? Perhaps even she didn't have such ability, right? Sean could only say that he was impressed. Of course, although it was a little scary, he had to admit that this maid was really capable. It could even be said that she was invincible. Shuren always felt that if this went on, he would develop a serious dependence on this maid, causing him to be reluctant to return her to Lesia in the end. Should I simply think of a way to cook rice and keep her by my side forever? Shuren began to think seriously. However, La Xia suddenly said. Even if Mr. Shuren takes possession of me, I will not stay by your side forever. The calm words almost made Shuren spit out the soup in his mouth. Do you only think about this kind of thing in your head? Ai looked at Shuren with extreme dissatisfaction. Fei Zue, who was obediently being fed, tilted her head as if she had a question mark on her head. She didn't seem to understand what Shuren and others were talking about. Ahem, eat, eat. Shuren was so embarrassed that he could only quickly bury his head to eat. He didn't dare to say anything. There was only one sentence in his heart. Did this maid of the fortress finally learn to read minds? Damn, scary. After enjoying breakfast, Shuren and others were ready to set off again from the entrance of the hotel. Fei Zue, who was held by La Xia, was still quiet and obediently followed the crowd. From time to time, she looked around, as if she was curious about everything in this world. Everyone, take care. Behind them, the owner of the hotel was warmly sending off Shuren and others, constantly nodding and bowing. As for the outside of the hotel, it was densely surrounded by people. Look. That's the nobleman from the capital. Is the dragon the mount of that nobleman? So handsome and powerful. I heard that he's a viscount. He's already a viscount at such a young age? So handsome and powerful. The passers-by suddenly became noisy, and such noises could be heard constantly. Among them, there were several noblemen or merchants who were shouting. Please wait a minute. Viscount. Please be sure to sell some dragon blood and dragon tears to our magic potion workshop. We need some dragon scales. Please be sure to sell them to us. Viscount. Those people's shouts were louder than anyone else's. If it weren't for the patrolling knights who were maintaining order and blocking them, perhaps they would have rushed over. Shuren ignored the shouts of these people. Just as La Xia said, he was not interested in these businesses at all. First, Shuren was not short of money, so he didn't need to travel all the way to do business with others. Second, it was impossible for Shuren to wantonly sell the materials provided by Yulin. It was fine if he sold the harmless parts, but he couldn't really treat Yulin like sheep and extract all her scales and blood, right? Third, this kind of business was most cost-effective in the capital, where there were a lot of stupid people and a lot of money. How much money could other places afford? Therefore, instead of making a small fuss in such a place, it was better to be licked by the famous people in charge of the high-class workshops in the capital. That would be more delicious. La Xia seemed to understand these principles, which was why she saw through Shuren's thoughts. She thought that he didn't want to see these people, so he shut them all out. Well, it had to be said, well done. Seeing Shuren and his entourage walking indifferently in the direction of the riding house, some of those people became anxious. So, I'm someone sent by Count Fulso of Winterfell. If you dare to ignore the Count's family, you're dead meat. When such a sentence was shouted out by an anxious person, the whole crowd suddenly went silent. Shuren and his entourage also stopped abruptly and looked over. The person who claimed to be sent by the Count's family had a stiff expression, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. But at this time, he could only bite the bullet and continue. Even if you're a viscount from the capital, you're only a viscount. You wouldn't want to offend a count whose rank is higher than yours. Would you? That person didn't know if he was threatening or stubbornly saying such words. Indeed, in the face of the difference in rank, no nobleman could ignore these principles. Not to mention, the difference between a viscount and a count was not only a rank, but also a completely different class. This was because, generally speaking, only noblemen above the rank of count could claim to be superior noblemen and great noblemen. Viscounts and barons, on the other hand, were small noblemen. For small noblemen like viscounts and barons, as long as someone made a great contribution, the kingdom would not be stingy and grant them the title as a reward and a way to rope them in. But counts and marquises were different. Only after hundreds of years of development, and the family had diligently served the kingdom for generations, would they be granted such a title. As for dukes, only the direct descendants of the royal family could be granted the title before they ascended the throne. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary people to be granted the title of duke. Because of this, marquis was theoretically the highest rank a person could obtain, and only marquises and counts could be called great noblemen, with countless viscounts and barons as vassals. At first glance, viscount and count seemed to only be one rank apart, but the gap between the two was quite large. Under such circumstances, it was no wonder that this person dared to say such words. But, the Count's family, is it? Shuren looked at the person and said with some rumination. That's really impressive, there has never been a Count's family who dared to speak to me like this. I almost thought that someone from the royal family came running over. No, in the capital, even the royal family would be polite to Shuren now, and did not dare to speak to him casually. Now, he was actually threatened by a servant sent by the Count's family. How interesting. You want something like dragon scales or dragon blood, right? Shuren immediately said straightforwardly. Sure. With that, Shuren snapped his fingers. Roar. In the distance, a huge shadow of a dragon suddenly swept out from the animal riding lodge. With a flap of the dragon's wings, the huge figure flew above Shuren's head, and let out a deafening roar towards the crowd. The roar turned into a sound wave that set off countless sand and dust, blowing the crowd around the inn to the left and right. Screams and exclamations could be heard everywhere. Come, the dragon is right here. As long as you dare to take it, you can take as much as you want. Shuren said this with a smile, and let Yulin descend from the sky, landing in front of the person with a loud bang. In an instant, the ground shook violently, causing countless people to scream in fear and flee in panic. Squeak. The person from the Count's family was also shaken to the ground, letting out a miserable howl. But after he finished howling, he realized that Yulin's huge head was already right in front of him. Her huge dragon eyes were staring at him, as if she was staring at a piece of meat that could walk and run. Even the hot breath that she exhaled from her nostrils was blowing on him. Unfortunately, this person was just an ordinary official who ran errands. After being so scared, his face turned pale, and his eyes rolled back. His whole body twitched and fell to the ground, fainting. Let's go. Shuren felt a little bored and said to Aie and Xianxia, who were beside him. Aie and Xianxia naturally did not take it seriously. Even Emerald only stared at Yulin's huge body. She was not afraid, and there was only curiosity in her eyes. The group of people rode on Yulin, and under Yulin's guidance, they left the place. And the incident here also spread, becoming a delightful joke. The Gagala family's residence was located in the center of Teratelli. It was a high-class residential area, which was equivalent to the royal capital's noble district. However, there were not as many nobles in Teratelli as in the royal capital. Hence, there were not only nobles living here, but also some wealthy merchants. Shuren and the others rode on Yulin and flew all the way here. It was impossible for the Gagala family to not notice them. Hence, when Yulin descended from the sky and landed in the direction of the Gagala family's residence, Christ was already waiting with a group of knights and servants. "Welcome, Honorable Borstut. I didn't expect you to come looking for me." Christ smiled at Shuren and the others who jumped down from Yulin's back, but he kept cursing in his heart. He had no choice. He wanted nothing more than for Shuren to leave Teratelli as soon as possible so that peace could be restored. He also didn't want too many things to happen that he couldn't control. Who knew that the next day, Shuren would come over on a dragon, which really made Christ tremble with fear. After all, the scene of Yulin's dragon breath breaking through Teratelli's barrier was still vivid in his mind. Christ didn't think that his house could be stronger than the barrier that protected the city. Hence, he was a little afraid that he had unknowingly offended Shuren and caused Shuren to bring a dragon to seek revenge. If that was the case, the entire Gagala family would definitely be buried under the dragon breath. Shuren didn't think too much about it. He brought Aie and Xianxia, who was hugging the emerald, to Christ with his back facing Yulin who was flying in the air. "I'm really sorry for coming uninvited." Shuren smiled embarrassedly at Christ. "It's nothing. I can't be happier for you to visit." Christ hurriedly shook his head and forced a smile that seemed to come from the bottom of his heart. He then said, "Since you're here, why don't you go in and have a seat?" "Go in?" Shuren glanced at the mansion behind Christ. The mansion wasn't big, but compared to a normal viscount, it was quite large. Presumably, this should be because Christ was not only a viscount, but also the manager of Teratelli and the leader of the 2nd Knight Regiment. Of course, this mansion definitely couldn't be compared to Shuren's house. Shuren thought for a moment and then nodded. "Alright, then I'll bother you for a while." No matter what, he was here to ask for help. Sean was too embarrassed to put on too much airs. Christ waved his hand. Terry waved his hand, and the knights and servants on both sides immediately separated neatly, making a path for Sean. Someone even quickly laid a red carpet on the path, which showed how much Terry valued Sean. Sean was also a little moved by this set of things, but he did not hesitate. He brought the disinterested Aie and the expressionless Xianxia to the house of Gigareth. Feitsue was still obediently held by Xianxia. She was still looking around but didn't make a fuss. She was really a strange child. As for Yulin, she saw Shuren and the others enter Jigalis's house. The knights and servants on the ground looked at her nervously, as if they were afraid of her. She immediately curled her lips, flapped her dragon wings, and directly flew into the sky, disappearing into the clouds. When there was no place to stay, Yulin would directly disappear into the clouds like this and wait for Shuren's summon. This was the result of Shuren's teaching. Just like this, Shuren and the others entered Jigalis's house and came to a luxurious reception room. This seemed to be a reception room specially used to entertain important guests. It was clean and tidy, but judging from the stuffy air, it should be rarely used. Shuren didn't know that this was usually the place Christ used to entertain distinguished guests whose status was higher than his. Shuren was also a viscount, but he was invited here. This could be considered as a precedent. When everyone sat down, two maids dressed in luxurious clothes immediately served expensive hot tea. However, the two maids were quietly sizing up the expressionless Xianxia. They actually blushed, as if they had seen their sweetheart. This made Shuren want to ridicule them. Even the maids you meet for the first time are like this? This is so King magical. Could it be that this Xianxia has a unique skill that can instantly increase the favorability of all maids and servants to the maximum? What skill is that? Is it the big sister halo? Or is it the perfect maid halo? I'm drunk. While Shuren was ridiculing her, Christ also began to ask questions. May I know why Minister Borstut has come to visit? Come to think of it, Christ should be very concerned about this, right? Captain Christ, you don't have to be too nervous. Shuren comforted the captain who seemed to be overly nervous. He rubbed his nose and said, I just wanted to ask if you know this little girl. As Shuren spoke, Xianxia held Emerald's hand and walked in front of Christ. In fact, Christ had already noticed the little girl's existence and had been secretly paying attention to her. Who asked Sean to not have this little girl by his side when he came yesterday? Why did he bring such a little girl with him when he came today? Christ had been paying attention to Emerald because of this, but he didn't dare to look at her too openly. Only now did he look at her seriously. At this moment, Christ realized that this little girl was a little unusual. She was obviously so young, but not only was she not afraid of strangers, but she was also staring at him. She was really different from ordinary children. What was even more different was her appearance. Although this little girl was very cute and would be a beauty in the future, Christ was more concerned about her appearance. Blonde hair. Purple eyes, Christ murmured. Suddenly, his expression changed. What's wrong? Sharon saw this scene clearly and immediately asked, Captain Christ, do you know where this child came from? That one sentence made Therese speechless. Christ's complexion constantly changed, and his gaze gradually became fearful as he looked at the jade. Only after a long while did he bitterly laugh. I'm sorry, Borstut. I might have to disappoint you. Christ said in a hoarse voice, I don't know where she came from. I can only advise you to quickly release this child to avoid a disaster. Disaster? Sharon frowned and looked straight at Christ. What do you mean? This? Christ hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, this is related to a legend of the Stringham dukedom. In short, just listen to me and don't care about anything else. While saying this, Christ kept glancing in Emerald's direction, as if he was afraid of her existence. Seeing this, Sharon narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. At this moment, Xianxia suddenly spoke. It seems that there are still some things that we haven't prepared. We will be leaving Teratelli soon. If you don't mind, can you allow me to leave midway and make some preparations? Xianxia's sudden words startled everyone. Only Shan once again sighed in his heart at the omnipotence of this maid, and immediately nodded. Let's go. Bring Jadeite with you. Sharon agreed to Xiaoxia's action. Then, please excuse me. Xiao made an impeccable bow to everyone, then left with Emerald. I'll go with you. Aie said faintly. Without waiting for anyone's agreement, she followed behind Xiao and Emerald, minding her own business and leaving. This girl had been very bored since the beginning. She probably had no interest in the conversation between Sharon and Christ, right? The women around me are really each more unique than the other. Sharon didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Christ. Can you say it now? Captain Christ? Sharon's tone was slightly more serious. Christ understood that Sharon was going to get to the bottom of it. But Christ really didn't want to discuss this matter. It wasn't that he didn't want to give Sharon face, nor was it that he was timid, but this was indeed a taboo in the Stringham dukedom. The Stringham family had even issued a ban, forbidding people from talking about this matter. As the vassal of the Stringham family, Christ was also the captain of the second knighthood, so he naturally didn't want to violate the ban. But on Sharon's side, Christ also couldn't afford to offend him. Headache, it was really a headache. Christ sighed. How about this, Borstut? Christ said, there's an ancient book in my house, if you're interested, why don't you take a look at it? Terrace chose to use this compromise. He believed that after reading the book, Sharon would know what he wanted to say. And he didn't mention this matter personally, it could be considered as him taking care of the ancestral family. Sharon understood Christ's intention. Although he felt that it was troublesome, he could only nod in agreement. Then I'll have to trouble you, Captain Christ. Sharon thanked him. You're welcome, it's just a small reminder. Christ shook his head, as if he really didn't want to discuss this matter anymore. Under such circumstances, the two of them started chatting, waiting for the servant that Christ called to get the book to return. At this moment, the door of the living room was forcefully opened. Father! A young man walked in aggressively from the door. Taylor? Christ was shocked at first, then his face darkened. What's wrong? Sharon didn't expect someone to barge in all of a sudden, his face was filled with doubt. However, in the next second, Sharon realized that the person Christ called Taylor was looking at him, his eyes were burning with stubbornness and unyielding. You are Sharon Borstut? The young man called Taylor spoke in an unfriendly tone, pointing at Sharon with an extremely unfriendly attitude, declaring loudly. I want to duel with you. His words made Sharon raise his brows. There was only one thought left in his mind. My goodness, I've finally encountered a lousy plot. Duel, he finally encountered it. The atmosphere in the luxurious guest hall took a turn for the worse because of Taylor's intrusion. When Sharon raised his eyebrows, Terry's heart sank. When he saw his son barging in, Terry already had a bad feeling about this. Now, when he saw his unfilial son issuing a challenge to his guest in front of him, Terry was infuriated. What nonsense are you playing at? Get out. Terry stood up and scolded Taylor. This was a person that even he did not dare to offend. Since when did a young noble like you have the courage to issue a challenge? In fact, this was what Sharon wanted to say. Although he did not know what was going on, the person in front of him who looked a year or two younger than him did not have much strength. Although he was not a good-for-nothing, he was only level 20. To be able to reach level 20 at this age might be impressive among the common people, but in the circle of nobles, he was definitely not a genius that people would take delight in talking about. For such a person to issue a challenge to a noble who owned a dragon, one had to admit that he was very courageous. However, Taylor was obviously a simple-minded boor. Not only did he not take his father's scolding seriously, he even stubbornly replied, "Father, don't worry about it. This is between me and him." Taylor pointed at Sharon as if he had some irreconcilable conflict with Sharon. Although he did not look at Sharon with hatred, his eyes were filled with anger and indignation, as if he had suffered a serious blow. Terry wanted to say something but was stopped by Sharon. "You are Leader Terry's son, right?" Sharon sized up Terry and said with a faint smile, "I don't think I have seen you before, nor have I offended you. Why do you want to duel with me?" Taylor did not have time to answer this question. This was because Terry spoke first. "Boar's toot, don't lower yourself to his level." Terry hurriedly said to Sharon, "He's just fooling around. I will chase him out now." Unfortunately, as soon as Chris said that, Taylor immediately replied with a sentence. "I will not go out." Taylor said resolutely, "Today, I must determine the winner between us. I want to see how he is better than me." Hearing this, Terry really wanted to slap this idiot's head. "How is he better than you? I would like to ask you, how do you think he is not better than you? Not to mention his young age, he has already become a viscount with his own ability when he is only 1 or 2 years older than you. He has even tamed a dragon. Even the peerless Princess Royal Highness has a whole new level of respect for him. You are just a playboy who only knows how to dream and cannot see reality clearly. What qualifications do you have to compare with him? Get out." Triss was too lazy to say anything else. He shouted angrily. No. However, Taylor was a real tiger. He dared to disobey his father's words in front of others, not giving his father any face, and even acting like he was going to fight against evil forces to the end. If he were in another book, he would probably be the main character. Christ was enraged. He wanted to step forward and teach this brainless bastard a lesson. But Sharon stopped him. "You want to compare who is better than me?" Sharon had a strange look on his face. "That's right." Taylor said in a strong and powerful voice, "I want to prove that I am better than you." "Why?" Sean blinked and tentatively asked, "Again, I've never seen you, and I've never offended you, have I?" "That's right." Taylor admitted this, but his eyes were full of hostility as he stared at Sean, causing him to say in a low voice, "But I want to prove that it's impossible for you to have a personal relationship with Her Royal Highness. The rumors are all lies. It's just a rumor that you, the nobles in the capital, made up for some purpose." Taylor's words made Sharon finally understand why he came to him and asked for a duel. Was it all because of the princess? That girl really has fans all over the world. He had already come to another territory, but there was still such a fierce nobleman who came to provoke him because of a rumor. He had really underestimated the charm of the kingdom's treasure. "But, how do you know that it is impossible for me to have a personal relationship with Rosie?" Sharon said playfully, "Maybe we really have a good relationship?" "Liar. You are just a viscount. It is impossible for you to have anything to do with the noble princess." Taylor was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. He immediately shouted, "Also, you are not allowed to call Her Highness so casually. It is very disrespectful." Alright, Sharon was now sure that this guy was indeed a spoiled brat with a fierce personality. "Let's not talk about anything else. When you said just a viscount, Did you consider the status of your family and your father's feelings? Shuren could already see that Terry's face, who was also a viscount, had completely darkened. This made Shuren's expression even more playful. At that moment, Shuren also stood up. This time, Terry was greatly shocked, not to mention Taylor. Boz toot. At that moment, Terry was about to say something. Shuren shook his head, telling Terry not to worry. Duel, he did not have that kind of leisure time. Even if it was a lousy plot, he should at least pick a worthy opponent to entertain him, right? One had to know that Shuren was currently at level 55. When he was at level 28, he had already challenged countless experts. Not to mention now, only people who were at the same level as Rosie, Jacinta, or Ali Dia were worthy of his challenge. Now, a random level 20 nobleman wanted him to agree to a duel. That was a little ridiculous. Moreover, Shuren was already a viscount, while Taylor was only the son of a viscount. A nobleman who had yet to inherit the title had a lower status than him. He did not have the right to invite him to a duel. Therefore, clang, with a crisp sound, a sword was thrown in front of Taylor. It smashed into the floor and stood there. Ah! Taylor was startled. He could not help but cry out in surprise and took 2 steps back. Boz toot. Terry could not stay calm anymore. This sword was Shuren's sacred sword. Shuren pulled it out and threw it in front of Taylor. You want to duel with me, right? Shuren looked straight at Taylor and smiled. Here, pull out the sword and I will accept your challenge. You will accept my challenge if I pull it out? Taylor's eyes lit up. Really? Of course. Shuren said straightforwardly. As long as you can pull out this sword, I will immediately accept your challenge. Your father will be the witness. Okay. Taylor seemed to be worried that Shuren would go back on his word. As if he was afraid that his father would object, he quickly nodded and said, You said it. With that, Taylor walked in front of the sacred sword and started rubbing his hands together to hold the hilt. Seeing this, Terry wanted to say something but stopped himself. In the end, he gave up. Shuren sat down and started to taste his tea. Under such circumstances, Taylor began his challenge. Perhaps, to the other party, pulling out a sword was not difficult at all. He was already at level 20. No matter how heavy the sword was, he was confident that he could pull it out. Moreover, Taylor did not think that he was weaker than Shuren. In his opinion, Sean was not much older than him, but he could hang the sword on his waist and wander around casually, so the sword must not be that heavy. If that was the case, I must pull the sword out easily. I must look more relaxed and comfortable than him. I must let him know that I am better than him. Taylor became confident. In the end, it was all because of envy and jealousy. After knowing that there was a man who had a good relationship with Her Royal Highness, many noble young masters felt extremely uncomfortable. It was as if something important had been taken away from them. This was not only the noble young masters in the royal capital. The noble young masters in other territories also felt the same way. Any man who had seen the princess, who was so beautiful that even the goddess was ashamed of her beauty, would be like this. They would be completely captivated and infatuated with her. The title of the first beauty of the human race was not undeserved. Without this level of charm, how could the people in the royal capital be so fanatical? They would not feel at ease if they did not see Her Royal Highness show up to show that she was safe. Those noble young masters who had been to King's City and met Rosie were no exception. All of them worshipped the princess's pomegranate skirt. Ever since they came back, they had been thinking about going back to King's City. In the past, they had always been thinking about that alluring figure, as if they had lost their souls. Taylor was just one of the many noble young masters. Shuren did not realize how great it was for him to be able to take down Her Royal Highness. It could be said that after Shuren and Rosie got involved, he was destined to face the jealousy and hatred of all kinds of people for the rest of his life. Not to mention that this animal took the opportunity to eat Rosie up. He was destined to become the public enemy. There would be many more incidents like this in the future. Shuren thought that he had been separated from Rosie when he came to Stringham, but he did not know that because of his relationship with Rosie, this was just the beginning of the trouble he would face. So. Ugh. Ha. Ah. In the parlor, a series of furious roars began to ring out. Taylor began to try to pull out his sword. He held the hilt and used all his strength, his face flushed red as he tried to pull it out. But no matter how hard he tried, the ordinary-looking sword in front of him didn't move at all and showed no signs of being shaken. What was easy, what was comfortable, Taylor couldn't even make it move. How could this be? Taylor could not believe what he was seeing. He roared in anger and tried to pull out his sword. Christ was also shocked. The way he looked at the holy sword changed. Xian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care about all this at all. He just drank his tea leisurely. The scene was very interesting. Why? Why can't I even pull out a sword? After a long while, Taylor collapsed on the ground, panting heavily and showing a doubtful expression. Not to mention Taylor, even Christ, who was almost level 80, tried once. The strength he used was enough to lift the floor where the sword was stabbed, but he still could not pull the sword out of the ground, which made him extremely shocked. At this time, Xian had already obtained the ancient book that Christ mentioned and even read it once. After reading it, Xian's brows were furrowed for a long time. Only then did he sigh, put the book away, got up, and walked in front of Taylor. Of course you can't pull it out. Xian said calmly, not to mention you, even if you search the entire human race, the number of people who can pull this sword out can be counted on one hand. As the holy sword that belonged to the hero and was born from the concept of the hero, it was basically impossible for ordinary people to wield it. This was because it would only burst forth with power and be used by others when it sensed the magic power of its exclusive user. If one wasn't the exclusive wielder, not everyone would be able to pick up the holy sword, even if it was in a sealed state. Why was Rosie hailed as the modern hero? It was because she had obtained the recognition of the holy sword and pulled it out. Only by obtaining the holy sword's recognition could one easily pull it out and use it normally. Otherwise, even if the demon king or the supreme god could use their strength to pull the holy sword out, they would not be able to make it exert its power. This was like Mitra's holy sword, which was left in the world for special reasons, but lost its exclusive user. If the owner of the holy sword was still alive like Xian, even a modern hero like Rosie would not be able to pull the holy sword out. Moreover, once the holy sword left one's hand, it would return to the owner's side in no time. Only the exclusive user could use the holy sword freely. Therefore, there might be people in this world who could pull out Xian's holy sword, but there was definitely no one other than Xian who could use this holy sword. Of course, even if there was someone who could pull out the holy sword, this person would definitely not be Christ, much less Taylor. Xian used the truth to tell this inexperienced child that he was still far from being able to challenge him. Clang, Xian stretched out his hand and pulled out the holy sword. After twirling the sword around, he put it back into the sheath. His casual manner made Terrace and Taylor's hearts skip a beat. They almost doubted whether the sword that they were about to draw was the same one that Xian had drawn. Taylor was even more stimulated and jumped up. I can't accept this. Taylor shouted. You have to accept this, brat. You have to accept it even if you don't want to, little wimp. Xian would not indulge Taylor's bad habit. He pursed his lips, and the disregard in his tone, whether intentionally or unintentionally, made Taylor even more agitated. Taylor complained loudly, that's definitely a magical weapon with a special way to use it. You only know how to use it, but I don't. How could I pull it out? Taylor loudly complained, that is definitely a magic weapon with a special way to use it. Only by knowing the way can you use it. You only know the way, but I don't know the way at all. How could I pull it out? Indeed, such magical weapons also existed in this world, but they could only be controlled with specialized methods. Otherwise, they could not be used. Taylor thought of this and thought that Xian was messing with him. He was so angry that he was trembling. Looking at Taylor, Xian's gaze gradually became like he was looking at a pitiful child who needed to be cared for. If it was in another book, the protagonist would have started to show off all kinds of pretentious abilities to shock the audience and shock the people around him. He would also make the other party submit to him and start to kneel down and call him daddy, right? Unfortunately, Xian did not need to prove himself. He only wanted to say one thing. Young man. Xian patted Taylor's shoulder and forced a smile. He suddenly said something that would shock everyone to death. Me? I even know how many moles Rosie has on her body. Taylor felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His whole body trembled and he stood there in a daze. Pfft. Not to mention Taylor, even Terry, who was at the side, spat out a mouthful of saliva with a face full of shock. Even a fool could tell what Sharon meant. You don't believe that I have anything to do with Rosie, do you? Sharon smiled brightly and said word by word, I'm sorry to disappoint you. On the day I left the capital, she was in the same bed as me. Killing someone, this was truly killing people and destroying their hearts. Facing the young man who had a longing for the goddess, Sharon did not hold back and revealed something that could shatter one's dreams. You're lying. You're lying. Taylor was so excited that he was about to go crazy. He pointed at Sharon as if he wanted to say a lot of things. However, due to the unexpected stimulation, he could only utter a one-sided denial. Seeing Taylor's agitated expression, Sharon shook his head sympathetically. Then, he finally used his trump card. It was a magical tool that looked like a crystal. Both Triss and Taylor recognized this magical tool. It was not a precious item. It was just a crystal tool used to record external phenomena. In other words, it was a magical camera from another world. However, this camera couldn't be used to take too many photos. It could only save the image printed on the surface of the crystal at the moment of use and engrave it inside the crystal. Usually, it was just an ordinary diamond-shaped crystal. Only after magic was injected would it show the recorded images. For this reason, it became a tool used by many nobles to preserve their precious memories. It was also used in daily life. For example, in the library on the third floor of Lemijon's Adventurers Guild, the crystals used to record the contents and locations of books were made from this kind of crystal. Sharon's crystal was given to him by Rosie. Rosie also had one. That was what she said. I want to confirm the evidence in case you go back on your word and refuse to marry me in the future. Considering Sharon's unreliable character, Rosie had dragged Sharon along and left behind countless so-called evidence when she was worried about her gains and losses. This crystal tool was one of the pieces of evidence. The images recorded inside were extremely simple. As Sharon injected magic into it, it appeared. Thus, on the crystal, a couple who seemed to be in a state of passionate love hugged each other. One looked reluctant, while the other had a beautiful smile on his face. They were undoubtedly a couple. Among them, one was Sharon, and the other was Rosie. The one who looked reluctant was Sharon. It could be seen that he really did not want to trouble himself. The one with a beautiful smile was none other than Rosie. That smile that ordinary people would never be able to see made Taylor's eyes widen. Then, looking at the two hugging each other as if they were a couple, Taylor finally had to admit a fact. That was, the goddess he yearned for day and night, the princess in everyone's hearts, had become someone else's. Woo. 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 Taylor broke down on the spot. Tears streamed down his face and he ran away. What happened today would definitely be a psychological trauma for the rest of his life. He would never be able to forget it, right? Even Triss looked dazed. He looked at Sharon in disbelief. This Viscount, not only the dragon, but also the peerless princess. Had he tamed her as well? Realizing this, Triss felt a pang in his heart. Rosie was the most precious treasure in the eyes of all the people in the kingdom. Even if there was no love between a man and a woman, everyone in the kingdom, young and old, worshipped and adored her. Although Triss was not as crazy as the people in the kingdom, he was also proud of the most precious treasure in the kingdom. He treated it as the spiritual pillar of the kingdom. Now, the spiritual pillar was broken, how could he not feel heartache? I'll go see my son. Triss left in a daze as if he had lost his dream, embarking on a journey to find his son. Miraculously, there was only one guest left in the living room. Why? Sharon kept the crystal calmly as if he had done something insignificant. He let it stay with the royal token and the Porstut family's coat of arms on his neck. His appearance was as infuriating as one could imagine. When Rosie was messing around with these things, Sharon felt that it was troublesome. But now, he was using it to provoke others. There was no one else who would do that. But still, it was just the beginning. Sharon realized the benefits of keeping the crystal, as if he had found endless joy in it. From now on, if anyone dares to force me or talk about my relationship with Rosie, I will show them the evidence. This evidence was obviously used by Rosie to force him into a marriage in the future, but now it had become a weapon for Shuren to attack his rival in love and attract hatred. One could not help but say, "You really know how to play." Of course, this weapon was a double-edged sword and could not be used carelessly. Otherwise, once the royal family found out, Sean would really not be able to escape. He might be forced into marriage on the spot, and completely walk towards the future of having a family and a career. By that time, there would definitely be countless people who would want to kill him. Therefore, Shuren had to think carefully about how to use this thing. Being invincible is so lonely. Shuren drank the cold tea on the table in one gulp and then left leisurely. This was a great achievement. I hope I have a chance to pretend again. When Shuren came to Gigaretha's house, he was welcomed by the whole family and was respectfully sent in. It could be said that he was in the limelight. But when he left, Shuren walked out alone. Those who did not know would think that he had done something wrong and was chased out by Gigaretha's family. When Shuren walked out of the door of Gigaretha's house, the girls around him also reappeared at the right time. Is everything done? Ai seemed to have gone somewhere to sleep. She yawned while glancing at Shuren and asked lazily. Xianxia also held Jade and slowly walked over to Shuren. Shuren immediately looked at Jade. Jade tilted her head as if she was a little puzzled. This was because the way Shuren looked at her was different from before. Shuren's eyes showed thoughtfulness, doubt, and helplessness. Not only Jade, but also Ai and Xianxia were puzzled. What's wrong? Although Ai wasn't too interested, she still asked. Nothing. Shuren thought about it and chose not to say it. Although he had read the ancient book and more or less knew why Triss was so afraid of the existence of Jade, he was still not sure that Jade was the existence mentioned in the ancient book. There was no need to say it so clearly. Now, compared to the origin of Jade, Shuren had a bigger headache about how to deal with this little girl. Did he really have to abandon her? But, could he do it? Obviously not. Perhaps, if it was someone else, there was a high probability that they would do so. But although Shuren was not a good person, he could not do something like abandoning such an innocent little girl. Even if he brought Jade along, he might encounter a lot of trouble on the road. Anyway, there was Yulin, the Holy Sword, and at the very least Aie. Shuren did not need to worry about it like Triss and the others. So, it's better to let me decide. Shuren decided and squatted in front of Jade. Jade's eyes had been following Shuren. Because of their height, when Shuren stood, she looked up. When Shuren squatted in front of her, her eyes slowly moved down until they were level. The young girl stared at Shuren without saying a word. She was unusually calm and seemed to be waiting for Shuren to speak. Shuren suddenly smiled at Jade and said so. Little one, do you want to go with me? Sean met Emerald's gaze, looked straight into her amethyst eyes, and made a question. Although Aie and Xianxia did not know what was going on, they knew that since Sean had asked this question, it meant that he had the intention to bring this young lady with him. At the side, Aie and Xianxia did not know what happened, but they also knew that since Shuren asked this, it meant that he intended to bring the girl with him. Only Shuren, who had been staring at Jade, found that when he issued the invitation, there was a flash of disbelief in the young girl's eyes. Only Sean, who had been staring at the emerald, realized that there was a flash of disbelief in the young girl's eyes when he sent out the invitation. Jade fell into a daze and did not respond for a long time. Obviously, no one had said such a thing to her in the past. Shuren was not in a hurry and did not speak again. He waited slowly. This finally caused some ripples to appear in Jade's eyes. After a long time, the ripples in Jade's eyes disappeared. Immediately after, Jade nodded and agreed to Shuren's invitation. Shuren smiled. Okay. At that moment, Shuren stood up and said without hesitation. Let's set off for Cosmos now. Hearing this, Aie and Xianxia looked at each other and nodded without any objection. Faitsue was still as calm as before, but there was something else in her eyes when she looked at Sean. Yulin! Shuren shouted at the sky. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded immediately, and a black shadow fell from the sky like a meteorite. It flew over quickly, bringing with it a scorching airflow and a storm, and arrived in front of Shuren and the others. Shuren and the others immediately climbed onto Yulin's back. Not long after, Yulin flapped her dragon wings and flew away. The destination was the northern city, Cosmos. On the day that Shuren left, a group of people appeared in an ownerless cemetery in the wild in Teratelli. There were men and women, and they looked completely different, but they had some uniform characteristics. For example, they all had a pair of beast ears and a beast tail, but some had wolf ears and wolf tails, some had pig ears and pig tails, some had cat ears and cat tails, and some had leopard ears and leopard tails. Their clothes were mainly animal skins, and they looked very wild. Without a doubt, this was a group of beastmen, and they were beastmen of different tribes. In front of this group of beastmen was a seductive woman with fox ears and a fox tail. If anyone saw this fox woman, they would definitely be shocked, right? This was because the fox woman had a very special status among the beastmen, and they were very few in number. They had not appeared for many years. Now, a fox woman had appeared here. If news of this got out, it would definitely cause an uproar. However, the fox woman had appeared here with a group of beastmen. Her face was solemn and cold, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. After taking a closer look, a few corpses were dug out in front of the fox woman, and they were exposed to the air. These corpses were the magical life forms that had committed suicide in front of Shuren the night before. Xianxia had buried them here in this manner. However, they were now dug out. A burly werewolf came in front of the fox woman, and spoke with an unpleasant expression. As expected, it's not here, Saintess. Hearing that, the fox woman, who was addressed as the Saintess, seemed to be in an even worse mood. Behind her, the beastman also spoke indignantly. It's like this again. Every time we find a clue, there's only a group of magical lifeforms corpses left. The person behind this is really disgusting. Even if they're magical lifeforms, they casually created them, and then abandoned them after using them. They're even more detestable than the old demons. Don't say any more. This is the usual method of the person behind this. Otherwise, how could he continue to run around? Yeah, if it weren't for the fact that magical life forms are always on the move, we would have caught the mastermind long ago. Ah. This is so annoying. I really want to drag this person out and chop him into pieces. The beastmen all yelled with extreme hostility. Apparently, they had encountered similar situations many times, and they were already helpless and on the verge of breaking down. Otherwise, the leading Saintess wouldn't be in such a bad mood. Do you know who buried these magical life forms here? The foxwoman Saintess asked the burly werewolf. No, I don't. The burly werewolf said in distress, we've already sniffed everywhere in this area, but we can't smell the person who buried these magical life forms at all. It's as if they've specially cleaned up the traces they left behind. Their technique is superb and perfect. It's more untraceable than any of our previous investigations. There's nothing at all? The foxwoman Saintess frowned and said, I don't think we encountered such a thing when we found those magical life forms on the move the last few times, right? That's right. The previous times, with the beastman's 5 senses that are far superior to those of other races, we more or less found some clues. We know what those magical life forms have done and who they've been in contact with, unlike this time, where we can't find any traces at all. The burly werewolf said very seriously, it should be the work of a very powerful expert. Ordinary people definitely can't do this. Is that so? The foxwoman Saintess was silent for a moment. Then, she said, is it possible that this person is the mastermind behind everything? This question was not answered by the burly werewolf, but by a werewolf girl next to the Saintess. No, that's impossible. The werewolf girl shook her head and denied it. Judging from the style of the mastermind, he doesn't care about the lives of these magical life forms at all. It's impossible for him to come out and bury them at the risk of being discovered by us. Then what's going on now? The burly werewolf was immediately puzzled. Why did someone bury the magical life forms this time? The beastmen all looked at the werewolf girl at once. It seemed that this cute werewolf girl should be the brains of this beastman group. As a matter of fact, that was indeed the case. I think it might be done by an unrelated outsider. The werewolf girl pondered for a moment and said, although the traces have been removed, judging from the way they were buried, they should have some respect for these magical life forms instead of treating them as tools. So, it might be an unrelated outsider who doesn't know the origin and identity of these magical life forms and can't bear to see their corpses exposed in the wilderness. That's why he did all this. Unrelated outsider? The foxwoman saintess was a little worried. Could it be that innocent bystanders are finally involved this time? Hey, hey, hey! Are you for real? The burly werewolf said in astonishment. This is no joke. If anything goes wrong, these innocent bystanders who are involved are dead for sure. That's right. The werewolf girl also said worriedly, what we're most worried about may happen. Her words made all the beastmen's hearts sink. They definitely didn't want to see innocent bystanders get hurt. We have to hurry. The foxwoman saintess took a deep breath and immediately said, there's no other way. Let's use extreme measures. Hearing that, all the beastmen's expressions changed. Saintess! Saintess! The burly werewolf and the werewolf girl cried out in panic. Alright, that's enough. The foxwoman saintess couldn't help but say, I can't let the hell of the past reappear. It's fine if I get hurt for this. Hearing that, the beastmen were speechless. They only became even more furious and disgusted with the person behind all this. The foxwoman saintess half knelt on the ground and began to pray. O great life goddess, please tell your devout believer where the calamity of darkness is. A layer of holy light shone on the foxwoman saintess body. Clang, the dazzling holy light flickered more and more frequently on the vixen saintess's body, and it became denser and denser. Finally, it turned into a light curtain and expanded around her. When the surrounding beastmen saw this scene, they guarded the foxwoman while looking around vigilantly. They also had nervous expressions on their faces. Because the vixen saintess's prayer couldn't be used casually. Not only would it greatly damage her vitality, but it could also cause all kinds of side effects. It couldn't be helped. This prayer borrowed the power of the goddess of life, one of the three goddesses. Without the blessing of the goddess of life, using this prayer was bound to cause more or less problems. Although the vixen saintess was the saintess of the orcs, she couldn't obtain the blessing of the goddess of life. The blessings of the three goddesses were at the level of the legendary brave ones. In the history of the Omnipotensen, there were only a handful of people who could obtain the blessings of the three goddesses. The vixen saintess had a special status, and the orcs also believed in the goddess of life. However, only one ancestor of the vixen race had obtained the blessing of the goddess of life. The vixen saintess of the modern era wasn't qualified to obtain that level of blessing. Because of this, even though the vixen saintess could use this prayer method to temporarily borrow the power of the goddess of life, without the assistance of the blessing, every time she used it, her vitality would be greatly damaged, and there would be side effects. This made the orcs so nervous. If not for this reason, the vixen saintess would have used prayer to find the target that they had been looking for. Now, she still had to use this method. It could only be said that everything was God's will. Under such circumstances, the vixen saintess didn't open her eyes, but she seemed to see a scene on the light curtain. That was, dragon? Yes, the vixen saintess saw a dragon. It was flying in the sky and roaming above the horizon. It was a very terrifying and ferocious black dragon with a magnificent aura. With the power of the goddess of life, the vixen saintess could feel the terrifying vitality of that dragon, and she knew that it wasn't as simple as an ordinary dragon. It was probably a dragon that was almost at the top of the dragon race. However, there were quite a few people sitting on the dragon's back. Most of them were young girls. One was a little girl hugging a pillow, one was a very beautiful maid, and the last one was the target of the vixen saintess. Found it, the vixen saintess thought, but she wasn't happy at all. This was because, through the power of the goddess of life, she discovered that there seemed to be something terrifying on the body of the beautiful maid, which was emitting a pitch-black life force. The little girl hugging the pillow next to her was even more terrifying. Her life force was like a natural disaster, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Her small body hid an extremely shocking power, causing the fox saintess to feel fear. And when the fox saintess turned her gaze to the last person on the dragon's back, a seemingly ordinary man, her head suddenly exploded. When the vixen saintess turned her. At this moment, the barrier of light around the foxman saintess shattered. Saintess, saintess. In. With, and with a, and, she fell. Saintus! Saintus, the beastmen around them were shocked. What they didn't know was that it was also because of this incident that a small upheaval had occurred in the god realm. In a solemn temple in the divine realm, Mian, who was alone, raised her head as if she sensed something. In a solemn temple in the godly realm, Nyan, who was alone, raised her head as if she sensed something. Nyan seemed to know something and curled her lips. That's wishful thinking. Apart from herself, how could there be another goddess who could spy on that hero? With that woman's blessing, not only can Shuren receive the protection of the world itself, but he can also avoid the direct interference of the Protoss. Apart from me, who has a fundamental connection with him, nobody can use their power to interfere with him. Shuren hadn't figured out the effects of the Supreme God's blessing yet. However, he didn't know that those effects were already taking effect in secret. Receive. The protection of the world. Only limited to the Protoss. All conditions can be met. Only limited to the Protoss. All interference can be avoided. Only limited to the Protoss. All functions can be used. Only limited to the Protoss. All effects can be used. All these effects were a little hard to understand at first glance, so much so that Shuren couldn't figure them out. However, that didn't mean that they wouldn't work. Now, one of the effects of Shuren's blessing had appeared. Only limited to the Protoss. All interference can be avoided. Just like Nyan said, the Protoss's power couldn't interfere with Shuren. Unless it was a positive effect, which was an interference that could help Shuren. For example, the revelation brought by Rosie's blessing was indirect help and could be used on Shuren. The reason was naturally because of another effect. Only limited to the Protoss. All effects can be used. However, if it wasn't a positive effect, but a negative effect that would bring harm to Shuren, then the interference would naturally be avoided by the Supreme God's blessing, or even destroyed on the spot. Under such circumstances, the only authority that could work on Shan, who had the Supreme God's blessing, was the authority of the Supreme God Omnis, other than the authority that had a positive effect. Even Nyan could interfere with Shuren to a certain extent because she had a special connection with Shuren. She could summon Shuren to the temple, read his inner thoughts and memories, and so on. As for the other goddesses, you'd better pay attention to your own believers. Don't have any ideas about my hero. Nyan said so, but she also knew that after this battle, Shuren would probably enter the Protoss's sights. However, Nyan didn't feel worried at all. With Shuren's current abilities and the immunity to the Protoss's interference brought by the Supreme God's blessing, ordinary goddesses wouldn't be his match at all. Even if the three goddesses' authority couldn't work on Shuren, and they could only use their own direct combat power, it was still unknown whether they could defeat Shuren, who wielded the strongest holy sword. Although it's also troublesome for that guy to unseal the holy sword in front of the Protoss, there's still the demonic dragon over there, so they wouldn't dare to do anything, right? Therefore, to put it bluntly, even the three goddesses wouldn't be able to touch the current Shuren. Only the true goddess can restrain the hero, which is the Supreme God Omnis. Only against Omnis, Shuren would really be at his wit's end. With the strongest holy sword, in Nyan's opinion, the only one in this world who could kill Shuren was the Supreme God Omnis. The rest, even the 6 demons, would find it difficult to face that holy sword, right? Of course, if Shuren grew up and reached his limit, even the 6 demons would probably have no choice but to submit to him. And now, before he grew up, there were still some existences that could more or less threaten Shuren. However, with the holy sword, if he went all out, even if Shuren couldn't defeat the 6 demons, his life shouldn't be in danger, and he could easily escape. It was needless to say against the Protoss. In a situation where authority couldn't take effect on them, once Shuren unsealed the holy sword, even the 3 goddesses would be at a disadvantage. Now that the Supreme God Omnis was in a deep sleep, among the Protoss, there was only one who could pose a threat to Shuren. That was also the current trump card of the Protoss, and even the strongest person in the 3 realms, an existence second only to the Demon King and the Supreme God. Shuren hadn't grown up yet, so it would still be very difficult to face her. But this time, she probably wouldn't be the one to make a move. I wonder what expression she'll have when she finds out that the 2 well-wishers she dotes on are attracted to my hero. Thinking of this, Nyan couldn't help but giggle. Since ancient times, beings that could receive the blessings of the three goddesses were extremely rare. Most of the time, only the hero could receive such a privilege. Therefore, the three goddesses would also cherish beings that could receive their blessings, because it meant that they were really outstanding and hard to find in the world. Just like their children, they would be exceptionally doted on and loved. Furthermore, those who received the blessings of the three goddesses would be regarded as the spokesperson of the three goddesses and be respected by the Protoss. Why was Rosie so doted on by the Protoss? There were two reasons. One was because Rosie's unique skills were so special that the Protoss regarded her as a companion. The other was because Rosie received the blessings of one of the three goddesses, and the well-wishers were the trump cards of the Protoss, the strongest person in the three realms. That ultimate person pampered and doted on Rosie, and no one knew what she thought of Shuren. That princess even stole my hero's first time. How hateful. The smile on Nyan's face disappeared. Yes, she was still holding a grudge against her. Next time, it will definitely be me. Nyan had no choice but to open a light screen and study the knowledge in Shuren's mind again. At the same time, in another temple in the divine realm, a goddess who was playing the zither and singing suddenly stopped what she was doing. My power was actually nullified? The goddess looked a little surprised, and her face was full of thoughts. Beside her, a black-haired girl with a face full of exhaustion spoke. Goddess Anima, it's about time to let me go, right? The girl seemed to have experienced some hardship, and her voice was full of exhaustion and sorrow. Upon closer inspection, this girl looked exactly the same as Xianxia. Let you go? The goddess who was called Anima smiled lightly. You little demons dared to break into the divine realm, and even into my temple. It's already good enough that I didn't kill you on the spot, and you still dare to complain? Hearing this, the girl's face was full of exhaustion and sorrow again, as if she was regretting something. Anima laughed and shook her head. After thinking for a while, she finally spoke. Fine, your punishment is more or less enough. You will come with me to the human world, and then you will be free. These words made the young girl happy at first, but then she was stunned. You want to go to the human world? The girl was surprised. Yes. Anima's smile disappeared, and she murmured, I can't just sit back and do nothing about this. Now that there is an existence that can nullify my power, it proves that there is an unexpected variable in this matter. I'm afraid that the Orc divine officials alone can't handle it. As she spoke, Anima stood up and raised her head. On Anima's pure and exquisite face, a pair of eyes were tightly shut. I'll personally make a trip, which I haven't done in a long time. Shuren naturally didn't know about the things that happened in other places. At this time, Shuren was still riding Yulin with a group of girls, flying in the air in the direction of Cosmos. He didn't need to know the specific location of Cosmos. As long as he knew that it was in the north, he would let Yulin keep flying north. Knowing the general direction, it wouldn't be difficult for Yulin to find a city with the advantage of being high up in the sky. In addition, Shuren also had the mana perception skill. Any place where a large number of individuals with mana gathered was basically a human city, so he didn't need to worry too much about not being able to find the destination. He could just mindlessly fly north. Of course, Shuren didn't notice anything, but it didn't mean that others didn't. Emerald, who was in Xia's arms, raised her eyes for a moment. After a while, she returned to her original state and looked at Shuren again. Ever since they set off from Teratelli, Emerald's eyes had been on Shuren like this for some reason. Xia seemed to be aware of this, but she ignored it and held Emerald calmly and indifferently. As for Aie, she opened her eyes from her nap. Aie furrowed her brows and snorted coldly in displeasure. What's wrong? Hearing Aie's snort, Shuren couldn't help but be startled and looked at the little girl in confusion. Nothing. Aie said expressionlessly, it's just that some ignorant people are doing something. Ignorant people? Shuren didn't understand what Aie meant and said with some dissatisfaction, can you make it clear? I hate it when big shots like you deliberately mystify things and scare us newbies. Hearing this, Aie rolled her eyes. Although she didn't know what a newbie meant, Aie could feel that it was definitely something that had nothing to do with Shuren. This made Aie too lazy to explain anything. Don't worry about those trivial things. Hurry up and find the bastards of the old demon's faction and kill them, then go back to sleep comfortably. Aie looked annoyed. Obviously, she didn't want to spend too much time on other things. You're just a cute little, pretty girl. Can you not talk about fighting and killing every time you open your mouth? Shirin originally wanted to say cute little girl, but after being glared at by Aie, he immediately changed his words. Then what should I say? Aie looked annoyed. Shirin said this. Of course I have to say, hurry up and dig out all those cockroaches that only know how to hide in the sewers and trample them to death, then go back to sleep comfortably. Aie directly lost her temper after hearing Shirin's serious words. Isn't what you said even more outrageous? Aie was speechless. What? Shan retorted, girls should scream when they see cockroaches, and then slap the cockroaches to death with their slippers in a frenzy. This is a very normal thing. Trash and slaughter are not words that girls should say. But Shirin retorted, girls should scream when they see cockroaches, and then slap them to death with their slippers in a frenzy. This is a very normal thing. Anyway, Aie didn't want to complain. I'm going to sleep. Wake me up when we get there. Aie lay down on the dragon's back, hugged the pillow, and prepared to sleep. You're really daring, sleeping on the dragon's back. This time, it was Shirin's turn to be speechless. At such a high place, and with the mount flying at high speed, lying down to sleep was almost 100% certain that she would be thrown off. Although Yu Lin had used magic to separate the atmosphere so that the howling wind would not blow on her back, and the flight was quite stable, this was still not a place to sleep. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to do this. If Aie dared to do this, she was probably really confident that she wouldn't be thrown off the dragon's back. Or even if she was thrown off, or even fell down, she would be fine, right? Really? Shirin helplessly reached out and held Aie in his arms, letting the little girl sleep on his body. Aie opened her eyes, glanced at Shirin, and then closed them again, as if she didn't hate doing this. No, it should be said that, from the way the little girl relaxed her whole body, it could be seen that Shirin's way of doing things made her very satisfied, right? Damn Sundara, Shirin secretly muttered a few words, but he didn't dare to say anything more. Otherwise, the possibility of him being thrown off the dragon's back was also 100%. Just as Shirin was thinking about this, suddenly, another petite figure got into his arms. Jadeite? Shirin looked at his arms in surprise. Jadeite somehow got in, rubbed against Shirin's chest, and then, like Aie, closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Aie seemed to feel it, and her beautiful brows furrowed slightly, as if she was dissatisfied and felt that it was troublesome, but she didn't say anything and continued to sleep quietly. Really, looking at the two little girls in his arms, Shirin could only smile bitterly and turn to Xianxia. Xianxia didn't have much reaction, even if Jadeite suddenly broke away from her arms and ran into Shirin's arms. However, sensing Shirin's gaze, Xianxia still said faintly. You already have two in your arms. The corner of Shan's mouth twitched when he heard that. Shan was probably the only one who knew the meaning of this sentence. After all, just now, Shirin's inner thought was, why don't I give Xianxia a hug too? Even if the two little girls in his arms were warm and soft, Shirin still wanted to hug this beautiful and good figure of the big maid. Who would have thought that before his ambition could be carried out, it would be blocked by Xia's words? You can't really read minds, can you? I don't have that kind of skill. Then how do you know what I'm thinking about? This is a meaningless question. A qualified maid has to understand what the master wants at any time and any place. Alright, I shouldn't have asked this question. Yes, Big Sister is as awesome as always. The new master is very relieved. At the same time, in the nameless cemetery in Teratelli, a group of orcs were in a hurry to heal their saintess. Cough cough. The Vulpera saintess seemed to have recovered a lot after drinking a bottle of high-level magic potion. She coughed, but her face was still a little pale. Alright, I'm fine now. There's no need to waste expensive magic potions. Seeing that the orcs were about to take out more magic potions, the Vulpera saintess waved her hand and stopped them. Although they were still a little weak, the development of magic potions wasn't as smooth as the humans. They weren't as dexterous as the humans and elves, and they didn't have great wisdom. Therefore, every bottle of magic potion was very precious to them and had to be used and stored properly. Are you really fine, Saintess? The workcat girl was still a little worried, and so were the orcs beside her. The burly werewolf was so anxious that he almost bit someone. I'm really fine. The Vulpera Saintess shook her head and bit her lip. Compared to this matter, I have to tell you that this matter might be more troublesome and even dangerous than we thought. Hearing this, the orcs were all stunned. Seeing this, the Vulpera Saintess told everyone everything she saw with her prayer. After hearing the Vulpera Saintess story, the orcs were indeed very shocked. It actually resisted the power of the prayer? There are also terrifying people around the target? Dragon? How could there be a dragon? The orcs felt that things seemed to have gone out of control, and they started to panic. Even the burly werewolf was the same. Although they didn't know who the terrifying people that the Vulpera Saintess mentioned were and how terrifying they were, the existence of a dragon alone was enough to frighten them. After all, dragons were the most powerful monsters. Even the orcs who were born with super strong bodies and 5 senses were no different from ants in front of dragons. They couldn't surpass them in terms of strength. The burly werewolf was very confident in his strength. He even believed that there was only 1 in 10,000 human beings who could surpass him in strength, but he wasn't so confident that he could compare to a dragon. And yet, such a dragon seemed to be tamed by that terrifying person, which showed how terrifying that person was. The workcat girl's heart also sank, but she remembered something. Speaking of which, I seem to have heard about this when I came to Terratelli, the workcat girl said thoughtfully. The workcat girl said thoughtfully, it said that a viscount who tamed a dragon came from the capital. A viscount from the royal capital? The Vulpera Saintess immediately looked at the workcat girl and asked hurriedly, do you know who he is? I think he's an adventurer who was recently bestowed the title of viscount. The workcat girl tried hard to recall and finally found the information in her head. Her eyes flashed as she said, he was bestowed the title of viscount because he annihilated a force of the old demons faction and exposed a noble in the royal capital who cooperated with another force of the old demons faction. Not only did he tame a dragon, but he also has a close relationship with the most valuable treasure of the kingdom. At the mention of the most valuable treasure of the kingdom, the workcat girl couldn't help but show a trace of reverence in her eyes. The same was true for the other orcs, and they all more or less showed reverence. The most valuable treasure of the kingdom, the modern hero, Her Royal Highness' name was well known even among the orcs. Plus, they had a special identity and were related to the Protoss, so they naturally respected and feared Rosie, who was loved by the Protoss and also received the blessings of one of the 3 goddesses. On the other hand, the Vulpera Saintess frowned. A noble who has a close relationship with the most valuable treasure of the kingdom, this was not good news. Because this place was close to the Ragnar Empire, a friend of the Vulpera Saintess from the Ragnar Empire had also come to this territory, and she seemed to be investigating the strange things that happened in this territory recently. On the other hand, the noble and the most valuable treasure of the kingdom were like fire and water. That noble had their targets with him, so it was very likely that they would run into him. By then, it would probably be like Mars colliding with Earth, and the person behind it or the terrorists of the old demons faction would have a chance to take advantage of it. No, I have to hurry. The Vulpera Saintess immediately made a decision. The Vulpera Saintess also knew where to go. That dragon is flying to the north. In that direction, there was a city that had recently received a lot of attention, and it was the source of everything. Let's go to Cosmos. Okay, we're here. When Shuren's voice sounded from Yulin's back, the dark dragon had already stopped flying, flapping a pair of dragon wings and hovering in the clouds, no longer moving forward. Are we here? Ai woke up in time, but still looked very sleepy. Woo, Jade also opened her eyes, but she seemed to be in a daze and could not lift her spirits at all. Shuren handed Aie and Jade to Xianxia, while he poked his head out from the dragon's back and looked down. Fuyu, telescopic vision. Shuren added magic to his eyes, allowing his vision to leap over a long distance and look at the ground below the clouds. There, a city stood alone on the ground, imprinted in Shuren's eyes. It was a fortress city. The city walls were built very high and very thick, enclosing the entire city inside. On the city walls, magical weapons that looked like cannons were set up and pointed in all directions, looking a little scary. And in front of the city, there was an endless range of mountains. Is that the cosmos we've been talking about before? AI seemed to have woken up a little and looked down at the ground like Shuren. It was unknown whether she used magic or her own vision, but she could clearly see the city below the clouds. Xianxia, on the other hand, was still holding Jade, who was still in a daze. It was unknown whether she had seen the city on the ground or not, but she spoke in a calm tone. Cosmos is the northernmost city of the Mitra Kingdom, located on the border of the Principality of Stringham. Because it is the city closest to the Ragnar Empire in the kingdom, it is also a fortress city, specially used to block the Ragnar Empire's way south. That is a checkpoint of the kingdom, and also a line of defense of the kingdom. Because if the Ragnar Empire wants to invade the Mitra Kingdom, this is a place that they must pass through, so people of the empire can often be seen here. It is also a place that all kingdoms must pass through for trade and transportation between the empire and the kingdom. Many merchants and people of other races gather here. In other words, this was a big melting pot of races, and the main intersection between the people of the kingdom and the empire. Such a place naturally had to be built into a fortress city and heavily guarded to prevent the people of the empire from taking advantage of it. Shuren could see that in Cosmos, not only was the city barrier in operation, but the city walls, gates, and streets were also filled with patrolling knights. The army of the Principality of Stringham seemed to have set up camps around the fortress city, and set up a line of defense near the mountains. Knights and soldiers could be seen everywhere, filling the area with a murderous aura. Because it is a fortress city, the most prosperous industry in Cosmos is the weapons manufacturing industry. Not only are there many human magic weapon workshops, but there are also dwarven blacksmiths working here. Thanks to this, Cosmos has become the most outstanding magical weapon producer in the kingdom. Almost all the high-grade magical weapons in the kingdom come from here. Even the magical weapon workshops in the kingdom's capital sell their goods here. Almost 40% of the Stringham Dukedom's annual income comes from the magical weapons produced here. That's why magical weapons are so profitable here. Xianxia then explained the situation of Cosmos to Shuren and AIE. Magic weapons? Although AIE still looked disinterested, she took a few more glances at Cosmos. Clearly, she did not expect this city to be so special. Shuren, on the other hand, was thinking about something else. If I sink this city, the Principality of Stringham would be so happy that they would cry tears of joy, wouldn't they? Shuren's heart was filled with inexplicable malice. As for Emerald, for some reason, after she became a little more clear-headed, she glanced at the direction of Cosmos and frowned slightly, a look of disgust flashing across her eyes. This behavior was not noticed by anyone, much less seen by anyone. AIE yawned and said casually. Since we're already here, why don't we charge down? This little girl was as rude as ever. Don't tell me you've forgotten about Teratelli? Shuren said rather unhappily, if we charge into the city on the dragon this time, there's an 80% chance that we'll be in a state of war. This was not a joke. Unlike Teratelli, Cosmos could not let others do as they pleased. This was a line of defense to stop the invasion of the empire, defending against neighboring countries that were half friend and half foe. If Shuren dared to fly down on the dragon, he would definitely be noticed from afar and be attacked mercilessly. When that time came, people would not care if you were a viscount or an important person in the kingdom. A border was a border. The mission of the knights and the army in the border city was to protect the country. They had to act from the standpoint of the kingdom, not from the standpoint of a noble. Different importance meant different nature of existence. Cosmos was not a place that could be messed around. Otherwise, it would only be a matter of time before they were charged with treason. Shuren did not want to complicate matters. I'm not here to show off, and I'm not here to be Long Out Yin. I'm just here to kill the old demon's faction and cause some trouble for the Sterling family. I don't want to be moved to the national stage to play games with others. Because of this time, Shuren did not intend to fly in on Yulin. Instead, he planned to enter the city in the proper way. You continue to stay in the sky and wait for us. If you're tired from flying, it's okay to rest on a nearby mountain. Do you understand? Yulin? Sean patted Yulian, who was under him, and said so. Roar. Yulin immediately roared in response. Okay, let's go. Shuren stood up. Aie looked indifferent. She stood up with Shuren and spread a pair of dragon wings on her back. The two of them planned to jump down from here. Xia, carry the jade and come over. Shan then turned to look at Xia. He rolled his eyes and the corners of his mouth curled up. In the end, you still have to let me carry you, unless you can fly by yourself. Shuren felt a little proud. Yes. It was unknown if Xia had sensed what Shuren was thinking. She replied faintly and carried the jade to Shuren. Shuren did not hesitate and carried her. She smelled so soft. Her body smelled so good. Indeed, this maid was a top grade. Although she was a little cold, she was beautiful and had a good figure. She was simply a gift from the heavens. Aie seemed to be unable to stand it anymore. She snorted and said coldly. Let's go, stupid. As she spoke, Aie flapped the dragon wings on her back and flew down. I'm coming. Shuren was satisfied. Give and fly. In the next second, Shuren carried Xia and Xia carried the jade. The three of them flew up together and followed Aie, heading towards the ground. Two streams of light flew towards Cosmos one after the other, causing Yulin to open her mouth in boredom and disappear into the clouds. The place regained its peace. However, Shuren and the others did not successfully enter Cosmos. This was unexpected. This city is sealed? Shan, who was standing in front of the city gate with Aie, Xianxia, and Emerald, showed a surprised expression when he heard the warning of the knight guarding the gate. That's right. The guard said, this is an order from Duke Stringham himself. It is the Lord's ban. Before the chaos in Cosmos is resolved, no one is allowed to enter relieve. Is that so? Shuren raised his eyebrows and said, even the nobles can't? Not even the nobles. The guard said stubbornly, this is the Lord's order. Unless your rank is higher than Duke Stringham's. This was simply an indirect way of saying that it was impossible. Higher than a duke's rank, how could there be such a rank? This guard was asking the obvious. Unfortunately, he was mocking the wrong person. My rank is indeed lower than Duke Stringham's. Shuren said with a faint smile, but I think Duke Stringham will not refuse people with this to enter, right? As he said this, Shuren took out the royal token hanging on his neck. This is the royal family's coat of arms. Excuse me. The guard's eyes widened and he quickly knelt down. Not to mention the guard, even the surrounding knights and soldiers knelt down in a panic. Can we go in now? Shuren put away the token with a calm expression. Yes, he pretended again. These were the thoughts of a certain hero who had just expressed that he wasn't here to act cool, nor was he here to be proud of the heavens. However, the guard began to stutter, as if he was in a difficult position. Obviously, he didn't expect that someone with a higher rank than the Duke would appear. Now that he was asked to let Shuren in, it seemed like he was being put on the spot. What? Is the Stringham family not going to give face to the royal family? Shuren instantly narrowed his eyes. Shuren had even taken out the royal token, but they weren't willing to let him in. If that was the case, he would have to think carefully about whether there was an inside story. After all, the last time this happened was back at Adro Canyon. Could this Stringham family be like the Galuoli family, secretly plotting something with the old demon sect behind the kingdom's back? Just as Shuren thought about this, the guard hurriedly shook his head. No, it's not like that. The guard hurriedly said, it's just that a lot of strange things have happened in Stringham recently, and Cosmos is the first place. The old demon sect has also appeared here, and now the city is in chaos. If Sir is in danger, then before he could finish, he was interrupted by Shuren. I've been hearing you talking about strange things along the way. What exactly are those strange things? Shuren finally asked this question. The guard hesitated for a moment before he began to explain. It was said that this happened after the old demons faction appeared in Cosmos. Ever since the old demons faction was discovered in Cosmos, strange things started to happen. For example, some people would wake up and find themselves not in their own bedroom, but in the wilderness, or even in the living room of someone else's house. For example, some people would suddenly find their house moved to another location. They didn't know their neighbors, And some people's houses would even be stacked on top of other people's houses, or even appear on top of trees. It was very frightening. There were even some who witnessed the people around them suddenly vanishing without a trace. The friend they were talking to a second ago suddenly turned into a rock. The wife in his arms had suddenly turned into a rough man. There were even people who raised their pets at home, and the next day, they actually turned into a monster and almost lost their lives because of it. In short, all kinds of strange things happened, causing great chaos in Cosmos. No one could feel at ease. But that wasn't the scariest thing. The scariest thing was that strange things like this were gradually spreading with Cosmos as the center. Even the cities of neighboring empires were affected, causing some buildings and people between the two countries to change locations. This wasn't a situation that people could remain calm about. After all, one couldn't completely deny that the people who would be swapped over would only be ordinary people and buildings. What if the people who were swapped over were the knights that the empire was proud of? What if the people who were swapped over were the empire's ever-expanding army that was now close to 1 million strong? If that happened, the defense line that Cosmos used to stop the empire's invasion would lose its effect. The empire's military would directly appear within the kingdom's borders and begin to invade without restraint. This was a very dangerous situation. Because of this incident, some people even said that this is the latest large-scale magic ritual developed by the empire. Its purpose is to send the knights and a huge army into the kingdom, crossing the kingdom's defense line and launching an invasion. The guard revealed such a thing. But the same thing seems to be happening in the empire. There are also rumors that our kingdom is behind it. People and buildings of the empire suddenly appeared in the kingdom's territory. Naturally, people and buildings of the kingdom suddenly appeared in the empire's territory. In this case, it was normal for the other side to have the same suspicions as this side, thinking that this was a sign of the kingdom's invasion. Both sides clung to their own opinions, believing that it was the other side's doing and that they were the victims and innocent. As a result, this matter not only caused chaos among the people, but it also caused a dispute between the two countries. The guard said in distress. Because of this incident, as the source of the first strange phenomenon, Cosmos has received great attention from both countries. Now, not only has the 1st Night Regiment in the territory sent people to Cosmos to investigate, but the Empire has also requested to send people to investigate. Finally, after negotiations, the second princess of the Empire, Capeline Ragnar, has led her own Broken Blade Knights into Cosmos to investigate. In other words, the current Cosmos was not only very chaotic, but also the 1st Night Regiment of Duke Stringham and the Imperial Princess's Guard Knights were active. In addition, the people of the old demons were still here, and strange things continued to happen. Cosmos was now in an unprecedented tense atmosphere. Whether it was business or trade, there was no way to continue. With no other choice, the Stringham family could only completely seal off Cosmos and carry out a carpet search in Cosmos. But the current level of chaos in Cosmos was even more than expected. As the search and investigation continued, the kingdom and the empire are now being attacked every day, and some people have been lost. And both sides think that the other side is secretly doing it, so they are at each other's throats, resulting in many conflicts and killings. There are also people who have noticed the traces of the old demons, thinking that the old demons are secretly attacking the investigators. But because the two sides do not trust each other, they suspect that the other side is taking the opportunity to fish in troubled waters, carrying out some actions on their own, and throwing the blame on the old demons, so the conflicts and disputes have not stopped. Under such circumstances, there are still monsters that have been exchanged in Cosmos from time to time, causing some deaths and injuries among the civilians. Now Cosmos is completely chaotic. For this reason, ordinary civilians no longer dared to go out on the streets. They were all locked up in their homes, but they were still in fear all day long. They did not know when they would disappear and appear somewhere else, or if someone or even a monster suddenly appeared in their home. They could not feel at ease at all. The 1st Night Regiment and the Broken Blade Knights were in constant conflict, and the efficiency of the investigation was low, resulting in no progress. Who would want to be involved in such a chaotic situation? The guard was also worried that if he let the noble who held the royal token in, if something happened to him and the royal family pursued the matter, he might not be able to keep his head. In addition, the Stringham family had given a strict order to not let anyone in, So the guard really did not know if something would happen if he let the noble in. Therefore, he could only try his best to persuade Xian, hoping that Xian would back off. Who would have thought that after a moment of silence, Xian would speak? I understand, let me in. Xian did not have the slightest intention of changing his mind. Sir. The guard's face was bitter, and his heart was cold. Xian did not want to waste any more time. He directly slapped the royal token on the guard's face, and even gently slid it across his neck, telling him what the consequences would be if he did not let him in. Feeling the coldness on his neck, the guard really wanted to cry. He would die if he let it go, but he would also die if he did not let it go. Why was it so hard to be a human? You big shots are playing games with each other. Can you not drag us ordinary people into it? I'm just guarding the door. I thought it would be the easiest job with the least amount of danger. Who knew that there would be such a death sentence? I'm not doing it anymore. I'll resign when I go back and inherit the land left by my ancestors. I'll marry the blind date that my family introduced last time. I'll live an easy life of raising children and occasionally going to the fields, but that blind date's body was as fat as two of him, but he had no choice. Who asked his family to have so little money? I'll admit it. Please go in. At that moment, the guard could only speak dejectedly. Thanks. Xian still did not know that his actions had caused her to abandon her dreams, recognize reality, and prepare to return home to accept the oppression of life. Her life trajectory had completely changed. As he laughed heartily, he led the group of little girls into Cosmos. After the guard hung his head dejectedly, he hurriedly ran to report what happened here. No matter what, someone had broken through the blockade and entered the city. This matter had to be reported to the higher-ups, or else they would really blame them. Just like that, Xian and the group finally entered Cosmos. However, the moment they entered Cosmos, the group immediately noticed something strange. Did you notice? AIE? Xian restrained his expression and spoke to AIE beside him. Yes. AIE's eyes flashed, and she said calmly, the flow of magic in the atmosphere is obviously very abnormal. That's right, the flow of magic was very abnormal. And Xian had experienced this kind of abnormality before. Could it be a magic refinement ritual? Xian mentioned this matter. The magic refinement ritual experienced in the capital was like this, it would cause the flow of magic to become very abnormal. But AIE shook her head and denied it. No, this is not a magic refinement ritual. AIE said with certainty, it's not just the feeling of magic, even the phenomenon and conditions of the ritual are wrong. Indeed, the flow of magic during the magic refinement ritual was very dark, evil, and strange. In contrast, although the flow of magic in Cosmos was also very strange, it was not as dark and evil as the magic refinement ritual. Furthermore, the target of the demon refinement ritual was demons and magical beasts. Although Cosmos was a melting pot of all races, this melting pot was limited to the human race. There were humans, elves, orcs, and dwarves, but there shouldn't be any demons, let alone magical beasts. Other than tamed mounts, there shouldn't be many magical beasts in the city. Such a place was not suitable for the magic refinement ritual at all. Moreover, after the magic refinement ritual is carried out, the space inside and outside the ritual will be completely isolated. The area covered by the ritual will become an independent space, and there is no way to enter or exit freely. Since we can walk in now, it proves that there is no magic refinement ritual being carried out here. AIE's statement was approved by Xian. This did not feel like a magic refinement ritual. Moreover, he had never heard of the magic refinement ritual causing the strange things mentioned by the guards in the ritual area. There should be other abnormalities happening here, and it had nothing to do with the magic refinement ritual. However, Xian was rather concerned about the flow of magic. No wonder the kingdoms and empires think that someone is holding a large-scale magic ritual to cause trouble. The flow of magic was so strange that people naturally thought that some magic ritual was being carried out here, including Xian. Xian looked around. All he saw was that all the buildings in Cosmos seemed to have been messed up. Some were stacked on top of each other, some were standing on the streets, some were tilting, some had collapsed, and some were leaning against each other. It looked extremely chaotic, and there were even no roads left. There were only some alleys between the buildings that allowed passage. This is simply a good place to do bad things. Shuren began to understand why so many people were attacked. If they could only walk in such chaotic alleys, wouldn't it be normal for them to be ambushed by someone with ulterior motives? When that happened, they would be able to go somewhere else, and the possibility of being caught would be close to zero. This had already become a natural crime scene. Not only were there people from the kingdoms and empires causing trouble, but ordinary people in the city could also take the opportunity to commit crimes such as robbery. This was perhaps the reason why this place was sealed. At this time, Shuren did not know that the news of him entering Cosmos had reached the ears of the leader of the 1st Knight Regiment of the Stringham family. A young noble with the royal token? A handsome knight with blonde hair and blue eyes received the news from his subordinate and frowned. Upon closer inspection, this person was wearing the armor of the Royal Guards Regiment. Impressively, it was Limjo. This young duke, who rushed back with his father because of the strange things in the territory, was sent here by his family to take charge of this matter. Presumably, even Shuren would not expect that he would appear in Cosmos with Limjo. Of course, Limjo would not expect it either. However, the young noble with the royal token, this statement attracted Limjo's attention. Because, as far as he knew, there was only one person who fit this description. The other person was also someone he disliked, so Limjo naturally could not ignore it. Of course, there was not only Limjo here, there were also two middle-aged men. Do you know this person? Limjo? The one who spoke was the taller of the two middle-aged men. Judging from his attire, he should be a knight, but his entire body was emitting the aura of a soldier. His face was actually somewhat similar to Barry's, and also somewhat similar to Limju's. This was also a matter of course. This person was the younger brother of the Stringham family head, Barry's biological brother, Limjo's uncle, and also the second in command of the Stringham family. He single-handedly controlled all the Stringham family knights, and was the head of the Knights of Duke Stringham, Yuri Stringham. Uncle. Limjo looked at Yuri, hesitated for a moment, and said, I'm not sure if it's someone I know, but as far as I know, there's only one young noble in King City who has a royal token. Speaking of this, Limjo's tone could not help but show a trace of emotion. Yuri very keenly sensed it. Why? You have a grudge with him? Yuri looked at his nephew. At this time, the middle-aged knight beside Yuri spoke. There is actually someone who dares to offend young Master Limjo? The middle-aged knight had a fierce look in his eyes, smiled fiercely, and said, Do you want me to go down and make some arrangements? This fierce middle-aged knight was called Sonar Rejiglig, an earl who was attached to the Stringham family, and was also the head of the 1st Knight Regiment of Duke Stringham, and a direct subordinate of Yuri. He was the one who brought the news that Sean had entered Cosmos. At the same time, he was also the elder brother of one of Yuri's most beloved wives, which was the family of Yuri's wife. That was why he dared to speak so bluntly here. But it had to be said that Limjo really wanted to do this. If the young noble with the royal token was really Shuren, then he would have the chance. In the past, in order to make use of Shuren, Barry tried in vain to trick Shuren to the Stringham family and set up a trap in the Stringham family, but in the end, Shuren completely destroyed it, causing the Stringham family to suffer a loss. This time, if Shuren really came to his territory, Limjo naturally wanted to make him stay here forever. Coincidentally, there was a very messy mess here. Even if Shuren was killed here, the Stringham family would have 100 ways to get away with it. Obviously, this was why Sonar dared to say that he would make arrangements, completely not afraid of the fact that Lei Lin had the royal token and had the support of the royal family. Yuri did not express his opinion, as if he did not care about the royal family behind Lei Lin. Under such circumstances, if it was any other time, Limjo would definitely nod without hesitation. However, thinking of all the things that Shuren had done, Limjo had to ask first. Did he come alone? Or is there someone else with him? Limjo looked very serious. He did not come alone, Sonar immediately replied. According to the guard's report, he has a maid and 2 young girls with him. At this point, Sona had a disdainful look on his face. The leader of the 1st Knight Regiment looked down on Shuren for coming to such a chaotic and dangerous place, knowing the situation here, but still bringing a maid and 2 young girls with him. Does he think he came here for an outing? Sonar's voice was full of disdain. Who would have thought that after hearing his words, Limjo's expression changed? What do the two young girls look like? Limjo hurriedly asked, his tone was a little anxious. This made Yuri startled, and also made Sonar a little surprised. What's wrong, young Master Limjo? Young Master Limchao? Sona was puzzled. Aren't they just two little girls? You don't have to be so nervous, right? Not nervous? Limjo laughed coldly. If you're not nervous, when you die, you might not even know who you've offended. Such words shocked Sonar. Speak clearly. Yuri frowned and said, Is there a problem with the two young girls? Limjo laughed bitterly, then went to Yuri's ear and whispered a few words. In the next second, Yuri's expression changed. Young Master Limjo, Chief Commander, what's wrong with the two young girls? Tell me. Seeing this scene, no matter how slow Sonar was, he sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly asked. Yuri opened his mouth, but chose not to say it. It couldn't be helped, this matter could not be spread so easily. Otherwise, it was very likely to cause a very big upheaval, causing the current situation to collapse. So, Yuri only said one sentence. If things are really like what Limjo said, then we can't touch this noble. Not only could they not touch him, but they also had to serve him well. Otherwise, the consequences wouldn't be something that the Sterling family could bear. Limjo naturally understood this. He fell silent, and a trace of regret appeared in his eyes. It seemed that he really wanted to keep Shuren in this territory forever. Although Sonar did not know what happened, he could see that Yuri and Limjo seemed to be afraid of someone. But he still did not understand. It's just two young girls, what's there to be afraid of? This sentence, Sonar muttered to himself. At this time, Yuri and Limjo had already begun to discuss among themselves. I didn't expect him to suddenly come here. Limjo was really surprised. Could it be that the royal family sent him? Yuri thought so. It shouldn't be, father has already reported the situation here. Although the kingdom is very concerned about this matter, because of the empire's restraints, they can't brazenly send people to intervene, so as to not touch the sensitive nerves of the empire and make them think that the kingdom is sending troops to take advantage of the opportunity to do something, so they have given full authority to the Sterling family to handle this matter. Limjo shook his head and denied it. Then what is a noble young master like him doing here? Yuri seemed to be unable to think clearly. Not sure. Limjo naturally could not figure it out, so he could only sneer and say, maybe he really is here for a picnic. This was full of sarcasm. Looking at Limjo like this, Yuri was deep in thought. This young noble and my nephew have a lot of grudges. Yuri realized this. After all, it was the first time he saw Limjo like this. His nephew was talented and brimming with talent. The family had high expectations for him, hoping that he could bring the Sterling family back to the capital and take back everything that their ancestors had lost. Since young, he had been training himself wholeheartedly. Whether it was his strength or character, he could be said to be impeccable. He had never shown such an attitude towards a specific person like this. If it weren't for the fact that there might be an extremely terrifying being by his side, Yuri wouldn't mind helping this nephew of his and letting him vent his anger. No matter what, Limjo was the future master of the Sterling family. As the second in command of the family, Yuri would definitely want to help him if he could. But with that person around him, no matter how much courage Yuri had, he would not dare to do anything. Rather, if that person really came to Cosmos and came to his territory, then this matter was undoubtedly very serious and must be dealt with properly. Thinking of this, Yuri stood up. Let's go. Yuri said, let's go pay our respects. Hearing this, Limjo thought for a while and also stood up. Since that person was very likely to come with Shuren, it was impossible for them not to pay their respects. It wasn't only because the Stringham family couldn't afford to offend or neglect him, but it was also because if they had the chance to befriend him, it would be a great thing for the Stringham family. Sona, on the other hand, was the only one who looked hesitant. Is there a need? This was what he thought. In his opinion, although the other party had the support of the royal family, it was only the royal family's support and not the royal family. As a member of the royal family, there was no need for Yuri and Limjo to be so cautious. One had to know that Yuri was the second in command of the Duke's family, and Limjo was the next master of the Duke's family. They had high status and power, so it was understandable if the royal family came personally, but a royal errand boy, he did not have the right to make these two so cautious. However, Sona still had to give face to the sect master's family. Even if his younger sister was Yuri's most beloved wife, there was no reason for him to be impudent. This was the leader of the First Knight Regiment. However, he would never have thought that the person he was about to pay his respects to had such a powerful background. At the same time, in another direction of Cosmos, a princess also received news of Shuren's arrival. A young noble with a royal token? The princess murmured. Who could it be? Could it be the representative of that woman? There is indeed news that that woman has recently been very close to an adventurer who became a viscount. That adventurer had the backing of a powerful figure in the field of demons, and could also tame dragons as mounts, which caused quite a stir in the Ragnar Empire. The royal family of the Ragnar Empire was even thinking of ways to see if they could poach this young noble to their side. If the person who came was the adventurer mentioned in the rumors, then things would be interesting. I want to see what kind of man can make that woman feel intimate with him. Saying so, Her Royal Highness could not help but recall the past and bit her lip. No matter what, I will not admit defeat. One day, I will definitely surpass you. Rosie Rusty Mitra. End of chapter 338. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.